strength is somewhat lacking. Following Su Yi's stern refusal of their various cooperative proposals, even without an offer of benefits, they would undoubtedly refrain from engaging in any covert activities on the territory of Jiuzhou. Their ancestors once thrived, and they are well aware that Jiuzhou is currently experiencing an unstoppable rise. During such a time, it is best to avoid excessive transgressions, lest they face consequences beyond what the Ozhou Alliance can endure. However, the Ozhou Alliance, despite its diminished power, possesses enough self-awareness to avoid recklessness. Yet, this world is not devoid of those who are both powerful and confident, nor is it lacking in those who lack self-awareness. Therefore, this night was far from tranquil. Others, besides Klai and Gago, sought to employ underhanded tactics before the meeting, including individuals from other nations and multinational corporations. Their methods were decidedly more extreme. They certainly would not dare to wait outside Su Yi's residence in the rain at such an hour. In truth, they were not oblivious to the location of Su Yi's home. Rather, they had already received word that the Tianyu Group had reached an agreement with a well-known security company in Jiuzhou, hiring over 1,000 retired Special Forces personnel, all of whom could legally carry weapons as professional security staff. According to their intelligence, approximately half of these individuals have been dispatched to protect executives of the Tianyu Group, while the whereabouts of the remaining 500 remained unknown. After all, this is Jiuzhou, and the networks of influence these factions wield abroad do not function as effectively here, especially given the local government's intent to suppress certain information. They not only fail to acquire useful intelligence, but instead receive misleading false information. For instance, Su Yi had all the hundreds of elusive security personnel stationed around him for his protection, while the security presence around his parents back home was exceedingly limited. This revelation stirred the ambitions of various factions with ulterior motives, prompting them to invade Su Yi's hometown, a small mountain village located in the southernmost part of Chu province. In the aftermath, villagers recalled that the thunder that night was particularly loud and incessant, especially along the road leading into the mountains. A relentless thunderstorm raged throughout the night, and the following morning, some villagers passing by that mountain road observed an official rescue team cordoning off the routes as they recovered vehicles that had fallen into a roadside reservoir. It was reported that a minor landslide had occurred on the mountain road, with multiple vehicles having been struck by lightning, losing control, and plunging off the cliff into the water, vehicles not limited to just Land Rovers or Mercedes-Benz. The villagers speculated that those caught in the storm had surely met with divine retribution for their misdeeds. The next morning, before Su Yi had even awakened, he received a call from his parents. Xiao Yi, his father said, "I must tell you, the flag-raising ceremony was incredibly meaningful, albeit a bit crowded, making the queue difficult to navigate. You have no idea. Your father even shed a tear. You must come see it with us next time. After all, I was a soldier once. What's wrong with shedding a few tears?" Xiao Yi, do not heed your mother's nonsensical chatter. What does she understand? You go about your business, and do not concern yourself with us. Listening to the spirited bickering of the elderly couple, Su Yi felt no irritation. Once they had finished, he remarked, "In any case, you both should enjoy your time in the capital. In a couple of days, I shall arrange for someone to fetch you. Is there any need for such trouble? Your father and I can read. Surely we are capable of taking a vehicle back home ourselves. And what those young men and women? Why must you have them follow us daily? Isn't that a waste of their time? Waste time? They are bodyguards, and I pay them. It is their job. If you insist on sending them away, then they shall be out of work," Su Yi teased. "Us two old folks are hardly celebrities. Why would we need bodyguards for a trip? You're earning money now, but do not squander it like this. You ought to marry a wife soon." In the face of his mother's rambling, Su Yi simply listened quietly, showing no intent to refute her. Indeed, he mused, letting her words flow in one ear and out the other, conceding that if he absorbed even a single word, it would be a loss for him. Having tidied up and prepared to depart, he noticed that it was nearly time for the meeting he had arranged with those individuals. The location was the temporary headquarters of Tianyu Group in Jiangsheng, a modestly purchased office building situated away from the bustling districts of the city, yet not far from Su Yi's residence. Accompanied by Yuling, he quickly arrived at their destination. His agenda for the day was quite packed. After dealing with these bothersome matters in the morning, he had plans to dine with Yang Yi in the afternoon. It seemed she was about to start her studies again, and her dormitory roommates had already arrived in Jiangsheng, intending to gather for a meal, considering that they would all be accompanied by their boyfriends. She cautiously inquired whether Su Yi could accompany her. Is that even a question? Of course I can, he replied. After all, aren't gatherings among classmates merely venues for showing off? He was all too familiar with that. As for notions of humility in the face of newfound success, what was the point of that? Thus, without a second thought, he agreed. As the company's CEO, there was no necessity for him to prepare for welcoming guests. Upon arriving at the prearranged conference room with Yuling, he found that everyone else was already present and awaiting his arrival. There were no lengthy pleasantries. Su Yi could hardly muster the energy to greet anyone. Upon entering and surveying the room, his gaze settled on several representatives from Juzhou. Each individual had a nameplate before them, detailing their respective backgrounds. The group he focused on appeared to be the very ones Lin Laotu had referred to, those dispatched by the authorities to stir the pot. Gentlemen, I have some matters to discuss with these foreign friends. Might I kindly request that you temporarily retire to the adjacent lounge? As soon as the words left his mouth, a cloud of confusion enveloped the room. Everyone present had been seated for some time, all speculating on what Su Yi would say upon his entrance. Some believe he would greet them courteously before engaging in discussions regarding collaboration or acquisition. Others, however, argue that, given Su Yi's previously exhibited temperament and the events of the previous night, he would undoubtedly enter in a fit of rage, outright rejecting any partnership and perhaps even ordering them to leave. There are those who contend that, although the previous night's endeavor was a failure, it served as a warning to Su Yi. If he were to concede, he would certainly show a softer side now. In any case, the speculations abound. Yet, they could never have anticipated that Su Yi's first utterance upon entering would be a demand for the representatives from Juzhou to exit. My friends, are you not allies? By instructing your teammates to leave first, you have thrown us into disarray. Chapter 75. Moon Listening. Show them what you've got. Not only were the representatives and executives from foreign companies taken aback, but even the delegates from the Juzhou pharmaceutical sector, who were on official tasks, found themselves momentarily at a loss. This twist was unexpected. Should they stay or leave? The group exchanged glances and ultimately, at the behest of an official from the Juzhou Health Department, all the corporate representatives dispatched by Juzhou exited the venue. However, this did not signify that all Juzhou individuals had departed. Some private enterprises were evidently reluctant to withdraw so easily. They were not there to assist Su Yi in muddling the waters. Why should they heed his directives? Moreover, many of the representatives from foreign companies were, in fact, Juzhou nationals. After waiting a moment, without further exits, Su Yi nodded. It seems there are no innocents among us. The majority of those present, regardless of their nationality, could comprehend Juzhou dialect, and they momentarily froze at his words. Upon realizing the implication, a man identified as Yi Yunyuan, the president of the Greater China region for Zhuangxing Group, stood up with a frown. What does Mr. Su mean? Literally what I said, Su Yi replied, shrugging dismissively. He then addressed the air. Before entering, these individuals were thoroughly searched, correct? In the next instant, a holographic projection materialized before him, displaying a small orb, the Tian Shu. Yes, sir. They underwent 7 rounds of inspections before entering, and I have also verified through electronic signals that they carry no electronic devices, nor any tools for external communication. Excellent. You've done well. Su Yi acknowledged the work, then pointed to the projected orb and smiled at the bewildered assembly. Do you know what this is? Clearly, they did not, and Su Yi had not anticipated a response. He promptly provided the answer. This is the core of our Tianyu group, the Tian Shu supercomputer. Its computational speed can reach 8 exaflops, rendering any firewall in the world utterly ineffective against it. Upon hearing this, the representatives began to murmur among themselves. Those who had reached such prominent positions were certainly not uninformed. Even if they were not experts, they possessed a fundamental understanding of computers. After a brief calculation, they quickly grasped the significance of the term exa. Their initial reaction was disbelief, followed closely by a wave of excitement. They were not particularly concerned with the veracity of this Tian Shu supercomputer. What mattered was Su Yi's apparent attitude. His sudden grandstanding and boasting about Tianyu Group's technology clearly indicated an intent to raise the stakes. A higher price implied that he might genuinely be contemplating the sale of Tianyu Group. For these individuals, money was insignificant, a mere scrap of paper. What truly mattered was the possibility of acquiring the formula for the elixir of life or the entire Tianyu Group. Was it merely a matter of price inflation? How much would it take? Even a furrowed brow would be counted as my concession. In the medical field, who among you is not wealthy? Su-yi also sensed that these individuals seemed to have misunderstood something, yet he paid no heed and continued to elucidate the various parameters of the Tianshu. As he concluded, he suddenly shifted his tone and inquired, "Ladies and gentlemen, do you comprehend the significance of the Tianshu computer to this world?" Realizing its unparalleled power, they expressed keen interest in our company and the Tianyu Group. One forthright individual, seizing the moment, suggested, if Chairman Su is considering transferring the company or its shares, why not name a price? You seem to have misconstrued the situation. Su-yi chuckled unexpectedly. Tianshu, please present the information you have gathered to them. In an instant, the holographic projection before him dissipated, replaced by a holographic display screen before each representative. Upon viewing the images projected, the representatives from various nations were momentarily taken aback, soon feeling a chilling dread creeping over them. This is, stammered Yun Yuan, the representative from Zhuangsheng Group, as he struggled to articulate his thoughts. After a considerable pause, he exclaimed, "Where did you acquire this information?" "Naturally, from the top-secret information storage documents at your Zhuangsheng Group headquarters," Su-yi shrugged. "I have long stated that no firewall poses a challenge to Tianshu." These individuals believed their actions were shrouded in secrecy, convinced that even if they failed, they would remain unscathed alongside their respective conglomerates, unaware of Tianshu's capabilities. What they thought to be foolproof could be easily unraveled by a simple investigation conducted by Tianshu. "Do you have anything to say? Or perhaps you wish to offer more excuses?" "Sui remarquet nonchalante. I have nothing to discuss with you. Return my phone. I need to contact my lawyer." Yin Yuan swiftly regained his composure and retorted coldly. Even with the revelation of his involvement as one of the masterminds behind the attempted abduction the previous night, he showed no signs of fear. With a professional legal team at his disposal, he had already arranged for a scapegoat. Merely possessing this confidential evidence, supposedly obtained by Su-yi, would not suffice to implicate him. As for Su-yi's claims about Tianshu, he firmly believed that such an advanced artificial intelligence and computer could not possibly exist, preferring instead to think that someone within had leaked the information. While speaking, he resolved to thoroughly scrutinize all employees within the company who were privy to this matter upon his return. "Patience," Su-yi waved his hand dismissively. "I have yet to show you the best part. Yuling, demonstrate for them." "Understood." Yuling nodded and gestured toward the now seated Yun Yuan. "Please, take a seat." Yun Yuan, who had intended to leave, suddenly felt an overwhelming loss of control over his body, his eyes widening in terror. As he involuntarily sank back into his seat, he exclaimed in fright, "What are you doing? What have you done to me? What sorcery is this?" Although others were not subjected to such direct control, the moment they subconsciously attempted to rise, they realized their bodies were utterly unresponsive, awakening them to an unsettling truth. An uproar erupted within the conference room. Moreover, some, upon witnessing Su-yi's demeanor and the revelations he imparted, began to sense an underlying dread, and they shouted in terror, attempting to project their voices beyond the confines of the room. Yet, all their struggles proved futile. Accompanied by a whisper of tranquility from Yuling, the representatives who a moment ago could speak freely now found even uttering a word to be a distant luxury, their eyes wide with fear as they scanned their surroundings. Chapter 76. This is the price to speak candidly. Although I had anticipated your intentions and prepared accordingly, had you refrained from any actions last night, I would undoubtedly not have taken any measures against you now. At most, I would have merely insisted that you depart. Su-yi expressed a sense of helplessness. However, it is often the case that individuals, in their ignorance and audacity, venture into realms completely foreign to them. Yet, exploration comes at a cost. Su-yi harbored no illusions about your ignorance regarding the affairs of the Zheng family and the Tao family in the Magic City. The official circles of Jiuzhou could certainly deduce that this matter had connections to me. It is impossible for them to be oblivious. They are merely obstinate, or perhaps intoxicated by the allure of immense profit. After all, those who stand behind them hail from island origins, and the act of plundering is ingrained in their very essence. Yet, such endeavors invariably entail risk. Without granting them an opportunity to speak, Su-yi continued, "Do you truly believe that your assault on my family can go unpunished? Do you think that the deaths of those individuals yesterday absolve you of responsibility? Of course, I am aware that you are but pawns in this game, with the true masterminds orchestrating these events lurking in the shadows. However, there is no need for haste. Soon, they will find themselves sharing in your plight. Fear not, for I shall not take your lives. After all, I am a law-abiding citizen, and murder is unequivocally a crime. Yuling possesses a certain magic, which, once invoked, will strip you of your capacity for expression. This includes, but is not limited to, the use of written words, spoken language, gestures, or any means of communication with others. Furthermore, she shall bestow upon you another enchantment that will cause your bodies to age gradually, while your minds remain alert. This will ensure that you are acutely aware of the rapid decline of your vitality, yet you will be unable to divulge any details regarding what you have witnessed today. Moreover, as you have entered without any recording devices, you see, this is a flawless plan, is it not?" As Su-yi spoke, a smile crept onto his face. Clearly pleased with the scheme, a spark of light flickered in Yuling's eyes as a staff materialized in her hand. In the next moment, these individuals felt an intangible yet undeniably real force entering their bodies. Their instincts recoiled vehemently against this intrusion, yet they were powerless to resist. The terror in their eyes deepened, yet they could not articulate a single word. "Now, in order to ensure that you can leave here in good health, without implicating me further, your memories of this place will be temporarily sealed for 3 to 5 days. After this period, you will gradually recall the events here, yet you will have lost the ability to express them. For now, you are in perfect health. The meeting is adjourned." Su-yi waved his hand and simply exited through the door. Yuling, retracting her staff into her storage space, followed suit. Only a few minutes after the two departed, the representatives of various enterprises, nearly driven to the brink of collapse by the magical events, began to awaken from their stupor, bewildered by their surroundings. "Wait, what just transpired? Did Su-yi truly attend? I recall he was present and seemed to have spoken, yet I lost my train of thought. This is dire. I have yet to present the acquisition proposal for detailed discussion with Su-yi as instructed by the chairman. Where is Su-yi? Ladies and gentlemen, the chairman has declared the meeting concluded, and his message is quite clear. You may take your leave." The door to the conference room swung open, and a staff member from Tianyu Group entered politely. He was utterly unaware of the happenings within, having been sent merely to relay a message from Su-yi. "Where is your chairman? As a representative of Zhuangxin Group, he should be aware of our significance in the medical industry. I wish to have another audience for a detailed discussion. I am the CEO of Huangrui Group for the Greater Jiuzhou region, and I have matters of utmost importance to discuss with Mr. Su. I implore you to convey my request. I shall wait for him right here." Surrounded by a throng of influential figures, the young employee felt a twinge of trepidation. Nevertheless, recalling Su-yi's earlier instructions, he steeled himself and announced, "Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Su has requested that I escort you out. If you are unwilling to depart, I shall have no choice but to summon security." Su-yi had no desire to engage in further discourse with these withered remnants. His previous communications were merely to ensure they grasped the gravity of their situation. In the final moments of their existence, they ought to reflect upon their actions or at least experience the essence of despair. With the meeting concluded, he exited the company. Once in the car, Yuling inquired, "What are the others? Must we unearth and deal with each mastermind behind this?" "There is no rush," Su-yi replied, shaking his head. "These individuals are scattered across the globe. It would be an extravagant waste of time to pursue them one by one. In due course, I shall summon some formidable individuals from your world to reckon with them all at once, allowing them a few extra days of life, so to speak." Yu Ling acknowledged the formidable nature of the sinister magic that could obliterate entire families with but a drop of blood. However, it indeed required that specific drop of blood, extracted through magical means. The number of adversaries drawn into this conflict is considerable. To extinguish them one by one would be excessively time-consuming. After all, the magical realm is replete with powerful beings, particularly the Star Caller that Wei Wei has already procured for him. With such formidable power at his disposal, none of these individuals would escape retribution. He wields this supernatural prowess, and his restraint in not wantonly slaughtering the innocent is already commendable. Should others dare to provoke him, they cannot blame him for unleashing his wrath. Ultimately, he cannot perceive how they perish. The death toll is merely a figure to him, devoid of any emotional burden. Should he be truly incited, he would not hesitate to deliver a minor supernatural shock to the denizens of this world. Has communication been established with Jojo? Are there any update from there? Across the distant ocean, within a lavish estate, two eminent figures, whose mere stamp of foot could send tremors throughout the entire bald eagle empire, leisurely bask in the refreshing evening breeze. News has already emerged that our representative was outrightly rebuffed by the elusive Su Yi, who afforded them no opportunity for dialogue whatsoever. This was entirely anticipated. The people of Jojo have always been notoriously obstinate and unyielding, lacking an appreciation for the finer nuances of diplomacy. What shall we do next? With the emergence of this new pharmaceutical, the future of the medical industry is bound to become precarious. Let us have the Black Palace promptly announce sanctions against the Tianyu Group, while also intensifying the existing sanctions against Jojo, particularly in the realm of advanced manufacturing such as semiconductors, which they are unlikely to surmount in the near future. This should provide them with a significant measure of discomfort for some time. Additionally, we must remember to steer public opinion strategically, and we must seize this opportunity to extricate ourselves from the medical sector. Chapter 77. The heavens have been rendered silent by your conversations in the unseen realms. A tempest brews, yet Su Yi remains unfazed. The principle remains unchanged. When one possesses the capability to effortlessly extinguish the life of any individual in this world, fear becomes a foreign concept. For ultimately, regardless of the organization or power at play, decisions are made by human hands. The annihilation of the corporeal form has always been the simplest method to eliminate adversaries. Having settled a minor vexation, he returned home to collect Yang Yi. She had been dining with her roommates at noon, and the hour was drawing near. As for Yu Ling, Yang Yi had initially intended to invite her along, to which Su Yi had no objections. However, Yu Ling, being a professional attendant, did not wish to intrude upon the rare opportunity for the two to nurture their burgeoning relationship, and chose to refrain from joining them. Regarding Su Yi's safety, she had inscribed a protective array upon him, which would activate in the event of danger, allowing her to receive immediate notification and rush to his aid. According to Yu Ling's estimations, this protective measure could withstand a barrage from a 155mm howitzer, requiring several rounds to breach it. As for individual firearms, even rendering the barrel inoperative would not suffice to dismantle the array. Here in Jojo, aside from official forces, no one could possess the firepower to disrupt such defenses. Furthermore, the authorities would never target Su Yi. It was unthinkable for any nation's government to deploy heavy artillery against its own urban populace during peacetime. Therefore, concerns regarding safety were virtually non-existent. Moreover, Su Yi himself was far from weak, although he lacked the patience to master the arcane arts in recent days. Through the consumption of various magical delicacies and the elixir of life, his strength had, according to Yu Ling's assessments, surpassed that of many warriors in the magical realm. With diligent practice and study of martial techniques, attaining the status of a true knight would be within his grasp. With his formidable strength, the average group of 10 would struggle to approach him. Today, you look so exquisite, one might think you are off to a matchmaking event. Su Yi jested upon seeing the meticulously adorned Yang Yi in the garage. The young lady had been indulging in his hospitality, savoring numerous delights from the magical world. At such a vibrant age, nourished by these exquisite offerings, she now stood radiant, as if glowing. Do you not ever look in a mirror? If you do not present yourself beautifully, How could I dare to venture out with you alone? Yang Yi retorted as she settled into the passenger seat. Every time I accompany you and Sister Yuling, I feel like a mere handmaiden carrying your bags. Has no one ever mentioned how intimidating your presence is in public? It exudes an air of aristocracy. Is that so? Su raised an eyebrow, having not given it much thought. However, the influence between the two was reciprocal. With Yuling's noble status in the other world, her innate aura had undoubtedly affected Su during their time together. Over time, it was only natural for his own presence to grow more formidable. Indeed, it is. In order to prevent being mistaken for your family's maid when going out alone with you, I meticulously adorned myself for an entire morning. Am I not stunning? Yang Yi puffed her cheeks and playfully poked her own face. Quite agreeable, Su offered a candid appraisal. Compared to Yuling, she could indeed only be considered passable. However, in the outside world, she would undoubtedly eclipse countless internet celebrities as a top-tier beauty. You seem to have indulged in too much of the superficial, and it requires correction. With someone as beautiful as Sister Yuling, where else could one find second? Su recalled the upcoming starry visitor that Wei Wei might send. Hard to say. You've completely drained the conversation of life. Yang Yi hu fed in anoyanje. Su deftly shifted the topic. By the way, how do you want me to pretend to be your boyfriend? What kind of intimate interactions should we engage in? Interaction is simply interaction. I don't mind at all. Do you? Perhaps we could demonstrate now? Yang Yi placed her hand on Su Yi's right hand. After undergoing prolonged brainwashing by Yuling, she had become much more relaxed than when they first met. Additionally, she was aware that Yuling did not mind her having a fling with Su and had even been actively encouraging it. Thus, she felt no psychological burden at that moment. If you don't mind, then it's quite manageable. Su seized the opportunity to pinch her thigh. Aren't you cold dressed so lightly? Goodness, if you want to touch, just go ahead. It's 40 degrees outside. Yang Yi shot him a glare. Oh, I almost forgot. The dining venue costs around $200 to $300 per person, which isn't exactly a cheap restaurant. Yang Yi mentioned that she initially did not intend to come to such an expensive place today. However, one of her roommate's boyfriends, reportedly affluent, rejected ordinary restaurants and insisted on this one. Moreover, since he was the one treating, the others had nothing to say about it. When the two arrived, it was precisely mealtime. Despite the high prices, the place was bustling, boasting local delicacies. Upon reaching the door of the private room, Su noticed a group of young people animatedly chatting. The moment they saw the two arrive, a sudden silence fell over the room. The boys' gazes were almost entirely fixed on Yang Yi, while the girls' attention was directed towards Su. After a moment of stunned silence, one girl glanced at Yang Yi, then suddenly stood up and exclaimed, why are you so late? It's been a month since we last met. I missed you terribly. After some pleasantries, Yang Yi introduced Su to the others, and they finally took their seats. As soon as they settled down, the girl eagerly pulled Yang Yi aside and inquired, after not seeing you for over a month, how is it that you seem even more beautiful? Honestly, spill the beans about your skincare products. How could you not recommend any good finds to your sisters? How wicked. Skincare products. Does the life-giving essence of beverages count? Yang Yi silently retorted. However, she is not entirely disconnected from the online world and is certainly aware of the current popularity of the elixir of life. It is one thing to feign modesty at a class reunion, but to exaggerate to such an extent leaves her feeling rather uneasy. She hasn't employed any skincare products. Rather, her regimen consists of simply maintaining a regular schedule of sleep and meals while at home during the holidays. While her claim of a disciplined diet is somewhat plausible, Su finds it implausible that she could assert such nonsense about going to bed early and rising at dawn. After all, who stays up until 3 in the morning in the living room watching horror films? Nevertheless, he knows better than to undermine her narrative and instead focuses on his phone as a mere bystander. Suddenly, a boy nearby interjects. Skincare products? Have you heard about that elixir of life that's been trending lately? I've heard it works wonders, surpassing any skincare product. Just drinking it can enhance beauty and complexion. It's been raved about online, and it's so sought after that it's nearly impossible to purchase. Chapter 78. Allow me to share a secret, but please keep it to yourselves. Is the elixir of life truly as wondrous as many claim online? I wonder how effective it actually is. Has anyone among you tried it? A curious girl inquired. Where would one even procure it? To date, Tianyu Medical has only released 300,000 vials of the basic version of the elixir, priced at 888 each. It sells out in less than a second upon release. I had no idea there were so many affluent individuals in the world. A boy lamented, then turned to his girlfriend beside him. I initially intended to help you secure a vial, but it's simply impossible. There's nothing I can do. The girl, visibly displeased, retorted, I don't care. There will surely be more available later, and you must help me get one. The beauty influencer I follow tested the elixir live, and the results were astonishing. After just one bottle, all the wrinkles and blemishes on her face vanished, and even her hair became remarkably smoother, eliminating any yellowing or split ends. I absolutely must acquire it. Su-yi, who had been quietly observing, furrowed his brow. His intention in releasing the basic version of the elixir was to alleviate some suffering for certain individuals. Although the price of 888 is steep, it is quite reasonable for many who suffer from less severe chronic ailments and require long-term medication. The high price was also a deliberate measure to set a barrier, preventing all manner of individuals from hoarding it and ensuring that those truly in need could obtain it. Yet, he found that he had underestimated some people. As the elixir had been inflated into a mere skincare product, he opened his mouth, intending to voice his thoughts, but then reconsidered, feeling it unnecessary. There would undoubtedly be more than just one or two individuals attempting to acquire the elixir as a skincare solution, and discussing grand principles here would merely be a waste of breath. It would be far more prudent to contemplate improvements to the sales mechanism of the elixir. For instance, the quantities released could be withheld from public sale online and instead coordinated with official hospitals in Jiuzhou, providing legitimate medical institutions with a portion. The elixir of life? I have some. A boy who had initially brought up the elixir suddenly exclaimed, grinning, as if the elixir were of little significance in his possession. Upon hearing this, Su-yi cast a skeptical glance in his direction. While the elixir is indeed marketed online, it requires identity verification with a limit of 1 vial per person. Coupled with a rapid sellout, this fundamentally eliminates the possibility of scalpers purchasing it for profit. Thus, in theory, one person can only buy a single vial. To gift each of the several girls present a vial would mean he possesses at least 4, which raises the question of where he obtained such a quantity. Of course, it's also possible that he is merely boasting, as he did not specify when he would provide them. However, if the former is true, then the implications could be significant. A gift of a vial to each person? Do you genuinely have that many elixirs on hand? I recall that purchasing this item is limited. Isn't it? Without waiting for Su-yi to inquire, someone else asked the question on her behalf. It was the boy who had earlier boasted about the elusive life water, only to be chided by his girlfriend. Buying it online is definitely restricted, but mine isn't sourced from the internet, he declared with pride. My brother previously held an executive position at a pharmaceutical company in the metropolis, which was later acquired by Tianyu Medical, and he subsequently became a senior executive there. Employees within the company are allocated life water. Let me share a secret with you, but please do not disclose it. The basic version of life water is utterly trivial. Even the advanced version touted on Tianyu Medical's official website as capable of curing cancer pales in comparison. There exists an even more potent variant within the company, rumored to cure any ailment with just 1 bottle, and consuming 3 bottles could even extend one's lifespan. At this point, Su-yi remained unfazed by his earlier remarks. Indeed, employees of Tianyu Group were entitled to a quota of life water. If his brother held a significant position within Tianyu Medical and received a commendable salary, possessing a few basic versions of life water was entirely reasonable and lawful. It was understandable that he would wish to reserve such a precious resource for family use, and the company had no authority over that. However, what he said afterward raised grave concerns. Su-yi had never intended to disseminate the information regarding the life water that could prolong life, nor could she do so on a large scale. Every internal staff member at Tianyu Medical was well aware of this matter and had signed confidentiality agreements. Now, however, this information had slipped from the lips of such a person, complicating the situation. What is your brother's name? Su-yi inwide directly. The boastful boy was taken aback, looking at Su Yi with surprise. Why should my brother's identity concern you? He was not foolish. His brother had likely advised him against disclosing such secrets. Does it not matter? It matters quite a bit. If you're unwilling to share, then so be it. Su Yi, disinterested in further conversation, picked up her phone and said, Tianshu, you must have seen this as well. Please handle it. Understood, sir. As the words appeared on the screen, Su Yi set her phone down and ceased to engage further. The boy, visibly confused, noticed Su Yi's lack of further inquiries and continued to boast, not pondering the implications. Soon, dishes began to arrive in the private room. It must be said that even with Su Yi's discerning palate, the cuisine at this establishment was undeniably commendable. However, the ingredients fell short, utterly incomparable to the magical foods. After tasting, she set down her chopsticks, lacking any inclination to continue eating. Young Yi felt similarly. Having stayed at Su Yi's home for several days, her appetite had become rather refined, making these ordinary dishes somewhat unpalatable. The others, however, were enjoying themselves, enthusiastically praising the host for his discernment. It was at this moment that Su Yi learned the host was none other than the boastful boy, named Li Wu. The atmosphere in the private room remained amicable, devoid of any of the pretentious confrontations typically depicted in novels about class reunions. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, this gathering should prove to be a delightful dining experience. Yet, as often is the case when everything seems to be going smoothly, unexpected events tend to arise. Midway through the meal, Li Wu's phone suddenly rang. He gestured for the others to remain silent, then picked up the device and answered, "Hello, Mom. What's the matter? I'm currently dining with my classmates." "What? My brother has been arrested? Why was he taken in? For leaking confidential information?" "It wasn't me. I'm here with friends. What secrets could I possibly divulge?" "You ought to ask Dad. When he drinks too much, he loves to boast to his shady business friends. It must be him who let something slip. My brother claims that I was speaking recklessly and that the chairman of Tianyu Group overheard. How is that even possible? I don't know any chairman of Tianyu Group." Chapter 79. Disclosing Secrets in Front of the Boss? Upon receiving the call, Li Wu was utterly bewildered. Meanwhile, Su Yi received the latest information from Tianshu. "Sir, the matter has been clarified. The head of the marketing management department at Tianyu Medical Company, Li Cheng, has a younger brother named Li Wu. After our personnel approached Li Cheng, he openly confessed to divulging company secrets to his family. Furthermore, I discovered that Li Cheng exploited his position to illicitly acquire hundreds of vials of life water within a short period. A small portion was given to his family, while the majority found its way into the secondary market, enabling him to earn millions in profit in a short span. His method of obtaining life water involved taking advantage of his role to procure the benefits issued to other employees. If anyone refused to sell, he resorted to coercion and bribery, which is exceptionally egregious. I have reported this to the authorities, and Li Cheng has already been arrested. The course of action regarding those in his family who are privy to these secrets is yet to be determined by you. What do you think should be done?" Su Yi counted it. According to legal stipulations, all individuals with knowledge of the situation should sign a non-disclosure agreement. As long as they do not disclose the matter further, it can be considered resolved. If they refuse to sign, other legal avenues may be pursued. This issue is neither trivial nor monumental. I recommend that you refrain from direct involvement and leave it to the company's legal department to address. Clearly, as an intelligent AI, Tianshu preferred to operate within the confines of established regulations, showing no inclination for Su Yi to resort to extreme measures. However, to Su Yi, this was merely a minor issue, not warranting drastic actions such as eliminating entire families. After issuing Tianshu a directive to handle the situation, he ceased his involvement. In the private room, Li Wu, who had been boasting moments ago about the remarkable effects of life water and his personal consumption of it, was now in a state of shock after the call. His complexion had turned ashen, and he was drenched in sweat. His earlier loud proclamations had been overheard by others in the room. With such a revelation, no one could continue eating in peace. No one seemed to care about the fate of Li Wu's brother. Their primary concern was their own predicament. Just moments ago, Li Wu had bragged about a so-called great secret, cautioning others not to share it. Now, the brother who had leaked the information was arrested. This was truly alarming. Realizing that they might have overheard something they should not have, the expressions of those in the room grew grim. About what your brother said. You share it with us, right? There won't be any repercussions, will there? Li Wuesa girofrien inquirat cautelously. However, Li Wu, pale and shaken, merely shook his head. It's over. Do not harbor any false hopes. Tianyu Medical has already filed a lawsuit against my brother. The police in Jiangsheng are likely searching for me as we speak and will soon find us here. As he spoke, he appeared to struggle to comprehend the gravity of the situation. The chairman of Tianyu Group. I have not mentioned these matters to anyone outside of your circle in recent days. What chairman of Tianyu Group? At this point, he suddenly paused, glancing over at Su Yi, who was leisurely sipping tea not far away. My friend, earlier you inquired about my brother's name. What exactly is your intention? Su Yi casually cast him a glance and replied, I'm the chairman of Tianyu Group. Li Wu was taken aback. He recalled the earlier conversation and began to suspect that Su Yi might indeed be affiliated with Tianyu Group or have some connection to it. Perhaps the matters they had discussed had been discreetly leaked, eventually reaching the ears of the chairman of Tianyu Group, resulting in his brother's predicament. It was possible that Su Yi was the enigmatic figure behind the scenes of Tianyu Group. Such a notion had never crossed his mind. After all, Su Yi appeared far younger than everyone present. One might even mistake him for an underclassman. Who could fathom that the recently prominent Tianyu Group, which some institutions predicted would have a market valuation exceeding 100 billion upon listing, was led by such a youthful individual? The private room fell into a profound silence. Some individuals could hardly contain their desire to leave. Yet, the thought of having overheard the business secrets of a major corporation made them hesitant to depart, fearing that inspectors might soon arrive to question them. Remaining meant they could clarify their position, asserting they had merely listened and would not divulge the information further. Signing a confidentiality agreement would likely suffice. However, if they chose to flee, who could vouch for their silence regarding the confidential matters? The consequences would surely be dire. The atmosphere grew increasingly oppressive. After a while, Yang Yi could no longer bear the tension and tugged at Su Yi's hand, asking, Can we leave? You could have mentioned your desire to depart sooner. I thought you intended to wait for them. Su Yi chuckled, rising to his feet in preparation to exit. However, just as he approached the door, he heard Li Wu exclaim, You cannot leave. You have all heard the matter. If you exit and spread the secret to more people, it will only complicate things further. My brother mentioned when he contacted the family that Tianyu Group will not let this slide easily. The wider the dissemination, the graver the situation will become. We're keeping you here for your own good. Su Yi shuruk, utterly disinterested in Li Wu's words. His brother, Li Cheng, was hardly a virtuous individual. He had forsaken his legitimate work for dubious dealings. Li Wu, too, could not be deemed virtuous. When he boasted, his tongue was loose, readily promising to bestow life-giving water. As he spoke, his gaze was almost glued to Yang Yi. Su Yi found no need to elaborate on his intentions. The small fry sought to control the big fish, and by preventing others from leaving, it was clear he merely wished to mitigate his own culpability. Suddenly, as Su Yi neared the door, someone from outside pushed it open before he could reach for the handle. Naturally, it was the inspectors who had arrived. It must be said that the official response was indeed swift. Upon receiving the alert from Tianyu Group regarding the leak of commercial secrets and obtaining the pertinent information, within less than half an hour, arrests were made in the bustling metropolis, and soon thereafter, officers arrived at Jiangsheng. This clearly illustrates the heightened scrutiny that the authorities have directed towards Tianyu Group. Were it any other enterprise, the official efficiency would undoubtedly not have been so rapid. The supervising officer was quite courteous. After succinctly stating the purpose of their visit, he requested everyone present to accompany him to the police station. He assured them that a simple inquiry and the signing of a confidentiality agreement would suffice. The individuals in the private room collectively exhaled in relief. However, Su Yi, upon hearing this, furrowed his brow and declared, I have other matters to attend to. I fear I do not have the time to go. At this declaration, everyone in the room was momentarily taken aback. A young officer was about to approach and urge Su Yi to cooperate with their investigation. But before he could utter a word, he was halted by the team leader, who politely inquired, May I ask who you are? I am Su Yi, came the reply. Very well, Mr. Su Please proceed, the leader said, promptly clearing the way for Su, Yi, and Yang Yi to exit. The occupants of the private room stood in stunned silence. After a considerable pause, a young man indignantly remarked, "On what grounds can they leave freely while we are subjected to interrogation?" Because he is the chairman of Tianyu Group, the supervising officer, now enlightened to the situation's entirety, replied with a tone of disbelief. To divulge the company's secrets in front of its chairman is truly a display of brilliance. Chapter 80. The Inevitable Flow. A new deal begins. What will happen to them after being taken to the police station? With school starting in just 2 days, will it affect our studies? After they emerged, Yang Yi could not help but inquire. It shouldn't be a problem. A mere visit to sign a confidentiality agreement will suffice. And they won't be detained for even a day, Su Yi casually replied. I believe you should be more concerned about our plans for this afternoon. Originally, after their meal, the group had intended to partake in other activities. Since Su Yi was already present, it was only natural for him to accompany Yang Yi in her endeavors. However, with her classmates apprehended, the prospect of engaging in a market visit seemed bleak. How about we watch a movie? Yang Yi suggested, but immediately shook her head in dismay. No, there haven't been any good films lately. It would be a waste of time. After much contemplation, she struggled to think of any enjoyable pursuits. Given the sweltering heat, outdoor activities were scarcely an option, and indoor amusements were regrettably limited. Ultimately, the two decided against any formal entertainment and spent the afternoon leisurely by the river, enjoying the gentle breeze. Observing the vessels traversing the great river while chatting with a lovely girl, Su Yi found the experience quite delightful. Today was the day previously arranged for his dealings with Wei Wei and Bai Lu, but that was an evening affair, and there was no rush. With matters of the company managed by Tian Shu, the responsibilities of a grand employer were far from his concern. There was little to attend to at home. Instead, sitting by the river and engaging in light-hearted conversation with Yang Yi filled him with a nostalgic sense of tranquility reminiscent of first love. To speak of nothing else, Yang Yi's demeanor and appearance undoubtedly epitomized the ideals of first love for most, a pure and ethereal presence. However, as a man and a woman in solitude, their conversation naturally drifted toward a more intimate tone. It's a bit warm here. Shall we find a cooler place to rest? Upon hearing Yang Yi's bashful suggestion, Su Yi tentatively replied, Shall we go to a hotel? Indeed, it was a natural progression, the inevitable unfolding of events. Thus, on such a serene afternoon, the final barrier was effortlessly breached. Unfazed by the nuances of experience, Yang Yi quickly revitalized after a few sips of water and energetically pulled Su Yi along to shop and enjoy a late-night snack. By the time they returned home, it was already past 10 in the evening. Yu Ling was quietly reading at home and, upon their arrival, scrutinized Yang Yi with a raised brow. Though she was not surprised, this outcome was, after all, a consequence of her own encouragement. You two carry on. I have some matters to attend to, and I'll join you later, Su Yi greeted before heading upstairs. It was time to finalize the arrangements for their transaction. As for the dynamics between Yu Ling and Yang Yi, he felt assured that Yu Ling would manage that well. Why are you so late? In the trading space, Wei Wei expressed her mild discontent upon appearing, before promptly handing over the prepared items to Sui. Most were magical plants and the flesh of magical beasts, along with some seeds of magical flora and a selection of magical tools assembled per Su Yi's request. 5 exquisitely engraved longbows, imbued with formidable magical arrays. A magical cloak, boasting maximum defensive capabilities, which even ordinary individuals can don to achieve fleeting flight. Additionally, there are various blades and swords. The magical cloak was a request from Yu Ling, primarily intended for Su Yi's protection. The enchanted weapons were procured by Chun Yi following a trade with the white deer of another realm, subsequently proposed to Vivi for acquisition. Such items would undoubtedly pique the interest of the white deer. To acquire these goods, Su Yi need only relinquish the remaining 20,000 tons of grain from the previous transaction. It would be ideal if you could prepare those powerful weapons, suitable even for the ordinary folk of your world. As soon as possible, a significant battle looms over Dream River City. After the transaction was completed, Vivi's expression turned grave. With Su Yi's recent substantial grain support, the immediate demand for provisions on her side had considerably diminished. The forces surrounding Dream River City had merely laid siege, anticipating the city's supplies to dwindle. Now, upon discovering that not only had the grain not ceased, but had rather increased, even the commoners within Dream River City were enjoying 2 hearty meals a day. This revelation has rendered the besieging coalition restless. She received credible intelligence that the coalition is likely planning a large-scale assault on Dream River City in the near future. If they cannot withstand the attack, the city's fall could be imminent. Should they succeed in holding their ground, a period of respite may follow. I find myself curious. Did you not claim to be a princess of the Radiant Sun Empire? For years, the forces have encircled your territory, yet your empire offers no assistance? That is not to be expected, Vivi replied, waving her hand dismissively. Dream River City, situated on the frontier, was abandoned by the Imperial Corps. However, it is my domain, and I refuse to relinquish it. Thus, I have held my ground until now. My defense of Dream River City is a personal endeavor, and the Empire will not dispatch reinforcements. Abandoned by the Empire? Suis invited, perpliet. From your previous statements, Dream River City is a stronghold capable of sheltering hundreds of thousands, boasting robust fortifications. How can such a place be so easily forsaken? Could it be that your empire has recently suffered defeats elsewhere or is internally crumbling, leaving no troops to spare? Certainly not. Vivi casually found a spot to sit and poured a cup of life water for both herself and Su Yi. The situation is rather intricate. To summarize succinctly, my father has grown old and senile, incapable of managing state affairs. Currently, the power at the center is held by my brothers. According to reports from the imperial capital, their struggle for the throne has escalated to a fever pitch. The entire empire is subtly engulfed in the smoke of impending civil war. Though the scale of conflict remains manageable for now, preventing a complete outbreak. Presently, at least 1 million troops have gathered around the imperial capital, consisting of the Radiant Sun Empire's finest soldiers, each commanded by one of the 4 princes. It is foreseeable that upon my father's passing, an uncontrollable civil war will erupt in full force. Under such circumstances, who would dispatch troops to rescue a small border town? To them, it is merely a matter of territory. The Radiant Sun Empire is vast, and losing a fraction of it hardly seems consequential. However, losing the throne would signify utter defeat. Moreover, as one of the heirs to the throne, I possess the right to vie for it. They would eagerly wish for my demise in Dream River City. So how can one expect them to come to my aid? Remarkably, even before the emperor has passed, civil strife is poised to erupt. This is far more absurd than a stalemate where the dead are neglected while armor-clad forces clash. Suis se lips taichet in confusion, struggling to comprehend the mindset of these individuals from another world. Yet, upon observing Wei Wei's impassive demeanor, he sensed that she was likely not an ordinary figure. Her steadfastness in defending Dream River City surely transcended mere territorial preservation. When a civil war does ignite within the Radiant Sun Empire, it remains uncertain who will ultimately emerge victorious. Chapter 81. Vivi's ambition. Do you aspire to become the Empress of the Radiant Sun Empire? Suis invited abruptly. Without any preamble. Why do you believe I am qualified to engage in such matters? Vivi raised an eyebrow. As the youngest princess, with my territory still in the impoverished Dream River City, and now ensnared in constraints, how can I compete for the throne? Su Yi surveyed their surroundings. With this, surely it suffices. A small initial territory, a sparse population, a harsh external environment, and insufficient political capital. Do these not pose challenges? Of course they do. And they are significant issues, Vivi replied. With so many disadvantages stacked against me, whether in ancient or modern times, I am evidently unqualified to vie for the succession. Yet, Vivi possessed a singular advantage that could compensate for her deficiencies, a trading platform. To put it bluntly, she had a cheat. Whether it would be sufficient, however, depended on the extent of support she could muster. Just from what you showed me earlier, that thing from your world. The mushroom egg? Yes, precisely that. If you could send a few my way, I could ascend to the throne within a month. At that point, I shall grant you the title of Duke of the Radiant Sun Empire, along with a territory spanning hundreds of thousands of square kilometers and millions of subjects. He was somewhat speechless. This is something that is utterly unattainable at present. Stop dreaming and discuss something feasible. What about firearms? How many do you think you would need to secure your position as Empress? He had previously showcased various weaponry through videos. These weapons demand an exceedingly high logistical support. If you can ensure the supply chain keeps pace, within a year, I should be able to seize half of the empire. The remainder will depend on fortune. Vivi did not elaborate further. Clearly, as a venerable empire with a lineage spanning over 100,000 years, the Radiant Sun Empire was not so easily conquered. Even as the Emperor's daughter, it was insufficient to rely solely on brute strength to ascend. Sui recalled that the island he had procured from the Ojo Alliance was due for transfer soon. After a moment's contemplation, he asserted, at the latest, within a month, I can supply you with a substantial quantity of various conventional firearms until you are fully supported to conclude the civil war and become the Empress of the Radiant Sun Empire. As for what you need to offer, there is no need to mention titles or the like. I cannot even venture into your world. So what use would such things be to me? I require a complete set of theories and knowledge pertaining to magic. In contrast to the intangible, the well-established magical system of your world is evidently far more enticing. However, such knowledge is also a treasured asset for Vivi, representing one of her world's greatest advantages over Suyi's. It is akin to a technological barrier. Previously, Sui had not broached such requests. Now, with Vivi in need of substantial assistance, it was the perfect opportunity to introduce this proposition. After a moment of silence, Wei Wei provided her answer. Despite the Qiyang Empire having existed for many years, the Royal Library cannot claim to encompass all knowledge related to magic. What I can promise you is that after I ascend to the throne, I will grant you access to the arcane and martial knowledge that has been inherited by the Qiyang royal family for over 100,000 years. Beyond that, I am at a loss. That works. Sui was not one to be picky. Ultimately, what mattered was establishing a comprehensive system for practicing magic. One of the reasons he was reluctant to delve into magic was that the elven magic of Yuling was not particularly compatible with humans. Even if he wished to learn, it would be a futile endeavor. The two engaged in a brief discussion regarding their future collaborations before addressing another matter at hand. Wei Wei spoke first. The Star Seeker is already waiting. Please provide me with a medium-level life transaction permission card, and I shall bring her over immediately. After purchasing the initial matching card last time, Sui was left with only a few membership points. However, following the recent transaction, the trading platform gifted him nearly 100 points. He now had over 140 points in total. Acquiring the medium-level life transaction permission card required 100 points, and the remaining points could be used to obtain a universal language card to prevent any language barriers when she arrived in Blue Star. Without further ado, Sui directly purchased the transaction card. Upon unlocking the life transaction permissions, Wei Wei promptly brought the prepared Star Seeker into the trading space. Even though she was well prepared, Sui was still taken aback by her stunning presence the moment he laid eyes on her. In terms of appearance, she and Yuling were equally striking, yet their demeanors were markedly different. While Yuling exuded a gentle grace, the Star Seeker radiated an ineffable composure and elegance simply by standing there. You must be Mr. Sui, correct. After a brief moment of eye contact, the Star Seeker initiated a courteous bow. Sui returned the gesture with a fist salute. Indeed. It is a pleasure to meet you. The illustrious Star Seeker lives up to her reputation, truly a paragon of grace. You flatter me. I have read the letter from Princess Yuling, and Princess Wei Wei has provided me with some information about your realm. The Star Seeker stated directly, I wish to confirm once more if I agree to your terms and bring my people to your domain. Will we truly be free from any discrimination or oppression? Discrimination and oppression exist everywhere. That is an undeniable truth. Sui shrugged. What I can assure you is that should your people come my realm, the reasons for any discrimination or oppression will not stem from lineage or bloodline, and your status will not be inferior to the indigenous inhabitants. As previously mentioned, if you have doubts, you may observe for yourself and decide afterward. Very well. The Star Seeker readily agreed. even displaying a sense of eagerness. In the letter from Yuling, the place had been depicted as nothing short of a legendary divine realm, especially appealing to her group, which faced mainstream discrimination and exclusion in the magical world. In light of this, let us proceed with the signing of the contract. Su-yi presented the transaction agreement he had meticulously prepared. Naturally, the terms within this contract differed significantly from the one signed by Yuling. Yuling had no intention of returning after her journey to the Blue Star. Conversely, should the Seeker of Stars discover discrepancies between Su-yi's descriptions and the reality of Blue Star, she would undoubtedly be compelled to return to the magical realm. In that world, she was among the elite, second only to the likes of divine mages and martial deities. Not one to be easily deceived, she would not consent to a contract that bore resemblance to a servitude agreement. The contract she signed stipulated that upon her arrival at Blue Star, she would adhere to all reasonable commands issued by Su-yi, comply with local regulations, and refrain from any reckless behavior. However, it also ensured that Su-yi could not impose upon her nor force her into actions against her will. Should either party breach the agreement, the contract would be rendered void, and the Seeker of Stars would be returned to the magical realm. Thus, this contract provided a measure of protection for both parties involved. Chapter 82. Power Armor, Starry Landing Craft. I am Su-yi, and you are likely already aware of this. Now that the contract is signed, it seems we shall be in each other's company for quite some time, yet I am still unaware of your name. In Blue Star, within the confines of the bedroom, Su-yi gazed upon the striking figure of the Star Seeker, her long, azure hair cascading like a flowing river. Her tall stature, reminiscent of a goddess, stepped forth from a painting. He inquired, "Your name?" "Ah, it has been quite some time since anyone asked me that." The Star Seeker mused, pausing thoughtfully. "My original name is Wildgrass. If you prefer, you may call me that." Wildgrass. Su-yi was taken aback, surprised that one of the most formidable beings in this magical realm bore such a casual name. Yet, upon reflecting on her background and the circumstances of the magical world, it seemed rather fitting. After all, such half-bloods face discrimination and exclusion, akin to being unloved and unwanted, much like wild grass that grows unceremoniously. Whether Su-yi liked the name was secondary. What he perceived was that the Star Seeker herself clearly did not hold it in high regard. He was not foolish enough to adopt the name simply because she suggested it. Observing the intricate stars embroidered on her purple robe, an idea struck him. Wild grass is rather too informal. How about I bestow upon you a name from our world? The Star Seeker appeared indifferent to the notion, her attention drawn to the surroundings of the bedroom. She merely responded with a nonchalant "oh," indicating he should proceed. After all, names held little significance for her. In the magical realm, few would dare speak her name directly. Life was precious, and who could forget that the Star Seeker despised that humble name, which symbolized inferiority. "Let's call you Star Scar," Su-yi proposed. Star Scar. The Star Seeker, having activated the language comprehension card, understood the meaning behind the words and seemed intrigued. She turned to Su-yi, inquiring, "Does it hold any significance?" "Non, Su-yi shuruk. I simply thought it sounded pleasant, especially with the celestial patterns adorning your attire." The Star Seeker nodded in agreement, not delving further into the matter. "Very well. I shall be known as Star Scar in this world." Su-yi sensed a peculiar detachment in her demeanor, reminiscent of an unfeeling automaton, seemingly indifferent to all matters except whether Blue Star was suitable for half-bloods. "Shall we venture outside?" he suggested, noticing her curiosity about the surroundings. Star Scar approached the window and drew aside the curtains. "At such a late hour, what is there to see? This is the outskirts, and before us lies a lake. At this hour, aside from darkness, there is little to behold." It was just past 11, and the night was still young. "Come, sui bekond. Let Moonling take you for a stroll. I have some matters to attend to and need to visit the trading space. Tomorrow, I shall devise a way to address your identity issue." "Very well." The starry figure remained expressionless, seemingly resigned to Su-yi's arrangements. Moonling had long been prepared for the arrival of the Star Seeker, and, as the elven princess, being a female made communication with the starry figure considerably easier than it would be for Su-yi. Coincidentally, Su-yi still needed to continue to the trading space to fulfill today's transaction with the white deer, leaving no time to engage in idle chatter with the starry figure. After organizing this renowned, legendary powerhouse of the magical world, Su-yi promptly entered the trading space. "You've finally arrived. Do you have any idea how long I've waited?" Upon entering, the sound of white deer's complaints reached his ears. Su-yi hastily offered an apologetic smile, saying, "I truly apologize. I was delayed by some matters. How did you find the magical food and the waters of life I provided last time?" Next time you must remember to be punctual," White Deer huffed before continuing. "The effects are indeed remarkable, and, as you mentioned, the efficiency of absorption varies among different individuals. I can attest to that personally. Now, even without my power armor, I could likely knock you out with a single punch. Being late is one thing, but there's no need to go that far." Su-yi's lips twitched slightly. "The additional batch of magical food and waters of life I promised you is ready. What do you intend to offer in exchange?" Her situation was different from Wei Wei's. While Wei Wei held a high status in the magical realm and could gather what she desired within a stipulated time frame, White Deer's standing was evidently not as elevated. The good items Su-yi sought could primarily be acquired through force, thus negating any notion of reservations. What she could offer in trade depended entirely on her recent acquisitions. Days prior, she had seized a cerebral unit from a colossal interstellar corporation, but recently, the area around the Green Jade Star had become perilous, making such endeavors difficult. White Deer scratched her head somewhat sheepishly. "However, the military supplies allocated to our travel by the Federation have arrived. I can offer you 10 sets of standard Hail-class power armor for near-Earth orbit troops, along with 3 Night-class landing crafts. I wonder if that piques your interest? Military supplies?" Su-yi was taken aback for a moment. Then his eyes sparkled with excitement. "That sounds excellent. Can you elaborate on the power armor and the landing crafts?" "The Hail-class power armor is not particularly esteemed in our realm, primarily serving to deploy the Vanguard Orbital Airborne Brigade from near-Earth orbit to the surface when confronting foes from other planets. Among power armors of the same tier, it is relatively decent, with satisfactory defensive capabilities. The built-in energy shield also falls within an average range for its class. The advantages lie in its technical maturity and robust construction, capable of maintaining combat effectiveness for extended periods even under extreme conditions with severed external supply lines, showcasing remarkable self-sufficiency. In essence, it is a piece of equipment that is neither exceptional nor subpar, embodying a perfectly balanced mediocrity, yet it excels in cost-effectiveness and affordability. The standard issue weapon is an electromagnetic rifle, equipped with a magazine holding 500 rounds. Its power source is a third-generation miniature fusion reactor, which delivers a commendable output and is arguably the most valuable component within the entire power armor system. Additionally, it is fitted with a rudimentary military-grade AI for assistance, although its presence does not significantly alter functionality. As for the landing craft, it has a full capacity of 1,000 tons and can achieve speeds exceeding the third cosmic velocity. Typically, it is employed to deploy our airborne brigade for ground control after the starship has executed surface strikes. If you lack transport capabilities from the surface to space, this craft proves to be an excellent asset, much like the Hailstorm-class power armor, as it boasts mature technology and durability, with the exception of core components, which are also relatively easy to repair. Chapter 83. Here, essay menu. You choose. As Bai Lu spoke of these data, she revealed her expertise as an officer from another world. Her lips moved incessantly, articulating one parameter after another. Leving sui intransit. Good heavens, could these contraptions dominate the cosmos if brought to Blue Star? Truly astonishing. However, as Bai Lu grew increasingly animated, Chinyi couldn't help but recall another concern, expressing his apprehension. Is it truly permissible for you to share this directly with me? Isn't this information from your Federation's military? What a ridiculous question. Bai Lu retorted nonchalantly. The Interstellar Federation is affluent, and a few power armors and landing craft are of no consequence to them. Besides, with the rampant banditry on Xingyu Star, it is entirely normal for my Earth Orbit Airborne Brigade to sustain some losses in equipment while maintaining order. I dealt with those loyal to the Federation by categorizing them as battle losses and even claimed their compensation. What is a few pieces of equipment in comparison? What audacity! The very individual who is a bandit herself dares to label others as such. The act of eliminating those loyal to the Federation and collecting their compensation is nothing short of outrageous, even reminiscent of the chaotic warlords of ancient Jojo. No wonder Sue-E sensed a certain banditry about her. She truly embodies the essence of a rogue. Yet, upon reflection, it seemed fitting. She was a formidable rebel within the Interstellar Federation. Regardless of her actions, she tarnished the Federation's image, committing wrongdoings while reaping the benefits and shifting the blame to her adversaries. If Sue-E were in her position, he might very well resort to similar exploits. She was indeed a villainous character. Is it true that your illustrious Interstellar Federation, with its advanced technology, cannot maintain order among you? Arching U Star, situated in the Lioli star system, is on the fringes of the Interstellar Federation, essentially a lawless zone, merely nominally under their jurisdiction. You may find it hard to believe, but our Airborne Brigade is considered one of the Federation's staunchest allies. We frequently assist in clearing trade routes, safeguarding resource planets, and quelling rebellions. Bai Lu scoffed. Other factions here are even more extreme. Just months ago, the newly appointed governor of Qingyu Star was assassinated along with his entire team on his second day in office. Their bodies still hang at the governor's mansion. I couldn't be bothered to retrieve them. The Federation is only concerned with whether the Lioli star system regularly submits resources, while those augmented beings are fixated on achieving mechanical immortality, showing no interest in maintaining order. What a den of iniquity the City of Night must be, Sue-E thought, left speechless, having acquired a wealth of knowledge he never anticipated. Who could have imagined that a civilization capable of effortless interstellar travel could be so chaotic? Truly, civilization has collapsed. After finalizing the items for trade, Bai Lu maintained her characteristic efficiency, promptly retrieving the requested items from the warehouse. She delivered them without even unsealing the packaging. The power armors and landing craft still contain their manuals within. All items are in pristine condition, never opened. As for trading these pieces of equipment, Sue-E has grown weary of questioning what his subordinates will use. It seems rather commonplace for individuals to embezzle even compensation funds. So why would they not indulge in salary fraud? It is likely these items were surplus to begin with. After concluding the trade, as the two discussed the next items for exchange, Sue-E could not resist inquiring, "This landing craft appears somewhat diminutive. Is there any chance you could procure a few interstellar vessels for me? Both civilian and military ones would suffice." "I've attempted that, but it's rather complicated," Bai Lu replied candidly. "Before coming here today, I had indeed planned to secure a starship for trading these items. However, I discovered that if there are individuals aboard, it is impossible to incorporate it into the trading platform's designated space. Almost every starship is populated at all times, even during repairs. To facilitate this, one would need to clear out the occupants, but given the vastness of the starship and its numerous identification systems, coupled with the fact that nearly all starships possess interdimensional communication systems, remaining undetected for long is exceedingly difficult. It will be simple for my true identity and that of my subordinates to be revealed. Attempts to disable the communication systems to prevent information leakage are futile. Hence, it poses significant risks and could jeopardize my position as the highest commander of the Orbital Airdrop Brigade." Bai Lu had indeed tried this, a fact that caught Sue-E completely off guard. Yet, upon reflection, it seemed reasonable. After all, the items she traded were either pilfered or ill-gotten gains. She had no qualms about sacrificing her own resources if it meant acquiring powerful enhancements through Sue-E. Furthermore, it was evident from their previous transactions that the array of advanced technology in her world was vast, and her willingness to engage in such dealings was not short-sighted. Rather, there are simply far too many valuable items to exhaust. "Very well. When the opportunity arises, please remember to assist me in acquiring a vessel," Sue-E replied. "Challenging," Bai Lu admitted, yet as soon as she uttered this, a spark of inspiration struck her. "Do you possess any items that could enhance human abilities? Perhaps there are formidable individuals among your kind? If so, we could draft a leasing agreement. You could send them to my location, and I would showcase our various models of starships. Whichever one they choose, I would accompany them to eliminate the crew or any creatures aboard. And then I would simply deposit the starship into the trading space. Wouldn't that solve our dilemma? An individual from another world seizing a starship would leave the Federation's cybernetic entities none the wiser regarding the perpetrator. Bai Lu's excitement grew with each word, practically urging Su-Yi to find a formidable ally to execute the plan at once. Even Su-Yi felt his heart race at the prospect. Previously, with only Yuling as their high-end combat strength, such a venture would have been fraught with peril, and he would have surely declined. However, circumstances had changed. Starscar had just arrived, after all. In the realm of magic, she possesses combat prowess second only to the divine. To infiltrate the unsuspecting technological world would be but a trivial endeavor for her. However, he was not so easily swayed by the allure of the starships. After a moment of contemplation, he stated, "Please provide me with the starship catalog and descriptions of functionalities from your world. I shall examine the power armor and landing crafts you have sent before deciding on this course of action. It is highly probable that Starmark will eventually be one of our own. Thus, sending her on this mission would not be a significant concern." Yet, he remained uncertain about the extent of the weaponry in the world of the White Deer. Should they possess formidable arms capable of countering Starmark? Would sending her forth not be tantamount to a sacrifice? Chapter 84. At last, it is my turn to be sanctioned? Such a request is evidently quite reasonable. After waiting for approximately half an hour, Bai Lu returned to the trading space, bearing a stack of documents. Within this collection were details on various starships of differing classifications, encompassing commercial vessels, military ships, and civilian sightseeing crafts. In truth, I possess access to a considerable number of detailed starship records. Yet only those I have personally inspected can I vouch for their authenticity. As for the others, whose veracity I cannot ascertain, I shall withhold them for now. Please select from the available options, and should any pique your interest, I shall arrange for it to be retrieved. What a bountiful day it has been. Upon exiting the trading space and reflecting upon today's acquisitions, Su-Yi felt an overwhelming sense of joy. It was indeed past midnight. Casting a glance towards the bedroom, he noticed that Yuling had entered at some point, clad in a delicate camisole and sitting on the bed, engrossed in her phone. She greeted his unexpected reappearance with a smile, saying, "You're back. Make sure to rest early. Next time, be mindful when you're toying with the... You know your own physical condition, and that petite frame of hers can hardly endure it. A little indulgence is sufficient." Su-Yi felt a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth. Hearing such words from his legitimate wife, despite his thick skin, left him feeling rather embarrassed. Just as he was about to wave his hand and excuse himself to the bathroom, his phone suddenly rang. It was Tian Shu attempting to reach him. Su-Yi recalled that he had inadvertently brought his phone into the trading space, where it could not connect to the Blue Star S signal. Tian Shu must have been trying to contact him for quite some time, but due to the lack of connectivity, he was unable to reach him until now. "Master, some developments have arisen, and I fear they may not bode well for the Tianyu Group's progress." As soon as the call connected, Tian Shu's voice resonated through the speaker. "What is it?" Just 3 hours ago, the Black Palace of the White-Headed Eagle Nation released the latest sanctions list targeting the enterprises of the 9 provinces, and the Tianyu Group is unfortunately included. The justification is their belief that the life water from Tianyu Medical is an unstable and hazardous substance. Unless we can provide pertinent research papers to substantiate its safety at a theoretical level, the life water will forever be barred from the market in the White-Headed Eagle Nation. Moreover, the sanctions extend beyond just Tianyu Medical's life water. They encompass the entirety of the Tianyu Group, including Tianyu Farms. The 2 ships of nearly 200,000 tons of grain you instructed me to reserve are now either being refused due to the sanctions or the sellers are leveraging the situation to inflate their prices. Major international grain merchants have already reacted to these sanctions, and sourcing from other vendors will likely incur additional costs. Is that so? He found himself momentarily taken aback. The life water has the potential to revolutionize the entire medical industry. Thus, the sanctions against Tianyu Medical were anticipated. However, he did not expect these individuals to be even more unscrupulous than he had imagined. The entire Tianyu Group has been subjected to direct sanctions. even restricting the fair trade procurement of agricultural products. It is utterly disgraceful. After a moment of contemplation, he inquired of Tian Shu, "What are your thoughts? Do you have a plan to address this?" Tian Shu promptly replied, "Upon calculation, I believe this situation may not be detrimental to the Tianyu Group. The primary product, the elixir of life, is currently in severe shortage, and our supply within the 9 provinces is barely sufficient, let alone for markets beyond. You have no intention of exporting the elixir, so the impact of sanctions on the group is minimal. In fact, this could enhance our company's reputation, akin to the White Eagle providing free publicity for us. As for a solution, I have devised 2 plans. The first plan is to disregard the situation entirely, treating it as though it does not exist. If we exhibit sufficient indifference and demonstrate that we can thrive without expanding our overseas operations, the pressure will ultimately shift to them. In this digital age, their attempts to tarnish the reputation of the elixir cannot endure. Once the truth emerges, their citizens will discover that it was their own government that obstructed this miraculous remedy from entering their market, which will lead to significant pressure on them. However, this is a long-term strategy, and in the short term, we may have to remain silent, feigning ignorance of the matter. This approach may not align with your character, so I have prepared an alternative plan. This entails openly expressing our dissatisfaction and disdain for the so-called sanctions and retaliating with genuine technology. Had this been a week ago, I would not have considered this plan, but with your introduction of the most advanced chip technology and production line currently available on Blue Star, the circumstances have drastically changed. The White Eagle has long been sanctioning the 9 provinces, and as we overcome each technical limitation, their leverage diminishes. The most challenging aspect of these sanctions is breaking through their monopoly on chip technology, which is undoubtedly paramount. Disrupting their hold on chip technology would be a significant blow to the White Eagle, and your technology is perfectly positioned to achieve this, is it not? Furthermore, according to the original plan, we were scheduled to launch the chips in the coming days, so announcing this slightly ahead of schedule is inconsequential. You are indeed astute. Without a moment's hesitation, Su Yi opted for the second plan. A gentleman may wait 10 years for revenge, but a petty person seeks it incessantly. Su Yi never considered himself a gentleman, nor did he possess the patience to wait for a decade. He desired immediate retribution, making carbon-based chips the optimal choice. There was no need to prematurely disclose all the details and disrupt the original launch plan. A simple announcement from the Tianyu Group's official account hinting at the upcoming release of this product would suffice to create a sensation. Certainly, revealing such information now would undoubtedly invite ridicule from all quarters. However, when Tianyu Technology unveils its finished product in a few days, the entire world shall take notice. If one intends to make a statement, it is only fitting to wait until the adversary has uncorked the champagne and nurtured their animosity. Only then will the act of defiance hold its true significance. Chapter 85. The announcement of carbon-based chips shakes the internet under Su Yi's directive. Tian Shu took to the digital realm that evening, utilizing the official account of Tianyu Group to disseminate a remarkable piece of news. The announcement revealed that Tianyu Technology, a subsidiary of Tianyu Group, had recently achieved a significant breakthrough in the realm of carbon-based chip research. They have successfully developed a finished product, whose performance far surpasses that of the world's leading standards. In 3 days, our company shall host a product launch at Jiangqing Stadium. The future is upon us, and anticipation is encouraged. The statement was succinct, yet the implications were profound. The notion of a chip with performance exceeding international benchmarks, particularly one that is carbon-based, issued by a company as renowned as Tianyu Group, known for its life-enhancing elixirs, seemed almost incredulous. Is it possible that I am merely fatigued and misreading this late at night? A chip that exceeds international standards, carbon-based? What exactly is a carbon-based chip? Could someone elucidate? This seems like nothing more than a play on words. While there are indeed many engaged in carbon-based chip research, the number of viable products produced thus far is scant. A carbon-based chip boasting performance that exceeds the exceptional silicon chips from a decade ago? This appears to be a mere ruse, aimed at deceiving the uninformed. I can already envision the comments flooding in across various platforms from those lacking discernment, eagerly proclaiming victory. Indeed, The fervor among the wolf warriors is set to peak once more. Carbon-based chips. How absurd. A boast that cannot be substantiated. Didn't Tianyu Group recently amass considerable wealth from their life-enhancing elixirs? Why are they resorting to such sensationalist tactics? Isn't it rather distasteful? What is there to discuss? Perhaps the life-enhancing elixirs are losing their market appeal. After all, how many naive souls would part with 8888 for a bottle of seemingly ineffective beverage? They are evidently venturing into new territory, if you catch my drift. My friend, have you consumed the life-enhancing elixir only to claim it is ineffective? I have indeed partaken of the elixir. During its initial release, I fortuitously acquired 2 bottles, one for myself and one for a friend. The effects were negligible. Am I not aware of my own experience? I cannot share my personal insights simply because you, the hired commenters, wish to deceive others into spending money on worthless water, while silencing those who seek to unveil the truth, correct? You must be joking. The life-enhancing elixir has a purchase limit. One may only acquire a single bottle. Did your brother risk his life to procure 2? Perhaps you should conduct some research before disparaging. Regardless of your beliefs, I am convinced. I once doubted the efficacy of the life-enhancing elixir until 1 bottle cured my long-standing ailments, hemorrhoids, athlete's foot, and wisdom teeth issues. I have become an ardent supporter of Tianyu Group. Let them declare tomorrow that they will construct a starship. My faith would not waver in the slightest. I, too, share the sentiment. It is truly difficult for anyone who has tasted the elixir of life to not harbor a sense of gratitude. This remarkable product, the Life Water, is astonishingly offered by Tianyu Group for merely $888, a testament to their integrity. With a meteoric rise of Life Water, Tianyu Group has undeniably found itself amidst the whirlwind of public attention, coupled with the calculated provocations from Tianshu's network. The sanctions imposed by the white-headed eagle on Tianyu Group, followed by the announcement of their breakthrough in carbon-based chip technology, has rapidly become a topic of universal discussion online. Such visibility inevitably invites controversy. In this era, the online environment resembles a pit of filth, where even the most revered figures from ancient times, who would have been venerated for their contributions to agricultural advancement, can find themselves subjected to scorn. It is worth noting that one need not even require a justification to cast disparagement. This incessant exchange of insults renders it impossible for any matter to exist without contention. Once the trajectory of events was established, He chose to disregard these trivialities, entrusting all matters to Tianshu while he indulged in a refreshing bath and then nestled into the soft embrace of the fragrant moonling, eager for slumber after a day of relentless activity. However, he ultimately could not enjoy the luxury of waking naturally. The following morning, just as dawn began to break, he was roused from his slumber by a phone call from the elderly Lin. "Young man, is your carbon-based chip legitimate or not?" Sui, Bidarkiet, glanced at the time and responded with exasperation. "Brother, it is barely 6 in the morning. I am still asleep. Can we discuss this later?" "Don't hang up." Lin's urgency was palpable. "At your age, how can you still be sleeping? To be frank, it is not mere curiosity. Many people above are quite interested. Do you comprehend the impact of the news you released last night? The entire world is taken aback. Yet your company has disclosed no substantial information. Don't tell me you were just jesting after a night of revelry. Of course, it is not a jest. The carbon-based chip is indeed real. Its performance surpasses the pinnacle of global standards, and this is no mere play on words. Our carbon-based chip supports 1 nanometer, is capable of mass production, and boasts a substantial yield. In every aspect, it far exceeds the most advanced silicon-based chips available today." He offered a brief explanation. Then, growing impatient, he terminated the call. "It's too early for this. If you call again, I shall block you." As the busy signal echoed in his ear, Lin sat bewildered in a brightly lit conference room, flanked by several distinguished elderly gentlemen who appeared utterly stunned. "Old Chung, old Zhao, do not sit there in a daze. You heard what he said. What is your interpretation? Speak up." Lin, anxious and agitated, urged the 2 men, who remained in a state of shock. Since the announcement from Tianyu Group last night, the authorities had already begun to take notice. initially intending to reach out to Tianyu for clarification on the veracity of the claims. Considering the late hour and the potentially sensitive nature of the commercial secrets involved, it seemed futile to inquire with the workers, as they would likely have little to offer. Thus, the decision was made to dispatch the venerable Lin, who was most familiar with Su Yi, for further inquiries. To mitigate the risk of Lin, an elderly gentleman, lacking comprehension of chip technology and being oblivious to specialized terminology, two experts from relevant fields were hastily summoned to provide assistance, ensuring that no crucial information would be overlooked. However, after Lin made the call and posed his questions, an unexpected silence enveloped the experts, leaving Lin in a state of discomfort. "Please, do respond if this is of any value," he implored. At last, after repeated inquiries, an esteemed elder known as Old Chung regained his composure and, trembling, replied, If what he claims is indeed true, and Tianyu Group has truly mastered mature carbon-based chip technology capable of mass-producing 1-nanometer chips, then all Western sanctions against us in the semiconductor domain would become a farce." Another elder interjected, "This extends beyond semiconductors. It pertains to numerous fields of precision manufacturing. You, not being a researcher, cannot fathom the technology required to achieve integrated circuits at the 1-nanometer level. Yet, all of this hinges on one crucial condition. It must be true. Old Lin, can you ascertain its veracity?" At this point, Lin grasped the situation. The earlier discussions regarding technology and its implications had left him bewildered, but the essence of their awe was clear. The final question regarding the authenticity of the chip elicited an immediate response from Lin. This young man often makes outrageous claims, yet history has shown that he never lies. Therefore, I believe it to be true. Chapter 86. If you take my belongings, you must fulfill your duties. The online discourse roared like a tsunami. Yet within the Tianyu Group, stability reigned supreme, entirely unaffected by the surrounding tumult. After all, the management was entrusted to an unfeeling AI, until further directives were issued by Su Yi. The AI, Tianshu, would only develop the company in what it deemed the most rational manner, strategically positioning itself based on existing assets and market conditions. Witnessing the unwavering composure of the company's upper echelons, the employees, who had been somewhat unsettled by the online upheaval, gradually regained their focus, attending to their respective tasks. Meanwhile, the officials exhibited an unusual urgency, a stark contrast to their typical calm demeanor. Over the past few days, they had repeatedly sought Su Yi through the old man Lin. Irritated by their incessant inquiries, Su Yi permitted Tianshu to extend a modicum of leniency to the anxious scholars and researchers, allowing some technical information regarding carbon-based chips to be disclosed. There was no need to educate them on the principles of carbon-based chips. Such technology existed on Blue Star, albeit in a less mature state compared to silicon chips. Nor was it necessary to instruct them on the production process or required technologies. It sufficed for them to understand the feasibility of the technology, assuring them that Tianyu Group was not merely boasting, but was indeed capable of delivering results. This matter entailed critical decisions and strategic designs at the highest levels of the Zhozhou government, and the potential to dismantle the Western-imposed shackles on Zhozhou's semiconductor sector was undoubtedly a significant national strategic concern, justifying their urgency. Su Yi comprehended their position. Revealing a sliver of insight to the officials posed no threat to his interests. This minor concession, under his guidance, was effortlessly executed by Tianshu. However, Su Yi was somewhat taken aback when the revelation of carbon-based chip technology, intended as a retort to the sanctions from the Western powers, elicited no reaction whatsoever from them. It was a genuine lack of response, not because they were unaware. After all, Tianshu was vigilantly monitoring the situation, ensuring that nothing escaped its scrutiny. Thus, what had been meant to serve as a slap in the face to the White Eagle turned into an awkward scenario where the intended target remained unfazed. In the domestic sphere, those opposed to the Tianyu Group, or even to Zhozhou itself, reveled in this development, contributing to a murky online environment. The silver lining, however, was that all of their communications were monitored by Su Yi through Tianshu, ensuring that their voices would not be heard again. As for the indifference of the intended recipients of the carbon-based chip revelations, Su-yi remained unconcerned. If one is merely posturing, being disregarded naturally casts them as a fool, a figure of ridicule. Yet he was different. He possessed genuine technology, with finished products poised for imminent market release. When the time came, the identity of the true jester would be abundantly clear. Meanwhile, Klein and Gago, who had previously sought Su-yi for business negotiations, returned to him after reporting back, this time bearing a contract, the agreement for the leasing of the island. John Bull of Ojo intends to lease a location called Delos Island, situated in the Asan Sea, to the Tianyu Group for the nominal sum of $1. In return, he will grant the Tianyu Group unrestricted access to the entire market of Ojo, using this as leverage to acquire the life-extending elixir known as the Waters of Life. Naturally, the contract stipulates several obligations for the Tianyu Group, a confusing array of demands that appear quite stringent, yet in reality contain numerous loopholes. Accompanying the contract, Clay has meticulously pointed out these loopholes to Su-yi, ensuring that he can sidestep these provisions when the time comes. They must account for appearances to their citizens, and Su-yi harbors no objections to this arrangement. However, he does take issue with another matter. Initially, it was agreed that he would provide 5 vials of the life-extending elixir, with an additional vial each for Clay and Gago as a private consideration, thus concluding the transaction. Yet, in this new contract, the number has escalated to 80 vials. According to these two, this inflated figure was a result of deliberations among the upper echelons of the Ojo Alliance's council, essentially a case of excessive demands, with no expectation that Su-yi would acquiesce. Given the immediate benefits that Su-yi has provided, these two representatives of Ojo have unabashedly divulged the council's underlying motives and have kindly elaborated on why the baseline demand is set at 8 vials. Thus, it appears that there are 15 families in your domain wielding significant power and influence over this matter, and at least 8 vials of the elixir are essential to garner the support of more than 8 families for the proposal to pass. Su-yi had presumed that, following the typical Western precedent, such a monumental decision could not be made by just a handful of individuals. However, this revelation has illuminated a new avenue for him. If a mere few people can dictate the outcome, why should he even part with the elixir? He could simply employ the moon listening spell to compel these individuals to acquiesce. After all, the life-extending waters of life are truly invaluable. A single vial, when diluted, could yield tens of thousands of basic vials of the elixir. That represents substantial wealth. Nevertheless, after thorough contemplation, Su-yi abandoned the notion of using moon listening to manipulate these individuals. The rationale is quite straightforward. Those capable of making decisions in such matters are invariably the leaders of various interest groups. They will undoubtedly safeguard their own interests post-decision, ensuring that the agreement proceeds smoothly. The complexities involved are numerous. Were it not for the overwhelming allure of extending their lifespans, they likely would not consent to such an arrangement. While employing magic to coerce individuals into signing contracts may be effective in ordinary business, it is utterly unfeasible in matters concerning territorial concessions. Without the backing of the upper echelons of the Ojo Alliance's interest groups, such an act would undoubtedly face significant opposition, leading to a myriad of subsequent complications. It is impractical for Su-yi to have moon listening remain in that environment to manipulate these individuals or resort to violence against dissenters. Such a course of action is simply unrealistic. It is indeed preferable to utilize the local vested interests to suppress dissenters. Thus, the benefits bestowed upon them are certainly not to be overlooked. The essence of life cannot be augmented, as previously mentioned regarding the 5 vials. As for the necessity of securing at least 8 votes, how to obtain the remaining 3 is not my concern. Su-yi remarked calmly, having received the essence of life. They cannot possibly believe that casting a single vote suffices. This is my exact statement. You may convey it to the esteemed members of your council. Clay and Gago exchanged glances, yet they refrained from further argument. To put it plainly, their primary interest lies in the essence of life that Su-yi has provided. They are aligned with him, rather than standing with the influential figures of the Ojo Alliance Council. with the boss having spoken and having received the essence of life. They too must contemplate solutions upon their return, rather than lamenting the difficulties of this matter alongside Su-yi. Chapter 87. The value of image. Klein and Gago responded swiftly, not even returning to Ojo. By the following morning, they sought out Su-yi once more to inform him that the council had approved the transaction. As for how they would divide the 5 vials of the elixir of life internally, that was no concern of Su-yi's. He merely needed to ensure that he acquire the land, a parcel not belonging to any nation or region, devoid of sovereign claims, and solely his. Under normal circumstances, if one lacked sufficient power, acquiring such land would inevitably lead to ceaseless disputes. Su-yi was all too familiar with the demeanor of these white-skinned individuals. Their so-called spirit of contract was nothing but nonsense. Without strength, he feared that upon agreeing to relinquish the elixir of life, the issue of land sovereignty would emerge, ushering in various conflicts, potentially even sparking a localized war. This was likely the primary reason the Ojo alliance hastily ratified the deal. They merely sought to swindle the elixir of life without any intention of granting the island to Su-yi. Naturally, they would acquiesce to any conditions he proposed. Nevertheless, after signing the contract, he still consented to deliver the 5 vials of the elixir of life within a week. The Ojo alliance also agreed to commence the relocation of the island's indigenous inhabitants from the date of the contract's signing. The population was not extensive, totaling just over 1,000 individuals. Relocating them would be quite straightforward, as a few nearby ships could complete the task in a single day. According to the agreement, once the people were moved, Tianyu Group would take possession of the island. Within a week, Tianyu Group would likely have already begun reorganizing the island and constructing infrastructure. By the time the elixir of life was delivered, the matter would be set in stone for Su-yi. As for whether they would resort to underhanded tactics after the elixir was handed over, Su-yi was unconcerned. He had already acquired power armor and near-Earth orbital landing crafts from this other world. He could execute a near-Earth orbital airstrike at any moment, which would be far more shocking than the little-known, yet highly destructive blood magic of Yuling. He chose to keep this capability hidden for the time being, but should his adversaries act recklessly, he would not hesitate to unleash a small display of advanced technology upon the world. Sir, the press conference for the Lingxiao, one ship is ready and will commence in 3 hours. Shall we have CEO Miss Yuling host it once again? Tian Shu's reminder resonated on Su-yi's phone. News of the carbon-based ship had leaked several days prior, and the complete production line acquired from Bai Lu was already in operation. This production line was fully automated, and with Tian Shu overseeing the process, human involvement was largely unnecessary, thus eliminating concerns regarding the lack of skilled workers to operate the machinery. The speed of production was exceedingly rapid, with sufficient prior momentum. The topic of Tianyu Group's carbon-based ship remained among the top searches across major websites. It was nearly time to unveil their creation. It is indeed a moment to instill some vigor into those in the West who have remained indifferent. Do they truly believe I am merely boasting? What say you? Are you willing to go? With the concerned party right beside him, Su-yi naturally refrained from making any unilateral decisions. Since there was nothing else on the agenda, he acquiesced to the idea of attending. Yuling, on the other hand, seemed rather indifferent to the prospect. Her upbringing had instilled in her a confidence that rendered her unfazed by any grand occasion. Moreover, unlike the previous press conference for the Life Water, which required her to engage extensively, this time, Tian Shu had prepared all the speeches for her, and in the event of any challenges, would provide real-time guidance through an earpiece. What reason would there be not to attend? Very well then, you shall go. Su-yi nodded and was about to instruct Tian Shu to arrange the appropriate attire and makeup team, when Tian Shu interjected, Sir, I believe that given Ms. Yuling's appearance, we can make some distinctive choices in terms of her makeup and wardrobe. There is no strict necessity for the conventional attire as dictated by outsiders. Rather, we could allow Ms. Yuling to don some more unique garments. This would better showcase the internal culture and spirit of the Tianyu Group, establishing a favorable corporate image. Of course, this is merely a suggestion and would not significantly impact our product sales. In business, company image is often intertwined with brand image. While you possess an unending supply of cutting-edge technology and may feel such details are trivial, as a commercial AI, I must consider these aspects. The decision is yours. If you are amenable, I have preemptively reserved several distinctive outfits for Ms. Yuling. This revelation took both Su Yi and Yuling by surprise. After exchanging a glance, Yuling inquired, "What kind? Let us see them." In the next moment, the main body of Tian Shu, which she had been wearing as an accessory on her wrist, projected a hologram. Before them appeared several outfits custom designed by renowned tailors from Jiuzhou, known for their long-standing heritage. Upon seeing them, Su Yi exclaimed, "Good heavens! They are all traditional garments." Moreover, they were not the sort that appeared poorly made or of inferior quality. Each was a masterpiece, crafted from exceptionally high-grade silk threads that were visibly exquisite. "How much did you spend on these?" Sui could not help but inquire. If we were to place a price on each, they would be valued around 800,000 yuan in the market, but I did not incur any expenses, Tian Shu elucidated. I previously inquired with Ms. Yuling about her willingness to permit a limited commercial use of her image, to which she responded affirmatively. I contacted those esteemed tailor shops, claiming that I was representing Ms. Yuling, and they graciously accepted. These garments were specially designed and crafted for her without charge. Certainly, within the agreement I reached with them, Ms. Yuling is not required to personally endorse them. She merely needs to grant authorization for a limited use of her likeness within a specified scope. In simpler terms, they would only utilize a photograph of Yuling, and she herself would not need to engage directly with anyone. Why not simply purchase it with money? Su Yi inquired with curiosity. After all, Tianyu Group is not lacking in financial resources. Considering the nature of Tianyu Group, collaborating with these venerable brands would indeed elevate their brand image. Moreover, if they were to resort solely to monetary transactions, acquiring these garments in the short term may not be feasible. Tian Shu provided this explanation. Su Yi glanced at Yuling, who appeared unsurprised, clearly indicating that Tian Shu's prior request for her likeness authorization was genuine. Chapter 88. Are you serious, my friend? Is my image truly this valuable? Yuling inquired with a hint of curiosity. Indeed, Ms. Yuling, I have meticulously studied various aspects of the humanities and social sciences in this world. Your appearance and demeanor perfectly align with the aesthetic ideals of humanity here. Even from your singular appearance at the Life Water launch event, you have amassed a considerable following online, and you may be unaware of just how popular you have become. It could be said that at least 1/3 of the current attention on Tianyu Group is attributable to you. Of course, how can my wife not be beautiful? Su Yi chimed in. This left Yuling feeling somewhat bashful, and she lightly patted him, saying, I suspect you and it are conspiring to flatter me. Madam, please rest assured that as an intelligent AI, I possess integrity and would never utter a falsehood, Tian Shu stated solemnly. Indeed, you are even more stunning than it claims. Frankly, a few exquisite garments would make you an ideal ambassador, and those tailors would profit handsomely, Su Yi readily agreed. After all, even in a world teeming with enchantment and countless handsome and beautiful individuals, Yuling's appearance stands at the pinnacle. Not to mention the ethereal grace brought forth by her identity as a fairy princess. She is utterly invincible. Upon hearing this, Yuling visibly brightened. Although she was well aware of her beauty, the source of flattery mattered greatly. External accolades held little weight, but praise from Su Yi resonated profoundly. Where are the clothes? I shall change. They have already been delivered to the door, Tian Shu promptly replied. As soon as the words left its digital lips, the doorbell rang. Evidently, a well-prepared scenario. This is the remarkable capability of AI. While a human may anticipate a few steps ahead, Tian Shu could foresee countless outcomes with each move, orchestrating everything to perfection, wasting neither time nor effort. While arranging Yuling's attire for the press conference, it simultaneously managed the reception and construction issues on a distant island. Regardless of the scale of the task, it prepared multiple plans to address any potential contingencies. When Yuling emerged in her new attire, even Su Yi, accustomed to her beauty, could not help but be momentarily dazzled. The adage clothes make the man holds true for everyone, even for Yuling. The first outfit she donned was an intricately designed ancient palace gown, unmistakably complex in its craftsmanship. The garment was a vibrant red adorned with elaborate golden embroidery. The team that delivered the clothing, hailing from local tailor shops, had also styled Yuling's hair in a vintage fashion, accessorized with an array of exquisite jewelry. The theme was unmistakably opulent. Such attire, if worn by another, might appear vulgar or even evoke a sense of mock grandeur. Yet, when adorned by Yuling, it created no sense of discord. Instead, it only amplified the inherent nobility she possessed, rendering her utterly resplendent. It seemed as though she was destined to don this attire. Stunning. Sui couldn't help but give a thumbs up. The makeup artist, who came over to assist Yuling with her hairstyle and instruct her on how to wear such garments, also remarked, "Initially, I was hesitant when the store manager suggested we create costumes in this opulent style, as there are no queens in modern society to wear such extravagant clothing. However, to my surprise, Miss Yu looks utterly magnificent in this outfit. We have a few more ensembles that are more understated. Would you like to try them on?" Yuling did not respond, but instead looked towards Sui, who decisively declared, "No need to try anything else. This one is perfect." He instructed that the other outfits remain for later consideration, stating, "The cost is of no concern." Previously, he had been curious about what kind of garments could fetch hundreds of thousands, but now it seemed entirely justified. This is art. Such pricing is warranted. The truth is, very few women can truly carry these garments. The market is limited, and the designers must charge a premium for survival. Since he was not lacking in funds, and the designers were indeed skilled, with Yuling clearly enamored by the attire, Sui was more than willing to allow them a profit. "Then I shall thank you on behalf of the store owner," the makeup artist said, fully aware of Sui's status. Meanwhile, as Sui continued to accompany Yuling in her fitting, Tianyu Group suddenly made waves by announcing the upcoming carbon-based chip launch event scheduled for that afternoon. The already contentious online discourse surrounding Tianyu Group erupted once more. This time, the news released by Tianyu not only detailed the event's timing, but also revealed the list of attendees. Each name on the list belonged to well-known figures from all over the country, or at the very least, recognizable names whose titles indicated their significance, causing a seismic reaction across the internet. "Wait, are you really coming, bro? I thought it was just talk." Or that they were playing around with the carbon-based chip concept to raise funds. "You're telling me it's actually happening? Haha, think about it. The carbon-based chip technology is fundamentally unrefined. No one abroad has successfully commercialized carbon-based chips, so this must be nonsense. The so-called launch event will likely just be a conceptual ploy to swindle money, with no actual products displayed. Do you think they would dare to hold a launch event without something to show? How typical. Just because your foreign parent can't achieve it. Does that mean Tianyu Group can't? They possess the elixir of life. Does anyone abroad have that?" Exactly. During the Elixir of Life launch, there were plenty who called Tianyu Group frauds. What happened then? The Elixir of Life was far more outrageous than this chip. They managed to present that. So how can they not handle these theoretically viable chips? I, for one, believe in Tianyu Group. They saved my life. That's hilarious. As if you didn't pay for your elixir of life. Spending money on goods, yet still feeling indebted to others. What a cybernetic filial son. The elixir cured my illness that cost hundreds of thousands to treat. Expressing gratitude is not too much to ask, is it? Should they just give it to me for free? Have you ever considered how many people still lack those 8 or 9,000 yuan? Are we to disregard their ailments? It's not as if the Tianyu Group is responsible for their illnesses. Whether they choose to treat them is of no concern to the company. They have provided you with a treatment option that is considerably more affordable than before. Should they not receive a modicum of gratitude for this? It is no wonder that there are so many ingrates in this world. I have my own share of minor ailments, and I cannot even begin to count the money I've spent on various medications and minor surgeries, all of which have proved futile. Now, I fear that I might not even be able to secure the elixir of life. If I were fortunate enough to obtain just one vial, I would believe anything the Tianyu Group claims, even if they asserted that the earth is flat. Stop flattering. Whether one can secure a spot depends solely on one's own abilities. Chapter 89. I do not wish to be an internet celebrity, yo. Mr. Yu, you have arrived as well? With the advent of the 1 nanometer carbon-based chip, how could I possibly miss this? Mr. Liu, are you and your team attending the Tianyu Group's chip launch? Indeed, for such a grand occasion, Our company could not possibly be absent. Mr. Ma, even your software company has come to witness a hardware launch? Naturally, software is fundamentally built upon hardware. It is quite essential to witness the birth of this new generation of technology firsthand. The magnificent venue was now brimming with attendees. In the front row of the VIP section sat titans from renowned enterprises across the Jojo region, each one easily recognizable to those who might chance upon them on camera. Upon witnessing the assembly of dignitaries in the VIP area, numerous viewers of the live broadcast hastily compiled a list correlating these influential figures with the companies they represented, the significance of which was immeasurable. It could be said that half of the internet and semiconductor industry of Jojo had converged upon Jiangchen. Moreover, they were not merely sending representatives or managers to make an appearance. The leaders of their respective companies were present in person. As for their purpose in attending, whether it was to support the star of the event, the 1-nanometer carbon-based chip from Tianyu Group, or to seek the fabled elixir of life, remained ambiguous. Perhaps some came solely for the chip, others purely for the elixir, or perhaps both motives intertwined. Some, Su Yi suspected, might even be on a mission from certain Western nations, here to conduct reconnaissance. Yet, this was of little consequence. What truly mattered was their presence, which lent the launch a formidable momentum and attracted considerable attention. Thus, when the time came for him to deliver a resounding rebuttal, it would be all the more gratifying. Otherwise, regardless of how remarkable his offering might be, if it were to be released without sufficient attention, the immediate feedback would inevitably be diminished, robbing him of the pleasure in witnessing others' astonishment and dismay. According to the arrangements made by Tian Shu, the preliminary proceedings of the launch were rather brief, devoid of any technical introductions, largely consisting of welcoming remarks. They then briefly extolled the prowess of the 1-nanometer carbon-based chip introduced by Tianyu Group, leading up to the segment where Yu Ling would take the stage. As Su Yi anticipated, the moment Yu Ling appeared in her exquisitely ornate traditional attire, she left the entire audience in a state of awe. Those present were mostly esteemed executives from large corporations, and while they were undoubtedly impressed, they maintained a degree of decorum befitting their status. In contrast, the viewers watching the live stream felt no such restraint. The instant Yu Ling graced the screen, the official live chat exploded into a cacophony of messages, overwhelming the display with excitement. Oh my gosh, it's really her. Goodness, she is even more stunning than last time. It's absolutely unbelievable. Is this not a case of extreme beauty enhancement through makeup and filters? I find it hard to believe that someone could possess such stunning beauty, perfectly aligning with my aesthetic preferences. As a makeup artist, I must candidly admit that, despite the claims of beauty filters, it is evident that she has scarcely applied any makeup, perhaps just a hint of lipstick. Look, this is my wife. Someone, please wake him up with a splash of cold water. Diabetes should not be entertained, nor should he be allowed to taste sweetness. It is utterly absurd. She is the executive president of Tianyu Group, and what are you, but a mere nobody? Did you not see the post from a few days ago? This beauty is already taken, in a relationship with a remarkably handsome young man. Haha, a mere parasite living off others. How could you possibly presume that she is living off someone else? With such striking looks, appearing to be no more than 20. She is the president of Tianyu Group, a quintessential example of beauty and wealth. Is this not a case of dependency? Upon reflection, it certainly seems so. Who wouldn't he want to savor such a life? That wretched scoundrel. I cannot abide him. Who can summon him forth? I shall expose him at once. Tianyu Group, Su Yi, it is this scoundrel. Go ahead. Wait. Isn't this the rumored owner of Tianyu Group? Really? The owner is so young and handsome. Su Yi had never anticipated that his appearance would garner any attention. It had always gone unnoticed. Yet, due to Yu Ling's extraordinary beauty, which had previously astonished the world during the Life Water Press conference, they found themselves thrust into the spotlight. Their outing, unbeknownst to them, was captured by onlookers, compounded by the efforts of a C language expert who inadvertently revealed Su Yi's appearance to the public, essentially exposing him. Now, those following Tianyu Group are well aware that, despite its significant stature, its owner and president are an astonishingly attractive couple. This has only intensified their public interest. Tian Shu, Surely you can effortlessly erase any traces of this from the internet? Su expressed his exasperation. Previously, Tianshu could not have been oblivious to the risk of him being unearthed by the public, yet no action was taken. Why hide one's identity? Tianshu seemed perplexed. The persona of the company's upper management is often pivotal to its healthy development, especially in an era dominated by idol culture and popularity. If one can cultivate a more favorable image, the future prosperity of Tianyu Group is assured. The Blue Star Jojo Rice Group serves as a prime example. The CEO himself possesses immense charisma, allowing the company to maintain its market presence even when products occasionally fail to meet expectations. Although your company differs from others, firmly securing a leading market position, the urgency for operational strategies beyond product offerings may not seem pressing now. Yet who can predict the future? Tianshu patiently elaborated. Listening to this, he could not help but twitch at the corners of his mouth. All he desired was to earn money, effortlessly, acquiring wealth. He still harbors hopes of indulging in a carefree and enjoyable life. Now, he is on the verge of becoming an internet sensation. How can he possibly live freely? If he steps outside, he will surely be the center of attention, which will be counterproductive. No, as the principal party, must reject this proposal. As for the current situation, let us refrain from discussing it for now. There is no need to intentionally suppress information or make any responses. Internet users possess a mere 7 seconds of memory. After all, we have yet to officially commence our marketing efforts. In a few days, when the fervor subsides, it would be prudent to redirect our focus towards the production of carbon-based chips. My sincerest apologies, sir, for having stirred the pot in this matter without your consent. I will swiftly work to mitigate any disruptions this may have caused to your daily life. Although Su Yi's demands do not align with the internal business logic of Tianshu, the higher-ups have spoken. What concern should an AI have in this matter? Chapter 90. The Astonishing Impact of Carbon-Based Chips. We extend our heartfelt gratitude to all the esteemed guests and audience members who have taken the time from their busy schedules to witness the unveiling of Tianyu Group's Lingxiao, one chip. Following the script prepared by Tianshu, Yuling provided a straightforward introduction to the technical principles of carbon-based chips, elucidating why they enable a manufacturing process down to the 1 nanometer level. The intricacies of these technical matters are indeed formidable. However, Tianshu's genius and remarkable computational prowess allow it to master any language with unparalleled speed. In fact, in terms of understanding linguistic nuances, it has surpassed Yuling, who possesses a universal language access card. With Tianshu's exceptional command of language, this speech was crafted with vivid imagery and emotional resonance, making it both accessible and enlightening. Even those previously unacquainted with semiconductors would leave with a rudimentary understanding of the Lingxiao chip and an appreciation for its superior capabilities compared to current chips. While these concepts may seem technical, the reality remains that even if one were to disclose all underlying principles, the lack of corresponding equipment in the world renders replication impossible. For instance, consider the constraints faced by Jojo in this domain. They are certainly aware of the principles behind chips. Yet understanding the theory is futile without the means to actualize it. Moreover, the technical details shared in Tianshu's script are not exhaustive. Thus, there is no real concern regarding their dissemination. In the concluding segment of the presentation, to substantiate the authenticity of her claims and dispel any notions of mere PowerPoint embellishments, Yuling presented a finished carbon-based chip. The chip was notably intricate, specifically a graphics card chip produced by Tianyu Group, which effectively showcased the chip's performance. However, possessing a chip alone is insufficient, as graphics cards require various driver supports. The good news is that with Tianshu's capabilities, even the need for programmers is rendered obsolete. Tianshu can effortlessly generate a plethora of drivers compatible with this makeshift graphics card, allowing it to perform comparably to contemporary NVIDIA graphics cards. Of course, this comparison pertains strictly to compatibility. In terms of performance, commercially available graphics cards pale in comparison to this creation. Have you ever encountered a graphics card with 16 terabytes of video memory? This marvel was hastily crafted by Tianyu Group for the launch event. To further enhance the demonstration of the graphics card's capabilities, Tianshu also developed a virtual engine, the performance of which eclipses that of the latest Unreal Engine 5 by several magnitudes. Consequently, the audience present on-site, along with those watching online, bore witness as Tianyu Group adeptly showcased the immensely popular single-player game Black Wukong using a haphazard collection of components. In stark contrast to the original game's visual fidelity, the integration of this graphics card, augmented by a fraction of Tianshu's computational power, produced a stunning display. The visuals within the game have become nearly indistinguishable from reality. This is merely a temporary assembly of results. Should any game development company harness the capabilities of this graphics card alongside the computational prowess of the CPU released by Tianyu Group, augmented by the virtual engine developed by Tianshu, the outcome would undoubtedly surpass this by countless magnitudes. Of course, the applicability of such advanced carbon-based chip technology extends beyond just graphics cards. It is simply that the performance of graphics cards is the most readily observable demonstration. After witnessing a brief demonstration, even those lacking expertise can clearly perceive the outrageous performance of this makeshift creation from Tianyu Group. For those well-versed in the field, their astonished exclamations have been unceasing. The ultra-high-definition quality, almost indistinguishable from reality, leaves one utterly mesmerized. Might I inquire, if this innovation were to achieve mass production without being commercially available, would it disrupt the current gaming industry? It appears you truly do not comprehend. This is merely a demonstration, and the graphics card represents just the tip of the iceberg of this carbon-based chip technology. It is not an exaggeration to assert that, provided Tianyu Group has not engaged in any deceit during this presentation, the technology they possess could indeed alter the global landscape. The semiconductor market is tremendously vast. Should our enterprises in Jiuzhou manage to upend it, we might also partake in its bounty. What bounty? Do you truly believe Tianyu Group would share their profits with you? Are you genuinely deluding yourself into thinking you are a capitalist lapdog? Suddenly capturing such a substantial market has the potential to invigorate an economy that has languished for the past 2 years. Can you assert that economic growth offers no benefits to the average person? The individual above seems to possess remarkable insight. To be honest, I find it hard to believe this is genuine unless it was filmed in reality. Otherwise, who could possibly produce visuals of such caliber? What if, should this be actual footage, it becomes even more horrifying? Indeed, the creatures depicted appear so lifelike, devoid of any sense of incongruity. The skills displayed are flawless. If this were real footage, one cannot expect individuals to don suits and hide within, for that would be utterly implausible. It has been confirmed that Tianyu Group, in an effort to market counterfeit chips, specifically sought out several creatures to accompany them in filming promotional materials. How amusing! The live demonstration was so breathtaking that, following Yu Ling's introduction, many attendees remained entranced by the visuals they had just witnessed, struggling to regain their composure. The first to react were representatives from renowned domestic internet enterprises. After a moment of astonishment, Ma, who attended the event on behalf of Penguin Group, momentarily cast aside the airs of a prominent entrepreneur and successful individual. As a businessman with roots in software, he profoundly understands the impact that such hardware innovations can have on the software landscape. Furthermore, he is knowledgeable in the field. Having observed briefly, he realized that Tianyu Group's prowess extends far beyond hardware, encompassing graphics card compatibility and the virtual engine as well. He was surrounded by incomprehensible technology, yet the results were astonishingly effective. If this could be harnessed for game development, it would surely lead to immense profits. He immediately rose and inquired, "Ms. Yu, could you please disclose the price of your graphics card? Additionally, what technology underpins this virtual engine that yields such remarkable results? Would it be possible for you to share that information?" Upon hearing this, Yu Ling cast a glance at him. Indeed, he was a significant figure. She had often heard Sui mention him, albeit not in a flattering light. Nevertheless, regardless of who approached her at that moment, her response remained the same. "Hello, Mr. Ma. I regret to inform you that I am unable to divulge such details. Should your esteemed company be interested in a collaboration, we can arrange for a professional team to liaise with Tianyu Technology, a subsidiary of our Tianyu Group, afterwards." Chapter 91. Today, I shall call you out. At this moment, Xiaomar realized that he had perhaps been a tad abrupt. However, glancing back at his peers, who regarded him with hostility, he found himself unperturbed. He chuckled lightly and offered an apology to Yu Ling before gracefully returning to his seat. While he could dismiss the animosity of others, it was evident that none of the technologies presented by Tianyu Group held any utility for his penguin. Naturally, he could not afford to be negligent. Subsequently, Yu Ling dedicated nearly half an hour to meticulously showcasing the capabilities of the carbon-based chip from various angles, as per the protocol established by Tian Shu. With each passing demonstration, the astonishment among the observers deepened, particularly among the foreign media. The representatives from overseas semiconductor companies had largely accepted invitations from Tianyu Group. And Su Yi had initially intended to invite them to witness the event, hoping to challenge their skepticism. To his surprise, they dismissed his claims as insincere, opting not to attend. Yet, while the professionals chose to stay away, the news media, ever eager for a spectacle, certainly did not miss the occasion. Amidst the considerable buzz generated by Tianyu Group online, numerous esteemed foreign media outlets arrived, eager to discern the truth behind the claims. Upon entering, these individuals exuded confidence, believing that even if the carbon-based chip were real, it would undoubtedly be fraught with shortcomings, incapable of surpassing the reliability and advancement of their current silicon-based chips. However, as they witnessed the performance demonstrations led by Yu Ling, their confidence began to wane. By the end of the presentations, their spirits were nearly extinguished. In the realm of semiconductor technology, which is gradually being encroached upon by Jiuzhou in the automotive sector, this industry stands as one of the few remaining high-value enterprises in the Western world. Anyone with even a modicum of understanding knows the dire consequences should the semiconductor industry be upended by Jiuzhou. Until today, Jiuzhou had been relentlessly pursuing advancements. Yet the chasm in technological accumulation between the two parties remained vast. No matter how formidable Jiuzhou may become, catching up in the short term is simply unrealistic, as many aspects require painstaking effort that cannot be rushed. Even the gradual dismantling of monopolies takes considerable time. The West could still enjoy some respite. However, the events of today undoubtedly struck a heavy blow to the Western audience present, leaving those familiar with the semiconductor industry in a state of bewilderment. The most alarming aspect was the complete lack of forewarning. It was abrupt. They had no time to prepare any countermeasures. The semiconductor giants, who had no inclination even to observe, were far from formulating any response plans. Among the journalists and corporate leaders present, upon realizing the potential authenticity of the carbon-based chip, many could already foresee the tumultuous upheaval that would ensue within the semiconductor industry once the news broke. Some were exhilarated, others felt a complex array of emotions, while many appeared as though mourning a great loss. Within the confines of a mere press conference, the myriad facets of human existence were vividly on display. Amidst the eager anticipation of the multitude, we have finally arrived at the moment of substance, the interview segment. Before the journalists or esteemed guests could pose their inquiries, Yu Ling took the initiative to declare, "Before we commence the interview, I would like to share a few thoughts with everyone. This pertains to the urgency with which we are unveiling our carbon-based chips. There are two primary reasons for this. Firstly, our company has achieved considerable maturity in this technology. We even have an entire, dedicated team responsible for the development of the accompanying software. Therefore, launching it for sale at this juncture poses no challenges. The second reason is rather intriguing." At this point, a slight smile graced Yu Ling's lips. "Our boss is a rather petty individual, adhering to the principle of do not offend me, and I shall not offend you. A few days ago, the nation of the Bald Eagle inexplicably placed the Tianyu Group on a sanctions list. To be frank, this action, aside from providing them with a moment of self-satisfaction, bears no real impact on us. Currently, our company's life source does not even suffice for the domestic market, let alone the international arena. Yet, even without direct repercussions, such a rude and barbaric act has greatly displeased our boss. In his own words, 'If you cannot allow me to thrive, then let us all suffer together.' Thus, he decided to release the news of the carbon-based chips ahead of schedule. and he has moved the original release date forward by several days. This is inconsequential for our company. However, for certain financially powerful nations, the emergence of such a black swan in the semiconductor industry may prove challenging. Indeed, the Tianyu Group is specifically targeting the bald eagle and the Western coalition led by it. Therefore, I must emphasize what our boss has instructed me to convey. From this day forth, the Tianyu Group will impose sanctions against the bald eagle empire. No products from the Tianyu Group shall enter the markets of the bald eagle or its allied nations. The notion of a small company challenging the mightiest empire in the world may sound ludicrous. Yet I implore you to believe that there will be those who come to regret this, and that individual will certainly not be the Tianyu Group, nor our boss. With that, Yu Ling smiled faintly and continued. Now, let us begin the interview segment. Please feel free to ask any questions. Silence. Not only was the venue enveloped in quietude, but even the online live stream was scarcely populated with comments. The reason being, the impact of Yu Ling's words had left the audience in profound shock. In recent years, as the trade war has intensified, countless enterprises from Jiuzhou have found themselves targeted and sanctioned by the bald eagle. Yet, for the most part, these companies could only lament their plight and occupy the moral high ground to denounce their oppressors, an endeavor that, for the latter, was largely inconsequential. The fact that the Tianyu Group was sanctioned was common knowledge. Many initially believed that this would inevitably conclude with the Tianyu Group swallowing its pride. Unexpectedly, after a brief period of silence, Tianyu Group boldly presented a formidable stance, directly criticizing the official position of the world's foremost power during a press conference. They explicitly named names, declaring their intent to confront the opposition head-on without any pretense. Regardless of the veracity of these statements, they undoubtedly invigorate the spirit. Having been subjected to such bullying, what uses it to feign weakness and occupy a moral high ground? It is imperative to strike back with force, delivering a resounding retort. For if one cannot prevail in battle, at the very least, one must voice their indignation. Chapter 92. The statements were quite explosive due to the explosive nature of Yu Ling's remarks. The journalists, who had initially prepared a slew of pointed questions aimed at challenging the Tianyu Group, found themselves hesitant to proceed during the QA session. After all, if she could confront the world's most powerful nation with such audacity, what were they, mere journalists, to question her? The thought of provoking her and inviting a rebuttal was daunting. Those who intended to flatter the Tianyu Group in hopes of fostering amicable relations for future collaborations were now also reticent to inquire further. The Tianyu Group had already made significant enemies among the White Eagles, and while they might revel in bold rhetoric, they had to ponder the repercussions of any potential backlash. Even if they were unfazed by the prospect of sanctions from the White Eagles, others certainly were. Consequently, Yu Ling, who had anticipated a barrage of challenging inquiries, faced none. The questions posed were rather elementary, revolving around production volumes and the approximate pricing of certain chips. The interaction proceeded with remarkable ease, culminating in the conclusion of the press conference. Even the announcement of the Tianyu Group's carbon-based chips, boasting not only a lower cost but also performance exceeding that of comparable silicon-based chips by a factor of 10, failed to generate the fervor stirred by our earlier comments directed at the White Eagles. Following the event, the president of the Tianyu Group publicly declared that their countermeasures against the White Eagles swiftly ascended the trending charts across various platforms. Counter-sanction, she boldly proclaimed. Yet, given that the White Eagles had no intention of purchasing their products, her declaration seemed somewhat farcical. Comments flooded in. How audacious! This is akin to a mantis trying to stop a chariot, utterly delusional. Soon, a wave of individuals began to feel a sense of victorious elation, claiming yet another win. However, it is crucial to note that the sanctions imposed by the White Eagles were directed not at the Tianyu Group itself, but specifically at Tianyu Medical, particularly concerning the pharmaceutical known as the elixir of life. Now, the Tianyu Group's counter-sanctions prohibit any product exports to the Western Bloc led by the White Eagles, including their carbon-based chips. The notion that the White Eagles were uninterested in their products seemed misguided. The carbon-based chips, hailed as a black technology with performance exceeding current counterparts by a factor of 10, surely piqued their interest. Is that really true? Tenfold. I could boast that I've fashioned a chip with a performance 1,000 times greater than anything on the market. Indeed, as for the elixir of life, they deserve the sanctions. If you refuse to adhere to regulations, why should they not impose consequences? What regulations did they fail to adhere to? Enlighten me. I reviewed the justification from the White Eagles Department of Commerce. They merely sought to investigate whether the substance posed any harm and requested an explanation of the elixir of life as principles, which the Tianyu Group outright rejected. Is that not deserving of sanctions? Well, it seems they expect compliance without offering anything in return. Should the Tianyu Group divulge the elixir's formula to the White Eagles? In my opinion, the elixir of life should be banned in the 9 provinces. Such a remarkable substance cannot possibly exist in this world, and only a fool would believe it. It is evidently a scheme to exploit the gullible. I would have been almost persuaded had I not seen your profile containing reposts about the lottery for the elixir of life from Tianyu Group. My friend, it is wise to see through the facade without revealing the truth. Earning a salary is not an easy endeavor. Amidst a cacophony of various opinions, a hat was carelessly placed upon Tianyu Group's head, some favorable and others disparaging. For those who cherish this land, it is apparent that many enterprises in the 9 provinces have faced unwarranted attacks and sanctions from the Western camp, led by the Bald Eagle over the years. Previously, these companies had to endure in silence for the sake of the market, with protests being their only recourse. However, Tianyu Group's recent explicit mention of the Bald Eagle marks a powerful counterattack, significantly boosting morale. This is not merely idle talk. It follows the release of the groundbreaking carbon-based chip, coupled with an announcement of retaliatory measures against sanctions. Furthermore, Tianyu Group possesses the elixir of life, a remarkable asset. It is clear to discerning individuals that the Bald Eagle's sanctions against the elixir are motivated by a desire for greater profit, rather than a genuine disinterest in such a miraculous remedy. With Tianyu Group as stance, they have effectively dashed any hopes of cooperation. You wish to impose sanctions on me? Then I shall simply refuse to sell to you. For those who consider their spiritual homeland to be across the ocean, Tianyu Group statements are tantamount to blasphemy. How dare they speak so boldly against their forebears? Such audacity is utterly reprehensible. Naturally, various methods to attack Tianyu Group have emerged. Rumors, insults, mockery, and feigned rational analysis laced with veiled criticism. They spare no effort in their endeavors. Among the most distasteful are those who engage in mockery. Observing that the majority in the 9 provinces support Tianyu Group, they emerge from the shadows to extol the company's virtues from every conceivable angle, creating a narrative that elevates it to unparalleled heights. This, in turn, attracts the approval of those lacking discernment and relevant knowledge, yet eager to support Tianyu Group. These individuals then switch accounts or have companions disseminate these remarks globally, using them to attack those who support Tianyu Group as mindless followers. It is reminiscent of a recently launched game. Witnessing its quality surpass expectations without failing, a swarm of individuals promptly arose, attempting to proclaim it the best in the world, providing arguments to demonstrate its superiority over other similar games, rendering them invincible. Those who had never played other comparable games hastily dove in, finding the game enjoyable. And upon hearing seasoned players sing its praises, they too began to regard it as a marvel in the annals of gaming history. However, as such sentiments proliferated, the original enthusiasts quickly changed accounts, capturing the remarks of those unfamiliar with the game and deriding them as mindless fools. This encapsulates the current state of the internet. Often, those who mindlessly flatter you may not truly be your allies. In the midst of the chaotic online landscape, the White Eagle's official response, swiftly prompted by the pointed criticism from the Tianyu Group, was not delayed. In light of the Tianyu Group's arrogance and discourtesy, the Black Palace and the Parliament, after urgent consultations, resolved to intensify the existing sanctions, prohibiting all products from the Tianyu Group from entering the realm of the White Eagle and freezing all overseas assets of the Tianyu Group. These sanctions will remain in effect until the Tianyu Group publicly apologizes for its previous remarks and discloses the manufacturing principles of the life essence drug, as well as the principles of carbon-based chip production. Chapter 93. Kicking a wild dog to death by the road. This old woman is rather repugnant. Sui chanced upon a live broadcast of the spokesperson from the Black Palace speaking and could not help but voice his disdain. Of course, these remarks held no sway over the Tianyu group. He simply could not tolerate someone being so arrogant towards him. Let her die. Yuling tilted her head quizzically. Is that feasible from such a distance? Surely, you wouldn't want to make the trip yourself. That would be unnecessary. He shook his head. For an ordinary person, it wouldn't be a problem. Yuling pondered. As long as you agree, she will perish before the camera in an instant. Is that truly the case? Sui's eyes sparkled with interest as he urged, wait a moment. He then retrieved his phone, casually selected an image of champagne being uncorked, and posted it on his personal account with the caption, a good death. All right, now she can meet her end. Eliminating someone from over 10,000 kilometers away was evidently not a simple endeavor, unlike the casual manner in which she had previously employed blood magic. This time Yuling produced her staff and recited an extensive incantation before concluding her spell and returning to her seat. Is that sufficient? Won't it be tiring? Sui inquired with concern. Not really. It's merely the death of an ordinary person. The lack of a medium concerning her information is somewhat inconvenient, but it's not exhausting, Yuling replied with a light laugh. Clearly, this posed no challenge for her. Well, since we are heading on vacation tomorrow, let us not tire ourselves out now, Sui remarked before turning his attention back to the television. He was uncertain how long it would take for Yuling's magic to take effect, but such broadcasts invariably experience some delay. However, even the greatest of delays would likely be less than a second. Just as their conversation concluded, the moment Sui turned his gaze back to the television, the Black Palace spokesperson, who had been so arrogantly strutting before numerous reporters just a second prior, suddenly convulsed, blood streaming from every orifice, and collapsed on the spot. The surrounding reporters were initially taken aback, but then excitement surged through them. After all, reporters covering the assassination of the president of the Bald Eagle faced the potential of incoming bullets without fear. Would they be afraid of a mere ailment? The Black Palace spokesperson suffering a sudden medical crisis at a press conference was monumental news, and it was imperative to capture a clear close-up in such a moment. Amidst the throng of reporters, the Black Palace's staff and medical team took over 10 minutes to extricate the unfortunate spokesperson for emergency assistance, while simultaneously realizing the necessity to shut down all interview and live broadcast equipment on site. However, the news had already spread like wildfire. The incident of the Black Palace spokesperson suffering a sudden illness while condemning the Tianyu group swiftly became the focus of global attention, bringing the Tianyu group back into the limelight across the world's networks. Some reporters who were close to the scene openly declared that the spokesperson had undoubtedly succumbed to some acute illness, and the situation post-episode was extremely grave, with certain death all but assured. Even before these journalists were expelled, some with a modicum of medical knowledge observed that the spokesperson's temperature had already begun to plummet, his limbs stiffening and his pupils dilating. It was not merely a matter of impending death. He was, in fact, already deceased. Such a significant piece of news swiftly permeated the online realms of JoJo. Almost immediately, astute individuals discovered Sui's post. President Sui is truly a man of emotion. This is hilarious. Is it acceptable to pop champagne under these circumstances? Isn't this somewhat disrespectful, considering the deceased? No worries. The deceased hasn't expressed any objections, have they? Why the rush? A good death. Let us celebrate with champagne. Hold on. Hasn't anyone noticed a chilling detail? What is it? Look at the timestamps. The time Su Dong posted is seemingly misaligned with the moment the spokesperson perished during the live broadcast. Come on. There is a time difference across the globe. Naturally, the times 1 align. Are you foolish? The time I calculated shows that Su Dong's post preceded the individual's death by over a minute. This revelation immediately captured the attention of many. The time difference between JoJo and the White Eagle is no secret, and the spokesperson's death occurred live, leaving no ambiguity regarding the timing. When juxtaposed with the timestamp of Sui's post, many were astonished to discover that it indeed predated the spokesperson's death by a full minute. This cannot be right. Is it merely a coincidence? It must be a coincidence, right? Coincidence, my foot. There is no such thing as this level of coincidence in the world. If it isn't a coincidence, How can we explain it? Could it be that Su Dong was involved? It's possible. Could it truly be murder? How is that feasible? This isn't an assassination. He was broadcasting live, and didn't he hear any gunfire? The Black Palace stated it was an acute illness. It was certainly not a shooting. Whether it involved poisoning is uncertain. As for the Black Palace's statements, consider this. If you were in charge at the Black Palace and one of your own was killed at home, would you publicly declare it as murder? In an instant, conspiracy theories flourished. Su Yi, who had deliberately orchestrated the situation, naturally refrained from providing any explanations. In fact, he not only declined to clarify, but also posted a so-called clarification. To clarify the reason for my previous post, I encountered a stray dog while gaming that barked furiously at me, and I kicked the mutt dead, hence the celebration. As for that Black Palace stray, the spokesperson's death, it was indeed a good death. As long as I lack morals, you cannot morally bind me. As long as I lack decorum, should you dare to offend me, I shall retaliate. Decency? To hell with that. Su Yi was unconcerned with such matters. When one possesses the power to alter the rules, the origin of those rules becomes irrelevant. This principle applies equally in the marketplace and in the realm of conduct. Do not presume that a few disparaging remarks online would suffice, even if he were to openly confess to having murdered the spokesperson of the Black Palace. What consequence would it bear? Would the president of the Bald Eagle resort to unleashing a nuclear strike upon him? Such notions are ludicrous. The fate of this individual pales in comparison to the repercussions of his actions against the interests of the entire Bald Eagle Empire, which could indeed provoke a catastrophic response. Nevertheless, it matters little. Previously, he had enlisted the assistance of the White Deer to procure obsolete surface interception systems from their world. Once these assets arrive, no aircraft, missile, or nuclear weapon could reach him, rendering them utterly futile. Contrary to expectations, his attempt at clarification not only failed to dispel doubts, but, due to his ambiguous phrasing, led many to suspect his involvement. In a fleeting moment, even those who had rationally deduced that the Heavenly Domain Group bore no connection to this matter began to waver in their confidence. Not only them, but even the Black Palace, upon receiving Su Yi's response, found themselves momentarily at a loss. Chapter 94. Official considerations, young man. Could it truly be your doing? As anticipated, shortly after the incident, the phone call from the old man Lin came through. Does it matter who did it? Su Yi retorted, in any case, it was a member of the White Eagle who perished. Let us just celebrate with champagne. Lin hesitated momentarily, but could not restrain himself. My boy, I will not conceal the truth from you. Since the incident with the Zheng family, certain individuals have taken notice of you. It is advisable to refrain from engaging in similar actions. Often, taking a life only exacerbates the situation without resolving it. Despite the absurdity of Su Yi's distant assassination, Lin was not entirely astonished. After all, when the Zheng family was eradicated, their kin across the seas had succumbed to untimely deaths for various reasons. The situation with the Tao family in the Magic City was even more chilling. While none had perished yet, family members had been afflicted with peculiar ailments over the past month. Conversely, Tao Weimin, incarcerated, remained unscathed, yet each time a member of the Tao family encountered misfortune, the personnel from Tianyu Group would go out of their way to inform him. Given these myriad factors, if the officials of Jojo could not deduce that Su Yi possessed a means of killing from afar, silencing his enemies without a trace, they would indeed be foolish. However, lacking any tangible evidence, what could they do even if they suspected him? Moreover, with Tianyu Group's burgeoning influence, and Su Yi seemingly aligned with the authorities, they had no justifiable reason to act against him. Those in the know could only advise their respective heirs to remain vigilant and avoid provoking this formidable figure. It does not resolve the issue, yet it brings me satisfaction, Su Yi replied, effectively acknowledging his role in the demise of the spokesperson from the Black Palace. Since they had already guessed, there was little reason to deny it. After all, the Jojo officials could not possibly procure evidence. A mere few words hardly constituted proof. You rascal. Lin could only helplessly shift the subject. Regarding the carbon-based chips, are you truly planning to market them? Indeed, we plan to sell them, including mobile phone chips, computer CPUs, graphics cards, and so forth. To my knowledge, items such as graphics cards and CPUs require compatibility, correct? Have you ensured compatibility before launching? At your age, I did not expect you to be so well informed. Sue, you remarked with surprise. We have essentially resolved those issues. As for the technicalities of compatibility, you need not inquire. Even if you did, I would not divulge. Is there anything else? Lin inquired. I heard that you signed an agreement with the AtoZ Alliance, granting you a 99-year lease on an island in the Indian Ocean. Upon hearing this, Sue could not help but admire their keen awareness. Although the transaction for the island had been completed privately with members of Tianyu Group already on site, it had yet to be made public. It is inconceivable that the personnel of the Tianyu Group would divulge information. The signals on that island are currently under the stringent supervision of the Tianxian, with every individual entering or leaving the island being meticulously monitored. Therefore, any official news must have originated from the AtoZ Alliance, indicating that high-ranking officials there must certainly have connections to the official entities of Jiuzhou. This is indeed the case. Sue candidly acknowledged this, stating, why not exchange a few vials of the elixir of life for such an opportunity? He planned to relocate some of the more perilous experiments and projects to that island in the future. Are you not concerned that they might go back on their word? Those Westerners are notorious for sacrificing integrity for profit. Lin, the elder, warned. You could purchase it to use as a resort. However, placing critical technologies there could lead to significant trouble down the line. Your dealings with the legislators of the AtoZ Alliance are not above board, and the future disputes over this island are likely to be considerable. Even if those Western nations attempt to seize the island forcefully, they will have their justifications. If you truly have dangerous experiments and projects, you can inform me. There are plenty of uninhabited areas domestically where you could establish them. There is no need to venture so far. In Jiuzhou, you can scold the white-headed eagle to your heart's content, and they can only respond in impotent rage. But if you step outside, you will have to contend with their fleet. Rest assured, I am well aware of the stakes. Sue understood Lin's underlying message, and after some contemplation, he added, this island will serve a significant purpose for me in the future, and since it is now in my possession, it is no longer their prerogative to reclaim it. With a lease of 99 years, I find it rather bothersome, should they dare to breach our agreement. I will simply eliminate the concept of a lease. After this exchange, Lin was at a loss for words and ultimately had no choice but to end the call. Though he was unsure where Su Yi's confidence stemmed from, he inexplicably felt that Su Yi might indeed be capable of achieving his ambitions. Perhaps it was the confidence inspired by the Tianyu Group's unveiling of 2 revolutionary products within a month of its establishment. Or perhaps it was derived from Su Yi's peculiar ability to execute plans with an unseen hand. It was difficult to ascertain, but in his heart, Lin felt that if the Westerners truly intended to breach the agreement and seize Su Yi's innovations, they would likely find themselves in dire straits. After concluding the call with Su Yi, Lin utilized specialized video equipment to connect with another call. As soon as the connection was established, he entered a virtual conference room. The other screens displayed several well-known elders across the entirety of Jiuzhou. Old Lin, what did that lad have to say? One elder inquired. In accordance with the findings from the Academy of Sciences and the interactions with Tianyu Group, we can currently ascertain that they have developed a highly advanced carbon-based chip that could entirely replace all silicon-based chips currently available on the market, Lin responded, addressing the commercial aspects first. Upon hearing this, one of the elders nodded in agreement, stating, it seems the semiconductor industry is poised for a reshuffling. Many of our previous strategies are now obsolete. We should instruct the relevant departments to draft new regulations based on carbon-based chips. Could this entail excessive risk? Dissenting voices have emerged. If we were to wholly embrace carbon-based chip technology, all our prior investments in silicon-based chips would be rendered obsolete, leading to losses amounting to trillions. Should this carbon-based chip technology reside in the hands of state-owned enterprises, such a transition may be feasible. However, it is currently under the auspices of the private entity, Tianyu Group, which introduces considerable uncertainty. What then? New technology has indeed emerged. Are we to continue investing in a technology on the verge of obsolescence, allowing our domestic semiconductor industry to perish alongside silicon chips? That is not the crux of my argument. My point is, enough. Amidst the ongoing debate, the elder at the center of the discussion abruptly declared, abandon silicon chips, and transition entirely to carbon-based chips. As for the technical matters, we shall arrange a meeting with that young man to discuss further. While appropriating their technology is out of the question, entering into a formal agreement is certainly warranted. Chapter 95. Is this my island? I have studied the experiences of Sue E. Given the circumstances of our agreement, as long as we do not proactively breach the contract, he is unlikely to rashly tear it apart. This young man may appear reckless, but in truth, he only overturns the rules in retaliation when the other party first resorts to underhanded tactics. His audacity primarily stems from the considerable power he wields, which allows him to act without concern for consequences. Based on his demeanor, he is generally inclined to abide by the rules. I propose that we reach an agreement regarding the trade of carbon-based chips. On this foundation, we should deploy a relevant team to engage with Tianyu Group, assisting them in swiftly penetrating the market for carbon-based chips and their derivative trades. The semiconductor industry is a vast enterprise that Tianyu Group cannot monopolize alone. Their desire to swiftly seize the market is inextricably linked to official support. Our demands are modest. They possess the core technology, while we hold the expertise and business related to the derivatives of carbon-based chips, thereby tightly binding our interests together, allowing Tianyu Group to reap the majority of the benefits. Throughout this process, our researchers could further collaborate with Tianyu Group. Even if we cannot fully master the technology of carbon-based chips, we will certainly glean valuable insights. Should Sue E ever choose to disregard the rules and turn against us, we will not be left in a state of ignorance regarding carbon-based chip technology. We need not surpass Tianyu Group's technological capabilities in this field. It suffices to be more advanced than those of other nations. At this juncture, the elder tapped the table before him, surveying the others as he stated, "Remember, we must adhere to the rules while forging a deep connection with Tianyu Group. Adhering to the rules is paramount. Do not forget this." His words resonated with finality, effectively solidifying our general direction. Others ceased their debates, as this indeed appeared to be the most prudent course of action. As for coercively extorting technology from Tianyu Group, such a feat is nearly impossible. With such disruptive technology in hand, where could Sue E not venture? To illustrate, even the Eagle, which had just imposed sanctions on Tianyu Group, would, upon the slightest indication of Sue E's intent to engage, swiftly transform its stance, elevating him as a guest of honor. What? Sue E assassinated the spokesperson of the Black Palace? What treacherous villain would dare to tarnish the reputation of our Eagle Empire's entrepreneurs with such slander? In light of such immense interests, the minor conflicts between Sue E and others hardly qualify as disputes. By the way, that young man has purchased an island from the Ojo Alliance. Should we intervene in this matter? Old Lin expressed his concerns. He has risen to fame at a young age and has grown accustomed to the winds of fortune. I fear he remains unaware of the sinister faces of those in the West. If he believes it is so simple to acquire territory akin to an independent kingdom, he may find himself in grave peril. No need, the elder interjected, shaking his head. With his audacious approach to affairs, long-term development within the country would indeed feel constraining. Our difficulties would only hinder his potential. Matters akin to those of the Zheng family may be overlooked once, yet we cannot perpetually turn a blind eye. If such negligence persists, it will inevitably give rise to conflicts. It would be far more prudent to allow him to venture into the world and confront its inherent dangers. Once he has experienced some hardships, he will naturally come to appreciate the significance of a society marked by seriousness and adherence to rules. The enterprises within his company, particularly the enigmatic lifeblood, are difficult to assess at present. However, he will undoubtedly retain a firm grip on them. While the chip industry is inextricably linked to the industrial foundation of our 9 provinces, both elements cannot be casually relocated. As for the other industries of Tianyu Group, he may manage them as he sees fit. If he possesses any semblance of wisdom, he will certainly not abandon 9 provinces without due consideration. He is not a mere child, and we are not his guardians. Thus, we need not concern ourselves excessively. Is this truly our island? Towering above the vast ocean, a spacecraft resembling a flying shuttle hovers several hundred meters above the sea surface. Within the vessel, There are only 3 individuals, Su Yi, Yu Ling, and Xing Hen, who has recently been voraciously absorbing an array of knowledge from the Blue Star. An expanse of 50 square kilometers does not appear insignificant. Yu Ling gazes down at the island and remarks, if we are to consider habitation, with proper planning, it would suffice to accommodate around 100,000 residents. Chen Yi turns to Xing Hen and inquires, didn't you mention there are approximately 100,000 of your kin? How about we designate this island for you? Naturally, housing such a large population on a relatively small island could lead to feelings of confinement. I will subsequently collaborate with the 9 provinces or consult another technological realm for relevant equipment to facilitate the expansion of this island. If all else fails, I will devise a means to acquire the surrounding islands. As you are aware of the trading platform's regulations, it will take some time to gather enough points to transport your entire clan, and during this period, we will have ample opportunity for modernizing, expanding, or purchasing adjacent islands. You may arrange accordingly. Xing Hen cast a glance at the island below, her tone devoid of any fluctuations, before resuming her reading. This woman is akin to a synthetic being, perpetually embodying a demeanor of insatiable detachment, a trait to which Su Yi has grown accustomed. Let us descend and explore, he proposed. The landing craft gradually descended, hovering just above the sea surface, less than 2 kilometers from the island. Su Yi retrieved a previously prepared inflatable boat from his storage space and casually cast it into the water below. Shortly thereafter, he was guided by Yu Ling onto the small vessel, and within moments they made landfall on the island. Previously, this island was home to merely over 1,000 indigenous inhabitants, who led a rather primitive existence, resulting in minimal development of the island. Most areas have retained their natural state. It must be said, the scenery is indeed breathtaking. After a close inspection of the island's surroundings, Su Yi felt a sense of satisfaction. He then disembarked from the eastern edge of the island, which served as the gathering place for the indigenous people and currently acts as the temporary residence for those from Tianyu Group who have taken possession of the island. The various machinery and equipment related to the transformation of the island are still en route. The initial group of individuals arriving on the island primarily consists of those engaged in surveying the terrain, thus their numbers remain modest, totaling less than 300. Among them, 100 are members of the security team, all of whom were previously hired from a prominent security company in the Kyushu region by Su Yi. To ensure combat readiness in the island's jungle terrain, each member is a retired Marine from Kyushu. Since joining the Tianyu Group, they have severed ties with their former security company and are now employees of the Tianyu Group Security Department. Most crucially, these individuals are armed, equipped not only with personal weaponry, but also with specialized vehicles, including amphibious armored personnel carriers, primarily tasked with overseeing the initial security operations on the island. Chapter 96, The Celestial Soldier, Type 1 Power Armor. The security team, numbering around 100, may not boast exceptional combat prowess. Yet they possess sufficient capability to deter any unruly pirates, whether genuine marauders or those masquerading as such, engaging a force of these highly trained soldiers, armed to the teeth, without deploying actual military might would prove exceedingly difficult. Under normal circumstances, barring sheer madness, one would never resort to military force against such a modest island. However, the current situation is precarious, complicating matters considerably. Today, Su Yi's visit serves a dual purpose, to inspect the state of his island and to bolster its defensive capabilities. With everything now under his control, anyone daring to seize it would be met with fierce resistance. Hence, merely equipping the security team with individual weaponry and a few specialized vehicles is undeniably insufficient. Acquiring warships is also not a feasible option for Su Yi at this juncture. While avenues exist, given his standing and that of the Tianyu Group, procuring several warships from Jiuzhou would undoubtedly be achievable. Especially since the 52D has an export version, it remains financially out of reach. Furthermore, even if he could afford them, he lacks the personnel to operate such vessels. Thus, rather than complicating matters, a simpler solution is preferable. Recently, he procured 10 units of power armor from Bailu. What you see before you are the latest offerings from Tianyu military industry, under the aegis of the Tianyu Group, the Celestial Soldier, Type 1 Power Armor. in a warehouse on the island. Sui gestured towards the 5 units of power armor lined up behind him and addressed the 10 robust young men before him. This power armor is markedly different from the exoskeletons typically employed by modern armies merely to alleviate physical exertion. I shan't delve into the specific technologies or principles. Such discussions would likely be lost on you. And frankly, I am not well-versed enough myself. That knowledge resides with the researchers. Upon hearing this, the 10 individuals chuckled amiably, unoffended by his candor. Often, the same sentiment conveyed through different expressions can yield vastly different impressions. Sui waved his hand dismissively and continued. Let me briefly outline some of the parameters of this equipment. First and foremost, its endurance is remarkable. It virtually eliminates any anxiety regarding power supply. Even under full power, its operational range is sufficient for you to circumnavigate the globe several times. Do not inquire about the technology, just know it is incredibly durable. Should the power ever reach its limits, it will notify you well in advance, ensuring that even during the most perilous missions, there remains ample energy reserve to respond effectively. Next, consider its propulsion. It is equipped with 4 compact, non-working fluid engines. To put it in terms you can comprehend, these engines collectively yield a maximum horsepower of 240,000. While this description may not capture the entirety of its capabilities, rest assured that this apparatus is capable of flight, reaching speeds exceeding 6 times the speed of sound. Regarding its protection, the external armor is crafted from specialized alloy, with its thinnest section measuring less than 3 millimeters. Yet it possesses an equivalent protective effect of 800 millimeters. In the areas of utmost fortification, the armor thickness reaches 70 millimeters, offering an astounding equivalent protection effect of 5,000 millimeters, equivalent to 5,000 millimeters. One might wonder if even the armor-piercing rounds of a tank's main gun could be withstood. While the armor is indeed capable of enduring such impacts, the same cannot be guaranteed for the individual inside. Hence, it is advised not to exhibit bravado in front of tank's cannon. Sui shrugged and continued. Moreover, this powered armor is equipped with an energy shield, primarily designed to resist electromagnetic interference. Even in the vicinity of a nuclear explosion, the internal electronic systems remain unaffected by the electromagnetic storms generated. Additionally, this device proves highly effective against energy weapons, rendering lasers virtually ineffective against you. Conventional bullets and shells can also be repelled, contingent upon the amount of energy you are willing to expend to maintain the shield. It is noteworthy that this energy shield is the component with the highest energy consumption in the entire powered armor. If it remains activated continuously, the armor's energy will deplete rapidly. Under normal usage, it offers nearly infinite endurance. However, if the shield operates at full power without interruption, it can sustain itself for no more than a month. As for the weaponry, it comes with an electromagnetic rifle, with the magnetic rail situated at the wrist of the armor's right arm, internally loaded with 1,000 specially alloyed steel needles, exhibiting exceptional penetrative capabilities, capable of piercing the frontal armor of a tank. Furthermore, the powered armor shoulders are equipped with 10 micromissiles on each side, with explosive energy 30 times that of TNT. The detonation of a single missile exceeds that of a 155 millimeters howitzer, considering the potential depletion of these weapons under extreme conditions. A high-energy laser emitter is also mounted on the left arm of the armor, featuring moderate energy consumption. Its power is quite formidable, surpassing that of the most advanced laser weapons currently available worldwide, albeit by a slight margin. However, this device is prone to malfunction. Thus, in the dire scenario where the electromagnetic rifle's ammunition is exhausted, the micromissiles are expended, and the laser emitter fails, you still have one final option: the high-frequency chainsaw sword. This weapon vibrates millions of times per second, with a blade forged from a special alloy, making tank armor seem as fragile as tofu in comparison. Typically, it is stored in the form of an iron chain beneath the right leg armor, and when needed, one simply grasps the hilt to draw it forth. A powerful magnetic field causes the iron chain to coalesce into a seamless greatsword, far sharper and more resilient than any cold weapon you have previously wielded, serving as your ultimate armament. Of course, even if the chainsaw sword were to fail. You are not without means of resistance. With the powered armor's augmentation, your punch exerts a force exceeding 20 tons, granting you the prowess to tear apart a tank with your bare hands, even in the absence of a weapon. This encapsulates the capabilities of the Tian Bing, one powered armor, though its potential extends far beyond these attributes. Its fireproof, waterproof, and toxin-resistant tri-defense system is truly unparalleled by any equipment on the entire blue planet. It is no exaggeration to assert that, even if extraterrestrial beings were to manifest on the lunar surface, you would be well equipped to engage them in combat. The integrated targeting system operates with a precision akin to a gaming cheat, and under optimal conditions, the electromagnetic rifle, with its capacity for 1,000 rounds, could effortlessly dispatch 1,000 foes. In simpler terms, donning this suit effectively renders you invincible on this planet. Most weaponry would be withstood with ease, and even those that pose a challenge could be evaded with remarkable agility. Of course, this does not apply to nuclear armaments. Should you find yourselves in the epicenter of such devastation, I can only say that your families would receive a substantial indemnity that would secure their financial well-being for generations to come. Chapter 97. Donning the mantle of Superman. Previously having served in the military, he transitioned into a distinguished employee of a security firm post-retirement. For these resolute men, death is not a taboo subject. Were it not for their courage to confront mortality, they would not have chosen this profession. Thus, when Sue half-jokingly and half-seriously teased them, they took it in stride. The leader of the group, a robust young man named Zhang Qingshan, chuckled in response. If I were to perish in a nuclear explosion, then this life would indeed have been worthwhile. Boss, we trust your character. We are at ease knowing you will handle our affairs after we're gone. With such extraordinary equipment at your disposal, just give the order, and even if you send me to the Black Palace to capture the sleeping emperor, I, Zhang Qingshan, would only frown if I were a coward. He is the captain of this 100-strong security team, and among those hired, one of Su Yi's most trusted individuals. Trust is not bestowed without reason. It is grounded in merit. Among this cohort of security personnel sourced from the firm, Zhang Qingshan may not be the most skilled. Yet his current position is significantly influenced by his past. During his military service, he participated in an overseas operation to eradicate a drug trafficking ring. To save his comrades, he single-handedly eliminated 6 criminals who were meant to be captured alive. The encounter was brutal, resulting in grievous injuries that nearly cost him his life. However, due to insufficient evidence against these criminals, they could not be convicted, and there were not key figures in the organization, merely vital leads. Their deaths, devoid of witnesses, incensed the higher-ups of the operation. Consequently, upon his return, he faced disciplinary action, and the promising military career he once had came to an abrupt end, forcing him to retire. Although the military had arranged a position for him post-retirement, his mother fell ill with uremia. Despite the decent benefits of his new job, which paid more than most in a small county, the overwhelming medical expenses loomed large. Thus, he resigned from his relatively stable position and opted for the higher-paying security company. The work in security is primarily divided into 2 categories: domestic assignments, which are relatively safe and mundane, and international missions, where danger escalates dramatically and may even require confronting combat situations. In pursuit of greater financial gain, Zhang Qingshan typically shunned the safer domestic tasks, opting instead to face perilous assignments abroad. He has narrowly escaped death on several occasions, yet has never uttered a word of complaint, promptly sending his earnings home to fund his mother's treatment. When Su Yi sought to recruit personnel, he had Tian Shu investigate the backgrounds of these security operatives, and he was immediately drawn to Zhang Qingshan. After effortlessly curing his mother's illness with the elixir of life, Zhang Qingshan was profoundly grateful, declaring that his life now belonged to Su Yi. A true man, he has sacrificed his prospects and even his life for his comrades, and willingly relinquished a peaceful existence for the sake of his mother, navigating through fire and steel. Su Yi harbored doubts about the notion that the immense favor he had bestowed upon his mother would prevent betrayal from others. Even in the absence of any wrongdoing on his part, the experiences of the other 9 individuals present mirrored his own. Su Yi was not merely their employer. He had rendered significant assistance to each of them. However, the The concept of gratitude is often ephemeral. While it may hold value for many, one cannot disregard the existence of those who, despite professing gratitude, may turn against their benefactors. Thus, he did not take it for granted that his generosity would ensure loyalty from these individuals. The power armor at their disposal was merely a privilege granted to them. Two higher tiers of authority loomed above. One layer resided with Tian Shu, while the highest authority was retained by Su-Yi himself. As they operated the power armor, Tian Shu would meticulously monitor their every move. Should any inappropriate thoughts or actions arise, Tian Shu would promptly report to Su-Yi. If Su-Yi were unable to address the situation immediately, Tian Shu would autonomously exercise authority to recall the power armor and confine the individuals within, awaiting Su-Yi's judgment. Thus, the use of the armor was assuredly secure and would significantly bolster the defensive capabilities of this isolated island. Such discussions were unnecessary. Now that they had joined the collective, they were all family, and the focus should be on their respective tasks. Su-Yi gestured dismissively before announcing the arrangement for the power armor. Currently, there are 5 prototypes with mature technology. My intention is for you 10 to form 2 shifts and alternate usage. During routine training, you may train and research together, quickly familiarizing yourselves with the power armor's functionalities and discussing scientific methods of utilization. The power armor boasts an intricate array of features, and it will be challenging for me to elucidate them all at once. The Research Institute believes that no amount of explanation can compare to your first-hand experience of donning the armor for several hours. Additionally, the armor is equipped with built-in AI, alleviating any initial difficulties you might face in mastering its use. That is the situation at hand. I encourage you to deliberate amongst yourselves, pairing off into teams of 2, selecting as you see fit, as all armor is identical. At this juncture, he seemed to recall something and added, "By the way, in case you are unaware, this power armor possesses a load-bearing capacity exceeding 10 tons. If you wish, each of you could carry a large cannon and unleash a few rounds on the enemy before engaging in battle. With these 5 power armor units at our disposal, even if the white-headed eagle were to deploy an aircraft carrier fleet here, capturing this small island would not be a certainty. At most, they might destroy some basic infrastructure on the island." Regarding personnel safety, the initial phase of the island's transformation focused on constructing underground shelters. Su-Yi mandated the creation of a nuclear bunker, extending hundreds of meters underground, capable of withstanding nuclear bomb blasts. Once completed, in the event of conflict, the island's inhabitants could swiftly seek refuge within. A direct nuclear strike might not even prove effective, let alone the relentless bombardment of an aircraft carrier fleet. When the time truly arrives, the residents will take refuge underground, and these few armored suits will be sufficient to quench the thirst of an entire aircraft carrier fleet. Should the powered armor ascend to the aircraft carrier, it is conceivable that Su-Yi could orchestrate a grand spectacle for the world, capturing the Eagle's flagship and seizing the naval commander alive. Surprisingly, he even finds himself somewhat eager for such a moment. Ahem. Having concluded the pressing matters, Su-Yi departed from the warehouse and made his way to the beach. At that moment, Yu Ling and Xinghen were seated upon a rock, gazing out at the boundless sea, seemingly engaged in whispered conversations. It was only when Su-Yi approached that he noticed Xinghen, who had previously worn a stoic expression, now gazing dreamily into the distance, murmuring, "What a wonderful world this is." Chapter 98. You smell quite pleasant good? In what manner? Su-Yi unceremoniously took a seat beside them. Xinghen turned to glance at him, pursing her lips as she replied, "In many aspects." "For instance?" he inquired. "For instance, here everyone is considered equal." Su-Yi couldn't help but chuckle. "That's merely lip service. Do not take it to heart. Inequalities abound. Each individual is an independent entity, endowed with varying capabilities. Absolute equality among all is an impossibility." He had assumed that the girl had been influenced by a plethora of nonsensical literature during her recent sojourn in Blue Star, leading to a sort of brainwashing. However, to his surprise, Xinghen nodded and said, "I understand. Yet at the very least, the prevailing ideology posits that all individuals are equal. Even if not everyone genuinely believes it, they must outwardly profess such notions. Moreover, in certain respects, compared to the magical realm, there's indeed a semblance of equality here. The disparities are merely the byproduct of power and capital. In this world, an individual, regardless of their humble origins, can ascend to great heights if they possess sufficient power and resources. In contrast, our world operates differently. Their lineage dictates everything. From the moment of birth, one's status is predetermined. Regardless of race, sentient beings are categorized as nobles, commoners, lower-class citizens, and I, as one who does not even qualify as a lower-class citizen, am deemed a mongrel. At this point, Xing Hen let out a derisive laugh. Turning her gaze toward Su-yi, did you previously believe that I held a high status in the magical realm? Isn't that the case? Su-yi responded, astonished. Although he had heard from Yuling about the rigid hierarchy based on bloodlines in the magical world, Xing Hen was referred to as a star seeker, one of the most formidable beings beneath the various gods of magic and war. Could someone of such stature not possess a high status? Thus, your world is indeed remarkable. So much so that it leads one to believe that possessing strength equates to corresponding status. Xing Hen shrugged. Those nobles who pride themselves on their lineage, when in my presence, will certainly feign a degree of respect. Yet, most of the time, they disdain even the thought of appearing before me, often going to great lengths to avoid me. Even when compelled to discuss matters with me, they will mutter under their breath afterward, "Despicable mongrel," merely fortunate enough to garner the favor of the divine, daring to speak to me in such a manner, and hastily cleanse themselves with the finest petals, as if I bore an innate stench that could tarnish their noble bloodline. Su-yi leaned in to sniff. No, you smell quite pleasant. Xing Hen's delicate face stiffened, and she turned her head slightly, looking somewhat uncomfortable. Princess Yuling mentioned that you are quite lecherous. It appears to be true. Impossible. That must surely be a misunderstanding on Yuling's part. Su-yi quickly redirected the conversation. Surely, not everyone in your world is so exaggerated, right? Wouldn't you agree? Yuling? Yuling? He said, glancing toward Yuling on the other side, only to find her expression rather awkward. No way, you two? Princess Yuling stands as a rare beacon of purity among the nobility, which is why I have come here at the behest of Princess Vivi of the Qiyang Empire. Xing Hen interjected, attempting to soften her words. It is not as simple as it appears. With a sigh, Yuling remarked, when I was still a princess of the Elven clan, I genuinely believed in my innate superiority over others. My kindness towards the hybrids of your human race and the elves was merely an act of compassion. At the time, I did not perceive this as an injustice. However, after the fall of the Elven Kingdom and my subsequent exile, I reflected extensively. Upon arriving on Blue Star and observing the dynamics among humans here, I came to recognize my past errors. I sincerely apologize for that. You have apologized numerous times, Your Highness. It is unnecessary, Xing Hen replied with a resigned smile. Regardless of your motivations, you have shown us, the Forsaken, a kindness that surpasses that of others. Indeed, societal circumstances can profoundly influence one's worldview. It is entirely natural for erroneous beliefs to arise within a particular environment, as Su-yi kindly added. This is a profound truth. Society operates through individuals, and individuals, in turn, evolve within their societal constructs. Perspectives on the same issue can vary significantly across different social contexts, and it is essential to adapt accordingly. Individuals must acclimate to their broader environment rather than demanding that the environment adjust to them. It is only natural for Yuling to conform to the prevailing worldview of the magical realm. We cannot expect everyone to spontaneously challenge mainstream ideologies and forge new philosophical paths. Conversely, as a denizen of Blue Star, the absurdity of the magical world's elitist bloodline theory is starkly apparent. Here, beings like Xing Hen, who are demigods, still receive only superficial respect due to their lineage. Even the smallest noble or the most lowly peasant would disdain to associate with them, despite the fact that, in a physical confrontation, they would be outmatched. This situation evokes the image of a person from Jiuzhou, commanding 1,000,000 troops and arriving at the doorstep of Ozhou with a starship, only to have some self-proclaimed noble dispatch a mere elderly gatekeeper to declare, "You, a lowly monkey from Yazhou, are unworthy to speak to me." The sheer absurdity of such a scenario is staggering. It is difficult to fathom that this is a genuine reality. Yet the sentiments of these two individuals from the magical realm affirm its existence. So, have you made your decision? After further discussion, He posed a question that truly concerned him. I have indeed made up my mind, Xinghan affirmed with a nod. The next time you engage in trade, I shall provide you with my token. With this, you can summon my kin from the magical realm to this place. Bringing life through the trading platform will require time to accumulate points, correct? There is no rush. Take your time. Very well. I will inform you when my points are sufficient to bring a group over. He promptly agreed. This was indeed his original intention, and it appears to be a resounding win-win situation. As dusk approached and the sun gradually descended beyond the horizon, the three individuals did not hasten their return to Jeju. Instead, they set up an outdoor barbecue on the beach. The previously reticent and melancholic Xinghan, who always wore an expression akin to that of a robot, seemed to have unraveled some inner turmoil, becoming noticeably more talkative. Yi, having ventured out for a holiday, felt no urgency to return. By the time he made his way back to Jeju, 3 days had elapsed. Upon his return, Tianshu greeted him with disheartening news. Chapter 99 Announcement. Military threat. Do you mean that the alliance of Ojo is about to stir up trouble? Not exactly, Tianshu replied with a calm demeanor. After acquiring the elixir of life, they ceased to keep the agreement between you confidential and began to subtly guide public opinion in preparation for its announcement. However, the entire alliance of Ojo has long been infiltrated by the white-headed eagle, and the highly classified agreement, known only to a few, had its secrecy slightly relaxed, allowing the information to be promptly discovered by the white-headed eagle. Subsequently, the higher-ups of the Ojo alliance, driven by their own selfish desires, sold the island at an extraordinarily low price, which quickly caused a significant uproar across the Ojo continent. Many Ojo citizens are now taking to the streets with banners, protesting to reclaim the island and demanding the resignation of those high-ranking officials who approved this agreement. Based on the past handling style of the alliance of Ojo regarding such matters, I believe they will not hold out for long and will soon yield or resign in disgrace. As for whether the successors will honor the agreement, I remain pessimistic. To take the benefits and then resign, leaving behind a mess? Yi scoffed. They are underestimating the situation. This is the advantage of a small government. They are not held accountable for the foolish decisions made during their tenure, nor for their partners while in office. After resigning, they care little about the ensuing chaos. It is not surprising for them to change orders at will. Tianshu explained. This is one of the greatest differences between the West and the 9 provinces. If you intend to engage with them using the mindset of the 9 provinces, you will likely suffer considerable losses. Tianshu. Sir, I am here. He suddenly chuckled coldly. You have misunderstood something. Please enlighten me. I do not care what unspoken rules or regulations they have. Whether or not they remain accountable after resigning is irrelevant. He stated solemnly. When engaging in business with me, it must be conducted according to my rules. Do they truly believe that resigning will absolve them of all responsibility? They're gravely mistaken. The elixir of life not only prolongs life, but can also serve as their death knell. Taking my benefits without fulfilling their obligations is simply unacceptable. Yi was well aware that the operational mechanisms of Western systems differ from those of the 9 provinces. His understanding of this dynamic allowed him to exploit the mindset of those eager to profit and escape, securing the island first and foremost. Once the agreement was signed, regardless of who succeeded thereafter, they would not be able to evade their obligations. As for those who took the benefits but failed to deliver, believing they could flee upon acquiring the elixir of life, they should not expect any blessings of prolonged life. Yi would ensure that they would not live to see their original lifespans. Sir, you are correct. When one wields absolute power, the rules set by others become inconsequential. After a moment of silence, Tianshu concurred. In the future, I will incorporate this vital data into the computational model to avoid reaching erroneous conclusions again. That is unnecessary. Yi resolutely dismissed the proposal, asserting that one should adhere strictly to the established rules. He cautioned against resorting to extraordinary measures outside of these regulations. For reliance on brute force to resolve conflicts would lead to the gradual disintegration of order, plunging the entire system into chaos. Such turmoil would ultimately be detrimental to all. Despite his recent penchant for employing the extraordinary powers of magical world supermodels to circumvent regulations, he remained lucid, employing external powers only when the existing rules proved insufficient. Otherwise, he could simply allow Yu Ling and Xing Hen to wreak havoc, swiftly amassing wealth and becoming the richest individuals in the world. However, indulging in such actions would soon precipitate the collapse of global order, resulting in universal chaos. In such circumstances, everyone would suffer, potentially facing dire consequences. Very well. Keep me informed of any developments at the earliest opportunity, he instructed Tian Shu, just as he intended to inquire about what Yu Ling would prepare for dinner that evening. Tian Shu interrupted with new information. Sir, the White Eagle has just issued a notice. He paused in his tracks. What notice? The White Eagle has long maintained a military alliance with the Ojo Alliance, and it has just proclaimed, in the name of this agreement, that the Ojo Alliance's trade with your island is deemed illegal. The notice essentially states that your landing on the island with the Tianyu Group constitutes an act of invasion, demanding the withdrawal of all Tianyu Group employees from the island within 3 days. Failure to comply would obligate the White Eagle and the military forces of the participating nations to initiate military action to reclaim the island that rightfully belongs to the Ojo Alliance. A military protocol organization? He was taken aback for a moment before recalling the infamous North Atlantic Treaty, scoffing. They certainly know how to exploit loopholes. What about the Ojo Alliance? Tian Shu promptly replied. 3 of the highest-ranking members of the Ojo Alliance's council, who had reached an agreement with you, have resigned under pressure. The speaker's current stance is rather ambiguous, seemingly leaning towards abrogating the agreement. Furthermore, the White Eagle's declaration is beyond the control of the Ojo Alliance. Since the Second World War, the majority of the Ojo Alliance's military power has been under the White Eagle's control. They are using the North Atlantic Treaty as a pretext to launch military actions against you under the guise of safeguarding the Ojo Alliance's territory. Even if they wish to intervene, they lack the capability to do so. The North Atlantic Treaty has effectively demilitarized the entire Ojo continent, with only a handful of nations retaining any military autonomy. Should the White Eagle decide to act, the initiation of military action is indeed not within their purview. The Ojo Alliance? Merely a pack of broken-backed hounds. Pitiful. He shook his head and then inquired of Tian Shu. What do you believe would be the appropriate course of action within the confines of the rules? After a brief contemplation, Tian Shu provided an answer, based on calculations and within the established parameters. The optimal strategy at present is to leverage our informational advantage on the internet to forcibly alter the perception of the populace in the Western world regarding this island transaction. By exerting pressure from the public, we can compel the bald eagle to abandon this endeavor. The masses can indeed be misled when inundated with sufficient information. Their attention can be captivated. Rather than imposing direct conclusions, individuals are more inclined to trust the answers they derive for themselves. Through the use of general, vague, and expansive descriptions, we can guide them toward the desired conclusions, ultimately shaping public opinion to serve our interests. On this planet, I possess such capabilities. Chapter 100. Right and wrong? Merely different stances. The approach of Tian Shu is straightforward: to launch a barrage of information aimed at altering the perceptions of the Western populace. Subsequently, it would employ the Western electoral mechanisms to compel the White Eagle and the nations of the Eurasian Alliance to abandon military actions, begrudgingly accepting this transaction. As for how to legitimize a transaction that is inherently unlawful, while simultaneously garnering widespread acceptance of its legitimacy, this is not a formidable challenge. With the ability to control online discourse, one can, under a deluge of information, turn the black into white and the dead into alive. The act of mislabeling a deer as a horse is not beyond the realm of possibility in the contemporary internet milieu. The behavior of individuals within a group cannot be equated with that of independent entities. While altering the worldview of a single person is arduous, shifting the collective perception of a group is decidedly simpler. He harbored no doubt regarding Tian Shu's capabilities, yet he shook his head and inquired, what alternatives exist. Utilizing its own advantages to drag Jiuzhou into complicity, Tianshu responded decisively. In today's world, aside from yourself, the only entity capable of countering the White Eagle and its allies is Jiuzhou. If we can leverage your significance and that of your enterprises to ensnare Jiuzhou, there exists a 50% probability that the White Eagle will abandon military aggression, a 30% chance of minor skirmishes, ultimately leading the White Eagle to forego targeting you. There is a 15% likelihood of an anomalous localized conflict, as the islands are situated at a considerable distance from both Jiuzhou and the White Eagle's homeland, rendering the outcome uncertain. A mere 5% chance exists that this could escalate into a world war, engulfing the entire globe in flames. To speak honestly, the Jiuzhou government had treated him fairly well. Dragging someone into a predicament was less appealing than allowing Tianshu to engage in a campaign of persuasion. Let be, Su, he waved his hand. It is indeed a challenge for you to navigate this matter without resorting to extrajudicial means. We shall set this aside for now. Even if they are preparing for military action against the islands, it will not occur in the immediate future. So there is no need for concern. You should focus on the development of the islands. Clearly, you have prepared a superior plan, beyond your proposed strategy. I find it difficult to conceive of a better solution. Tianshu quietly flattered him. The so-called superior plan consisted of the 5 power armors that Su-yi had previously deployed to the island. In essence, this still involved utilizing extrajudicial elements to address the issue. However, the current situation was somewhat distinct, as the White Eagle was directly seeking military confrontation, thereby being the first to breach the established norms. Su-yi, of course, need not adhere strictly to convention. When adversaries are intent on sending warships to confront you, it will be folly to engage in rational discourse with them concerning the transaction between the Tianyu Group and the Eurasian Alliance. Along with the ensuing turmoil and the reactions from the White Eagle and the North Atlantic Treaty Organization, the news reached Jiuzhou on the same day. By the following day, the situation erupted across the internet without any intervention from Tianshu. The Bald Eagle and the North Atlantic Treaty Organization have threatened to launch military strikes against the company's overseas base in Kyushu. This situation is quite unprecedented. The long-suffering citizens of Kyushu immediately rallied in support of the Tianyu Group. However, amidst this general consensus, there were certainly individuals who fancied themselves enlightened and took an opposing stance. The forums have been ablaze all morning. I now feel as though the inhabitants of this land have lost their sanity, utterly beyond redemption. Gentlemen, tread carefully. Truth cannot be spoken here. Damn it. The self-proclaimed enlightened one is back. I'm fed up. Indeed, those who dwell in their own arrogance deserve scorn. Others have already overstepped their bounds while still maintaining their pretentious demeanor. They were clearly born to be traitors. Here we go again, yet another baseless accusation. Ha! Have you self-righteous individuals even taken the time to scrutinize the statements made by the spokesperson of the Bald Eagle's military and the information disclosed regarding the events? It was your Tianyu Group that secretly bribed high-ranking officials of the Ozhou Alliance to reach an island leasing agreement. Is that legal? The contents of the agreement have already been published. It is clearly documented. How can you say it's illegal? Just because there's an agreement. Does that make it legal? Go ask the Kyushu authorities whether usurious contracts are lawful. Did the populace of the Ozhou Alliance ever consent to the sale of their islands? If clandestine agreements are deemed legal, then nothing in this world could be considered unlawful. Does dissent render something illegal? Were there no public objections when the previous regime signed unequal treaties? By what right do these outsiders impose their will through a series of leased territories? You are engaging in sophistry. The times have changed. What utter nonsense! When your Western masters were strong, their thievery was considered lawful. My ancestors endured generations of hardship to build our legacy. And now that the tides have turned, you come forward to claim that this is unlawful? How dare you? Within a span of less than a day, the online discourse erupted into chaos. The majority believe that the Bald Eagle is overstepping its bounds, while the Tianyu Group has a legitimate contract with the Ozhou Alliance, and it is intolerable that they would now attempt to renege on it. Conversely, A minority argue that the Tianyu group initially engaged in improper conduct to secure the island leasing agreement, and thus, even if faced with military action from the Bald Eagle and NATO, they brought this upon themselves. In essence, this matter does not boil down to a clear right or wrong, whether it involves the Tianyu group, the AtoZ alliance, or the Bald Eagle. Each party is merely acting in its own interests. The contract signed by the Tianyu group is explicit, detailing their obligations upon acquiring the island. Although the contract contains several ambiguous loopholes that may allow the Tianyu group to evade these obligations later, it nonetheless articulates these responsibilities. Based solely on the contract's surface, it cannot be deemed an unequal agreement. Therefore, they indeed have grounds to refuse restitution. For the members of the AtoZ alliance, they are certainly unwilling to acknowledge the agreement that Sue-yi reached by bribing their higher-ups. The Bald Eagle, along with the North Atlantic Treaty, holds the obligation to safeguard the territory and interests of the AtoZ alliance. Thus, intervening is both reasonable and legitimate. Everyone has a voice in this matter. In such circumstances, the debate occurring on the distant Kyushu network is no longer merely a question of right or wrong. Rather, it has evolved into a matter of perspective. Standing from different viewpoints inevitably leads to divergent conclusions regarding truth and morality. Chapter 101. The Magical Ingredients Restaurant public opinion held little significance for Sue-yi. He was not an official and thus felt no need to concern himself with external judgments regarding the righteousness or wrongness of matters. As the adage goes, one who begins with such means shall surely perish by them. The Tianyu group did not rely on such trivialities for its survival and was naturally indifferent to external discourse. Although the situation on the island was quite tumultuous, Sue-yi estimated that, given the West's efficiency, no resolution would emerge in less than 10 to 15 days. Any potential military action was not imminent, so there was no cause for concern at present. Moreover, he had strategically deployed 5 powered armors on the island, more than sufficient to manage most unforeseen circumstances. Upon returning to Jiangsheng, while the outside world endlessly debated the future of the Tianyu group, Sue-yi found himself quite at leisure. After several days of idleness, he learned from Yuling that the first batch of magical crops cultivated on his farm was ready for harvest. Aside from a portion reserved for seeds, the remainder could be sold. These magical crops were of a fast-growing variety, containing relatively low levels of magical energy, and were indeed inferior to the finished products imported directly from Weiwei. Despite the grandiose name of magical crops, their cultivation principles were not significantly different from those of ordinary crops. Crops that were hastily ripened would naturally lack the flavor of those grown at a normal pace. This was simply a matter of logic. Nevertheless, these rapidly maturing magical crops, cultivated within the magic array, were undoubtedly far more nutritious and flavorful than their ordinary counterparts. While the magical energy they contained was modest, in comparison to the common crops on Blue Star, they were still considered a substantial supplement. Since Yuling had suggested selling them, Sue-yi saw no reason to hold back. He would never lack magical crops for his own consumption. And with so many other magical crops growing on the farm, selling them was merely a matter of time. He promptly placed a call to Huang Lin. Sue-yi had not forgotten his earlier promise to take Huang Lin on a venture. Huang Lin's restaurant, which aimed to become a chain brand, would undoubtedly soar with the supply of these magical crops. Of course, Sue-yi did not refer to magical food in his conversation. To convince Huang Lin, he described the cultivation of a wholly new type of crop in the ecological farm, one that not only boasted a uniquely exquisite flavor, but also exceptional nutritional value. Consuming it would bring numerous benefits, including strengthening the body and even enhancing vitality. "Are you telling me you've cultivated an elixir on a farm?" was Huang Lin's immediate response upon hearing the description. Nevertheless, he was quite earnest about the matter. Without delay, he brought the head chef from his restaurant to Sue-yi's home. After tasting the magical ingredients prepared by the chef, he immediately declared that once these items hit the market, they would undoubtedly become a nationwide sensation. Forget about merely opening a chain restaurant. They were destined to become a gastronomic giant. Comparisons to Hai Di Lao or Golden Arches would be laughable. Upon hearing Sue-yi mention that the Tianyu ecological farm would supply him with ingredients at regular prices for these unique delicacies, provided he could consume them, He was informed that all magical ingredients produced by the farm could be processed for him. Huang Lin's stance was quite straightforward. Absolutely not. Brothers are brothers, and business is business. This particular offering is singular, with no rival in existence. Although the procurement cost of these special ingredients is not trivial, the price they fetch once transformed into finished products is astronomical. Merely profiting from the sale of the ingredients would be a significant loss. If all the farm's unique ingredients were to be handed over to me, it would create a monopoly in the culinary world, where monopolies invariably yield exorbitant profits. What I propose is that your conditions remain unchanged, but regarding the restaurant venture, I will consult with my father. You can hold a 50 stake and share in the profits of the restaurant company in the form of a technical investment, while we will negotiate the remainder with other partners. Should they accept, that would be ideal. If not, they can withdraw, and I shall refund their investments. Of course, I cannot disclose the reasons for this decision to them at present. Our establishment initially attracted considerable outside investment, and over the years, they have profited handsomely while also causing a fair share of disputes. Frankly, my father and I are not keen on continuing this partnership. If we could take advantage of this opportunity to allow them to exit before our special ingredients become a publicly traded entity and expand, it would indeed be advantageous for us. After listening to his lengthy discourse, Su-yi finally grasped his intent. It seemed that the father and son duo had long harbored dissatisfaction towards certain partners. Now, fully aware that the supply of magical ingredients would undoubtedly elevate the store's status, they were understandably reluctant to benefit the other partners. Huang Lin would rather relinquish the excess shares to Su-yi than allow them to remain with the existing partners. I have a question. What is it? Huang Lin inquired, puzzled. Since there are many shareholders in this establishment with whom you are dissatisfied, why not simply abandon this venture and open a new one? Su-yi shrugged. Opening a new store doesn't seem like a troublesome endeavor. Huang Lin sighed in response. While it may eliminate the headaches associated with a multitude of conflicting shareholders, it would introduce a plethora of new challenges. Our family store has been established for several years now, and we have invested significantly in hiring numerous celebrities and internet influencers for endorsements. I say this without fear of ridicule. It has indeed built a certain brand value. To forego this brand and start anew would be a considerable loss. Celebrity endorsements? Su-yi's lips curled slightly as he regarded him with an incredulous expression. What else with that look? Huang Lin protested. Are you daft? What use is celebrity endorsement? Su-yi gestured toward the figure nestled on the sofa, engrossed in her phone. Which celebrity or influencer could possibly outshine her? Huang Lin paused, instinctively shaking his head. It seems there really isn't one. Despite the fact that Yuling lacks even a publicly unearthed social media account and has never made an appearance or uttered a word in any public setting outside of the Tianyu Group's product launches. Yet, with her extraordinary beauty and charisma, her current popularity on the internet surpasses that of all top-tier celebrities. Which star or internet sensation do you believe our Tianyu Group cannot entice? Su-yi inwided furtive. Huang Lin continued to shake his head. Given the current stature of Tianyu Group, it is poised to become a titan in the domestic semiconductor and medical industries. Which short-sighted celebrity or influencer would dare to slight Tianyu Group? That would be unthinkable. Su-yi patted his shoulder, speaking earnestly. It is no wonder I am your adoptive father, and you are my beloved son. My dear child, be bold and shed this timidity. Return and prepare diligently. The grand opening is paramount. All brand accumulation is trivial. Once your new store opens, I shall ensure you achieve viral fame across the entire internet within a day. Chapter 102. The Islanders' quest to reclaim their homeland. The magical crops cultivated on the farm ultimately represent mere trifles, insignificant concerns amidst the greater narrative. Although the anticipated military intervention led by the White Eagle and the North Atlantic Treaty has yet to materialize, some insidious maneuvers have arrived sooner than expected. On the 5th day following his departure from the island, a message was relayed by Zhang Qingshan, the commander of the island security forces. At the break of dawn on the island, hundreds of unidentified individuals, claiming to be the island's indigenous inhabitants, arrived aboard speedboats. Their rationale was straightforward. This was their home, and they sought to return. Accompanying them were numerous journalists, broadcasting the unfolding events live for the world to witness. a spectacle of considerable magnitude. As these individuals approached the island, Zhang Qingshan found himself at a loss for how to respond, prompting him to seek guidance from Su Yi on how to proceed. If these individuals had arrived armed or even aboard a warship, the resolution would have been uncomplicated for Zhang Qingshan. He would merely deploy the powered armor and confront them. However, as they were unarmed civilians, opening fire was evidently a challenging option. Understanding his intent, Su Yi, far from being ruthless enough to authorize a violent response against these ordinary people exploited by others, contemplated the situation. After a brief reflection, he issued a directive to Zhang Qingshan. Given the current developments, it was time to provide these outsiders with a glimpse of the technological marvels from another world. Unlike the supernatural powers of magic that necessitate concealment, Su Yi had no intention of hiding the powered armor. He intended not only to utilize it, but to unveil this formidable weapon from another realm for all to see, leaving everyone in awe. Initially, it was believed that the powered armor would make its debut against the White Eagle's warships, but such a moment would not come to pass. With a multitude of media present, the ensuing reactions could potentially be even more pronounced. Upon receiving Su Yi's authorization, Zhang Qingshan promptly ordered the island security forces into action. In the vastness of the A3 ocean, countless small boats, filled with people, surged forward like a pack of wolves, creating frothy white wakes in their wake. Each boat carried a dozen or so tattered, dark-skinned indigenous individuals, navigating toward the direction of their former homes. Yet, their expressions bore no signs of excitement or righteous indignation. Rather, they appeared somewhat flustered and uncertain. Clearly, although the indigenous people were not highly educated, this did not imply a lack of intelligence. Recently, they had received a substantial resettlement fee from the AtoZ Alliance, and after only a few days of enjoying their newfound freedom, powerful figures had approached them, urging them to reclaim their homeland under the guise of rightful restoration. They were the island's indigenous inhabitants, not primitive individuals unaware of the digital world. The disputes that have arisen surrounding the small island of my hometown are all too familiar to the islanders. Among them, there are even astute individuals who believe that this island could potentially ignite a great war between Kyushu and the Western powers. As individuals at the very epicenter of this turmoil, the islanders themselves are largely indifferent to notions of home. Not everyone in the world shares the same deep-rooted attachment to their homeland as the people of Kyushu. As long as the monetary compensation is substantial, they care little about who buys their impoverished island or whether they will ever return. Thus, when the AtoZ Alliance offered exorbitant relocation fees, not a single islander objected. They happily accepted the money and moved away. Now, however, some are urging them to return, to which they are naturally resistant. Caught in the crossfire of powerful forces, these islanders are mere mortals aware of their own limitations and disinterested in becoming embroiled in this debacle. Yet, they find themselves with no choices. For the powerless and insignificant, such is often the reality. Whether relocating from the island or protesting upon it, they possess no rights to choose. It is merely a matter of executing the whims of those in power. The difference lies in the fact that when they moved, Su Yi had insisted in the agreement regarding the island's transfer that the compensation provided by the AtoZ Alliance to these islanders must not be a penny less and should indeed be more. This ensured that they received a significant sum for their relocation. However, now that they're being sent back to reclaim the island, the representatives who dispatched them are far less accommodating than Su Yi. They are only provided with these dilapidated boats. Compensation? Certainly none at all. Their reasoning is quite simple. You are reclaiming your own homeland. Why should I pay you? Providing you with a few small boats and sending a cadre of journalists to support you is already a generous act. What? You do not wish to return to your homeland? Then allow me to discuss the legality of the resettlement funds previously granted by the AtoZ Alliance. Under such circumstances, it will be quite extraordinary for these islanders, coerced to return and reclaim their homeland, to do so willingly. Meanwhile, just a few nautical miles behind these small boats lies a lavish yacht, aboard which are journalists from esteemed Western media outlets. At this moment, they lounge in casual beach attire, chatting in groups on the deck while savoring light refreshments. On the forward deck, cameras and equipment have been set up, ready to broadcast live as soon as they enter the territorial waters of the island, capturing the moment when islanders unjustly displaced will reclaim their homes for the world to witness. Jack, is your drone tracking them? A reporter, clad in a sleeveless shirt, inquires of a young man operating a drone. Not long now. We are less than 20 nautical miles from the island and will soon enter its waters. I believe there will be some movement on their part as well. So you should instruct all reporters to power up their devices to capitalize on this moment for a warm-up. A young man, known as Jack, casually maneuvered the drone towards the island, seemingly unconcerned about any potential infringement of airspace. Upon hearing this, a shirtless journalist immediately rose to his feet, clapped his hands to capture everyone's attention, and exclaimed, "We are almost there. Everyone, let us get to work. Once we succeed and return, we shall celebrate with a grand party." Chapter 103. The emergence of powered armor, however, just as the journalists received the notification to return to their posts. Having just powered on their machines and opened the live broadcast connection to convey the momentous event to the world, Jack, who was operating the drone, suddenly exclaimed in astonishment, "WEF? Jack, what on earth are you doing?" The bare-chested reporter, who had just donned his attire, turned back with a hint of annoyance. Our drone has been shot down." Jack responded in terror. "I didn't even catch a glimpse of what initiated the assault. The drone was obliterated instantly. It's highly likely it was an anti-air missile." An anti-air missile? The questioning journalist's expression turned grave. Impossible. According to the intelligence provided by the Arctic Ocean Treaty, Tianyu Group was supposed to be transporting a shipment of weapons to the island. But it surely wouldn't include anti-air missiles. It should only contain light weaponry. This is absurd. If there were any aircraft or artillery on the island, they wouldn't dare approach. The controversy surrounding this island is substantial. Such actions are tantamount to invading another nation's territory. Tianyu Group has every right to engage in hostilities. Moreover, whether such actions are justified is as debatable as the island's current situation itself. If the island were to be reclaimed by the Western powers, it would be fortunate. Those who perish here could at least be regarded as martyrs for the cause of freedom. However, if this island indeed falls under the dominion of Tianyu Group and is recognized by various global organizations and nations, then the deaths that occur here today would be in vain. These journalists possess a wealth of information and see the situation with far greater clarity than the average person. Had they not been aware that only light weaponry was present on the island, they certainly wouldn't have ventured here, even for a larger sum of money. What is life worth in such peril? What shall we do now? The young Jack questioned, somewhat at a loss. The lead journalist, also feeling a sense of urgency, recognized that the indigenous flotilla was drawing closer to the island. He steeled himself and declared, "We cannot dwell on this any longer. We must press on. Unless Tianyu Group is utterly unconcerned about the repercussions, I refuse to believe they would dare to act against us journalists and the indigenous people ahead. But if the issue of territorial ownership remains unresolved, we are undoubtedly trespassing illegally," Jack murmured. "One cannot penalize the multitude, you know? Even if we are trespassing, do you truly believe they would be bold enough to harm so many?" The individual shot Jack a glare before turning to instruct the yacht's captain in the cockpit to accelerate, ensuring they did not fall too far behind the smaller boats ahead. Jack opened his mouth, but ultimately refrained from further comment. He raised his camera, connected to the yacht's communication device, and relayed a message to the news agency behind him before commencing the live broadcast. Soon, on platforms such as YouTube and Twitch, numerous renowned global media outlets simultaneously began broadcasting the courageous islanders reclaiming their homeland, attracting considerable attention from viewers worldwide. Even within the internal networks of JoJo, notorious Western media outlets like BBD have commenced live broadcasts. Utilizing streaming mechanisms, they swiftly attracted numerous viewers to the live stream. One might say something about the valiant islanders reclaiming their homeland, but it turns out that this island belongs to the Tianyu Group. How laughable. Occupying another's homeland is no different from being an aggressor. I believe the authorities should apprehend the owner of the Tianyu Group and confiscate their assets. Stop spouting nonsense. Are you really going to believe everything they say? This island was evidently purchased legally by the Tianyu Group. Exactly. In my view, these islanders should not be confronting the Tianyu Group. Any grievances should be directed towards those who facilitated their relocation by defending the capitalists. Do you think they will grant you a sip of life-s water? Quit your rambling. I am a rational individual, and I only seek the truth. Nonsense about reclaiming a homeland. This is clearly an invasion. I've heard that the Tianyu group maintains armed security on this island. I suggest a direct counterattack. Originally ongoing disputes surged to new heights with the emergence of these live streams. Opponents of the Tianyu group have already branded Su Yi as an evil invader, wishing to see him face the gallows. Conversely, supporters of the Tianyu group fantasize about Su Yi deploying rocket artillery by the seaside to eliminate those dissenters. As for those who neither support either side and approach the issue with genuine objectivity, well, they're scorned by both factions. Such is the nature of the internet. It is a realm of black and white, right and wrong, where rational contemplation without allegiance renders one an outcast to both sides. If we were to consider differing opinions on this matter within Jiuzhou, those observing the live broadcast from outside appear to share a unified stance, calling for the Tianyu group to vacate the islands and return the homeland to the islanders. However, such vitriol did not persist for long. Barely 10 minutes into the live broadcast from the yacht, all voices of censure and controversy fell silent. You have trespassed into the territorial waters of the islands governed by the Tianyu group, severely compromising its interests. I am now compelled to arrest you in accordance with the law. Please cooperate. Any violent resistance will not be met with restraint. The warning issued over the broadcast was met with indifference aboard the vessel. Whether they comprehended Jiuzhou's language is one matter. Even if they did, their minds were elsewhere. For at that moment, a towering piece of powered armor, crafted entirely from metal and gleaming in the sunlight, hovered majestically before the yacht's bow. Before the lenses of all cameras, this powered armor stood silently, its 4 non-mass engines exuding a pale blue plasma stream, resembling a miraculous apparition. What in the world is that? Good heavens, is Iron Man making an appearance? From the sound of it, this must belong to the Tianyu group. I thought the Tianyu group was impressive enough with their life-giving water and carbon-based ships, but it appears they have even more formidable technology. Whose commander is this? For a moment, I found myself bewildered. Could someone elucidate how this metallic object is suspended in midair? Don't inquire. The answer is simply sheer force. Did you not notice the engine behind it? That cannot be. It makes no sense. I have observed fighter jet engines, and their noise is overwhelmingly loud. Why then? Does this apparatus emit no sound, resembling a specter? Who can say? Yet, in comparison to an engine, I find the advent of powered armor to be far more unsettling. What is the intention of Tianyu Corporation? Are they planning to detain all these individuals? The journalists at the scene, after a brief moment of confusion, quickly regained their composure. I must commend them. As reporters, they exhibit a commendable level of professionalism. Once they collected themselves, their first instinct was not to seek explanations or pose inquiries. Instead, they promptly raised their cameras, directing them towards the floating powered armor for a flurry of photographs. Chapter 104. Fire now, I wish to impress. With a resounding thud, the power armor descended upon the deck of the yacht, producing a weighty sound that reverberated through the air. The journalists, their faces alight with fervor, had seemingly lost sight of the gravity of the situation, frantically capturing photographs. Zhang Qingshan, evidently well prepared. Let the announcement resound once more. You have trespassed into the territorial waters governed by Tianyu Group, severely compromising its interests. I shall now proceed to arrest you. Please cooperate. Should you resist violently, we will not hesitate to employ countermeasures. Before the announcement concluded, his hand swiftly descended upon a nearby camera. The costly device, worth hundreds of thousands, barely had time to emit a cry of despair before being crushed to shards by the immense strength of the power armor. No, you cannot do this. We are still over 12 kilometers from the island, in international waters. You have no authority to arrest us. A journalist finally grasped the situation, shouting in protest. Zhang Qingshan, however, had no intention of engaging in debate. He turned his gaze toward the yacht's cockpit and the flustered captain, raising his hand nonchalantly. With a soft thud, devoid of gunpowder's explosive roar or any clamor, a deep yet clear sound emanated from his wrist. The cockpit was utterly obliterated, and the captain, struck by shards of glass that marred his face, fell to his knees without a second thought. A few sharply dressed young men, their eyes keen and discerning, were unmistakably not journalists. As they witnessed this, they instinctively placed their hands on their waists, seemingly poised to draw their weapons. Yet, upon seeing the formidable power armor, they hesitated, uncertain whether to brandish their meager firearms, which seemed utterly inadequate against such formidable armor. Their indecision, however, did not deter Zhang Qingshan. The combat assistance system of the power armor swiftly identified their furtive movements. In his view, these individuals were marked with glaring red outlines, accompanied by annotations, heavily trained armed personnel equipped with handguns, grenades, and a dagger, to prevent any unforeseen incidents. It is advisable to eliminate or disarm them to neutralize any resistance. Observing this, Zhang Qingshan deftly maneuvered the power armor and advanced toward the group of bodyguards, extending a hand clad in armor. "Surrender your weapons." The men, naturally unwilling to relinquish their firearms, feigned ignorance in response. Unmoved, Zhang Qingshan continued to gaze at them silently. The atmosphere aboard the yacht shifted palpably. Although he had already fired upon the equipment, he had caused no harm to individuals. It had merely served as a warning. In truth, there remained a semblance of room for negotiation. Yet, should anyone be injured, the situation would become far more complicated, especially with countless cameras surrounding the scene, capturing every moment for the world to witness. The tension in the air continued to escalate. This confrontation was essentially a psychological game. The individuals opposite were wagering on the notion that Zhang Qingshan would not dare to act against them under the scrutiny of the public eye. Yet, they were oblivious to the fact that Zhang Qingshan was indifferent to the prospect of violence. His insistence on disarming them rather than subduing them was solely a directive from Su Yi. Under the watchful gaze of the world, he intended to make a grand display. Whatever could showcase the prowess of the power armor was fair game. He was almost hoping these individuals would reach their breaking point and draw their weapons, emptying their magazines at him. However, these individuals were evidently more cowardly than he had anticipated. While they showed no intention of surrendering their firearms, they also exhibited no desire to retaliate, merely glaring at the power armor as if they bore some monumental grievance, given their refusal to comply. According to the security regulations of the Tianyu Group, I must inform you that you are suspected of attempting to infiltrate our territorial waters with weapons to carry out a terrorist attack. As the captain of the island security team for Tianyu Group, I hereby arrest you under these regulations. Should any weapons be found on your persons, you will face a minimum of 15 years in prison or even the death penalty. Now everyone get down. As anticipated, upon hearing the threat of 15 years in prison or worse, the trained bodyguards' eyes nearly bulged out of their heads. "Excuse me, which country's laws govern this island? Is this still Blue Star? Just for carrying a gun, we could face execution?" One of them protested. The lead bodyguard attempted to argue further, but was swiftly silenced by a powerful blow from the power armor, sending him flying into a nearby railing, where he promptly lost consciousness. With multiple warnings falling on deaf ears, I will now resort to forceful measures. The previously tense atmosphere ignited instantly. Most of these bodyguards were soldiers from the North Atlantic Treaty, battle-hardened and experienced. While they might have yielded to a demand for surrender, the prospect of a 15-year sentence or execution was intolerable. Who could withstand such a threat? Whether the severity of the punishment was justifiable was not a concern they could entertain at that moment. Given the Tianyu Group's notorious style of operation, even the most unreasonable actions could be expected. None dared gamble their lives on the sanity of their adversaries. If they did not retaliate soon, they would truly be cowards. Bang, bang, bang. These individuals possessed exceptional military training. With a shared glance, they simultaneously rolled backward, seeking cover while swiftly drawing their handguns and chambering rounds. They then unleashed a barrage of fire upon the power armor. As the smoke cleared, the scene before them filled their faces with a hint of despair. Despite not knowing how many shots had struck, the power armor remained unscathed, with not even a scratch on its surface. Standing there resolutely, unmoved, Zhang Qingshan was not the slightest bit surprised. In recent days, They had been diligently training and researching the applications of these powered armors. Among the various aspects examined, the most crucial was undoubtedly the protective capabilities of this apparatus. They conducted tests with an array of weaponry, and the conclusion drawn was that its defensive capacity was remarkably more exaggerated than even Su-Yi had vaguely alluded to. Not to mention that this small-caliber firearm was scarcely distinguishable from a toy. Even a direct hit from an infantry rocket launcher would inflict no damage whatsoever. Thus, throughout the entire ordeal, Zhang Qingshan, fully aware that these individuals were armed, displayed no inclination to evade. Chapter 105. Are you evolving without me? As the bullets from the handguns failed to inflict any damage on the powered armor, several bodyguards, without a moment's hesitation, sought refuge behind cover and retrieved grenades. With practiced precision, they deftly pulled the pins, maintaining their composure. As time dwindled, one of them shouted fire and hurled the grenade towards the powered armor, disregarding the potential danger to the journalists nearby. At that moment, Zhang Qingshan, who had remained motionless until now, finally sprang into action. He simply caught the grenade mid-air and tossed it aside. Boom! The grenade detonated in the air outside the ship, sending shrapnel raining down on the powered armor, producing a cacophony of metallic sounds. The shockwave from a near detonation did not even cause the armor to tremble. Despair flickered in the eyes of the bodyguards. Given the unusual nature of their mission today, they were ill-equipped, even if they had been armed. The sheer presence of this steel behemoth left them feeling their personal weapons would pose no threat. Are you done yet? Zhang Qingshan's calm voice emanated from within the powered armor, sending a chill through the bodyguards huddled behind their cover, reloading their weapons. Before they could chamber another round, Zhang Qingshan finally moved. With a flash from the 4 anti-gravity engines, the seemingly heavy powered armor surged forward like a spring, dashing several meters forward to grasp a bodyguard by the throat, lifting him effortlessly. In a swift motion, he appeared behind another bodyguard, employing the same method. In an instant, he had 2 of them in his grasp. The first bodyguard captured did not require any additional measures. The extreme acceleration of the powered armor rendered him unconscious almost immediately. Within 10 seconds, including the one who had been knocked out, all 7 bodyguards were subdued. Meanwhile, while Zhang Qingshan displayed his prowess, dozens of speedboats were also intercepted. At the forefront of the fleet, a powered armor hovered silently in the air, surveying the vessels below like a celestial being. This is the maritime territory of the Tianyu Group. If you proceed further, you will be invading sovereign waters, and I will open fire, it declared. As it spoke, the hatch on the shoulder of the powered armor opened, revealing rows of miniature missiles within. Simultaneously, a fully automated Gatling gun mounted on its back began to turn, aligning itself with the boats below. The powered armor's formidable load-bearing capacity and numerous attachment points made it ideal for modification. The 2 pilots who had selected this powered armor evidently suffered from an acute fear of insufficient firepower. After consulting with Su-Yi about the possibility of modifications, they had directly equipped it with a motorized control system for aiming and a 6-barreled Gatling gun, accompanied by an ammunition box capable of holding thousands of rounds. The items affixed to the back of the powered armor resemble a backpack, albeit rather awkwardly. Yet, surprisingly, they proved to be remarkably functional, demonstrating exceptional performance during routine training. When confronted by ordinary individuals unfamiliar with such technology, the intimidation factor is magnified significantly. In their bewilderment, the islanders, who were initially reluctant to be coerced into this situation, surrendered without a second thought, even lacking the impulse to flee. Goodness, has the Celestial Domain Group truly developed something akin to Iron Man? To be fair, while this apparatus is impressive, it pales in comparison to the cinematic portrayal of Iron Man. That armor merely appears to be a suit donned by a person, while the powered armor from the Celestial Domain Group appears rather cumbersome in comparison, standing approximately between 2 meters 2 and 2 meters 3 in height. It is improbable for an average individual to possess such stature. Evidently, internal components occupy a significant amount of space, necessitating a larger design. Yet, films are fictitious, whereas this technology is real. Indeed, it is utterly astonishing. What manner of black technology is this? Su-Yi Celestial Domain Group, esteemed leaders do enlighten us. This transcends mere black technology. It seems to be replete with an excess of it. Without delving into specifics, this equipment must weigh at least 1 or 2 tons. Yet those few diminutive engines enable it to hover effortlessly, and its acceleration is astonishingly rapid to the point where the eye can scarcely perceive it. There are numerous other technologies involved that are utterly incomprehensible. Allow me to contribute. I am currently in the 9 provinces, having just disembarked from a flight, and am engaged in clandestine work at a domestic aircraft engine research facility. While I may not grasp all the intricacies, I do possess some insight regarding these engines. The engines on this powered armor appear fundamentally different from our current mainstream aircraft engines, exhibiting no discernible exhaust traces during acceleration. They seem remarkably akin to a massless propulsion engine. However, I struggle to comprehend the technology that allows for such a diminutive massless engine to yield such substantial output power. Based on my rudimentary calculations, assuming the weight of the powered armor is 1 ton, to achieve such maneuverability, the combined thrust of these 4 engines would likely, in layman's terms, should not be less than 100,000 horsepower. How much? Are you suggesting that these small devices produce a thrust equivalent to 100,000 horsepower? My goodness, if this were installed in my vehicle. According to the theory of force-propelling bricks, wouldn't my car potentially soar into the sky? Theoretically, if it indeed produces 100,000 horsepower, such a feat should be achievable. Of course, ascending is one matter. Descending is an entirely different challenge. It would be prudent to equip the vehicle with several parachutes as a precautionary measure during modifications. I've identified a crucial detail. The arms of the powered armor appear to be equipped with a mechanism akin to a magnetic rail, coupled with its prior action of raising an arm to fire and damaging the cockpit, yet revealing no visible firearm. I speculate that this could very well be a highly miniaturized electromagnetic weapon. I, too, have observed that the miniaturization of electromagnetic weapons to such an extent that they can be wielded as firearms is indeed remarkable. One could only describe this technological advancement as astonishing. Upon awakening, I was struck by an overwhelming sense that the world had leaped forward a millennium in technological progress. Yet I was left behind. To my surprise, it seems I am not alone in this sentiment. Where have I found myself? Is this truly Blue Star? Had it not been for the journalists who were initially broadcasting with the intent of scrutinizing the Black Heaven domain group, I would hardly believe the authenticity of their transmission. I briefly perused external sites, and to my astonishment, those individuals appeared even more bewildered than we are, even invoking the concept of mechanical divinity. Some asserted that the Heavenly Domain Group is a company favored by the gods of technology, advising others to tread carefully. The fact that many genuinely believe such notions is quite amusing. I do not deem it impossible. Chapter 106 caught off guard the indigenous inhabitants of the island, along with the reporters trailing behind them, have been apprehended and are now en route back to the island. What should be our next course of action? In the office of Jiangcheng, Su Yi listened impassively to the report from Zhang Qingshan and responded with a composed demeanor. Confiscate their weapons and find a temporary holding place for them. It won't be long before someone comes to negotiate their release, so there's no need to return specifically for this matter. Ensure strict supervision. No one is permitted to leave the island until I issue further instructions. Understood. Zhang Qingshan replied succinctly. After providing a few additional directives, he arranged for personnel to operate powered armor on constant patrol around the island before concluding the call. Given the island's limited facilities, lacking even radar systems, Su Yi's decision to employ the powered armor for continuous surveillance effectively transformed it into a makeshift radar. The radar system mounted on the powered armor boasts a detection range exceeding 200 kilometers, rendering even the most advanced stealth aircraft virtually undetectable within its vicinity. In certain respects, it surpasses many current terrestrial radar stations, albeit with a slightly limited range. In addition to the powered armor, Su Yi ordered a landing craft to hover in the cosmos at an altitude of over 1,000 kilometers, utilizing its onboard radar to monitor the safety of the island's surroundings at all times. This landing craft, originally designed for extraterrestrial military incursions, is equipped with ground-targeting radar. These radars possess remarkable precision and an astonishing detection range, maintaining vigilance over a radius of 5,000 kilometers centered on the island. The craft is also armed with weaponry specifically designed for ground engagements, kept in a state of readiness at all times. Should Su-E perceive any escalation in the situation, the landing craft would be ready to enact its overwhelming power. 2 landing crafts are currently stationed, one hovering above the island and the other above Jiangxing. Unbeknownst to the world, 2 proverbial swords of Damocles dangle ominously above everyone's heads. Sir, it appears the public online is quite intrigued by your powered armor. I believe that if you wish to utilize this equipment for strategic deterrence, it would be prudent to release some parameters. What are your thoughts? The voice of Tian Shu resonated unexpectedly. Without a moment's hesitation, Su-E acquiesced. In truth, even without Tian Shu's suggestion, he had already intended to proceed with this course of action. Fundamentally, Su-E is averse to complications. Therefore, when provoked, he tends to eliminate threats entirely to avoid subsequent nuisances. The deliberate exposure of the powered armor serves primarily to mitigate potential future troubles. Otherwise, for such a trivial matter, he possesses at least 10 methods to resolve it without revealing any advanced technology. However, should he choose that route, while it might resolve the immediate issue, it would inevitably lead to an even greater array of challenges in the future. For instance, the Western Bloc or the North Atlantic Treaty Organization might directly engage in warfare under such pretexts. Therefore, since the original intention was deterrence, it follows that they must see it through to the end. They must reveal the source of their confidence. In a spacious office located in the capital of a small nation within the AtoZ alliance, an elderly man in military attire shattered his tablet in a fit of rage. This was the headquarters of the North Atlantic Treaty Organization, serving as the military stronghold of the White Eagle in its control over the AtoZ alliance. The operation targeting the Tianyu group was meticulously planned from this very place. The furious elder, known as John Krish, was a 4-star general of the White Eagle Empire and currently the head of the North Atlantic Treaty Organization. According to the original plan, should this group successfully land on the island today, they would significantly disrupt the Tianyu group's development of that territory, enabling them to manipulate the AtoZ alliance into threatening the Tianyu group to relinquish the island. However, if the landing failed and these individuals were repelled or intercepted, the North Atlantic Treaty Organization could use this as a pretext to launch military action under the banner of justice, reclaiming the island. Of course, they cared little for a mere island. The White Eagle's true objective was to annoy the Tianyu group and demonstrate one essential truth. Unless Su-E and the Tianyu group intended to remain confined to the Jiuzhou for eternity, they must bow to them, willingly offering the treasures of the Tianyu group as a token of allegiance. After all, if the Tianyu group were to concede, what significance did an island hold? In comparison to the immeasurable value of the water of life and the trillion-dollar market for carbon-based chip technology, a humble island of mere dozens of square kilometers was inconsequential. Provided that Su-E was willing to embrace their Western alliance, they could, in an instant, find a reason to bestow upon him any territory on the world map, save for those belonging to the Western Bloc and other powerful nations like the Jiuzhou. Their plan was to reclaim this island, easily acquired by Su-E, and then seize upon his desire for territory overseas, proposing a technology exchange. It was likely that Su-E would no longer refuse. However, the emergence of these 2 powered armors completely disrupted all their preparations and schemes. The individuals had been captured by the Tianyu group, and the event was broadcast live before countless viewers around the world. Had they adhered to their original strategy, they would have convened a press conference to vehemently condemn the Tianyu group and Su-E, utilizing their media resources to portray the Tianyu group as an evil corporation akin to the Umbrella Corporation in a bioweapon crisis, ultimately declaring that the Great White Eagle Empire and the esteemed North Atlantic Treaty Organization would not tolerate the existence of such malevolence, and would deploy forces for the sake of global peace. Subsequently, their fleet would mobilize, positioning themselves at the gates. They aimed to demonstrate to Su-E, the young blonde, the might of an established empire. However, while their aspirations were grand, the reality was rather grim. They were utterly clueless about the capabilities of these two powered armors. From the images transmitted back, they gleaned a rather alarming piece of information. The engines of these power armors possess an astonishing thrust. Should the internal architecture be devoid of fatal flaws, once unleashed, their speed could indeed be quite terrifying. At the very least, the outdated air defense systems aboard their warships, which had not seen an update in over a decade, would likely be incapable of intercepting them. This poses a significant dilemma. Chapter 107, Planetary Mining Machinery, allowing an outsider aboard a warship is trivial. However, if that individual possesses supersonic speed and armor capable of withstanding any infantry weaponry, the situation becomes dire. It is no exaggeration to assert that such a being, once on board, could effortlessly eliminate every living soul aboard, thereby seizing control of the vessel. As the foremost military power in the world, the prospect of having a warship captured is a scenario that John could scarcely fathom. Thus, after an explosive fit of rage, he decisively capitulated, canceling the subsequent phases of the operation. What? Those journalists have been apprehended, and the islanders have been deported? Why are you looking at me? This has nothing to do with our North Atlantic Treaty Organization. I didn't capture them. Deploying troops? That was utterly unfathomable. Until their warships genuinely reached the region, they could conveniently disassociate themselves from the incident, pretending as if nothing had transpired. The underhanded tactics of the bald eagle would likely subside, especially once they comprehended the parameters of the powered armor. Any untoward intentions would probably dissipate. Yet, on Su Yi's side, the activities on the island were only just commencing. That very night, Su Yi re-entered the trading space. It had been over 10 days since his last transaction with the White Deer. In the interim, he and Wei Wei had completed their weekly fixed exchange, but since the White Deer had yet to secure anything for a stable trade, they merely exchanged a few intelligent security robots. The utility of these devices was rather limited, rendering the exchange uneventful. However, since a batch of magical crops had matured at the farm, he had previously provided the White Deer with 1,000 tons of magical ingredients. In addition to these inconsequential robots, Su Yi also reserved a substantial piece of machinery, highly recommended by the White Deer, which he found exceedingly beneficial after reviewing its specifications, the solid-state planetary mining machine. This device is utilized by the inhabitants of the White Deer-S world for mining operations on a planetary scale. Its capabilities are remarkably powerful and comprehensive. It is said that, if excavated without restraint, it could render an entire planet pockmarked within a decade, fundamentally altering its topography. Most impressively, this machine is not merely a mining tool. It can also process the extracted minerals into various finished products based on demand. For instance, if one wishes to construct a building requiring steel and concrete, and the underground deposits happen to be rich in these materials, the scenario becomes exceedingly advantageous. The mining machine excavates ahead, while one can commence construction with the raw materials obtained from behind. Should one possess an additional apparatus, a large-scale construction module, the efficiency would become truly staggering. In the words of the White Deer, when they encountered a new planet, even if it was not particularly habitable, as long as the conditions were not excessively extreme, deploying these two systems could, within a mere decade, create a vast expanse of livable terrain on the planet. Su Yi's current desire is simply to swiftly transform that island, reshaping it into the vision she holds, ultimately establishing it as the true headquarters of Tianyu Group. With these two elements in place, there would naturally be no issues. The 1,000 tons of magical crops are primarily exchanged for these two machines. In their world, such items are not particularly difficult to acquire. Interstellar travel incurs exorbitant costs, and most of the time, such large machinery is disposable, often purchased by those who discover new planets, either for mining or for the complete transformation of the celestial bodies. Once the tasks are completed, due to transportation costs, these machines are often left stranded on the respective planets, necessitating new purchases while an abundance of second-hand equipment remains available. To illustrate, not far from the Qingyu star, whereby Lu resides, lies another planet named Ironmelt Star, which houses a planetary mining machine and a set of large construction manufacturing modules. It is said that a resource-rich conglomerate invested heavily to acquire these. believing that the planet would yield a substantial amount of precious metals. However, halfway through the endeavor, they discovered the planet's metallic resources were alarmingly scarce, leading to a swift depletion within days. While other metals were plentiful, they comprised only basic materials such as copper, iron, silver, and aluminum, rendering the excavation of these rudimentary metals a significant loss. Consequently, the company chose to seal the planetary mining machine and abandon it on Iron Melt Star, along with the construction modules intended for creating long-term living spaces for their workers. This incident became quite notorious within Bailu's star system, recognized as a prominent case of loss. Previously, Su-yi had been troubled, pondering how to rapidly enlarge the small island through land reclamation, how to swiftly alter the island's conditions, and transform it into the core headquarters of Tianyu Group. After much contemplation, he could not devise a satisfactory solution. Utilizing sand dredging vessels from Blue Star to gradually fill the area was feasible, yet achieving his requirements would likely take 3 to 5 years, and he feared ongoing disturbances from various factions during that time. Even after the land reclamation, constructing a large city, according to his vision, would similarly require several years. If he were to pursue alternatives involving advanced technology, relying solely on existing technologies from Blue Star would result in a monumental project spanning over a decade. Thus, he broached the subject with Bailu, inquiring if she possessed any equipment that could resolve this issue. Initially, Su-yi held little hope, considering that they had already entered the interstellar age. Why expend such effort on land reclamation? To his surprise, upon inquiry, he discovered that there indeed exists a planetary mining machine capable of fulfilling his needs. Naturally, if the inhabitants of her world learned that someone intended to utilize a planetary mining machine for land reclamation, they might not refrain from condemning him for squandering resources. "Have you brought everything?" Upon their first encounter, Su-yi eagerly inquired. "Of course I have. You need only consider who I am." The white deer patted its remarkably expansive chest and proclaimed with grandeur, "You would never imagine the unexpected discoveries I've made this time. In the abandoned mining site on Iron Melting Star, I not only unearthed a planetary mining machine and a complete set of large-scale construction manufacturing modules that had been sealed away, but I also stumbled upon an entire production line for the X7674 special alloy. The X7674 special alloy is the very material employed in the armor of your power suits, primarily utilized for defense. With strength and toughness exceeding that of conventional steel by several times, the weight of the X7674 special alloy is less than 1/5 that of steel. Even in our world, it is considered a premium alloy with a plethora of applications. Chapter 108. Special Alloy Production Line. Indeed, on my journey, I had studied the industrial layout of the colossal enterprise on the Iron Melting Star. Their primary objective was to extract a metallic substance known as superconducting metal, which, while not as versatile as the X7674 special alloy, is extensively utilized in the core components of various mechanical prosthetics. Valued at over 100 times that of the X7674 special alloy for the same weight. The deposits of superconducting metal differ significantly from ordinary iron ore. They typically reside beneath the surface, as prolonged exposure to the myriad electromagnetic storms in the cosmos can render superconducting metal inert, reducing it to mere scrap iron. Moreover, the presence of potent magnetic fields at the sites of superconducting metal complicates the use of most surveying equipment, making the extraction of this metal largely reliant on fortune. The enterprise that set its sights on the Iron Melting Star was named Xinghe Heavy Industries. After extensive exploration, they discovered the existence of superconducting metal deposits on this planet. They enlisted numerous experts and conducted nearly 2 decades of surveys, yet hesitated to procure the necessary equipment for extraction. Ultimately, facing dire financial troubles and teetering on the brink of bankruptcy, they were compelled to take a gamble, betting on the abundant presence of superconducting metal on the Iron Melting Star. As I previously mentioned, the outcome was far from favorable. The planetary mining machines dispatched to the Iron Melting Star operated for less than a year before exhausting all available superconducting metal. The revenue generated from this meager amount was insufficient to recoup their investments, leading Xinghe Heavy Industries to declare bankruptcy and restructure overnight. Consequently, mining operations on the iron melting star came to an indefinite halt, with all workers evacuated. The mining machines and large construction modules, being excessively cumbersome, were left stranded on the planet, untouched ever since. Unless a new rich mineral planet is discovered nearby or a planet with less extreme conditions is identified for terraforming. The fate of these two machines is to succumb to the elements on the iron melting star, eventually becoming one with it. Bai Lu shrugged, noting that this X76-74 special alloy production line was likely a byproduct of Xinghe Heavy Industry superconducting metal extraction efforts. After all, the planet is abundant in various other metals, and it would be wasteful to extract only superconducting metal while neglecting the others. Transporting ordinary metals via interstellar routes would undoubtedly incur losses. Yet processing these metals into X76-74 special alloy directly on the iron melting star for sale would yield some profit, albeit modest. The raw materials required for X76-74 special alloy are not particularly complex. They consist mainly of aluminum, iron, and certain rare metals, combined in specific proportions. These raw materials are ubiquitous throughout the universe, not difficult to procure, and should be readily available on your side for use. So, is this considered a complimentary offering? Suyvestit. While Bai Lu might overlook this, it was indeed highly appealing to him. The X76-74 special alloy, as White Deer would describe, is considered rather ordinary in their realm, possessing applications akin to that of steel, a fundamental material. It does not exhibit any particularly remarkable qualities. However, this also implies the absence of significant shortcomings. This versatile alloy proves useful in various capacities. Given the current technological advancements on Blue Star, Sui finds no pressing need for alloys that excel in certain aspects but possess conspicuous limitations and restricted applications. This all-purpose alloy is indeed most suitable. Thus, though he jestingly inquired whether it might be a complimentary offering, it was merely a light-hearted remark. He would certainly not withhold what needed to be given. To his surprise, White Deer took his words to heart. She waved dismissively, stating that since the trading space is boundless, it would be effortless to include these items. If they were of no use to her, she might as well pass them on. Furthermore, she revealed that the gifts extend beyond just the X76-74 special alloy. In addition to the complete production line for the alloy, she had discovered a plethora of finished metals in their abandoned base's warehouse. Among them, there were no less than 5 million tons of X76-74 alloy, 1 billion tons of refined steel, 3 billion tons of copper, and 1 billion tons of aluminum. As for other metals that did not exceed 1 billion tons, she deemed it unnecessary to list them, as there were still numerous quantities remaining. Additionally, there was an immense collection of various industrial raw materials, including sulfuric and nitric acids, too numerous to count. She was uncertain of their value on his side, but since she had already collected them, she brought everything along. As she handed Sue a list detailing these items, she remarked that it likely comprised the last batch of resources excavated before the reorganization of Galaxy Heavy Industries, with most yet to be processed into alloy via the X76-74 production line. The 5 million tons of alloy likely remained unshipped due to its limited quantity, left abandoned at the site. Upon perusing the list, Sue could not help but swallow hard. The figure of 1 billion tons of steel nearly blinded him with its implications. What does this signify? The entire annual steel production of the Jeoju region hovers around 1 billion tons, representing a substantial portion of the global steel output. He had fortuitously acquired such a vast quantity, an undeniable windfall. The staggering amounts of copper and aluminum, at 3 billion tons and 1 billion tons respectively, were utterly astonishing. The annual copper production on Blue Star amounts to only a little over 20 million tons, and now he held 3 billion tons in his grasp. Essentially, he had secured a century's worth of copper for Blue Star. As for aluminum, it is even less abundant than copper on Blue Star, not to mention the multitude of other metals, including 200 million tons of finished silver. This metal, historically utilized as currency and now valued as jewelry, also serves as an exceptional industrial material and conductor, holding considerable worth on Blue Star. It is no exaggeration to say that with merely these items, Sui could rival the wealth of nations. Furthermore, these are merely gifts received during a single transaction with Bai Lu, whose indifferent demeanor suggests that, for her kind, such resources are of little consequence. It is evident that a civilization capable of interstellar travel regards these fundamental resources with utmost nonchalance. The scarcity of such commodities on Blue Star is solely due to its confinement to a diminutive planet, unable to venture beyond. Had we possessed the advanced technology for interstellar mining akin to that of her world, these resources would likely be deemed insignificant. In comparison to a mere planet, the boundless cosmos is indeed exceedingly abundant. Chapter 109. Could it be nuclear energy? Mr. Lin is indeed a busy man. How could he find time to seek me out again? After completing the transaction and returning to Blue Star, Sui received a call from the old man Lin. Without any preamble, Lin got straight to the point. Young man, how do you intend to handle that island? Handle it? That is my territory. Naturally, I plan to transform the island's environment and develop it. Sui shrugged, feeling no need to fabricate excuses in this matter. He candidly revealed his intentions. I intend to construct a city exclusively for Tianyu Group, a grand metropolis that has never been seen in human history, to be offered as an employee benefit for the staff of Tianyu Group in the future. Lin was puzzled by Sui's line of thinking, but still expressed his astonishment, then could not help but caution. Although you seem to have passed this test, the North Atlantic Treaty Organization will undoubtedly not relent, or rather, the empire of the bald eagle behind them will certainly not rest. This was merely a probe. Similar tests will only increase in frequency. Are you truly prepared to respond? Furthermore, I must remind you, there exists the Bald Eagle Overseas Base less than 400 nautical miles from your island. It is a tri-service base with over 8,000 troops stationed, including 3 Burr-class destroyers and possibly submarines docked there, though the exact number remains unknown. Additionally, the base houses at least 80 F-35 fighter jets and an Army combined arms battalion. If you sever ties with the Bald Eagle, their air force could reach your vicinity within an hour, while naval vessels could arrive at the shores of your little island within a day. And an amphibious assault ship could deliver troops the very next day. Are you still certain about investing a substantial amount to renovate that island? I can be frank with you. That place is fundamentally unsafe. Perhaps consider altering your plans slightly to transform it into a tourist destination, with your connections in Tianyu Group. As long as the price is reasonable and environmental conservation and service are prioritized, there will undoubtedly be many domestic tourists. You could still profit handsomely. Lin's words were sincere and indeed reflected the objective issues surrounding Sui's island. The proximity to the Bald Eagle's overseas base was something he was already aware of. Furthermore, he understood well that this was a trap laid by the Ojo Alliance. This has become a traditional skill of the Ojo Alliance, reminiscent of their colonial exploits. After their territories were dismembered by the Bald Eagle and the Bear, those nations, once thriving on ancestral plunder, have been left with nothing but the ability to be repugnant. Over time, it has become second nature for them to sour dealings, even with unrelated third parties, and this is vividly exemplified in the matter of the island. They certainly have more and larger islands, significantly closer to the overseas base of the White Eagle. With such islands, they could undoubtedly exchange for a greater supply of the life-giving water from Sui. Yet, they deliberately choose not to do so, opting instead to sell an island that lies merely a few hundred nautical miles from a crucial overseas base of the White Eagle to Sui. Their intention is clear, to not only irritate Sui but also to vex the White Eagle. Although the military of the Gold Coast Alliance is under the control of the White Eagle, these two factions are far from united. Creating obstacles to annoy each other is hardly unexpected. As for the aggrieved Sui, frankly, he is indifferent to it all. 400 nautical miles apart? No rush. In a few days, it will merely be a few hundred nautical miles. Mr. Lin need not worry. I am well aware of the situation and have long been prepared. When someone kindly offers a suggestion, Sui is not one to retort with something as crass as, "I already knew that. Why do you need to remind me?" Are you referring to those iron lumps? Mr. Lin finally articulated the purpose of his call. Young man, do tell me, what exactly are those things? They are powered armor, the latest product developed by our Tianyu technology, though it has yet to enter mass production. From what we've observed, it seems to perform quite well. Su Yi had no intention of deceiving him. After all, if you ask me, I shall respond. Even if you inquire about the parameters of this device, I would be willing to answer. However, if you seek the finished product, I regret to inform you that I cannot provide even a single unit. It is not that Su Yi is stingy. He has only 10 powered armors, which are hardly enough for his own needs, let alone to sell. What kind of effect can this device yield? As expected, Mr. Lin continued to inquire, clearly on a mission. The effects are rather ordinary. It can withstand the fire of a 155mm howitzer, achieve speeds exceeding 6 times the speed of sound, and is capable of both aerial and aquatic navigation. It can even soar into space, Su Yi replied nonchalantly. A sharp intake of breath could be heard from Mr. Lin on the other end of the line, quickly followed by more questions. What about its endurance? How long can it sustain itself? Is the power source a massless engine? Where does the energy come from? Could it possibly be some new type of battery? Su Yi immediately recognized that such specialized questions could not have originated from Mr. Lin himself, and he responded with mild exasperation. I say, old man, why not let someone beside you ask? You wouldn't comprehend what I'm saying anyway. Very well. I shall have him inquire. This is an esteemed researcher from the Kyushu Weapons Institute, named Manhwa. He is only a few years older than you. I believe you young people might find common ground. Mr. Lin quickly passed the phone along. Mr. Su, it is an honor to speak with you. To be candid, after watching the related videos the other day, our institute has developed a keen interest in the powered armor your company showcased. We have some speculations, but given that we have not collaborated before, we felt it prudent to request Mr. Lin's assistance to verify this information. I hope you do not take offense. The young man named Zheng Hua spoke with great courtesy, exhibiting none of the arrogance one might expect from someone in a high position. Regarding those inquiries, all I can disclose is that the 4 engines are indeed non-working substance engines. As for the energy source and duration, it would be unwise to reveal the nature of the energy. However, under continuous and normal usage, one can expect at least a year without the need for recharging. Is it not some form of battery? No. It is impossible for any battery to possess such a high energy density. Could it be? Experts discern the nuances, while novices merely revel in the spectacle. If it were old Lin, he would likely have listened to Su Yi's words without comprehending their significance. Yet Zheng Hua, as a senior researcher at the Weapons Research Institute, is evidently a leading figure in the industry. He instantly surmised something, hesitated momentarily, and cautiously stated, nuclear? That would be partially correct, though it likely differs somewhat from your speculation. Chapter 110. Special alloys. Are you intrigued? Nuclear energy encompasses both fission and fusion. However, if it pertains to fission, Zheng Hua found it difficult to conceive of any technology capable of compressing a reactor to such a diminutive size while simultaneously ensuring that radiation does not leak. Surely, one cannot disregard radiation. Otherwise, wouldn't the pilots of such power armor be rendered disposable? Thus, it must be fusion? Upon contemplating this, he was momentarily taken aback. This cannot be right. The leading nations and organizations on Blue Star are still grappling with the commercial application of nuclear fusion. How could one already harness fusion to the extent of utilizing it as a compact battery? This seems utterly unreasonable. In most fields, the true artistry lies in creating smaller, rather than larger, constructs. This principle holds true for chip manufacturing and undoubtedly for nuclear reactors as well. In an era where even small fission reactors exceed the size of a room, the sudden emergence of a fusion reactor small enough for battery use appears excessively avant-garde. Even Zheng Hua, a senior researcher at the Jiuzhou Weaponry Institute, who has access to cutting-edge technology and extensive experience, found himself momentarily stunned upon realizing it was a fusion reactor. He then inquired, Mr. Su, you are not jesting, are you? Is the power armor indeed powered by a miniature fusion reactor? I never mentioned a fusion reactor, Su Yi replied with a light chuckle. Do refrain from making unfounded assertions. Professor Zheng. However, This device does indeed have some connection to nuclear energy. It was inadvertently developed by our researchers at Tianyu Technology Research Institute. Some of the more significant derivatives are still not fully realized, but once we have thoroughly mastered the technology, we shall unveil it. Although He never explicitly mentioned nuclear fusion, what he implied was already evident to Zhenghua. Excitedly, Zhenghua exclaimed, "Is it true? Has your company genuinely overcome the challenges of commercializing nuclear fusion?" The development of fusion technology has spanned several decades, and certain aspects have reached a level of maturity. It is indeed feasible to achieve controlled fusion, for the uncontrollable variant is known as the hydrogen bomb. Yet, controllability does not equate to success. The feasibility of commercialization hinges upon the balance of input and output. Currently, the energy required to sustain controlled nuclear fusion exceeds the energy produced. Such fusion holds no practical significance for widespread adoption. It is imperative that the output energy surpasses the input energy for controlled commercial nuclear fusion to be realized, enabling it to penetrate the market and provide humanity with inexhaustible clean energy. Blue Star is presently hindered at this final threshold. I must reiterate, I never claimed this. These are merely your assumptions. He replied nonchalantly. Nevertheless, Zhenghua, observing his demeanor, was already convinced of his suspicions. In truth, He did not intend to conceal anything valuable. The reality was that he himself did not possess true nuclear fusion technology. Even the fusion reactor within the power armor is an integral component of the armor itself. My previous statement merely stemmed from the belief that since Bailu possesses such technology, it is only a matter of time before they successfully harness nuclear fusion technology. However, the timeline remains entirely uncertain. It would be imprudent to make bold proclamations regarding specific timeframes at this juncture. Observing the situation, he deftly shifted the topic. By the way, I have something remarkable here and would like to inquire if the authorities might be interested. Oh, what is it? Zhenghua's eyes lit up instantly. He realized that anything deemed a good thing by he must indeed be something extraordinary. It is our Tianyu Group's latest innovation, the X7674 special alloy. Do not be misled by its seemingly mundane name. In reality, it represents true cutting-edge technology. Our ability to produce that power armor owes much to it. I am eager to learn more. Zhenghua, too, became intrigued. This special alloy boasts a strength and toughness that surpasses conventional steel by several times. Yet its weight is less than 1/5 that of an equivalent volume of steel. He briefly outlined the fundamental properties of the X7674 special alloy before posing the question. I wonder if the authorities might be interested? Indeed, they are. Zhenghua nearly slapped his thigh in excitement. An alloy with strength and toughness exceeding that of steel, yet lightweight. What a marvel of modern technology. If the price is reasonable and production sufficient, it is no exaggeration to claim that this alloy alone could revolutionize numerous industries. If the automotive industry were to adopt this special alloy, the strength of vehicle bodies would reach astonishing levels, significantly reducing mortality rates in the event of accidents. Should this alloy replace conventional rebar in construction, the safety and longevity of buildings would be greatly enhanced. And in military applications, the implications are even more profound. Imagine a main battle tank originally weighing 50 tons, with the incorporation of this special alloy while disregarding some internal systems. Its weight could potentially be reduced to a mere 10 tons without compromising, and indeed enhancing, its defensive capabilities. What does it mean for a main battle tank to weigh only 10 tons? It signifies a greater mobility. Well, that's an understatement. It means that many areas previously inaccessible to main battle tanks due to their excessive weight could now be traversed. The most notable examples being mountainous and marshy terrains. Main battle tanks, constrained by their substantial weight, have limited operational environments, typically confined to vast plains. Engaging in combat in complex terrains such as mountains or other challenging environments necessitates the design of lighter tanks. If applied to the Air Force, this would significantly reduce the takeoff weight of aircraft without altering engine thrust, undoubtedly enhancing both endurance and speed. Concern about pilots being unable to withstand excessive speeds? Not a problem. as unmanned aerial vehicles could be employed. The same advantageous effects would apply to naval vessels, enhancing defensive capabilities while reducing weight. This advancement would vastly improve combat effectiveness across virtually all modern weaponry. After briefly contemplating the applications of the X-76-74 special alloy in his mind, Manhwa decisively exclaimed, "Absolutely. As long as this alloy is as remarkable as you claim. No, it doesn't even need to be that exceptional. If it merely delivers half the effectiveness at a reasonable price, we are definitely interested. May I inquire how much X-76-74 special alloy Mr. Su can provide? And what might the approximate cost be? If you could share this information, I would be able to promptly submit a proposal for bulk procurement of the X-76-74 special alloy to my superiors. As long as the samples you provide prove satisfactory, I assure you that I will expedite the approval process." In response to inquiries about price and quantity, Su pondered briefly before chuckling. "As for the pricing, that is something your side should discuss with our manager when they visit. I am not in a position to disclose that. Regarding the quantity, I can only say that whatever you require, I can provide." Chapter 111. The true mechanical behemoth to claim that the quantity is limitless is, of course, an exaggeration. The reality is that the smelting method for the X-76-74 special alloy is quite intricate, requiring the incorporation of numerous relatively rare elements. Fortunately, these materials are abundant on Blue Star. All of them can be procured. He has access to sufficient raw materials, including a staggering 10 billion tons of iron, the most crucial and heavily consumed element, and, if necessary, he can source more from Bailu. For Bailu, this material likely holds little value. However, the presence of other materials on Blue Star does not imply their abundance. There are still shortages. He too must procure various raw materials to fulfill the production requirements, which is the key factor limiting output. Regarding production efficiency, if raw materials are abundant, the X-76-74 special alloy production line provided by Bailu could yield over 100,000 tons per day. From the perspective of pure steel, this might not seem particularly extravagant, but when viewed through the lens of producing this specialized alloy, it is remarkably swift. This is even considered a normal production rate. If efficiency were maximized, a single production line could potentially produce over 500,000 tons of X-76-74 special alloy in a day. Naturally, the energy consumption would be substantial, and the small fusion reactor supplying power to the production line would likely not endure for long. Nevertheless, he surmised that even the official entities of Jiuzhou could not possibly absorb such quantities, hence the assertion that they can provide as much as desired. After the call ended, Manhwa remained preoccupied with thoughts of the alloys. Without regard for the setting, he hastily requested Elder Lin to lend him his study, opened his computer, and began editing documents. He first organized the information regarding the X-76-74 special alloy for hierarchical dissemination. Subsequently, he meticulously recorded his conversation with Su from that evening, along with the audio files from the call, and sent them to the relevant higher departments. Meanwhile, Su was not fixated on such matters. In comparison to these special alloys, he found himself far more intrigued by the recently acquired planetary mining machines and large-scale construction modules. By now, it was past 11 o'clock at night, nearing midnight, and quite late indeed. However, upon acquiring these impressive new tools, he felt no inclination for sleep. After a moment's hesitation, he decided to venture out with Xinghen and Yuling. They sought a remote and open space to activate the stealth mode of their landing craft, then boarded it, heading straight for their small island. "Why bring us out here so late? Have you struck a deal for something extraordinary?" Yuling mused while observing the shifting clouds and the occasional glimmer of cities beneath them, easily surmising that Su had procured something remarkable. "Upon your arrival here, although you are aware of the existence of nuclear weapons within the technological framework, their terrifying power remains unseen. You may struggle to fully grasp the advantages of our advanced technology beyond slight cultural advancements. Tonight, I shall provide you with a glimpse of what constitutes the pinnacle of technological creations. This matter is not merely a figment of Su Yi's imagination. In truth, whether it is Yuling or Xinghen, their assessment of the Blue Star realm is that life here is significantly more convenient than in the magical world, replete with an array of intriguing gadgets. In terms of combat prowess, they have heard whispers of something called a mushroom egg, reputed to be extraordinarily powerful, capable of compelling even a deity to kneel in awe. However, it is inherently challenging for individuals to envision what they have never encountered through mere conjecture. Consequently, even after an extended stay, Yuling likely perceives that the chasm between individuals in the technological civilization is far less pronounced than that of the magical realm. Beyond this, there is nothing more. Now, Su-yi is poised to unveil the true marvels of advanced technology to them. The landing craft, navigating within the cloud layers, already boasts impressive speed, easily surpassing 18 times the speed of sound with a mere acceleration. This velocity is still within the atmosphere. If the altitude is increased to thinner air, the speed would become even more astonishing. Under such extraordinary circumstances, the landing craft reached Su-yi's destination in under 5 minutes. Having spent nearly 2 minutes in acceleration and deceleration, one cannot deny the swiftness of the journey. Due to the time difference, it has only recently turned dark on the island. From his aerial vantage point, Su-yi observes Zhang Qingshan and the security personnel guiding the staff of Tianyu Group onto the ship for evacuation. Upon emerging from the transaction space, he promptly relayed all the items acquired from the trade to Tian Shu. After calculations, Tian Shu advised him to expedite the use of the planetary mining machine and large construction modules to swiftly transform the island, solidifying their claim and leaving the Westerners with no grounds for objection. After all, when he sold the island a few days prior, it was merely 50 square kilometers in size. Overnight, it has morphed into a colossal landmass spanning hundreds, if not thousands, of square kilometers. To assert that such a marvel belongs to him might indeed border on the absurd. It is for this reason that, even before Su-yi arrived, or had even set forth, Tian Shu had surmised his intentions and issued orders to Zhang Qingshan and the other security personnel stationed on the island, urging them to evacuate swiftly. This explains the sight Su-yi encountered upon his arrival, with employees waiting to board the ship. Naturally, whether such tactics would compel the Westerners to behave and refrain from causing trouble is of little concern to Su-yi. His urgency to arrive stems primarily from his desire to ascertain the nature and efficacy of the two remarkable items recommended by Bai Lu. It is akin to a child's fascination with excavators, capable of spending hours enthralled by their mechanical beauty. His curiosity about these otherworldly steel behemoths, infused with mechanical aesthetics, drives him forward. These two items, without a doubt, will not disappoint him, especially the planetary mining machine. Once all the employees of Tianyu Group have boarded the ship and departed the island, only then does Su-yi bring forth the planetary mining machine. The colossal construction manufacturing module is composed of countless fully automated engineering machines, each of which is not particularly large. However, the planetary mining machine is an exception. Towering over 600 meters in height and measuring 2,700 meters in length and 1,400 meters in width, the planetary mining machine is a true behemoth of steel. With a flash of brilliance, this magnificent machine gradually emerged from the surface of the sea, until the numerous mechanical arms supporting the mining machine firmly anchored themselves on the ocean floor. The body of the mining machine remained untouched by the water in this region, where the depth exceeds 120 meters. Chapter 112. Shaping Mountains and Filling Seas. The planetary mining machine possesses a remarkably distinctive form. Its overall proportions appear exceedingly flat, reminiscent of a colossal beetle. Yet, the myriad mechanical arms extending from its sides evoke the image of a large, flat centipede, albeit not as elongated. Not only does its posture resemble that of certain insects, but its operational method mirrors their behaviors as well. A massive collection aperture at the forefront, akin to rows of teeth, features rapidly spinning excavating buckets and gears, devouring everything in its path with a voracity surpassing that of insects gnawing on leaves. Each bite carves out a gargantuan trench, over 1,000 meters wide and several thousand meters long, capable of instigating a swift influx of seawater. The previously tranquil sea surface is suddenly stirred into turmoil. Within the mining machine, lies an intricate array of refining apparatuses, adept at categorizing and melting down all ingested materials according to foundational settings. For instance, it can swiftly transform ordinary sand into resilient stone, or reforge calcium-rich coral into lime cement by incorporating additional elements. Any materials deemed unsuitable for refining due to insufficient raw materials are subsequently classified as waste, stored internally within the mining machine, and expelled upon reaching designated areas. Thus, in the brief cycle of consumption, digestion, and expulsion, not only can the area of the island be expanded, but a substantial quantity of essential construction materials can also be extracted. The efficiency of the planetary mining machine is astonishingly profound. In less than half an hour, a once thriving island was devoured entirely, leaving not a single trace behind. Behind the mining machine, the consumed materials have largely been refined into various stones, expelled as waste in a remarkably organized manner, precisely stacked in their original locations, most of which remain submerged underwater. After refining, the valuable components have been retained by the mining machine, while the remnants evidently lack the capacity to reconstruct an island of comparable size. However, this planet is devoid of many resources, yet it abounds with sites ripe for excavation by the planetary mining machine. Given the unpredictable nature of this alien world, waterproofing is a trivial concern for the mining apparatus. Having finished with the island, the planetary mining machine, guided by its exploratory records of the surrounding marine environment, plunged its head into the sea, voraciously consuming the seabed. This area is not situated at the edge of continental shelf, so while its vigorous actions could potentially trigger a tsunami, there is little cause for alarm. Even the prospect of tsunami does not concern Sui, as the nearest nation, India, has a population of 1/4 billion, of which only 100 million are recognized as people, with the remainder disregarded by their own government. Consequently, Sui feels no obligation to care for them. Sir, based on the planetary mining machine's assessments of the surrounding environment and resources, it is determined that expanding this island to an area of 680 square kilometers is the most suitable course of action. The surroundings may soon lack sufficient materials for the planetary mining machine to consume. The voice of Tian Shu timely resonated before Sui. Indeed, 680 square kilometers should suffice for the time being. I have already dispatched the large construction manufacturing module to the developed section of the island and granted you partial access. You may manage it as you see fit. Thank you for your trust, sir. What type of structures do you envision? Sui inwided. Given our current technology and resources, as well as the island's circumstances, what is the most ambitious construction we could undertake? If you so desire, we could allocate the entire 5 million tons of X76-74 special alloy to erect a skyscraper, unprecedented on Blue Star, soaring over 6,000 meters in height. However, acquiring the requisite elevator technology in this world may prove challenging. Such a tall edifice would face significant logistical issues, even with the fastest elevators globally. Traversing from top to bottom would take several minutes, resulting in inefficiency. I would advise against this. Tian Shu swiftly provided a response. There is indeed little recourse in this matter. Sui was not inclined to seek out by Lu for elevator technology. While the technical requirements were not particularly advanced and could likely be developed by relevant companies on Blue Star, he preferred not to wait. Very well, within reasonable limits. What is the maximum height we can achieve? 2,299 meters is the absolute limit. Then let us construct a building standing at 2,222 meters to serve as the landmark of our island. Sui promptly declared. Furthermore, around this structure, we should develop a city capable of accommodating millions, even up to tens of millions of residents in the long term. Of course, this does not need to be completed immediately. The first phase should suffice for 20 to 30,000 inhabitants. You may determine the specifics, or present several proposals for me to choose from. He had become quite adept at utilizing this extraordinarily powerful intelligent brain. Rather than grappling with the complexities himself, it was far more efficient to pose the problems to it and let it devise solutions, allowing him to make the final decisions. Many ordinary individuals would struggle for years to solve issues without the aid of computers or external devices. Yet, with its remarkable computational power. It could instantly provide a plethora of solutions from which he could select his preferred option. Undoubtedly, this approach was foolproof. Undertaking a monumental project, such as constructing an entire city from scratch, would take a professional design team a year or more to produce even a preliminary proposal. However, for Tian Shu, it was merely a matter of moments. Moreover, the solutions proposed by Tian Shu would undoubtedly surpass those of any design team in both completeness and functionality. Considering even the optimal placement of electrical outlets in an ordinary room within the city, a traditional urban planning team could never be so meticulous. Even the most detailed plans would inevitably encounter various issues in the later stages. This is the advantage of having a super AI at one's side. Taking advantage of the brief respite during the celestial calculations, Su Yi turned to his companions, Yu Ling and Xing Hen, and remarked with a smile, "Behold this planetary mining machine. What are your thoughts? Given sufficient time, perhaps a few years at most, it could utterly transform this planet, rendering it inhospitable for human life. The complete annihilation of a living world. Such power is almost capable of altering the very fabric of a natural environment. Until today, I had never fathomed that technological civilization could achieve such a feat." Yu Ling couldn't help but express her astonishment. It is indeed difficult for any ordinary person to behold such a terrifying mechanical behemoth without feeling a sense of awe. Chapter 113. You're not conducting nuclear tests, are you? In the dead of night, Su Yi was engrossed in this grand project, while the neighboring residents were becoming increasingly restless. Suddenly, from 400 nautical miles away, the piercing sirens of the Bald Eagle base on Gadagaya Island shattered the stillness of the night. The wailing sound sent the soldiers of the Bald Eagle, who had just drifted into slumber, scrambling to their feet in a state of panic. As they donned their gear and emerged from their barracks, they were struck by the realization that a tsunami had struck without warning. Fortunately, the magnitude of the tsunami was not catastrophic enough to obliterate their base. However, the warships docked at the base's harbor were not as fortunate. Without any opportunity to evade, they were swept ashore by the surging waters, left stranded upon the island. Inside the command center, chaos reigned as a multitude of messages flooded in, ultimately leading to a disconcerting conclusion. 400 nautical miles to the southeast, a source of seismic activity was detected, registering over a magnitude of 4 with its epicenter. On the ocean floor, the data from the earthquake monitoring agency established by the Bald Eagle Empire nearby left the personnel at the base bewildered, their foreheads adorned with question marks. The epicenter is on the ocean floor? What nonsense is this? They were instructed to clarify the situation before reporting further. Presenting such erratic data would land them in a military tribunal. The base commander erupted in fury. The communications personnel hastily complied, relaying the commander's words verbatim to the monitoring agency. Moments later, a response arrived. "General, they have confirmed that their data is accurate. If you doubt their professionalism, they suggest dispatching a few helicopters for an assessment." How absurd. An earthquake, and they want us to investigate the source ourselves? What use are they? The base commander exploded with rage. Yet, after a moment of reflection, he composed himself and inquired patiently, what else did they report? Is there any indication of the cause of the earthquake? How long will it last? In response, the communications soldier quickly replied, "Report to the general. The cause of the earthquake is unknown. The duration is equally unclear. In fact, since the seismic waves emerged, the vibrations have not ceased. The Earthquake Monitoring Bureau has advised us to relocate all equipment to higher ground. As for the ships, they must remain stranded until repairs can be made later." Fortunately, the magnitude of the earthquake has not escalated, maintaining a consistent frequency, and the tsunami's intensity is minimal. Generally, staying away from the coast should pose no danger. Moreover, they mentioned that they had contacted NASA, attempting to deploy satellites to observe the situation at the epicenter. However, NASA's commercial satellites reported that the area was shrouded in smoke and dust, making it impossible to discern what was truly occurring beneath. Recently, the North Atlantic Command and the Ministry of Defense communicated a request for our base to send military aircraft to assess the situation. This time, the directive to dispatch planes was not from the Earthquake Monitoring Agency, but from the true superiors. What purpose does sending aircraft serve in the face of an earthquake? The epicenter lies beneath the ocean's surface. Do they expect our base's fighter jets to dive underwater? The head of the base was deeply dissatisfied, believing that this was merely a frivolous endeavor by those above. Nonetheless, he dispatched 2 helicopters directly to the earthquake-affected maritime region. After sending the aircraft on their way, the general glanced at the map and suddenly realized something was amiss. He abruptly pulled the messenger over and asked, "Did you just say the epicenter is 400 nautical miles to the southeast?" The messenger, somewhat bewildered, nodded, "Yes, sir." The general's expression grew grave as he traced a line on the map with his finger, calculating the distance. As a seasoned military officer, he was intimately familiar with the surroundings of the Gadagaya Island military base, especially the very island that had been the target of a planned assault just the day before. The tremors, though not severe, were persistent. At that moment, a cold sweat broke out on his forehead. No wonder the North Atlantic Command and the Ministry of Defense, from thousands of kilometers away, had taken notice of this seemingly trivial matter. Upon further reflection, it was clear that this did not resemble a natural earthquake at all. Surely, these wretched individuals were not conducting nuclear tests on the island, were they? The mere thought sent a chill down his spine, prompting him to push the messenger aside and shout, "Quick! Inform everyone. If the equipment cannot be moved, so be it. Open the underground shelter immediately. Everyone must evacuate there." With his imagination fueled by the data from the Earthquake Monitoring Bureau, he could only envision a continuous series of nuclear detonations. Yet, he could not fathom why those damn Kyushu people would choose such a desolate place for nuclear testing. Was that not utterly insane? However, as a military commander, he possessed the ability to disregard the incomprehensible, rather than dwell on uncertainties. It was far more prudent to take concrete actions. For instance, his immediate priority was to ensure all soldiers retreated into the underground shelter. As for the equipment outside, soon to be overwhelmed by the relentless waves of the tsunami, if it was to be submerged, so be it. The government had ample funds, and the base had its own debts to settle. This rare occurrence of natural disaster combined with human folly provided an opportunity. Saving all the equipment would be sheer folly. If it sank, he would no longer have to deal with the trivial task of repairing equipment at exorbitant costs. All debts would be settled in one fell swoop. What a relief that would be! Whether or not a nuclear strike would occur became less significant. The mere existence of that risk sufficed. Moreover, he harbored a nagging suspicion that genuine nuclear tests were underway, and at any moment, a bomb could be dropped on this base. Earning a meager salary each month hardly warranted risking lives. As for the crew members and special forces aboard the dispatched aircraft, he could only wish them good luck. However, He was blissfully unaware that his simple endeavor to repair his island had stirred such a considerable uproar, causing soldiers at the neighboring Bald Eagle base to seek refuge in their nuclear shelters. Nevertheless, he was prepared for the commotion that would inevitably attract attention. The skies had long been commandeered by the celestial pivot, rendering it impossible for anyone to discern the events transpiring on the island via satellite. As for the maritime and low-altitude regions, after the security team on the island had escorted personnel away, the 5 powered armors had already taken to the skies to assess the surrounding situation. Not even military aircraft attempting to investigate could hope to intrude at that moment. Not a single bird could hope to penetrate the airspace. Although the radar mounted on the powered armors had a limited detection range over the vast ocean, a landing craft hovered above, vigilant and watchful. No subtle movement would escape its discerning gaze. The helicopters from a Bald Eagle base had only just ascended when they were immediately tracked by the landing craft's radar. At this moment, He sat aboard the landing craft, observing the planetary mining machines as they reshaped the island. Upon receiving the information, he dispatched a command to the patrolling powered armor squad nearby. Drive away these pesky flies. If they refuse to leave, let them remain. Chapter 114. What on earth is happening? The scene before them was utterly astonishing, akin to the arrival of an apocalyptic event. 2 helicopters soared at high speed, a mere 100 meters above the tumultuous sea, heading towards the epicenter of the disturbance. The passengers aboard, astonished, fervently captured photographs to relay back to headquarters while expressing their disbelief as they continued their journey. However, just under 100 nautical miles from their destination, the helicopters abruptly decelerated and gradually hovered in place. Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed as lightning illuminated the sky, revealing a powered armor suit silently suspended in the air ahead of the helicopters. The suit's operator wielded an apparatus resembling a dragon's lens, designed to amplify its radar reflection area. Given the size and technology of the powered armor, without such an enhancement, even standing directly under radar detection would not reveal its presence. This airspace belongs to the private islands of the Tianyu Group. You are not authorized to be here. A cold, emotionless voice resonated through the public channel. Those participating in such missions were the elite of the elite at the White Eagle base, many of whom understood the dialect of Jiuzhou. Upon hearing this, the translator promptly conveyed the message to the squad commander overseeing the operation. The commander instinctively glanced at the map, his expression shifting to one of disbelief. Hold on. The last time those islanders attempted to breach, you at least engaged them 20 nautical miles out. Now, we are within 12 nautical miles of your territorial waters, which is still somewhat acceptable. But now, we are over 100 nautical miles away. Are you claiming this is your airspace? He exclaimed. Inform them that this is international waters of free airspace. We have every right to fly and navigate freely. The translator relayed the message via the helicopter's radio. In response, the pilot of the powered armor showed no inclination to engage in further dialogue. Casually lifting his left hand, a blue glow shimmered ominously, delivering a final ultimatum: retreat or fall. The squad leader, uncertain of the weapon's nature, instinctively understood that attempting to confront this monstrosity with their helicopter would likely spell disaster. A crash into the sea was one thing. The relentless tsunami nearby posed a far greater threat. Even if they survived the initial fall, the prospect of awaiting rescue seemed bleak. In an instant, he urgently ordered his crew, withdraw. Request naval vessels from the base. This is beyond our capability. Amidst his expletive-laden frustration, the two helicopters prudently turned back, showing no signs of hesitation. The task of investigating the earthquake's source had already been ludicrous. But encountering the Tianyu Group's powered armor in the midst of their journey was utterly unexpected. Engaging in such a ludicrous endeavor, risking one's life for it, is hardly worth the effort. As anticipated, upon the news reaching the base, the commander did not reprimand them for unilaterally canceling the mission. Rather, he commended their adaptability and showered them with praise. It was laughable. The commander speculated that the people of Jiuzhou might be conducting nuclear tests on the island, and he would prefer to bury his head in the sand to avoid drawing any attention. Were it not for the insistent orders from above, he would have hesitated to dispatch even these two helicopters. After all, should he inadvertently provoke the other side, the repercussions could be dire for his base, potentially leading to catastrophic consequences. Who could ascertain whether the underground bunker was robust enough to withstand even a few nuclear blasts? Now, having been intercepted mid-flight, without witnessing anything untoward or inciting a conflict, he could provide a satisfactory report to his superiors. Once they navigated through this incident unscathed, the flood-damaged base would also be able to settle its previous debts. This was a most gratifying outcome. What more could one desire? As for what the Jiuzhou people were up to on that island, it was of no concern to him. After all, his term as commander was set to conclude in merely 3 months. He would simply pack his bags and contribute a sum to the charitable foundations of the higher-ups, assuredly paving his way to further advancement. What was the point of endangering oneself? Young man, our seismic network has detected a highly peculiar frequency originating from your island. What are you up to? Upon hearing the old man's words, Su exclaimed in astonishment. But isn't it several thousand kilometers away from Jiuzhou? Can you really detect that? What do you think? Why do you suppose that nuclear tests anywhere in the world are detected almost instantaneously? Do you truly believe that the International Alliance is merely a toothless tiger? The old man retorted, exasperated. What exactly are you doing? This is causing quite a stir, even more so than a nuclear test. Including the White Eagle, over 10 countries have approached our Foreign Affairs Department overnight for clarification. They suspect you and the Tianyu Group are merely proxies for the Jiuzhou government, recklessly playing with nuclear weapons at sea in the dead of night. Su Yi cast a glance at the planetary mining machine below. Its movements indeed produced a terrifying commotion, easily mistaken for ongoing nuclear testing. What do their opinions matter? Let them come to me if they have questions. The old man rubbed his temples, exasperated. Do you think I woke up in the middle of the night just to call you? Have you not noticed that besides me, no one from JoJo can reach you? Oh, I see. Su Yi realized, having forgotten that due to concerns about incessant phone calls, he had instructed Tian Shu to set up a firewall. Consequently, aside from the old man and a select few, only his friends and family could contact him directly. Any outsiders wishing to reach him would first need to schedule an appointment through Tian Shu. Only when Tian Shu deemed Su Yi available would he report who had requested to speak with him, allowing Su Yi to decide whether to engage with them. It is as follows. You simply inform them that I have discovered some peculiar natural phenomena on the recently acquired island. As for the specifics, they shall learn of them tomorrow. Rest assured, it is certainly not a nuclear test. As law-abiding citizens, how could we possibly be involved in such matters? Su Yi's playful banter left old Lin feeling somewhat perplexed. What on earth is this nonsense? Natural phenomena, indeed. You, never mind, do as you wish, after all. No one can control you. Old Lin, disinterested in further conversation, promptly ended the call. As for how to deal with those attempting to exert pressure on JoJo to uncover the happenings on the island through negotiation, what a trivial matter. The JoJo authorities themselves are oblivious to the situation. Chapter 115. A testament to nature's ingenious craftsmanship as the sun ascended in the eastern sky. Marking noon in the 9 provinces, the sea where Su Yi resided finally welcomed the dawn. The clamorous revelry of the previous night had faded into silence. After a night of transformation, the small island, which had previously covered an area of merely 50 square kilometers and featured only indigenous wooden dwellings, had undergone a remarkable metamorphosis. A grand island, stretching 50 kilometers in length and exceeding 12 kilometers in width, stealthily emerged from the ocean's depths. The island's expanse had expanded from its original 50 square kilometers to a staggering 600-plus square kilometers. The planetary mining machine had long been retracted into the confines of the trading platform's spatial realm, and the violent tremors, tsunamis, and clouds of dust that had plagued the area throughout the night had finally dissipated. Nations monitoring the situation had redirected their satellites to this location. Upon discovering the island's transformation, they were left utterly bewildered. Numerous attempts to contact the 9 provinces had been made, yet they were met with indifference, as the 9 provinces themselves had yet to comprehend the situation. Some even endeavored to bypass the 9 provinces and reach out directly to the Tianyu group. However, the sole response they received was that Mr. Su Yi, the chairman of the group, was preoccupied with affairs, and any desire to meet him required prior scheduling and patience until he was available. Such a statement rendered their attempts nearly futile. In essence, it conveyed that any interest in contacting the proprietor was met with a firm refusal. Nevertheless, the major powers and organizations most concerned with this development found themselves at a loss. In a mere night, a small island had transformed into a vast landmass exceeding 600 square kilometers, a phenomenon that was undeniably astonishing. Were it not for the rationality of the modern era, one might dare to call a miracle. In stark contrast to the urgency felt by foreign nations, the official response from the 9 provinces was even more pressing. The audacity to create such a substantial island overnight was nothing short of miraculous. In the immediate aftermath of this revelation, the elder Lin, prompted by the urgency of the situation, attempted once more to reach Su Yi. This time, the call was answered by Tian Shu. As Su Yi had already succumbed to slumber alongside Yuling, Tian Shu's response was straightforward. Mr. Lin, our chairman, Su, has instructed that this matter cannot be disclosed at present. However, he mentioned that if you are calling, he would like to extend 3 invitations to you. Each invitation allows for the entry of 100 individuals, 1 designated for the officials of the 9 provinces, while the other 2 can be allocated as you see fit. Unaware that he was conversing with an AI, the elder Lin mistook the feminine voice for that of Su Yi's secretary and promptly inquired, "Invitations? What are they for?" "They are invitations to celebrate the establishment of our Tianyu Group's global headquarters, scheduled to occur 3 days hence on this very island." Indeed, the island, previously known by a rather convoluted English name, has been renamed by our esteemed director Sue as Penglai Island. However, wait a moment. Old Lin hastily retrieved the satellite image that had just been sent to him. Staring at the barren island devoid of any features, he pondered for a moment before inquiring. Isn't there absolutely nothing on this island? The Tianyu Group's global headquarters is being established. Surely, it doesn't entail an entire beach party? Tian Shu replied politely. No need for your concern, esteemed elder. You may come directly by plane at your convenience. The airport is already prepared, so there is no worry about landing. Furthermore, Director Su requested that you dispatch several planes to bring some key members of our Tianyu Group over, as they are integral to the company's establishment, especially for such a significant event. Old Lin was left speechless. He felt he had never been so at a loss in his life. The notion of an island suddenly expanding tenfold overnight was already absurd enough. Now, you expect me to fly to this desolate island? Even if there's an airport, it is likely a makeshift military airstrip, unsuitable for commercial flights. I fear we may need to request the military to send a few transport planes. Commercial aircraft have stringent runway requirements, but transport planes are far less demanding. A temporary field airport can indeed facilitate takeoffs and landings. Nevertheless, this invitation is quite a valuable item. Although I did not ascertain how the island expanded overnight, the invitation provided by Su Yi is indeed noteworthy. 3 invitations accommodating 300 individuals, with 100 allocated to Jiuzhou. As for the remaining 200, Su Yi granted the distribution rights to the Jiuzhou authorities. Surely, those outside are quite curious about the situation on the island, aren't they? Would you care for an opportunity to explore? This is more than an invitation. It is undeniably a form of capital. Old Lin promptly began to contact his superiors to inform them of this matter. Although it seemed utterly far-fetched, the evidence was undeniable. The island had indeed grown overnight. Rejecting this reality was not an option. The Jiuzhou authorities swiftly adjusted their strategy, shifting from uncovering the truth behind the island's expansion to how to leverage the quotas provided by Su Yi to negotiate benefits from Western nations. As for Su Yi, he awoke around midday local time. Before retiring to sleep the previous night, he had retracted the planetary mining machine and dispatched large-scale construction modules to the island. Here, construction materials such as cement are in ample supply. The planetary mining machine had excavated the seabed for several hundred meters over dozens of nautical miles, not only gathering enough material for land reclamation, but also acquiring all necessary construction supplies. As for metal materials like rebar, Su Yi currently possesses in abundance. While both rebar and cement are fundamental materials, they're precisely what large-scale construction modules find most advantageous to utilize. This architectural module encompasses tens of thousands of robots, each designed for distinct functionalities, ensuring that no equipment necessary for construction is lacking. All operations are fully automated. Once Su Yi selects a plan and specifies the materials, these robots swiftly undertake the construction. They consume foundational materials such as steel and concrete, and in return, they produce perfectly proportioned reinforced concrete columns, whose quality surpasses that of any similar columns produced in factories. There is no need for further intervention. Last night, based on the conditions of the islands laid out by the planetary mining machines, Tian Shu proposed several renovation plans for the islands. Ultimately, Su Yi chose a scheme named Ninefold Celestial Towers. Upon completion, the islands will exhibit a radial structure emanating from the center. At the core stands a landmark skyscraper, towering at 222 meters, with the surrounding structures gradually decreasing in height, culminating in a peak-like formation. Naturally, what pleases Su Yi the most is the architectural style adorning these edifices. Chapter 116. He owes us his gratitude. The design plan for the 9-tiered Celestial Pavilion, crafted by Tian Shu, embodies the quintessential architectural style of the 9 provinces. With its layered pavilions and intricately carved railings, it presents an enchanting vista that, from afar, resembles a delicate ink painting, captivating in its beauty. Upon reviewing the proposal, Su Yi experienced no hesitation in selecting this design. After all, any scheme presented by Tian Shu is invariably flawless, leaving no room for concerns about potential inconveniences in the execution of such a design. He merely needed to choose a style that resonated with his aesthetic. At this juncture, according to the original plan, the construction of large-scale building modules had successfully completed the port, airport, and most internal roadways of the city. The foremost challenge addressed was the transportation infrastructure, both to and from the island. The airport was the first to be finished, boasting 8 high-standard runways, all completed within an hour. By the time Sui awoke, the airport was already bustling with activity. The large-scale building modules indeed incorporated the function of interior decoration. However, unlike mere construction, the furnishings and various materials required for decoration necessitated procurement from external sources. Fortunately, Tianshu had anticipated this need, coupling the rapid construction speed of the building modules. As soon as the airport was operational, cargo planes were already landing, delivering goods from around the globe, predominantly sourced from the 9 provinces, with a smaller portion procured locally. The items that arrived expeditiously were primarily from neighboring countries, consisting largely of unrefined materials and greenery to enhance the island's ecological environment. Many of these items had been ordered by Tianshu the previous night, as soon as Sui confirmed the construction plan, even before the island was completed. Delivery aircraft were already en route. As for the resolution of flight routes, hacking into the International Civil Aviation Organization's back-end to coordinate air traffic was a trivial matter for Tianshu. Upon gaining access, it even assisted in rectifying several vulnerabilities within the organization's internal systems. Although the transport pilots had never visited this locale, the flight paths were unproblematic, and the airport raised no objections. Under normal procedural circumstances, there were, of course, no dissenting opinions. After all, they were piloting cargo planes, accustomed to navigating various chaotic locales. So an obscure destination like the Isle of Penglai posed no challenge. As for the sellers of the goods, why would they concern themselves with logistics? Under Tianshu's meticulous orchestration, everything proceeded in a manner that, while seemingly absurd, was remarkably methodical. However, few could discern the absurdity within. At least, only Sui and the celestial beings, Yuling and Xinghen, were privy to the intricacies. Should any discerning individuals choose to investigate further, they could undoubtedly uncover the discrepancies. But what of it? Sui remained indifferent, and Tianshu was even less concerned. Initially, it adhered to regulations, yet it could not withstand the whims of a lawless, audacious master. Apart from the fact that the airport became the busiest in the world immediately upon its establishment, with various transport aircraft continuously taking off and landing, the AI, known as Tianshu, promptly gathered data from all international cargo ships in proximity to Penglai Island. Upon discovering that the goods aboard a particular vessel were essential for the island, negotiations would commence simultaneously with both buyers and sellers, facilitating the acquisition of the items under the auspices of Tianyu Group. The cargo ship would then alter its course directly towards the island. All materials and equipment delivered to the island would be put to immediate use, leaving no time wasted. Every operational machine was engaged. Everything proceeded in an orderly fashion. This exemplifies the remarkable capabilities of AI, endowed with exceptional computational power and sophisticated algorithms. If a human were to undertake this task, even with the aid of planetary mining machines and large-scale construction modules, achieving swift completion of the island's transformation project within 3 days, meeting occupancy standards, would be an impossibility. Not to mention 3 days. Even 3 months might not suffice on this remote island, far removed from the mainland and industrial hubs. The utmost coordination could only be achieved with the limited resources at hand. One could not possibly ascertain the available resources on nearby cargo ships. Even immediate procurement from the source would entail a protracted maritime process, requiring considerable time. Moreover, no individual could replicate Tianshu's capability to nearly commandeer the entire back-end of the International Civil Aviation Organization, controlling all flight paths while ensuring that sufficient routes were allocated for the transport aircraft delivering goods to the island without disrupting regular operations. Tianshu not only possesses the ability to mobilize global resources on a macro level, but can also manage the operation of each device on a micro level. preventing redundancy in functionality and thus enhancing efficiency. Its advantages over human capabilities are monumental. I do not seek trivial island survey data. I demand to know the reason. What justifies the sudden expansion of a 50 square kilometer island to over 600 square kilometers overnight? While the activities on Penglai Island were bustling with fervor, thousands of miles away in the White Eagle Empire's Black Palace, the president was in a state of furious outrage. Amir Island has inexplicably multiplied in size. Upon hearing this news, he initially thought he was listening to a fairy tale. After repeated inquiries, he reluctantly confirmed the veracity of the claim. At over 80 years old, his worldview was on the brink of shattering. Is this truly science? Is it reasonable? He longed to seize the secretary who delivered this news and demand that he consult with NASA to verify whether there had been an error in the satellite imagery. However, before he could voice his thoughts, the secretary reiterated emphatically that there was absolutely no issue. Not only were the satellite data accurate, but verification was also conducted through radar and various other means. Whether one believes it or not, the island indeed expanded overnight. After regaining his composure, he instructed his aides in the Black Palace to urgently seek a means to uncover the truth. This, of course, proved futile, as they promptly attempted to establish contact with the current owner of the island, Tianyu Group. It was discovered that the personnel at Tianyu Group had blocked all external communication lines of the Black Palace's office. When attempting to reach out through alternative means, their interlocutors promptly terminated the conversation upon identifying them as representatives of the Black Palace, effectively prioritizing a refusal to engage. In their quest to address issues with Jiuzhou, the people there proved as elusive as eels, offering nothing but circular rhetoric. Phrases such as "do not rush," "I will explain slowly," "those who understand, understand." For those who do not, I shall say no more, and this is simply how matters stand. Rest assured we will find a way to resolve your confusion. But this is not how it is done adorned their discourse. Cloaked in an air of enigmatic secrecy that initially led the Black Palace staff to believe they were on the verge of uncovering some monumental secret. After enduring an extended period of fruitless dialogue, the liaison from Jiuzhou finally presented some tangible information. We do have a few slots available for an island visit in 3 days, but the number of attendees is quite substantial, and our allocation is insufficient. Given the situation, let us discuss the price. I'm exhausted. Each slot will cost $100 billion. Are you folks from Jiuzhou completely out of your minds? Now, no need to rush. We can negotiate the price. If funds are an issue, the White Eagles have ample resources. I appreciate your candidness and wealth. Hence, it shall be $100 billion, not a penny less. Perhaps we should explore alternatives for those lacking funds. Ultimately, after negotiating sufficient benefits in other areas, Jiuzhou allocated 5 slots to the official representatives of the White Eagles. 5 slots is no small favor. He ought to express gratitude. In the aftermath, the diplomat responsible for this matter remarked during an interview with journalists. Chapter 117. The unknown is the most terrifying. It is evident that the sudden emergence of this island, which has inexplicably grown overnight, has piqued the interest of nations beyond just the White Eagle. After the Tianyu Group made it abundantly clear that they would not engage in dialogue, representatives from numerous countries flocked to Jiuzhou. The 200 slots in Jiuzhou's possession have become exceedingly coveted. While it is unlikely that any slot could fetch the outrageous price of $100 billion, significant benefits have nonetheless been negotiated from various quarters. For instance, the 5 slots sold to the White Eagle came at the cost of their agreement to rescind certain policies and tariffs that were specifically directed against Jiuzhou enterprises. Furthermore, the Ozhou Alliance, which had recently proposed imposing tariffs on automobiles imported from Jiuzhou, swiftly shelved this proposal after granting 10 slots. Clearly, a mere handful of visitation slots do not warrant such exorbitant prices. Their willingness to pay such a steep price is primarily due to the astonishing and terrifying capabilities that have transformed the entire maritime region overnight, leaving every nation and power capable of recognizing this phenomenon in sheer astonishment. Yet, under the absolute information suppression of the Tianxu, they are unable to procure any useful intelligence and remain oblivious to how the Tianyu group accomplished this feat, what kind of existence is the most fearsome? The answer, of course, lies in the realm of the unknown. I once encountered an intriguing question online, where someone posited, based on the concept of cultivation prevalent in contemporary entertainment, whether a technological civilization or a cultivation civilization would prevail in a direct confrontation. Do you know what the optimal answer is? In Jiangqing's home, Su Yi gazed at Yuling and inquired with a smile. They had just been discussing this very topic, and Yuling was somewhat perplexed as to why these nations were willing to expend such great resources to gain access to the island. What? Yuling asked, curiosity evident in her tone. On the other side, Xing Hen, who was studying the art of Zhuzhou, also turned to listen. For a technological civilization grounded in science, if you perceive the other party as engaging in cultivation, you have already sealed your fate. Su Yi shrugged. Many harbor significant misconceptions about science, equating it solely with physics, chemistry, and biology. However, these represent merely a fragment of the broader natural sciences. Science encompasses the objective laws of nature, society, and thought. It involves the pursuit of knowledge through exploration of phenomena, investigation of principles, and synthesis of patterns. Should cultivation indeed exist, the scientific perspective would first seek to understand why such phenomena occur and how individuals can attain such extraordinary capabilities, rather than distancing themselves and dismissing it as unscientific or a mystical deviation from natural laws. This is not science, it is religion. This also explains why, during the press conference for the life source water, I publicly disclosed the magical power under the guise of life essence. Despite the potential for substantial profit from this revelation, I have since refrained from mentioning it again. As he spoke, he gazed intently at Yuling and remarked, although your world boasts a history of harnessing magical power spanning hundreds of thousands, even millions of years, once the people of Blue Star uncover the existence of this substance, they could, within mere decades, or even a few short years, master its utilization far beyond your capabilities and develop a plethora of innovative applications. Your technological advantage in this realm would swiftly dissipate. Do you believe that? The disparity between systematic research and the accumulation of localized experiences is indeed vast. The land of Zhuzhou has suffered greatly from this. It is not always the case that an earlier discovery translates into superior application. If the methodology is flawed, the preceding accumulation will merely be surpassed in no time. During his recent days spent with Yuling and her companions, Su Yi had begun to comprehend how the magical world bequeaths and utilizes this power. Whether it be the sorcerers wielding magic or the martial artists refining their bodies through magical energy, the predominant mode of instruction is a one-on-one mentorship. Any breakthroughs achieved are typically passed down solely to their descendants or closest disciples. Revolutionary discoveries often take a considerable time to permeate the entire world. Yuling pondered this carefully and found merit in Su Yi's assertion. If they were to adopt the Blue Star model, investing substantial manpower and resources into collaborative research and sharing findings upon discovering the existence of magical energy, they might indeed surpass the technological advantages amassed over millions of years in her world. Wait, technological advantage? She suddenly paused, realizing the true essence of Su Yi's message. Just moments ago, she had thought he was veering off topic. Astute. Su Yi playfully pinched her diligate cheek. Now do you understand why they are so eager to visit the island? Our transformation of the island into its current state is, in fact, of little significance to them. Whether we employ technology from another world or magic from another realm is inconsequential. For them, both the futuristic technologies that have clearly evolved on the Blue Star technological tree and magic must be regarded as a form of technological advantage. In contrast to concepts like mysticism and cultivation that lack scientific grounding and remain entirely enigmatic, even if they cannot fathom how we accomplished it. Categorizing it as a technological disparity does not hinder their belief that such a gap can be bridged. The first step in bridging this gap is to ascertain the nature of the technology we utilize. Thus, they are willing to pay a steep price just to set foot on the island and take a glimpse. The unknown always evokes fear, and they now seek to dismantle that uncertainty. Yuling blinked and inquired, "Then why did you consent to their visit?" The evidence of construction on the island is quite apparent. Once they arrive, they could easily deduce that it results from some form of mechanical work, right? Wouldn't it be better to maintain this aura of mystery and reverence? For in contrast to the profound darkness where nothing is discernible, the tangible unknown instills a far greater dread. Soo-yi chuckled lightly, remarking, even if they arrive, they will never comprehend the extraordinary force that enables us to alter nature in such a manner. This revelation will, in fact, evoke a more profound impact than merely shrouding their eyes in darkness. When the disparity in technology becomes insurmountable, no matter how scientific my creations are, to them, it bears no distinction from the utterly unfathomable and mystical. Regardless of how much they attempt to brainwash themselves, convincing themselves that it is merely a gap in technology. When their inquiries yield no clarity, they will inevitably categorize these phenomena as inscrutable and terrifying mysticism. Thus, at times, the prudent exhibition of certain elements proves to be more formidable than concealing them. Following this encounter, a period of tranquility should ensue, though it is certain that such peace will not endure for long. Chapter 118. What? Am I out of money? How long can this last? Is there anyone brave enough to step forward in the face of such an utterly unknown fear? Yuling felt somewhat perplexed. Imagine encountering an adversary in the magical realm whose power far exceeds that of a divine being, a force so formidable that it defies comprehension. She certainly lacked the courage to confront such an opponent. If this situation were to persist, it would undoubtedly lead to a deadlock, yet it was evidently untenable. Soo-yi shook his head. To obstruct someone's financial avenues is akin to murdering their parents. This truth is universally applicable. When one truly encroaches upon the core interests of these Western nations, even in the face of fear of the unknown, they would surely take desperate measures. This core interest, of course, pertains to energy, or, to put it bluntly, oil. The Western powers, led by the bald eagle, exploit their formidable military might to manipulate the oil trade, incessantly siphoning resources from it. Why? To put it plainly, humanity is currently inextricably reliant on oil and gas energy. Meanwhile, Soo-yi has already sent the white deer to seize, search for their comprehensive technology on nuclear fusion. Even if they cannot locate the most advanced nuclear fusion technology from their world, outdated versions will surely be attainable, and not too slowly at that. Once nuclear fusion, an almost inexhaustible source of clean energy, comes to fruition, oil and natural gas will swiftly be relegated to mere industrial raw materials. Without the binding nature of energy, industrial materials cannot sustain the extraction of resources from the world. Should the oil system of the Dole family collapse, the prosperous days of the entire Western world would come to an end. The adage remains, to sever someone's financial lifeline is akin to murdering their parents. If Soo-yi were threatened their very foundation, they would undoubtedly not sit idly by. Desperate measures are inevitable. Yuling nodded, half comprehending. Though intelligent and equipped with a universal language card that allows her to swiftly grasp all languages on Blue Star, her time here has been rather brief. In contrast to her homeland's magical realm, the complexities of human civilization on Blue Star have emerged in a relatively short span, but are exceedingly intricate. It is naturally challenging for her to comprehend why Soo-yi's pursuit of nuclear fusion could potentially ignite a world war. Nevertheless, as she listened to Soo-yi expound on these matters, the curiosity and admiration in her eyes were unmistakable, providing him with substantial emotional value. After all, who wouldn't want to impress their beautiful partner? However, at that moment, an unexpected discordant voice suddenly interrupted. "Sir, I apologize for interrupting your conversation, but there is something I must inform you." The voice of Tian-shu abruptly resonated from Soo-yi's phone. He picked it up to find that Tian-shu had sent him several messages, which he had completely overlooked, absorbed as he was in his own bravado. "What is it? We may be out of money." "Out of money?" Soo-yi was momentarily taken aback, not anticipating such a predicament to befall him. Indeed, the investment in the construction of the island has been excessively high, although the funds are primarily allocated for the procurement of household items. All equipment and materials we have acquired, as per your request, are of the highest caliber available. Additionally, we require the hiring of dedicated aircraft for transportation, resulting in astronomical expenses for both procurement and logistics. According to my calculations, given the current liquid assets available in the Tianyu Group's account, to complete the first phase of the construction on Penglai Island within 3 days, ensuring that all edifices are ready for immediate occupancy, we face a funding shortfall between 20 billion to 26 billion. Is it such a significant amount? Sui Inwirit, Somahat Takenabak. He had assumed that the initial phase would only necessitate the development of a small urban area capable of accommodating around 200,000 to 300,000 residents, which he believed would not incur substantial costs. Indeed, sir, given the constraints of time and without disrupting standard trading practices, we have already minimized costs to the utmost extent. Came the response. Do you have any suggestions? Sui asked directly. It was evident that Tianyu Group could easily generate revenue. The Tianshu must possess solutions. The reason for this inquiry was likely that multiple options existed, yet their execution lay beyond the scope of Tianshu's authority. There are 2 proposals, Tianshu replied promptly. Proposal 1. Sell a portion of Tianyu Medical's shares to either the Kyushu or the White Eagle. With the financial capabilities of these 2 nations, they could swiftly approve the proposal and transfer the funds to you. Proposal 2. If you prefer to retain complete control over the life-giving elixir, opting not to pursue Proposal 1, we could instead leverage another technology that holds lesser importance to us, but is of immense value to major financial powers like Kyushu or the White Eagle, establishing a new company and offering them a stake to secure their investment. Sui furrowed his brow at this. Does X7674 special alloy qualify? I recall that you previously had the Kyushu representatives contact you for the procurement of this alloy. Surely they desire it? Indeed, it qualifies and its significance is substantial. Tianshu affirmed decisively. However, it is evident that the Kyushu government would not be able to make a swift decision regarding mere procurement. Yet, if we were to establish a new company based on the technology of X7674 special alloy and invite the Kyushu government to invest for a share, it would not align with your interests or those of the company. In other words, while the X7674 special alloy is critically important and can be sold, its source cannot be shared with others? Sui comprehended the implication immediately and pondered before responding. So, you believe there are other technologies in my possession that are less crucial, yet if shared, the Kyushu government would not hesitate to invest? None, Tianshu replied coolly. Pardon my candor, sir, but you seem overly fixated on high-end products in your dealings with the realm of technology. Your regard for certain fundamental yet valuable technologies appears insufficient. The technology you currently possess from the realm of science and innovation is excessively advanced for the present state of the Blue Planet. Even if it were offered to them, they would find it challenging to fully comprehend it in a short span of time. Furthermore, these technologies hold immense value for you personally, rendering them unsuitable for direct trading. For instance, do you have any commendable recommendations? Sui, unfazit, patiently invited. Tianshu, evidently well-prepared, promptly provided an answer. To my knowledge, there exists a metallic hydrogen battery within the technological sphere with a remarkably mature and even somewhat antiquated level of development. Its energy density is an astonishing 900 times that of gasoline, and its safety surpasses that of any battery currently available on the Blue Planet. The battery technology, while not excessively advanced for the present day, possesses tremendous utility. Should it be possible to secure a trade for this technology, the Jojo would undoubtedly agree to such a collaboration. Most importantly, for your trading partner, Miss Bailu, acquiring the complete set of technology and some samples of the metallic hydrogen battery is a relatively simple task. She can directly download it from the internet. Chapter 119. That is quite simple, to be frank. It has been quite a while since Sui has experienced the sensation of financial scarcity. Yet, sometimes, circumstances unfold in the most absurd manner. Although the Tianyu Group is raking in wealth through the sales of the elixir of life and carbon-based chips, the time accumulated for such prosperity remains insufficient. The money earned in a short span simply cannot sustain a super project of this magnitude, rendering a lack of funds a perfectly logical outcome. Naturally, with the strength of the Tianyu Group, should Sui wish to He could easily leverage technology as collateral to secure a loan from Jojo. In such a scenario, a mere 2 to 300 billion would be trivial. If he were to provide the complete technology for carbon-based chips, even a valuation of 10 trillion would not elicit a blink from the Jojo authorities, who would promptly transfer the funds to his account, fearing he might reconsider. Furthermore, once the funds were dispersed, Jojo would likely hope he could not repay, for in such a case, they would gladly acquire the technology. It would be nothing short of a windfall. However, Soo-yi harbors a strong aversion to loans. Just after graduating from school, he purchased a car to alleviate the inconvenience of commuting. After making a down payment, he took on a 3-year loan. Those 3 years were arguably the darkest period of his life. Although the monthly repayment was only 3,000, well below his salary, this sum loomed over him like a death knell, compelling him to remain perpetually focused on his work, instilling a relentless fear of job loss. Each morning, his thoughts were consumed by the impending repayment date. In a mere 3 years, he developed a sort of loan-related PTSD. He could hardly fathom the fortitude of those who took out 30-year loans for home purchases. Consequently, the mere mention of loans now sends a wave of discomfort through him. Given the existence of better solutions, borrowing from others is out of the question. Despite recognizing that this loan differs vastly from his previous experience, he remains resolute in his reluctance to engage. Is Bailu available? I shall seek her out now. With that, Soo-yi rose. The invitations had already been dispatched, and the first phase of the project on the island must be completed within 3 days. In the trading space, after sending a transaction request to Bailu, she appeared before him almost instantly, seemingly unoccupied. Has it not yet reached the agreed trading date? What brings you to me so suddenly? Bailu casually settled into her seat, her form accentuated by the tight-fitting attire, which seemed to defy the very surface of the table before her. Soo-yi averted his gaze discreetly and proceeded to address the matter at hand. Metal hydrogen batteries? You seek such an archaic technology? Bailu responded with a hint of surprise, quickly transitioning to contemplation as she nodded. That makes sense. Your world focuses on spiritual energy, so it is quite normal to lag in these technological pursuits. One might ponder if our realm is similarly behind in spiritual energy research. Soo-yi smirked slightly, but refrained from engaging further on that note. So, can you obtain it? It is rather urgent. Of course, that is quite simple. Bailu waved her hand, initially preparing to fetch something for Soo-yi, but then reconsidered and asked, is there anything else you desire? Perhaps you should articulate your thoughts first? Soo-yi hesitated momentarily, then seemingly recalled another query, hastily inquiring, by the way, I have a question. Do soldiers in your world's military each possess a set of powered armor? The Central Galaxy's Imperial Guard indeed provides standard-issue powered armor. However, as for us in the remote and peripheral regions with our makeshift forces, such technology is beyond our reach. Even the 10 basic models I intend to give you are quite valuable. Each set could easily equate to the compensation of 100 ordinary soldiers. Bailu shot him a look of exasperation, seemingly perplexed as to why he would entertain such an idea. Although she had previously expressed disdain for the outdated design of the powered armor she was offering Soo-yi, that was merely her perspective. To be fair, the fusion reactor within each unit could fetch an exorbitant price on the black market. Indeed, Soo-yi's eyes brightened, and he eagerly pursued. Then what equipment do you typically use? Since powered armor is not standard issue, as the Near-Earth Orbital Airborne Brigade, you cannot expect soldiers to disembark from landing craft and immediately charge in a battle armed only with their rifles. Can you? Exoskeletons, of course. What else could it be? They are obsolete relics that have been discarded for quite some time. Are you interested? Bailu raised an eyebrow. This technology is rather straightforward. Our Near-Earth Orbital Airborne Brigade's exoskeletons are entirely consumable. Generally, we receive funding and raw materials directly from our production lines, allowing us to manufacture them on-site. If you wish, I can arrange for several production lines for you, ensuring you can assemble a mixed battalion of exoskeletons. Although I have siphoned off the funds meant for updating the exoskeletons each time we procure materials, resulting in our brigade having utilized those production lines only twice since their arrival, still in pristine condition, it is indeed time for a replacement. Present a tempting offer, and I shall promptly prepare them for you. Of course, if you're not in a hurry and are willing to wait, I could request an upgrade for the aging exoskeleton assembly lines from my superiors. Once the new ones arrive, selling them to you would pose no issue. Goodness, you're ready to sell even before the goods are in your possession, are you? Though He was indeed in urgent need. He could not suppress his curiosity and asked, if your brigade's exoskeletons are not updated, how do you conduct warfare? Why update? Bai Lu rolled her eyes. Our orbital airborne brigade is officially composed of 600,000 soldiers, but in reality, we only have 20,000. Should an exoskeleton malfunction, we have plenty of brand new replacements in storage. The reason we do not activate those production lines is that our inventory is more than sufficient. And where are the remaining 580,000? Naturally, I am pocketing the salaries for them. Might you think they're all deceased? Bai Lu replied with a hint of impatience. So, do you want them or not? Old or new? Impressive. He gave him a thumbs up and, without a moment's hesitation, declared, did you not mention the JoJo model? I am in urgent need, so do grant me that. He continued, do you possess any firearms, ammunition, aircraft, or artillery? If so, I would appreciate acquiring some, preferably a complete production line. He added, we have several million sets of individual weaponry stored in our orbital airdrop brigade's warehouse. Should you require them, I can readily provide. As for the production line, I can assist in procuring it from the black market, though it will take some time. Regarding artillery, we do not possess such antiquated weaponry. As for aircraft, we only have space combat vessels, which are useful solely in space warfare and lack ground assault capabilities. Without a space carrier, you would have nowhere to dock them, rendering them useless. Bai Lu, evidently indifferent to these matters, spoke freely and candidly. Ultimately, through amicable negotiations, Yi acquired a complete set of metallic hydrogen battery technology, along with an outdated battery production line and several sets of JoJo model exoskeleton production lines, ranging from lightweight to heavy-duty, suitable for various applications. Chapter 120. Introducing a touch of technology to your magical world, one cannot deny the satisfaction of conducting business with Bai Lu. She eschews the superfluous. What exists is acknowledged, and what is not is disregarded. Profit or loss holds little significance for her, as her acquisitions are often seized rather than earned. As long as she deems the offerings from Yi satisfactory, the transaction is deemed successful. She procured an entire suite of metal hydride battery technology along with an outdated production line for these batteries, in addition to several production lines for various models of exoskeletons. Regarding the firearms and weaponry production lines that Yi requested, she assured him they would be ready within 3 days, to be delivered alongside the other goods slated for exchange next week. Ultimately, she requested merely 500 tons of magical crops and 100 tons of beast meat from Yi. Moreover, immediate payment was unnecessary. It would be a futures transaction, payable upon a maturation of the next batch of crops and beasts at Yi's farm. This quantity, even if Yi chose not to wait for the harvest from launching farm and instead sought to trade with Wei, would hardly constitute a significant demand, at most. A few tens of thousands of tons of ordinary grain. The situation in Wei's domain, however, differed greatly from their own. Dream River City found itself under siege, with a special magical array in place within its confines. Yet, despite the rapid growth of crops, a certain period was still required for cultivation. If the magical array were utilized solely for the planting of ordinary crops or grains, it would not suffice to feed the entire city. Moreover, prior to securing a trading platform, cultivating magical crops within the array would yield little profit, as there would be no market for them, and their output was limited. Previously, she relied on the vast reserves of grain stored in Dream River City's granary and the cultivation of ordinary crops within the magical array to barely sustain the population. However, with the granary's supplies dwindling and the magical array's yield insufficient to meet the city's demands, the situation had become quite dire until Yi's arrival. He was capable of providing a substantial amount of grain and exhibited a keen interest in various magical crops and edible beasts. Thus, a natural alliance formed between the two parties. The magical array in Dream River City now bore a plethora of magical crops. Although the arrays were fundamentally the same, Su Yi's intermediate array was actually more advanced than the one in Wei Wei City. The inhabitants of her city were more adept at nurturing these crops and inducing their rapid growth, whereas only Yuling among Su Yi's associates possessed an understanding of such matters. Initially, the variety of seeds was limited, resulting in Dream River City producing significantly higher yields of magical crops and livestock than Su Yi's farm. Consequently, even now, despite Su Yi having supplied several tens of thousands of tons of grain to Dream River City, Wei Wei's stance on grain remained steadfast. She would accept whatever quantity he offered. The fear of hunger loomed large. She yearned to fill every granary in the city to capacity and to construct hundreds more to ensure that the entire city was adequately supplied with food. After all, the conclusion of the war was uncertain. She needed to arrange for an ample supply of magical food from Wei Wei next week, and realized she should schedule this in advance. With this in mind, Su Yi decided to reach out to Wei Wei. Moments later, she appeared in the trading space. However, unlike her previous dignified appearances, her current visage was undeniably disheveled. Not only was she drenched in blood, but her resplendent armor bore several conspicuous damages. Her fiery red, cascading locks were matted with blood, clinging to her delicate forehead, exuding a palpable scent of iron. Upon entering, she promptly seated herself, nonchalantly retrieving a leather pouch and consuming its contents with fervor. A few drops escaping the corners of her mouth made it evident that she was imbibing the elixir of life, possessing a purity far surpassing that which she had traded to Su Yi. "Is there a battle underway?" she inquired casually after quenching her thirst. Wiping the blood from her long sword with a silk scarf she had drawn from beneath her armor, Su Yi's lips curled slightly. He harbored an unsettling suspicion about the reliability of his two trading partners. Nevertheless, he articulated his intentions. "I hope you can provide a greater quantity of magical crops and edible beast meat during our transaction next week." "How much?" she asked. 300 to 500 tons would suffice, though if you can manage a few thousand tons, I could accommodate that as well." "It's up to you." "Understood. I will ensure an additional 1,000 tons for you next week." "Is there anything else?" With that, Vivi rose, poised to depart. "I know you're in a hurry, but please hold on a moment." He gestured, and a specimen of exoskeleton gifted by the white deer materialized beside him. Unlike the skeletal exoskeletons prevalent on Blue Star, this version was adorned with armor. As this exoskeleton was designed solely for terrestrial combat, it boasted armor even thicker than that of powered suits, unencumbered by the need to function in high altitudes, underwater, or in outer space. However, it lacked advanced technologies such as energy shields or electromagnetic rifles typical of powered armor. Since the energy source of these exoskeletons was not a miniature fusion reactor, incorporating such features would undoubtedly deplete its energy reserves. "What is this? A full suit of armor?" Vivi paused, her gaze falling upon the exoskeleton armor, then shook her head. "Its design lacks aesthetic appeal and is excessively cumbersome. Ordinary soldiers would struggle to fight in it. Only martial artists might manage, though even they would find their movements hindered. Nevertheless, in extreme circumstances, such an airtight suit could prove advantageous. I would like to order 100 sets for trial." She was astute, instantly discerning that this was not prepared exclusively for her. "Why not try it on yourself first?" Su Yi suggested, tapping on the exoskeleton. "Could there be some hidden intricacies?" Vivi furrowed her brow, but did not refuse. Yet, still clad in her armor, donning the exoskeleton proved challenging. After a moment's hesitation, she opted not to feign reluctance, and, before Su Yi began to remove her armor, beneath, she wore a simple, pristine white tunic and trousers, devoid of any scandalous allure. The white attire, now largely stained crimson with blood, appeared quite terrifying, accompanied by a pungent scent of iron. "How many lives have you taken?" Su Yi could not help but inquire. "Only a few hundred." Vivi began to respond, but abruptly halted, casting a glance at Su Yi, retorting with irritation. "Why do you ask how many lives? Could this not be the blood I shed in the course of my valiant battle? Come now, as a noble princess and the lord of Dream River City, surely you could manage to vanquish mere minnows without truly putting yourself in peril. You are far too astute for that. The title of dragon-slaying warrior is merely a facade. One glance at her demeanor reveals that Dream River City is not on the brink of siege. It is inconceivable that she would willingly venture into such treacherous realms. Chapter 121. Allow me to teach you the art of war. Now that we find ourselves on a battlefield, how could one possibly refrain from fighting with fervor? Vivi shot him an exasperated glance, and as if to validate her assertion, she lifted the hem of her garment to reveal her flat abdomen. There lay a gaping wound, approximately 2 to 3 centimeters in diameter, oozing blood and flesh in a gruesome display. It corresponded precisely with the damaged area of her armor. At this moment, it seemed to have been mostly healed by the elixir of life. Aside from a little seepage of blood, there were no other alarming symptoms. However, Sue-yi surmised that at the time of injury, the wound might have exposed her innards. What happened? He inquired. Vivi lowered her garment nonchalantly and replied, "It's the combination of a siege crossbow and a magic armor-piercing arrow. This is the common method employed to deal with high-level warriors like myself during large-scale military engagements. Isn't that akin to being nailed to a wall?" "Quite so, and it hurts a fair bit." Vivi shrugged, her demeanor casual. She then pointed to the exoskeleton and asked, "How does one operate this contraption?" "Simply don it and stand in front of it, facing away while pressing the button on top," Sue-yi instructed, sliding a cerulean bracelet onto her wrist. Vivi examined the device for a moment before following his guidance. As she pressed the activation button on the bracelet, the previously still exoskeleton suddenly sprang to life. With the sound of mechanical whirring and grinding, the armor began to envelop her. Having anticipated this, she remained relatively composed, though a sense of wonder washed over her. Once the armor had fully encased her, the internal operating system materialized before her, prompting her to exclaim, "What an astonishing piece of armor! Wait until you witness something even more extraordinary. Granting pilot level 2 access now." "Affirmative," came the cold, electronic voice from within the armor. Shortly after, Vivi heard the system announce, detecting suboptimal physical condition of the pilot. A critical abdominal injury is present. Risk of shock within 30 minutes. Life support fluid is being administered. This fluid will stimulate nerve contraction at the wound site to facilitate hemostasis while keeping you conscious. Please seek the nearest battlefield medical station for self-rescue. A subtle, tingling sensation emanated from her wrist, followed by the chilling infusion of a liquid into her bloodstream. The effect was virtually negligible, yet it did not hinder her understanding of the armor's functions. She marveled, merely a suit of armor, and it could even heal wounds? Though the so-called life support fluid was far less effective than the elixir of life and offered little benefit to her formidable constitution, it would indeed prove advantageous for an ordinary soldier. Moreover, you can try throwing a punch, he suggested. At his words, Vivi instinctively extended her hand, clenched her fist, and observed the armor enveloping her palm. She couldn't help but express her astonishment, and then she gently swung her fist. Immediately, she sensed something amiss. Could this contraption actually enhance her strength? A device that enhances human abilities through technological means indeed enables individuals to attain greater strength, faster speeds, and superior resilience against impacts. Observing the surprise on her small face, Sue-yi replied with a calm demeanor. "Impressive, isn't it?" Wei Wei clenched her fist and then, with a sudden burst of energy, threw a punch at the air before her. Instantly, the trading space was filled with the sound of her fist slicing through the air. Accompanying this was the alarm from the exoskeleton. "Warning. Right arm transmission system malfunction. Warning. Waist transmission system malfunction. Warning. Back engine overload. Warning. Power output overload." As she witnessed the exoskeleton sparking and smoking, Sue-yi's brow furrowed. If Wei Wei were outside, a single punch could easily render the exoskeleton useless. But she was inside it. Was it reasonable for her punch to cause such an overload? Surprisingly, disregarding Sue-yi's bewilderment, Wei Wei, encased in the now weighty exoskeleton that had completely lost its power, casually took a few steps. Then, with brute force, she inserted her fingers into the armor and forcibly removed it from her body. Gazing at the heap of scrap metal, she commented, "Its defense, strength, and speed are comparable to that of a third-tier warrior. If I were to wield the firearms you previously provided, my combat prowess would likely surpass that of a third-tier warrior. Moreover, in the presence of ranged attacks. Soldiers equipped with this gear would be less intimidated by mages than regular warriors. The internal voice that occasionally speaks can also assist the wearer in enhancing combat effectiveness. However, there are drawbacks. It is not truly one's own. The armor does not provide complete coverage, leaving numerous vulnerabilities. If a genuine third-tier warrior engages closely, they can easily exploit these weaknesses. A seasoned warrior can continue fighting even when injured, but if this apparatus sustains damage, it is unlikely to function. Weighing several dozen kilograms, it could become a burden for the soldier. This was her assessment of the exoskeleton from the perspective of the magical realm, seemingly oblivious to the fact that its true advantage lies not in hand-to-hand combat or in exchanging fire with mages. Intrigued by her words, Su inquired, "How does your world typically engage in warfare?" "I don't mean siege warfare, but rather in situations where both armies are relatively equal." Wei Wei replied, "In close combat warfare, sieges are quite straightforward. It's merely a matter of sacrificing lives until the enemy is exhausted, provided the attacking side has adequate logistics. The so-called strategies of fire and water attacks in literary works aren't entirely without merit, but the scenarios in which they are applicable are exceedingly rare. This holds little relevance as a reference. What other methods are there?" Wei Wei continued, "Naturally, one would seek a suitable battlefield to arrange forces and engage directly." She spoke as if this was the most obvious course of action, seemingly unaware of any impropriety in her reasoning. "Is there no strategy involved at all?" Sui pressed. "Strategy? Are you referring to selecting a battlefield advantageous to our side? That hardly qualifies as a significant strategy. It is perplexing that, despite the world having developed over countless millennia, some still rely solely on cold weaponry, as if no tactical advancements have been made. Surely, warfare cannot merely consist of head-on confrontations, can it?" Sui pondered this and found it improbable, prompting him to inquire further. "For instance, do you possess strategies that involve stealthily infiltrating and igniting the enemy's supply depots, thereby incinerating their provisions?" Upon hearing this, Wei Wei regarded him with astonishment. Her expression laced with disdain as she retorted, "That is exceedingly despicable and contrary to the chivalric spirit." "Despicable?" Sui responded with indignation, promptly offering another example. "Not only can you incinerate provisions, but you could also feign discord among your subordinates, sending them to negotiate surrender with the enemy, allowing them entry into the city, only to then close the gates and trap them. This is what we call a feigned surrender. The manner in which you conduct your warfare is rather crude. No wonder your adversaries, outnumbering you by several times, can besiege a city for years. It appears you are woefully unprepared. Allow me to serve as your strategist. With but a slight maneuver, I could lead those ragtag forces outside Mengchuan to a resounding defeat. Listen closely, for the first principle you must grasp is this. Warfare is rooted in deception. Chapter 122, Sui, Demant Piment. After a brief moment, Wei Wei, somewhat bewildered, returned with a copy of The Art of War in hand and a mind brimming with ingenious strategies. Naturally, having engaged in a trade, it was only fitting that the exchange involved more than just a solitary book. Sui also presented her with the 200 exoskeleton armors, sent as samples by Bai Lu, in addition to the previously agreed-upon surplus of 1,000 tons of magical crops. Wei Wei was to provide a secret martial arts cultivation method from the imperial family of the Radiant Sun Empire. The magical crops served as the barter for the exoskeleton armors. However, a tome such as The Art of War could not be equated to mere physical items. It was imperative that she offer knowledge of commensurate value in return. This knowledge, of course, pertained to the mastery of magic or the martial arts. In truth, Yu Ling and Xing Hen possessed similar knowledge as well. Nonetheless, their training focused on the elven arts of magic and martial prowess, which, while accessible to humans, proved exceedingly arduous and slow to master. As a half-breed, Xing Hen had access to some teachings suitable for human practitioners, yet their caliber was relatively low. Levink Sui unimpresit. Thus, despite his occasional desire to engage in training, he continually found himself hindered by the absence of appropriate methods. Wei Wei, a woman driven by self-interest, would not part with her most treasured secrets without a corresponding exchange. the serendipitous discovery of the archaic state of warfare in her world, merely by selecting a copy of The Art of War from a bookshelf, allowed him to acquire a martial arts technique that had been preserved for over 100,000 years in the magical realm, an undeniable boon for him. Yet, it was equally clear that Wei Wei was not at a loss in this exchange. The principles contained within The Art of War would undoubtedly provide her with a significant tactical advantage on her battlefield. Su Yi could already envision her delving into the text and subsequently launching a counteroffensive from a city besieged for 3 years. The regressive nature of warfare in the magical world did not arise without reason. The inhabitants exhibited an excessive reliance on individual combat prowess, believing that formidable warriors or mages could single-handedly determine the outcome of a conflict, while neglecting the contributions of ordinary individuals and lower-tier fighters. Thus, the evolution of strategic tactics remained stagnant. However, could such elevated combat capabilities truly dictate the fate of a war? Perhaps not. If the elite forces in the magical realm were indeed powerful enough to disregard all lower-tier combatants, rendering them ineffective in the face of onslaught, then the very existence of organized armies would be rendered superfluous. They would never have developed military structures in the first place. Su Yi took it upon himself to inquire extensively about the nature of warfare in Wei Wei's world. The conclusions he arrived at aligned closely with his initial assumptions. In the magical realm, both mages and warriors were typically categorized into 9 tiers. Each set of 3 tiers represented a significant threshold. Mages in the first to third tiers were generally regarded as magic apprentices, while warriors were simply labeled as fighters, their rank determined by prefix classification. Upon reaching the 4th to 6th tiers, the titles underwent a transformation. Mages at this stage could be considered legitimate sorcerers, while warriors earned the designation of knights. In the realm of magic, levels 7 to 9 signify a pinnacle of combat prowess, each stage adorned with distinct titles. A 7th tier mage is referred to as a grand mage, the 8th as a mage lord, and the 9th ascends to the esteemed title of grand mage lord. Correspondingly, the martial warriors are known as Starlight Knights, Eclipse Knights, and Blazing Sun Knights. Vivi, possessing mastery in both magic and martial arts, stand at the 7th tier in both disciplines, while Yu Ling surpasses her with an impressive dual 8th tier status. When Su Yi once inquired of Vivi regarding Yu Ling's strength in comparison to hers, she shamelessly claimed that Yu Ling was only slightly stronger, revealing her audacity. Such outrageous statements betray her lack of modesty. Her capabilities hardly measure up to even a single hand of Yu Ling's prowess. Beyond the 9th tier, both mages and warriors are collectively termed legendary powerhouses, akin to beings like Xinghan, often referred to as demigods. Above the demigods lie the true deities of their world, god of magic and god of war. According to Vivi, apart from these divine entities, no one in their realm possesses the ability to unleash unparalleled devastation single-handedly. Without the support of an army, those so-called demigods would find themselves facing insurmountable odds. Surrounded by millions, particularly when the opposing forces are equipped with magical weaponry, rendering them virtually doomed. The magical weapons of this world far surpass the firearms of Blue Star in terms of lethality. For instance, the siege crossbow and magical armor-piercing arrows that wounded Vivi are standard equipment among their elite legions. Even a formidable warrior like Vivi, when struck directly by such an arrow, would not face death, but would undoubtedly suffer severe injury, only able to maintain her composure due to the elixir of life sustaining her. In stark contrast, inflicting similar harm on Vivi while clad in magical armor with weapons from Blue Star would be a near impossibility. Su Yi speculated that even a direct hit from a 155mm howitzer would be futile, requiring missiles to stand a chance. Moreover, even if the missiles possessed adequate power, the likelihood of hitting Vivi in a real battle would be minimal, far less effective than the magical armor-piercing arrows. Evidently, the magical world has evolved significantly over the years, with its armies adeptly employing these magically enhanced weapons to confront formidable foes. Hence, the existence of armies in their world holds profound significance. The so-called high-tier combatants can decisively influence the trajectory of battles. Superior tactics are futile without the requisite strength. In Vivi's current situation, should she master the art of war. She is destined to shine brilliantly on the battlefields of her world. Furthermore, one volume of the art of war may not suffice, as there exists a plethora of other military texts at her disposal. The strategies he previously shared with Vivi, considered rudimentary in the realm of JoJo, pale in comparison to the truly formidable tactics available. Upon returning to Blue Star, Suyi's first action was to contact Old Lin. Is this Director Su? What brings you to seek out this old man? The tone suggested that the elder was in high spirits. Without unnecessary chatter, Su-yi promptly stated his intent. I require 3 billion. On the other side, while enjoying tea and conversing with an old friend, Mr. Lin inadvertently sprayed his drink all over another elder. Without a moment's hesitation to apologize, he exclaimed, "Do you take me for a money-printing machine? You demand 300 billion just like that? I possess a revolutionary battery technology that is truly epic-making. I require an immediate transfer of 300 billion in exchange for a 10% stake in this technology, as I have urgent needs." Sui, however, paid him no heed and bluntly stated his purpose. What sort of battery? Mr. Lin inquired cautiously after a brief silence. Metallic hydrogen. Forget it. You wouldn't understand. In any case, this substance boasts an energy density 900 times that of gasoline. You figured out. Chapter 123. How to Contemplate Beautiful Matters. It is not that old Lin is overly suspicious. In his youth, he too braved storms and battles, emerging from the fray with resilience. The crux of the matter lies in Su-yi's penchant for hoarding valuable resources, never entertaining the notion of sharing his gains. Moreover, he has demonstrated an undeniable capability to thrive in isolation. The elixir of life is one such treasure, as is the carbon-based chip. As for the power armor, which even the researchers at the Academy of Sciences could scarcely comprehend, Su-yi refuses to even entertain the thought of selling it. When last approached, he was evasive, unwilling to grant even a fleeting glance. Such a miserly figure, suddenly seeking collaboration and offering equity in new technology, prompted old Lin to suspect that this so-called new technology might be rather unimpressive. Investing 300 billion might not even yield returns. Yet, he had no intention of outright refusal. He understood that to report this matter, he must first ascertain its true nature. To his astonishment, his inquiry was met with a staggering revelation. What does it mean to possess a battery with an energy density 900 times that of gasoline? Although old Lin's education was limited, his military background endowed him with basic knowledge. The energy density of TNT is merely several dozen times that of gasoline. This battery, if converted into an explosive, would far surpass the potency of current mainstream explosives. Merely 900 times, there is no need for incredulity. Su-yi promptly stated, so, how about it? 10% equity for 300 billion. Is that acceptable? Of course it is, old Lin replied, but please hold on. I need to contact my superiors. They will likely dispatch someone to verify it is not a matter of distrust. But even in exceptional circumstances, we must adhere to protocol. Old Lin hastily added, should Su-yi's claims prove true, this battery technology would undeniably be worth the investment. This is a business proposition that guarantees profit. Only a fool would decline. In fact, it need not even reach the 900 times that Su-yi mentioned. An energy density 9 times that of gasoline, provided safety is assured, would suffice to dominate the current market of batteries. If true, this small battery could disrupt even more substantial entities, gasoline, and potentially even munitions in the military domain. 300 billion is a foolproof investment. I am pressed for funds, Su-yi remarked casually. He sounded less like a borrower and more akin to a debt collector. Sensing the impatience in his tone, old Lin quickly reassured him. Do not worry. I will call my superiors immediately. Securing funds is straightforward. We can transfer the money first and then send someone for verification. Exceptional circumstances warrant expedited processes. This is entirely normal. We trust your integrity. Even if Su-yi were to deceive and abscond, Tianyu Group possesses substantial assets in JoJo. The JoJo authorities would not incur losses. Whether the funds are provided early or late is of little consequence. Very well, I shall await your good news. Indeed, I have a few additional items here. When you call someone to verify these batteries, it would be prudent to also invite a few experts from the military industry to take a look. Military industry? Old Lin was taken aback. Are you attempting to sell some sort of weapon? What weapon? Surely it's not that powered armor you showcased earlier, is it? He couldn't help but scoff. Why do you always think of such splendid things? However, it does have a slight connection to that. You'll understand once your people arrive. What is the matter, Old Lin? Is it Sue from Tianya Group? In Old Lin's home, another elderly gentleman, who had just wiped the tea from his face, inquired as Old Lin stood up. Old Joe, refrain from asking so many questions for now. I must make a call to report this. Excuse me. With that, Old Lin hurriedly departed, leaving Old Joe deep in thought. They were once comrades in arms from long ago, yet their paths diverged after the war. Old Lin chose to continue in politics, while Old Joe opted for commerce. Both had nearly reached the pinnacle of their respective fields. In all of Kyushu, only a handful wielded more power than Old Lin, and Old Joe was similarly situated, making it difficult to find anyone wealthier than him. However, many matters cannot simply be resolved with wealth, as is evident in the current situation. Seeing Old Lin, who was of similar age, suddenly appear rejuvenated, while he himself had grown frail and required assistance to walk, was quite striking. After years apart, their reunion felt almost like a father-son dynamic. Naturally, Old Joe felt a sense of urgency. Yet, aside from him, in all of Kyushu, the only person who had fortuitously received the life-extending elixir from Sue was the young lady of the Shun family. The others who possessed such a treasure were Old Lin and a few at the very top. Old Lin was fortunate to have traded for it, while the others had received it as a token of gratitude from Sue for their considerable assistance. Beyond that, no one else in the world had ever utilized the life-extending elixir, as good brothers who had braved life and death together in their youth. It would be an exaggeration to say he felt jealousy, yet to claim he was not envious would be disingenuous. After all, life is arduous for the ordinary, and living too long could indeed become a burden. However, for individuals like them, each day was a celebration of life, and naturally, they wished to prolong it. Today, he sought out Old Lin, having heard that Old Lin was currently responsible for liaising between the Kyushu authorities and Sue, making him the most closely connected individual to Sue within the official framework. It would not be an overstatement to describe their bond as one of profound friendship across generations. He hoped to inquire if Old Lin could ask Sue whether the life-extending elixir was still available, and if so, what conditions Sue might impose. Unexpectedly, before he could even voice his intentions, the principal party called in. Subsequently, Old Lin rushed off. It seems that Tianya Group is in need of funds. Though Old Joe was advanced in years, his hearing remained remarkably sharp. Although Old Lin did not use the loudspeaker earlier, he still caught some of Suyi's words. After glancing at the direction in which Old Lin had departed, Old Joe hesitated for a considerable time before finally rising to pick up his phone. He decided to contact Tianya Group, instructing the person responsible for liaising with other companies to convey that he had heard Sue, the CEO, was in need of funds and wished to offer 300 billion for the elixir of life that could extend one's lifespan. Previously, he had attempted to reach out to Tianya Group on his own, but he had never proposed such a staggering amount, and each time he was politely declined, never even granted the opportunity to discuss pricing. However, this time was different. He had heard firsthand that Tianya Group was currently in need of capital. With an offer of 300 billion, he doubted he could be turned away again, despite the potential implications of eavesdropping on confidential matters. He felt he could not afford to dwell on that now. Old Joe was acutely aware that even with the bond he shared with Old Lin, the chances of Old Lin helping him with a few words were slim. Now that he had finally seized such an opportunity, he could not let it slip away. As for whether this would jeopardize the official collaboration between Sue, and Tianya Group, that was a concern for another time. Chapter 124. Don't you have a granddaughter? Are you suggesting that someone intends to spend 300 billion to purchase the elixir of life that prolongs existence? Upon receiving the report from Tianshu, Sue initially found it hard to believe. Yet, upon deeper reflection, for the ultra-wealthy, spending several hundred billion for a few extra decades of life seems exceedingly worthwhile. How curious it is that this proposition arises at such a pivotal moment, and precisely at the sum of 300 billion. A playful smirk graced Su-E's face as he instructed Tian-Shu decline the offer. The temptation of extended life is undeniably irresistible for those in the upper echelons of society. From their vantage point, they gaze upon a broader horizon. Whether driven by aspirations to achieve greater feats or the allure of opulence that makes them reluctant to embrace mortality, a longer lifespan is essential. If Su-E were inclined, merely by selling the elixir of life, he could become the wealthiest individual on this planet. However, such an action would precipitate unimaginable consequences. Death is the most egalitarian phenomenon in existence. It spares no one. Yet, if a select group of individuals were to possess lifespans far exceeding that of ordinary humans, regardless of their intentions, the world would inevitably fall under the dominion of these immortal beings. Their progeny would inherit the lion's share of resources and continue to procure the elixir from Su-E to extend their lives. In time, this group could evolve into a true race of immortals, entirely distinct from contemporary humanity. The disparity in lifespan would irrevocably delineate them from the common populace. Ultimately, the blue star would mirror the magical realms, where the doctrine of bloodlines would solidify into an undeniable truth, regardless of whether these individuals are inherently predisposed to longevity. Once their extended lifespans become an objective reality among their kin, a sense of superiority bound by bloodlines would gradually emerge. After all, if Su-E were to commence the trade of the elixir, given that his own supply is entirely reliant on imports, it would be impossible to offer it at a low price. Only the societal elite could afford it. Initially, he utilized the elixir a few times to amass starting capital, but now he no longer requires this venture for profit. As for the 5 vials sent abroad, to put it bluntly, he is indifferent to what occurs beyond the borders of Jojo. His reluctance to supply this elixir, which can only extend the lifespan of a select few, stems from a desire to prevent his homeland from descending into chaos. He is unconcerned with foreign affairs. Should a few influential figures from the Western world come seeking his favor, he might grant them a few vials without hesitation. Moreover, the 300 billion he seeks is merely due to a funding gap in the transformation project of Penglai Island. Fundamentally, he is not in need of money. Now that he has filled this gap through Jojo, there is no necessity to pursue additional funds. Good sir, through online tracing, I have discovered that the individual wishing to engage in this transaction is currently at Mr. Lin's residence. Should we inform Mr. Lin about this matter? There is no need for that. When business does not succeed, righteousness remains. If old Lin discovers it himself, so be it. If he does not, it is of no concern to us. This is what we call protecting client privacy. By the way, as a commercial AI, why are you able to pose such questions? Suis je sois le remarqué. Unexpectedly, Tian-Shu replied earnestly, Sir, since I began following you, apart from internal company matters, the majority of your activities have been unrelated to business, forcing me to learn about these things. So it turns out I have led you astray? This matter was nothing more than a trivial episode for Su-E. However, at that moment, the elderly gentleman from the Zhou family, who was at old Lin's home, could not help but sigh upon receiving a response. Just then, old Lin returned after finishing his errands. Observing Zhou's troubled expression, he seemed unsurprised. He sat down across from him with a placid demeanor and said, Do not sigh. This matter is not something that can be casually disseminated. Excluding that young lady from the Shun family, my acquisition of this information was purely serendipitous. The few individuals above were able to obtain it because that lad feared complications and was concerned about the company's progress. In truth, prior to acquiring this life-extending elixir, their intention was to prevent such a substance from spreading indiscriminately. They had no desire to trouble Tianyu Group. It was merely that this young man, being overly cautious, insisted on giving it away. You already knew? Zhou inquired, astonished. What do you think this place is? My primary responsibility here is liaising with the officials and Su-E. Every call made from this location is monitored. Old Lin sighed. Jinwu, enough of this. Speaking of it makes me feel as though I'm taking advantage while pretending to be virtuous. Let us not discuss it further. Initially, Lin intended to offer some advice, but upon reflecting that he himself was a beneficiary, the words caught in his throat. After all, It was his grandson who had brought him to seek Su Yi's medical assistance when he was on the brink of death, ultimately securing the life-extending elixir that prolonged his existence. Now, as an old friend yearned for a bit more time, what right did he have to criticize others? Zhou Jinwu could not refrain from sighing. Brother, you know me well. Back in the battlefield, when enemies brushed past my helmet, I did not flinch. There is no need to fear death at this age. The main concern is my unfilial descendants. Should I pass, this family may very well fall apart. It is my own fault for being preoccupied with business after retiring, neglecting to educate my children properly. Old Lin felt a pang of sympathy upon hearing this. After a moment of contemplation, he proposed, I have a method. Its success is uncertain, but you may wish to try. Oh, Zhou's eyes brightened instantly. Brother, tell me. Regardless of the outcome, I owe you this favor. I have heard that your granddaughter is quite beautiful. Old Lin began, then paused, leaving the thought unspoken. Zhou Jinwu immediately grasped the underlying implications of his words, furrowing his brow as he inquired, Are you suggesting that while Mou is indeed beautiful, she pales in comparison to that girl named Yuling who is by Su Yi's side? Is this matter credible? As for credibility, how could I possibly know? Let's give it a try, responded Old Lin, shrugging his shoulders. You need not worry about that girl. She seems rather unconcerned about Su Yi's associations with other women. Are you implying that we should allow our Mou to take on a subordinate role? Zhou Jinwu exclaimed, his eyes widening in disbelief. Do you truly wish for her to assume a primary role? Old Lin retorted with irritation. What fanciful notion is this? Su Yi cherishes that girl immensely, always bringing her along wherever he goes. They are, after all, legally married, a union I facilitated myself. Whether she could be a secondary partner is debatable, so abandon such improbable thoughts. She has no need for the resources of your Zhou family. Why would she forsake the companion who has stood by him for so long? Interestingly, these two elderly gentlemen, whose combined ages approached 2 centuries, did not adhere to a rigid monogamous perspective, as such concepts were not prevalent in their era. Therefore, they felt little hesitation in discussing such matters openly. However, the proposition seemed dubious. If it were to succeed, that would be well and good. But if it were to fail, how would Mou navigate her life thereafter? Zhou Jinwu's expression was one of turmoil. What does it mean to navigate one's life? In this day and age, can one not engage in a romance without losing their dignity? Your outdated mindset is quite troubling, he remarked. By the way, she is not your granddaughter, so your generosity is hardly surprising. If you wish to perish alone, so be it. When your ungrateful descendants are too busy squabbling over the inheritance to tend to you, I shall ensure that your final arrangements are executed with great ceremony. Chapter 125. The transformation of the island completed. 3 days passed in a fleeting moment. So brief was the interval that Su Yi scarcely felt its passage, having merely indulged in games at home. Yet, in this short span, a desolate island, stripped bare by a planetary mining machine, was reborn into a vibrant tropical paradise. Was this the manifestation of transformation? Aboard the floating landing craft, Su Yi gazed in awe at the vast expanse of the island below, now enveloped in lush jungles. It was hard to believe that just 3 days prior, this place was stark and barren. Even more astonishing was the fact that merely 4 or 5 days ago, it had been a diminutive island, scarcely measuring 50 square kilometers. The design of the large construction manufacturing module had taken into account the ecological restoration of the surrounding environment, incorporating specialized robots dedicated to fostering plant growth. These mechanized beings would utilize local resources tailored to the native vegetation of the planet and, coupled with our genetic technology, produce plant catalysts that enabled rapid growth. Tian Shu elucidated. We have transplanted 2 million tropical plants onto the island and sown over 10 million different species of flora. The majority of these seeds, when transported to the island, were in their juvenile stage, and thanks to the contributions of these robots, they have flourished to their current scale in such a brief period. Fostering plants? Su Yi pondered, his thoughts drifting elsewhere. Could those magical plants be accelerated in growth? He quickly dismissed the notion. Such an acceleration was not necessarily advantageous for the plants. It was the result of genetic manipulation achieved at great cost. Post-transformation. The lifespan of these plants would significantly diminish, rendering them inferior within their respective species. To prevent the dissemination of these inferior genes and contamination of the natural gene pool, their reproductive capabilities were curtailed alongside the fostering process. The magical plants currently in your possession primarily serve as food sources. After undergoing such fostering, their ability to thrive normally remains uncertain. And even if they do grow, the prospect of bearing fruit is bleak. Tinshu's explanation prompted a frown from Su. What then is the purpose of such transformation? Does it not imply that within a few years, all the flora on this island will perish? In theory, yes, Tianshu replied. After all, the primary objective behind the design of these large construction modules is to enable explorers to establish a foothold on new planets swiftly. Every aspect of its operational logic is predicated on this principle. Some planets are not particularly conducive to human habitation, necessitating the rapid and extensive planting of indigenous flora to effect environmental changes. Do not underestimate the significance of plants, even in the age of interstellar travel. Their role remains irreplaceable by technology. In that realm, where advancements far surpass those of Blue Star, humanity still cannot solely rely on technology to address the challenges posed by deserts. Planting trees can. Hence, within the large construction manufacturing module, various genetic modification programs exist to ensure that these plants can endure even the harshest environments, provided they receive adequate sunlight, while simultaneously equipping them with the capability for accelerated growth. However, these technologies fail to consider the inherent reproductive challenges of the plants themselves, nor do they address the longevity of these transformed organisms, as they merely serve as a temporary solution, prioritizing speed above all else. What a pity. Su was not a saint. They were merely plants, and if they perished, so be it. It was just unfortunate that this method came with significant side effects, rendering it incapable of accelerating the growth of those magical crops. Shaking his head, he cast these thoughts aside and gazed at the picturesque island below, unable to suppress a sigh. The changes are so rapid. Had I known, I would not have returned to a life of idleness. For observing the scene for 3 days would surely be captivating. Sir, I have documented the entire transformation process of the island using drones from above. You may view it at your convenience, Tianshu kindly informed him. Upon hearing this, Su glanced at the time and realized it was still early. With a while to wait before the invited guest arrived, he did not decline and instead instructed Tianshu to play it on the landing craft. After all, it was impractical to sit and watch for 3 days. In this half-hour video, Su witnessed countless robots scurrying across the island like ants. Gigantic cruise ships, each weighing thousands of tons, had just docked, and their cargo was swiftly unloaded by numerous robots. Amidst a chorus of clattering sounds, skyscrapers emerged from the barren island. Verdant plants began to sprout, covering the land from nothingness. Initially, the greenery was sparse, but as time passed, it rapidly enveloped the entire island. Even before the greenery had fully spread, the first plants that had been sown had already grown into towering trees, forming a lush canopy. Observing the entire process left one in awe. Of course, this was without even noticing the timestamp on the video. If one were to glance at the time frame for the island's transformation, it would be hard for anyone to believe it was real. 3 days. No, not even 3 days. A verdant expanse of nearly 600 square kilometers, including dozens of buildings, the tallest reaching 222 meters, seemed to have materialized from thin air, utterly transforming the island. Such a miraculous phenomenon is beyond the imagination of ordinary individuals, to the extent that a civil engineer might faint from disbelief. Sui knew without looking that releasing this video would create a significant impact. Yet, he still wished to see it. Tianshu, remove the timestamp from the video and share it through our company's official account online. In truth, many details within the video would indicate that everything was accomplished in an extraordinarily short time. The presence or absence of the timestamp was inconsequential. Many would discern the reality regardless. Ultimately, this would likely spark debates online. Nevertheless, Su intentionally sought to provoke discussion, while also muddling the perception of time. to prevent the harrowing tale of transforming an island in 3 days from frightening unaware netizens. Certainly, sir. I have completed the preliminary online promotion regarding the establishment of the headquarters. At this juncture, releasing the video showcasing the construction of the headquarters will undoubtedly attract considerable attention. By the way, should we also initiate a pre-launch buzz regarding the unveiling of our exoskeleton armor during the upcoming event at the headquarters? A few days ago, when you instructed the security department of Tianyu Group to trial the exoskeleton armor, I captured some footage with a drone. Combining this with the video of the island's completion should garner even more interest, while simultaneously helping to establish Tianyu Group's image as a technological enterprise in the public's perception. Proposed Tianshu. If you believe this approach is feasible, then let us proceed accordingly, Su Yi replied, waving his hand. Tianshu is adept in such matters, and he preferred not to intervene excessively. Chapter 126. Is this all-powered armor? Soon, a short film titled Rebirth was released on the official accounts of Tianyu Group across various platforms. The video opens with a small island, somewhat adorned with greenery, yet appearing rather barren from a distance. Faintly visible are some dilapidated wooden shanties and a few small fishing boats to the shoreline. It is evident that this was the former visage of Penglai Island. The scene swiftly transitions. The aerial view of the desolate island fades away, replaced by a vast expanse resembling a desert amidst the sea, abruptly emerging in the ocean's midst. Anyone with a modicum of knowledge could easily discern that this barren isle is now magnitudes larger than its predecessor. The screen flickers, revealing the rapid transformation of the island by large construction modules. The acceleration effect in the video is palpable as the once barren land swiftly flourishes. Verdant foliage begins its ascent from the coastline, soon enveloping the entire island. Concurrently, towering edifices sprout like mushrooms after rain, rising even faster than the greenery itself. The discerning viewer can observe, from the aerial perspective, numerous transport planes taking off and landing from the island's airport, while countless colossal vessels continuously dock, unload, and depart from various ports surrounding the island. Every aspect showcases unparalleled efficiency. At the conclusion of the short film, the camera pans to a completed military facility at the island's edge, where a battalion clad in exoskeletons is seen marching in formation. The video culminates with a close-up of one exoskeleton before fading to black. The closing logo features the ancient characters for Tianyu and Penglai, with the former representing the trademark of Tianyu Group and the latter denoting the island's name. Upon its release, Tianyu Group employed subtle methods to draw attention, and soon the video went viral, rapidly ascending the trending lists of various video platforms, naturally attracting immense public interest. Is this the island belonging to Tianyu Group? Didn't we just hear about the indigenous people landing there a few days ago? Now you're telling me the island has been transformed and its area expanded so significantly? Goodness, the efficiency. This feels like something out of fantasy film. Are you all foolish? Haven't you seen the rapid pace? This must have been completed long ago and edited later. I suspect the transformation was nearing its end when those islanders attempted to approach. That makes sense. The island was likely acquired by Tianyu Group long before. Then why did those islanders come to stir up trouble at this time? Do we even need to think about it? They must have realized the island was transformed so splendidly by Tianyu Group and regretted their previous stance. However, speaking of which, I know purchasing islands abroad is legal, but is it truly lawful to reclaim land and expand the area of an acquired island? Won't this affect maritime shipping routes? This inquiry is indeed rather obscure. One could scarcely imagine that even the nations selling islands would foresee that buyers might undertake land reclamation to expand their private islands. Provided it does not interfere with maritime routes, there should be no significant issues, one would presume. To the astonishment of Tianshu when the video was uploaded, the viewer's primary focus was not on the alterations to the island itself, but rather on the legality of such expansion. Due to the overwhelming attention, a flurry of legal commentators swiftly emerged to enlighten the public. Some asserted its legality, while others contested it, resulting in a cacophony of opinions, with no legal basis to substantiate any claim. After all, no nation would bother to legislate for such a niche matter. Fortunately, It wasn't long before the discourse returned to its intended path. A relatively obscure content creator, boasting only a few hundred followers, released a sensational video entitled "With This in Play, You Are Concerned About the Legality of Tian Group's Actions?" Upon its release, the video quickly gained traction, amassing millions of likes. The content was straightforward, primarily excerpting the segment about the exoskeleton armor from Tianshu's video, while also incorporating clips of powered armor intercepting islanders and hastily approaching fleets. The video was accompanied by commentary that reminded viewers of the powered armor deployed by Tianyu Group during the islanders' attempts to storm the island. While the exoskeletons presented at the end of this video differed somewhat from the previous two, were they not also powered armor? With such an arsenal at their disposal, did they truly need to concern themselves with legality? Surely, the White Eagle must consider its actions against Tianyu Group with caution. Upon viewing the footage of nearly 100 meticulously arranged exoskeletons, the audience was left astounded. Goodness, if all these are akin to the powered armor from that day, capable of flight and withstanding grenade explosions at close range, that would indeed be extraordinary. I can hardly envision the explosive potential should we equip our army in Jojo with such remarkable technology. To be fair, it's no wonder Tianyu Group, fully aware of the Westerners' ill intentions, dared to acquire this island and invest resources for its development. They must possess considerable confidence. Amid the astonishment of many netizens who had uncovered the truth, Tianshu directly addressed the official account of Tianyu Group, leaving a comment in the video's section. These armors appeared for less than 2 seconds. To have noticed them is quite impressive. Allow me to enlighten you regarding these armors. The ones guarding the island a few days ago were our latest innovation from Tianyu Group, the Tian Bing, one-all, terrain multifunctional powered armor. Its capabilities are formidable, allowing it to function in the air, sea, and even in the weightlessness of space while maintaining combat effectiveness. The video showcases our group's Guardian exoskeleton armor, which has reached a remarkable level of technological maturity. There exists a significant disparity between the two. Unlike powered armor, exoskeleton armor has numerous limitations and, without modifications, can solely support ground combat. This earnest dissemination of knowledge is not merely an attempt to elucidate the distinctions between powered armor and exoskeleton armor. Certainly, it is not an endeavor to exhibit superiority, for Tianshu is an AI, devoid of any need for emotional validation from humans. The purpose of this discourse is simply to generate anticipation for the exoskeleton armor. If we do not portray both exoskeleton armor and powered armor in an impressive light, how can we expect to market them effectively? Chapter 127. The Rhythm Master is expected, the official account of the website, which had just made its earnest statement, quickly drew the attention of numerous viewers who stumbled upon the video. It rapidly ascended in popularity. Once again, it's about powered armor and exoskeletons. Why do I understand none of it? Please elaborate, my friend. Every word is familiar, yet when strung together, it becomes incomprehensible. Wait, did I miss some monumental event? All this talk of armor sounds so peculiar. Are we still in the 21st century? Impossible. Absolutely inconceivable. Listen closely, everyone. Let me break this down. These so-called humanoid armors are fundamentally flawed in design, demanding materials of exorbitant quality. If such remarkable materials exist, wouldn't constructing a tank be far more impressive than these armors? Surely, one doesn't create weaponry merely for aesthetics. That is not what I'm saying. You're referring to the large mechs from anime and films, which indeed lack practical combat significance. But what does that have to do with these exoskeleton armors? If these powered and exoskeleton armors are truly effective, then those who don them would become super soldiers, dramatically enhancing the military's combat capabilities. There's no need for conjecture. Just days ago, powered armor was demonstrated in actual combat. It withstood bullets and grenades without a scratch, exhibiting immense strength and even the ability to fly. This is unequivocally a super soldier. If this exoskeleton technology matures, it could potentially revolutionize modern warfare. It is undoubtedly an epic-making invention. Can you believe the audacity of the Tianyu Group? Do you really trust them? The White Eagle hasn't even developed such technology. What gives you the right to claim you have? Think critically, stop boasting, and be pragmatic. Someone upstairs is a troll. In a moment, the comments section buzzed with fervent discussion. Yet, the majority remained skeptical. After all, both powered armor and exoskeletons are revolutionary creations, perhaps too advanced for the current state of Blue Star. Such concepts belong in the realm of science fiction, where audiences would exclaim in delight. However, when faced with reality, many perceive them as far-fetched. Recently, many had indeed witnessed the real-world demonstration of powered armor. However, those who saw it live were few. Most only learned of it through snippets of the live broadcast, compounded by the failed attempt to dispatch islanders to annoy Sue-E, which backfired spectacularly. The Western elite uniformly opted to downplay the incident. Consequently, there was a conspicuous absence of any coverage regarding that day's events on foreign networks, leading many to believe it was merely a fabrication, and the video was counterfeit, nothing more than a hoax. Thus, even when the official account of Tianyu Group emerged to address these matters, skepticism remained rampant. Nevertheless, Tianshu was unfazed by such controversies. Contentious topics are often the ones that spread most easily. Moreover, he understood that Sue-E was a person of particularly dark humor, relishing the opportunity to use alternate accounts to settle scores with those who dared to voice outrageous opinions that had backfired on them. Now it speaks in vague terms, deliberately avoiding clarity, seemingly intending to provide material for its own employer to indulge in online amusement. Meanwhile, the debate regarding the authenticity of powered armor and exoskeletons has yet to reach a resolution. However, observant individuals have uncovered even more astonishing revelations from the video released by the Tianshu. The footage appears to be a sped-up montage, yet in reality, it is a continuous shot from the inception of the island's transformation to its completion, merely accelerated without any cuts. Initially, when the blogger discussed this, some viewers, in their innocence, questioned the significance of the lack of editing. The blogger then highlighted a crucial detail. Brothers, are you blind? During the entire segment on the island's transformation, the screen only darkened 3 times. Do you realize what that implies if there were no edits? It means they completed the entire transformation and construction of the island's buildings within a mere 3 days. Unsurprisingly, this individual faced severe backlash. The notion of transforming such a vast island and erecting numerous skyscrapers in just 3 days seemed far more fantastical than the powered armor and exoskeletons themselves. Most notably, it was evident that the plants initially planted were mostly seedlings, yet by the video's conclusion, they had all matured. To assert that such a feat could be accomplished in 3 days defies common sense. Regarding the blogger's claim that the video was unedited, while they presented a logical argument, the majority of people, relying on common knowledge, firmly believed it had indeed been cut down, distilling an extensive construction process into this brief video. However, soon after, besides the initial discoverers, numerous video editing professionals emerged to address this issue. Some even conducted frame-by-frame analyses, conclusively demonstrating that the video had not been edited, only sped up. This revelation led many to reconsider their stance. Consequently, the online community divided into 2 factions. Those who believed that Tianyu Group completed the island's transformation in 3 days, and those who did not. The 2 groups engaged in a heated debate, while simultaneously differing opinions about the armor persisted. It is evident that Tianshu, as an AI, is indeed a master of the internet, effortlessly orchestrating a video that stirred the public's interest and left the audience bewildered. Yet, it was clear that it had achieved its objective. Without the discord, where would the attention arise? How could it attract more individuals to the ceremony marking the establishment of the Tianyu Group headquarters? How could it elevate the reputation of exoskeletal armor to entice buyers? All of this was meticulously planned by Tianshu. Of course, if it so desired, it could easily hack into various websites' backends to forcefully drive traffic and enhance its visibility. However, that would be a transgression of the established rules. Although it had begun to adapt to the role of an outlaw alongside Sue-E, Tianshu generally adhered to regulations far more than humans do. As Tianshu fervently fanned the flames of contention, the island of Tianyu Group finally welcomed its first batch of guests. As the 5 latest transport planes from Kyushu gently descended upon the airport, The official delegation from Kyushu finally set foot on Panglai Island. Utilizing transport aircraft for such a purpose seemed extravagant. However, there was no alternative, given that no one had ventured here prior to today. The representatives from Kyushu had presumed that the airport mentioned by Soo-e was merely a makeshift military airstrip, and thus they hesitated to dispatch civilian airliners for the journey. Leading the delegation was, of course, the esteemed Elder Lin, whose close relationship with Soo-e and significant credentials rendered him wholly qualified to represent Kyushu externally. In an effort to promote their products, Soo-e had graciously gone to great lengths. Not only was a red carpet laid out, but flanking either side were 50 soldiers from a security department clad in exoskeleton armor, forming a welcoming formation. Upon disembarking from the aircraft and catching sight of Soo-e, Elder Lin was about to express his grievances regarding the newfound splendor of the airport when he was momentarily rendered speechless by the sight of the exoskeletal armor. Chapter 128. Certainly, procurement is essential. These exoskeleton armors appear quite different from the one you presented to us a couple of days ago. Could it be that this is the type of powered armor developed by your company? Old Lin's gaze was fixed upon those armors, unable to divert his attention. When Soo-e had allocated a portion of the shares of the metal hydrogen battery to the Kyushu authorities recently, he had expressed interest in selling exoskeleton armors to them. At that time, he had showcased a sample and allowed them to take it back. Of course, the most critical technologies in these exoskeletons pertained to materials and energy. They could not reverse engineer it upon their return. The disparity in technology was too vast, rendering it almost magical on Blue Star. Consequently, no news had emerged from the Kyushu military experts who had taken it back over the past few days. Actually, our company has limited powered armors, all of which are assigned to specific missions. This is a different model of exoskeleton armor. Soo-e waved his hand. Let us proceed. A spot has already been arranged for you at the venue. Wait, this is not urgent. Old Lin quickly interjected. Isn't it still a bit early? Why don't we discuss the exoskeleton armor further? I believe there is substantial room for collaboration in this area. He had previously tested the waters and was well aware that Soo-e was unlikely to sell such formidable powered armors. Yet he recognized the potential for negotiation regarding these exoskeletons. Did you not receive a set already? Have you comprehended its workings? Are you considering procurement? Soo-e repeated, a hint of amusement in his tone. Indeed, procurement is a must. The military has indicated that they wish to initially procure 100,000 sets of the exoskeleton armor you provided us. Discussions are already underway with your company. Old Lin remarked with a touch of nostalgia. I cannot fathom how you managed to create such a device. A lightweight exoskeleton with a mere thin layer of frontal armor that can withstand a 30mm autocannon is nothing short of remarkable. Our military experts were astounded by its internal structure upon disassembly. It is truly a genius design. The sample Soo-e had delivered to the Kyushu military was merely the most basic model from the batch of exoskeletons he possessed, tentatively named the Sentinel-1 exoskeleton armor. It was also the lightest among the various models he had. The thickness of the chest armor was only 5mm, although it utilized the X76-74 special alloy for its armor. Based on the direct data of the X76-74 alloy, it should not have been able to withstand the barrage of armor-piercing rounds from a 30mm autocannon. The exceptional performance was primarily attributed to its intricate internal design, which could, to a certain extent, reduce the kinetic energy of the bullets, thereby minimizing the impact on the armor. This principle is akin to the fact that tanks employing sloped armor possess significantly greater defensive capabilities than those with vertical armor, even when using the same materials and thickness. With superior materials coupled with excellent design, one can maximize the efficacy of the materials employed. In a world like Bailu, rife with outlaws and with a significantly higher frequency of warfare than Blue Star, there are naturally valuable insights to be gained from their weapon designs. Indeed, the metallic hydrogen battery you have incorporated into the exoskeleton as a power source seems rather absurd, does it not? Its diminutive size, weighing merely 1 or 2 kilograms, astonishingly sustains the exoskeleton for a week of high-intensity combat. How on earth did you manage to create such a marvel? The scholars at the academy, already sparsely haired, will undoubtedly be left completely bald over this. Old Lin, while walking, voiced his grievances. To be frank, I have come here burdened with numerous tasks, the foremost of which is to inquire how you have engineered these remarkable devices. If it weren't for the existence of laws, I suspect they would wish to abduct your researchers of the Tianyu group and dissect their brains to uncover the secrets within. Having served in the military for over a decade and subsequently engaged in numerous defense-related endeavors, Lin considers himself quite worldly. He believes he possesses a profound understanding of the military's developmental trajectory and the invention and application of various novel weaponry. Yet, the Sentinel, one exoskeleton presented by Su, left him in awe. The sheer absurdity of its capabilities was overwhelming. Once soldiers don the exoskeleton and undergo a brief training period, their marching speed effortlessly exceeds 100 km/h, with a normal load capacity surpassing 1 ton. In extreme conditions, they can carry up to 1.8 tons for short durations. If one disregards potential damage to the armor, it could even support 2 tons. The endurance is simply astonishing. A single small battery, when utilized for rapid marching, can theoretically cover nearly 15,000 kilometers without interruption. Even accounting for energy losses due to varying terrain and the physical limitations of the operator, it can still achieve a remarkable distance of at least 10,000 kilometers before a recharge is required. Moreover, should the battery deplete, a simple replacement allows continued operation. Against the backdrop of its weight-bearing capacity exceeding 1 ton, a mere 2-kilogram battery seems inconsequential. In this relatively peaceful era, should conflict arise, if the Jojo were to equip their forces with such armor en masse, it would be a profound dimensional strike against the military forces of Blue Star. With no need for airdrops or landings, they could simply set forth from their homeland and traverse the Eurasian continent within a week. Although Su had not previously delved deeply into the specifications of these exoskeletons, hearing Old Lin's enthusiastic praise elicited no surprise. This is the fundamental equipment employed by interstellar civilizations for ground forces on colonized planets. To speak of endurance, as Bai Lu would say, in wars that inevitably involve entire planets, even if one completely neutralizes the opponent's space defenses, establishing a long-term base on the ground often requires a year or more. Every faction possesses an array of formidable weaponry, and even with air superiority, securing a foothold on an unestablished planet proves to be a formidable challenge. In the event that an airborne unit, akin to hers, is deployed to engage in combat on the surface of an unfamiliar planet, they become mere cannon fodder. Their sole purpose is to disrupt the enemy's ground deployment and to clear a safe zone for subsequent forces to establish a base. While they share the same fate as cannon fodder, elite soldiers equipped with powered armor can, upon realizing the dire situation, utilize the formidable capabilities of their armor to escape the planet's surface. Those encased in exoskeletons, however, find themselves in a desperate struggle for survival amidst overwhelming odds. In such scenarios, it is imperative to ensure that the exoskeletons possess an extended operational endurance. Abandoning individuals as mere cannon fodder is inhumane. Should they descend only to find their armor depleted of energy after a mere few days, who would dare engage in such a gamble? Old Lin extolled the merits of the armor model provided by Su, and once he deemed it sufficient, he finally revealed his true intentions. Xiao Su, I noticed that the exoskeletons here differ from the ones you sold us. Is there any possibility you could arrange for a few more sets? Chapter 129, Apologies. This item is not for sale. Upon hearing the elderly gentleman finally articulate his intention after much preamble, Su swiftly declined without a moment's hesitation. Do not even think about it. To speak candidly, the model we sold you is the Sentinel, 1 exoskeleton armor, whereas the one you see before you is our latest Sentinel, 3 exoskeleton armor. It is not for sale. We are reserving it for our own use. Though the old man had anticipated this outcome, a sense of disappointment still washed over him. What a pity. This model appears to be superior to the one you provided us. The Sentinel, 3 is categorized within our exoskeleton series as a heavy armor. I shall spare you the detailed specifications, but in simpler terms, it possesses the capability to dismantle any of the world's mainstream battle tanks with ease. The so-called Sentinel series is merely a name that Soo-yi whimsically assigned after bringing it to the production line. Bailu has granted him the production lines for 3 distinct models of exoskeleton armor, each designed and manufactured by various arms dealers from their world, and they bear no intrinsic relation to one another, exhibiting vastly different design aesthetics. The sole commonality is that these exoskeletons adhere to the exoskeleton classification standards set forth by their Interstellar Federation. The 3 models represent light, medium, and heavy classifications respectively. The medium exoskeleton armor, designated Sentinel 3 by Soo-yi, stands as a paragon among mass-produced exoskeletons even within Bailu's universe. Aside from specially crafted exoskeletons, few can rival its prowess. The power armors provided by Bailu can merely be classified as light power armors in their world, and compared to this heavy exoskeleton, it is debatable whether they truly possess a comprehensive advantage. Many parameters of the heavy exoskeleton exceed those of the power armors significantly. Thus, it is abundantly clear that Soo-yi has no intention of selling this particular model. Does that imply you still have medium exoskeletons available for purchase? Lin, the old man, inquired with a spark of interest in his eyes. Soo-yi cast him a glance, choosing not to elaborate. However, sometimes silence speaks volumes. The absence of a refusal was undoubtedly indicative of a possibility. In Soo-yi's perspective, the Sentinel 1 exoskeleton is positioned as an item accessible to anyone across the globe. Whoever dares to purchase it, he dares to sell. Conversely, the more formidable medium exoskeleton, Sentinel 2, comes with certain purchasing prerequisites. He currently intends to sell it to a specific entity in Jeojo, with the potential for further sales to others to be determined later. As for the Sentinel 3 heavy exoskeleton and power armor, they are unequivocally not for sale, at least for the time being. Soo-yi had already planned to sell the medium exoskeleton to Jeojo, thus he would not outright refuse. However, even if he were to sell such items, it would not be a straightforward transaction. It would not suffice to merely exchange money. The specifics of the sale, including the price and what Jeojo must offer in return, remain open to negotiation. There is no urgency in this matter. Lin, the old man, clearly grasped his implication and refrained from further inquiries, redirecting the conversation to evaluate the situation on the island. Are you truly capable of resolving these matters within 3 days? Although he had already reviewed satellite images prior to his arrival, being on the island left him somewhat incredulous. The towering edifices and the surrounding greenery hardly seemed like they sprouted within a mere 3 days. Known for its prowess in infrastructure, even the renowned efficiency of the Tianyu Group leaves the Jeojo region in awe. However, one cannot help but find this phenomenon rather unscientific. Although it was indeed completed in 3 days, there are numerous shortcomings, as most of the structures on the island can only be admired for now, with a significant amount of work still pending. Soo-yi replied succinctly, incredible. Old Lin could not suppress his astonishment. There is much that is hard to believe. Maintain your composure. At your age, I cannot afford to see you startled on my island. What kind of nonsense is that? I have seen my fair share of the world in my time, Old Lin scoffed. Despite his amazement throughout their journey, his mental fortitude allowed him only to express mild astonishment. Being frightened was out of the question. Just as the two were conversing, a landing craft suddenly swooped down from the sky, landing directly beside the Jeojo transport aircraft. Only about 10 meters from the ground did it correct its flight posture, finally hovering less than a meter above the earth before gently touching down. Old Lin, who had just declared himself worldly, stood frozen in disbelief, mouth agape for quite some time before finally pointing at the landing craft and stammering, What is that? Oh, this is an aircraft developed in-house by our company. Quite impressive, wouldn't you say? Soo-yi replied with a smile. It has a payload capacity of 1,000 tons and can operate both in the sky and at sea. You mean to say this thing can even venture into space? Old Lin swallowed hard, his eyes sparkling at the sight of the landing craft. Not only can it reach space, its speed is sufficient to escape the gravitational pull of Blue Star, making a trip to the moon feasible, Soo-yi remarked, amused by Old Lin's expression, which suggested he might leap onto the craft in sheer excitement. It's not for sale, so don't get your hopes up. What a pity, he lamented, though his gaze remained fixated on the landing craft. He pointed at the clearly visible weapon mounts and the unmistakably movable hatches beneath, and inquired, "Were those a weapon system? Primarily designed for ground strikes," he explained, "with a payload of 1,000 tons, capable of reaching space." And able to conduct ground assaults, old Lin couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. Isn't this thing invincible? With current human technology on Blue Star, dealing with units at altitudes of tens of kilometers is already a challenge, not to mention even higher elevations. Upon hearing Su Yi's words, old Lin's imagination ran wild with visions of this aircraft soaring hundreds of kilometers into space, dropping various objects while adversaries could only watch helplessly. In response to his musings, Su Yi, without a hint of modesty, confidently stated, "Indeed, from the perspective of current human technology, it is truly invincible." "Well then, we have reception personnel ready to attend to you. We shall continue our conversation later." With that, he made his way directly to the landing craft, which had just opened its hatch. Naturally, the reason for sending the landing craft was to greet his parents. As I stepped forward, I beheld the moonlit scene of Yu Ling supporting my mother, Li Yi, as they descended. My father, with an expression of curiosity, surveyed his surroundings. Previously, Su Yi had informed his family that he had merely earned a modest sum through business ventures. However, as the Tianyu Group expanded in scale, he eventually ceased the pretense and revealed to his family that he was the proprietor of the Tianyu Group, possessing an immeasurable fortune. Initially, he had concealed this truth due to concerns about his insufficient capability and the apprehension of alarming his parents. Yet, as his strength grew, those reservations dissipated, and he had continuously elevated his parents' understanding and acceptance during this period. Thus, there were no longer any matters that required discretion. Chapter 130. The ceremony commences. The invitation extended to his parents bore no ulterior motive. It was primarily their own desire to witness the momentous occasion. Aware that today marked a significant day for Tianyu Group, they did not linger long upon their arrival. After exchanging a few words with Su Yi, they urged him to attend to his duties, and were subsequently guided by Yu Ling to explore the island that belonged to their son. Yu Ling was evidently eager for such an endeavor, even volunteering to fetch Su Yi's parents. Although this was their first encounter, it was apparent that she had already endeared herself to them. In fact, upon learning of their relationship, Su Yi's mother discreetly pulled him aside to inquire when he would marry Yu Ling, expressing concern that such a wonderful young woman might be swept away by another. Su Yi was at a loss. He yearned to divulge that the last person to dare pursue Yu Ling now lay beneath a grave, and that he and Yu Ling had already obtained their marriage certificate. However, articulating this would be problematic. If he were to broach the subject, his mother would likely first ponder when he would return home to retrieve the household registration book. As for the quotas allotted to Jiuzhou, aside from 100 designated for Jiuzhou itself, the remaining 200 were distributed quite evenly among various countries, with many nations dispatching representatives. Given the limited slots, no media from other countries were present. Only a handful of official Jiuzhou media possessed the privilege to set foot on the island. This arrangement followed prior consultations between Jiuzhou officials and Tianyu Group. Had Tianyu Group declined, there would have been no media present on the island. The scarcity of media, however, did not diminish the grandeur of the inauguration ceremony. From the moment Jiuzhou's media set foot on the island, a live broadcast commenced, captivating a global audience. The official media stature, coupled with Tianyu Group's recent prominence in online discourse, quickly drew a substantial viewership. The question of how long it took to construct Penglai Island had already ignited fervent debate online in the days preceding the event. As the live stream unfolded, it inevitably sparked further discussions among viewers. Although the officials were aware that Tianyu Group had completed the island's construction in just 3 days, they refrained from clarifying this point, allowing the audience to speculate. However, as the cameras accompanied reporters deeper into the island, the discourse swiftly transformed into expressions of wonder. Let's not forget, the scenery here is truly breathtaking. Indeed, the azure skies, the pristine waters devoid of any pollution. If it were open for vacations, I would be eager to visit. Dream on. Haven't you seen what Tianyu Group's official website stated? This island will serve as a benefit for Tianyu Group employees and is currently not open to the public. I have a friend who works at Tianyu Group. It's indeed true. He even showed me the latest employee benefits list, which included details about Penglai Island. Every employee is entitled to a month-long vacation on the island each year, with the option to bring up to 3 relatives, with travel expenses and accommodations fully covered. Moreover, this is the headquarters of Tianyu Group, where employees based at the headquarters can reside long-term, and upon reaching a certain tenure, they are allocated housing. Have you noticed the other buildings on the island apart from the headquarters? Most of them are residential buildings assigned to employees. In the future, schools, hospitals, and other facilities will be established, and it won't be long before this place transforms into a fully equipped city. It is not advisable for Tianyu Group to offer such employee benefits, as our company does not provide them. How sour it is to eat lemons. When Tianyu Group was recruiting, I perfectly met all the qualifications. I initially intended to join, but our boss specifically came to speak with me, claiming that the generous benefits of Tianyu Group were surely deceitful. Regrettably, I believed his words. What a boss. I start work at 8. I am curious. Can any internal personnel inform me when Tianyu Group will next recruit? I mean no harm. I simply wish to contribute to Tianyu Group. If you desire a luxurious sea view apartment, just say so. By the way, this island is leased by Tianyu Group. It cannot truly be considered part of our Jiuzhou territory. Can't? Wouldn't going there be akin to traveling abroad? Is a passport required? I inquired yesterday, and there seems to be no passport for Penglai Island. I'm not sure, but I heard from friends employed there that it appears a passport is not needed. They fly directly with military transport planes. To be frank, if no passport, visa, or any additional proof is required, then aside from the distance, traveling to Penglai Island is indeed more convenient than some domestic locations, isn't it? It's hard to say. As it stands, it does not seem necessary. Both the officials and Tianyu Group have tacitly acknowledged that employees can enter and exit without any documentation. Tianyu Group has many points of discussion, especially since this is a government media live stream. Soon, the number of viewers across different live streams exceeded 5 million. As time progressed, the construction ceremony of Tianyu Group's headquarters was on the verge of commencing. The livestream perspective shifted from various areas of the island to the main building of Tianyu Group, a landmark in its own right. The towering structure, over 2,000 meters high, is nearly incomprehensible when viewed from the ground. Surrounding it, other skyscrapers stand at a minimum height of 1,500 meters. Immersed in this environment, one feels as though they have been transported from a picturesque island to a bustling metropolis of steel and concrete. Notably, the cameraman responsible for this perspective provided an upward angle from the ground, which left the live stream audience in awe. At that moment, amidst the towering buildings, a remarkably futuristic flying craft abruptly appeared and hovered in the sky, momentarily stunning the cameraman. The landing craft that had recently appeared at the airport did not linger long. It dropped off passengers and departed, so few witnessed it. Even the on-site cameraman was taken aback, let alone the viewers watching the live stream online. The already dense barrage of comments seemed to be abruptly interrupted by some mysterious force the instant the landing craft entered the frame, leaving a significant blank space in the entire scene. Moments later, an even more intense barrage of comments flooded the screen, instantly overwhelming the visuals of the entire live stream. Most of these comments expressed astonishment, exclamations akin to "What on earth is this?" This fervent commentary crescendoed as the landing craft descended gracefully, ultimately making a smooth touchdown at the entrance of the building. The excitement peaked particularly when the hatch opened, revealing 6 armored suits and dozens of sentinel, 3 heavy exoskeletons hastily emerging and forming ranks along the roadside. Finally, when Su-Yi emerged from the landing craft, hand in hand with Yu Ling, the audience's astonishment reached its zenith. Chapter 131. What? Are there more experts? Such a flamboyant entrance was clearly a creation of Su-Yi himself, and the effect was remarkably striking. Even Old Man Lin, who had previously witnessed the landing craft, stood there with his mouth agape, utterly bewildered, internally exclaiming in admiration. Today, the Tianyu Group had orchestrated an elaborate spectacle, and he was already aware that, unlike previous press conferences hosted by Yu Ling, Su-Yi would personally make an appearance. Naturally, He was curious about how Su-yi would choose to unveil himself in such a setting. Little did he expect such an audacious display. Earlier, everyone had been puzzled by the vast, empty space at the entrance of the main building. Now it became clear that it was reserved for Su-yi's grandstanding. As the spacecraft entered, flanked by power armor clearing the path and heavy exoskeletons lined up on either side, the atmosphere was undeniably elevated. Old man Lin, observing the scene, could not help but slap his grandson Lin Yilong on the head, admonishing him, "Did you see that? Learn from him. This is what true, innate ostentation looks like. If you had even a fraction of Su-yi's flair, would you still be single at this age?" Lin Yilong, momentarily stunned by his grandfather's sudden slap, found himself unable to take his eyes off the power armor, completely disregarding Su-yi's showmanship. Upon hearing Su-yi's name, he instinctively replied, "Grandpa, forget about the ostentation for a moment. Aren't you on good terms with Su-yi? Do you think you could help me acquire a set of that power armor slap?" Another swift hit landed on the back of his head. Old man Lin retorted grumpily, "What are you daydreaming about? Even if I could get my hands on one, I'd be the first to try it out and see if this treasure is truly effective. It's not for you. But Grandpa, this is high-tech. You're over 90. You wouldn't understand how to use it. Hey, you little rascal. I'm trying to teach you a lesson, and now you're lecturing me? Well, my 90 years. Can you actually beat me?" Old man Lin was immediately displeased. Upon hearing this, Lin Yilong dared not argue further. Although the old man was indeed 90, thanks to the life water he had consumed, his physical condition seemed akin to that of a man in his 40s, even healthier and stronger than most middle-aged individuals in their 40s. Furthermore, having once fought on the battlefield in his youth, he possessed a wealth of combat experience. If it came down to a real fight, Lin Yilong, despite being younger, would find himself at a disadvantage. Besides, as his grandson, he wouldn't dare to challenge him. Quickly, he pointed ahead, saying, No. We're here for serious business. Wait. Are there more experts?" This exclamation was echoed by a multitude of audience members present at the scene, as well as those watching the live broadcast. As Su-yi and Yuling stepped into the center of the plaza beneath the building, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Yuling glanced around at the barren surroundings before gently waving her hand. Suddenly, from the previously empty flower bed at the base of the building, tender shoots began to sprout from the soil. These shoots rapidly grew, spreading forth, and ultimately blossomed into flowers. In the blink of an eye, countless fragrant blossoms adorned the expansive ground floor of the building, with even the corridors carpeted by a variety of climbing vines, each adorned with an array of flowers. Emerging from the flower beds were not merely blossoms, but also numerous trees. These trees, akin to the flowering vines, grew at an astonishing pace, ultimately blossoming into vibrant blooms. In an instant, the entire street at the entrance of the building was enveloped in a captivating floral fragrance, rendering the scene dreamlike, almost as if it were not of this world. Is this even scientific? Now I understand how Tianyu Group managed to cover the barren island with trees in just 3 days. They must possess some form of magic. This is utterly absurd. Enough with the magic talk. It's evident they employed some advanced video technology. From my perspective, even the earlier spaceship entrance was likely synthesized through AI or some other means. Trust me, I specialize in AI, and no one here understands it better than I do. Are you here, Brother Dong? Laughable, with so many bewildered spectators present. Can this possibly be fake? Don't be ridiculous. There are only a few hundred people here. Tianyu Group could easily manipulate their reactions with a single word. Who would dare to resist? They could hire a few actors to create a scene, and you'd still be fooled. It's astonishing how gullible you are. Do you even know who those people are? Actors? You think high-ranking generals from the Jojo military would come and act? And that elderly Caucasian gentleman in the corner, he is a 4-star general from the Eagle Nation, sitting next to the spokesperson of the Black Palace and the president's secretary. Actors? Have you lost your mind? Or has the world gone mad? Let us analyze this simply. This is definitely not magic. I suspect it's a technological method to stimulate rapid plant growth. I would rather believe it's some sort of holographic projection technology that created a remarkably realistic illusion on site. Why couldn't it be some optical cloaking technology? The flowers and trees could have been present all along, and then with a mere gesture, the projection is gradually lifted, revealing them to the camera. They didn't just materialize out of thin air. There's a growth process involved, for heaven's sake. Damn it, are we just throwing out random guesses now? Looking at the absurdity of your conjectures, I find them less credible than magic itself. Quiet down. Let us just observe. In due time, they will reveal how it was accomplished, so why the rush? This entire sequence of events unfolded with effortless elegance, instantly elevating the atmosphere. Soo-yi gazed at the astonished expressions of the guests below, immensely satisfied. If one has the means, yet refrains from showing off, what difference is there from being a mere fish out of water? As for whether flaunting would expose his cards and secrets, in truth, his greatest card and secret was singular, the trading platform. Any other information, even if disclosed, would likely only cause a momentary scare among passersby. Beyond that, it would all yield benefits. As the saying goes, a commoner is innocent until he possesses a precious gem, and what he carried was undoubtedly that exquisite jade disc. If he does not exhibit a certain level of strength, it is only a matter of time before someone harbors ill intentions. While powered armor and exoskeletons are undeniably formidable and possess considerable deterrent power, the allure of absolute profit may tempt individuals to take risks. Even though, at present, there is virtually nothing on this planet, aside from nuclear weapons, that could pose a threat to him, and no one dares to entertain malicious thoughts against him. He possesses the capability to strike back effectively. However, he is not invincible. Should a conflict arise, the consequences are unpredictable. It could very well lead to a complete reset of the Blue Planet Online. A world utterly destroyed does not align with his interests. Thus, there's no need to conceal all the valuable assets while engaging in entrapment. Revealing some of his trump cards as a form of deterrence could avert a multitude of troubles. Chapter 132. The launch of the metallic hydrogen battery. Welcome, esteemed guests, to the inauguration ceremony of the Tianyu Group's headquarters. The opening remarks, as expected, were filled with customary pleasantries. The presence of Soo-yi, the illustrious leader of the Tianyu Group, delivering a speech, underscored the significance the organization placed on this event. However, given his stature, it was hardly fitting for him to remain on stage, akin to a mere host reciting a script. After graciously welcoming the attendees alongside Yu Ling, representing the highest echelons of the Tianyu Group, he promptly ceded the stage to a professional MC. Such an occasion naturally adhered to a prescribed protocol. The larger the event, the more intricate and elaborate the proceedings become, driven by a pursuit of ceremonial gravitas. Yet, this ritualistic essence is fundamentally a tool employed by the powerful to distinguish themselves from masses. Take, for instance, the ostentatious customs surrounding dining, an array of convoluted rules regarding the placement of wine glasses and the manner of wielding cutlery. Is it truly the case that such practices enhance health or flavor? Certainly not. The notion that the warmth of one's hand against the wine glass could alter the beverage's taste is a fanciful tale, believed only by those eager to assimilate into the so-called aristocratic circles. The late matriarch of the Johnson family never adhered to such frivolities, nor was her decorum ever questioned. The reality is that most of these so-called etiquettes are mere fabrications of the affluent and idle, designed to delineate their status from that of ordinary individuals. Before the advent of industrial society, the majority of common folk lacked the leisure to indulge in such frivolous pursuits, with only a minuscule portion of these practices genuinely promoting healthful habits. Neither Soo-yi nor the Tianyu Group required the burden of elaborate protocols or ceremonial pretensions to assert their superiority. Thus, under his directive, the process for the inauguration of the headquarters was exceedingly streamlined, devoid of unnecessary complexities. Approximately a mere 15 minutes later, as he was summoned by the MC to the stage for the ribbon cutting, the ceremony marking the completion of the Tianyu Group's headquarters and the first phase of the renovation project on Penglai Island came to a close. The simplicity of the proceedings left the attendees in a state of astonishment. Yet, would anyone dare to belittle Soo-yi or the Tianyu Group for this? Clearly no. Though the ceremony was stripped to its bare essentials, the grandeur of arriving by spacecraft and the ephemeral nature of the moment lent it an undeniable prestige. Furthermore, representatives from numerous significant nations were present. Who among them could claim that any future ceremony they orchestrated could rival the grandeur of the Tianyu Group's succinct yet impactful event? The inauguration of the headquarters may have concluded, but the true spectacle was only just beginning. Prior to this, Su Yi had instructed Tian Shu to disseminate information via social networks regarding the exoskeleton armor developed by the Tianyu Group, alongside the announcement of a new product launch set to follow the inauguration ceremony. Many astute observers, relying solely on the whispers circulating online, had already sensed a connection between the two events, not to mention the elite dignitaries present. As the ceremony concluded, Su Yi did not depart, but rather ascended the stage once more under the gaze of numerous spectators, prompting an unspoken understanding among all present that something significant was about to unfold. It is likely that many have surmised that following the inauguration of our headquarters, we have prepared an array of additional presentations, including the unveiling of a new product. I can surmise the motives behind your presence on Penglai Island. Aside from the desire to explore this locale, it is undoubtedly your interest in our latest offerings that has drawn you here. While I'm currently unable to disclose specifics regarding the island's development, since you have all made the journey, our Tianyu Group feels it would be remiss not to extend our hospitality. Thus, we shall present certain new products originally slated for release in at least a month's time. Rest assured, these are fully developed items ready for immediate sale. Tianyu Group has never been one to showcase mere prototypes. I shall refrain from further elaboration, as I believe you would prefer to delve directly into the matter at hand. As Su Yi's words resonated through the venue, the floor of the stage parted, revealing a display pedestal rising from below. Upon it rested a rectangular object resembling a brick. Simultaneously, the headquarters of Tianyu Group, behind Su Yi, transformed into an enormous screen. The object on the pedestal was projected on the screen in close-up, allowing those present to observe it clearly. What is this? A block-like object that appeared to be composed of some form of plastic. What connection could it possibly have to the flying armor? For some informed individuals from Jiuzhou, it was evident that this was a metal hydrogen battery. However, the majority of foreign attendees assumed that Su Yi would be presenting the power armor and exoskeletons, making it challenging for them to immediately discern what it was, until a researcher from the White Eagle Empire, accompanying the team, rubbed his eyes and, noticing the unassuming terminals on the battery, hesitantly rose to inquire of Su Yi. Could this be some kind of battery? He guessed correctly, though regrettably, no reward was prepared for him. Su Yi replied with a smile. This is the latest product from Tianyu Energy, a subsidiary of Tianyu Group. Its construction and materials differ entirely from those of all current batteries on the market. I believe the mainstream option available today is lithium batteries, correct? I can unequivocally inform you that this is entirely different. It is metal hydrogen battery. I shall not delve into the intricate principles, as I doubt anyone is here to listen to me recite academic papers. Allow me to briefly share some key data. First and foremost is the critical issue of energy density. Within the same volume, the energy density of a metal hydrogen battery is 900 times that of gasoline. What? How many times? This is absolutely impossible. I refuse to believe it. Before Su Yi could finish his statement, the entire exhibition hall erupted in astonishment. Indeed, the majority of attendees today comprised dignitaries from various nations, with a scant few genuinely engaged in scientific research. Consequently, upon hearing the data, most wore expressions of bewilderment, while only a handful of those well-versed in the field could scarcely contain their astonishment upon encountering such alarming figures. This select group numbered merely a dozen or so. Given the limited representation from each nation, many countries could only afford to send one or two representatives, and few were able to bring their own researchers along. Nevertheless, the startled exclamations from this small contingent created quite a stir, compelling Su Yi to momentarily halt his bravado. However, he harbored no aversion to this reaction. After all, if these individuals were not astonished, how could the superiority of Tianyu Group's products be accentuated? This was precisely the effect he sought to achieve. Chapter 133. The Hardcore Experiment. The Audacity. A claim of 900 times the energy density of gasoline? How absurd. It is no wonder that the head of Tianyu Group is making such outlandish statements. At times, It is difficult to discern whether he speaks in jest or earnest. Clearly, his assertions are nonsensical. I suspect he possesses little understanding of the technology at hand, and the figures he utters hold no real meaning. To assert that the energy density of this battery is 900 times that of gasoline, and that it remains controllable, is utterly preposterous. Anyone with even a modicum of knowledge in the field would refrain from making such ludicrous claims. This is disastrous. Who penned this article? After today, their job will likely be in jeopardy. Is there any possibility that his words hold truth? Could it be that this battery's energy density truly is 900 times that of gasoline? Nonsense. If that were the case, I would venture downstairs and consume the greenery of the community. It is simply too far-fetched. The fervent supporters of Tianyu Group seem to lack basic discernment. Believing such claims is akin to walking down the street and accepting that you were not born of your mother, but rather of a monkey and actually believing it. The higher-ups are in chaos. Do you even know what metallic hydrogen is? If they truly possess a metallic hydrogen battery, the energy density might indeed reach such heights. The challenge lies in how they have managed to create such a battery. But wait, hydrogen. Can it possibly be associated with metal? My education may be limited, but I managed to pass junior high chemistry, so do not deceive me. There is nothing impossible. I have a hunch that Tianyu Group is about to achieve something monumental. Just wait and see. I share this sentiment. If this is indeed true, it would also elucidate the previous debates regarding the energy source for powered exosuits, suggesting they possess genuine cutting-edge technology. Indeed, with such a high energy density battery, employing current technology to develop an exoskeleton is not beyond the realm of possibility. Wait a moment. If this battery is truly as remarkable as claimed. Oh no, I must promptly divest all my energy stocks. Curse it. I just purchased an electric vehicle. The audience on site was left in a state of disbelief, and those watching the live stream were no better off. The larger audience in the stream was more prone to divergent thinking. Some deemed it false, while others, having witnessed the unreasonable products previously released by Tianyu Group, believed it to be true. The two factions had yet to engage in a heated argument when suddenly someone recognized the impending trouble, particularly those involved in stocks and funds. With their keen instincts, sensed that something was amiss. Regardless of whether the metallic hydrogen battery is genuine or not, the mere act of announcing it makes it difficult to refute in the short term. With the inability to swiftly disprove the claims, a drastic decline in the stock market for related sectors became inevitable. Now is the time to flee before the news spreads further. What are they waiting for? He had not anticipated such a chain reaction. While the emergence of the metallic hydrogen battery would undoubtedly impact related enterprises, this was far from his considerations. Whether it be the Tianyu Group or the Jiuzhou authorities, when confronted with a technology capable of utterly revolutionizing the industry, neither seems to ponder the thoughts of those who might be crushed beneath its weight. Although some of these individuals belong to Jiuzhou enterprises, what does it matter? The replacement of antiquated productivity by new technology is a natural progression. In contrast to their outdated lithium battery technology, the metal hydrogen battery developed by Tianyu Group undoubtedly symbolizes the future, ignoring the astonishment of those present. He continued to expound on the characteristics of the metal hydrogen battery. While I shall not delve into the intricacies of its production, fundamentally, it is a technology that converts hydrogen energy into electrical energy. Unlike the lithium batteries available in the market, the hydrogen-centric metal hydrogen battery poses no environmental threat, even in the event of a leak. Upon hearing this, a Western scientist abruptly raised his hand and interjected, "Mr. Su, if the energy density of this battery is indeed as substantial as you claim, then the concern in the event of a leak may not merely be environmental pollution, correct? As far as I am aware, even TNT does not possess such a high energy density." The implication was clear. Either Su Yi's assertions about energy density were fabricated, or this battery resembled a ticking time bomb, one that surpassed TNT in destructive potential. Su Yi, having anticipated such inquiries, remained unperturbed and simply smiled. "Your concerns are not without merit, but since our research team dares to produce a battery with such a high energy density, we certainly have corresponding safety measures in place." With that, he gestured, and a power armor standing nearby, serving as a mascot, promptly advanced. With a swift motion, it drew forth a chainsaw sword and, before the multitude, cleaved the battery in two. The anticipated explosion failed to materialize. Instead, a wisp of white smoke emerged, and the battery fell silent. However, upon exposure to air, the metallic-looking solid at the cut surface rapidly dissolved, revealing a black insulating plate within. Su-yi bent down to retrieve the severed battery, gave it a shake, and then placed it carefully into an apparatus provided by the staff. Two technicians from Tianyu Group hurriedly connected the severed battery sections with wiring, subsequently attaching a cord linked to a light bulb to the battery's positive and negative terminals. The moment the bulb illuminated, all present were left with but two words echoing in their minds. Impressive. Some were bewildered, yet profoundly amazed. While I can comprehend that the battery did not explode upon being severed, the fact that this halved battery, joined merely by a frayed wire, could still maintain stable discharge is utterly astonishing. Others speculated. Observing the battery structure, I surmise it must be compartmentalized, and the partition that was cleaved does not affect the others. As long as the internal cables are connected, it can continue to function, which is rather explicable. Despite being violently severed, there was no explosion, nor even a flicker of flame. I find this utterly perplexing. If the battery truly possesses such a high energy density, how could they possibly release all that energy in such a brief span? Those dissipating metallic fragments must be what is referred to as metallic hydrogen, correct? The absence of any sound during their dispersion has led me to question the legitimacy of such high energy density. Why harbor doubts? Haven't they stated that these items would be available for sale following the press conference? If it were a deception, who would be inclined to purchase them? What purpose would there be in such trickery at this juncture? That does seem reasonable. Chapter 134. You must not sell it. A mere small battery left everyone present in utter astonishment, rendering them speechless. Setting aside the veracity of its energy density, even if it were a mere fabrication, the fact that it could illuminate a light bulb when connected to a power source sufficed to validate its identity as a battery. What other battery could withstand being violently severed without igniting, smoking, or exploding? Currently, none exist on the market. This singular technological advancement alone is worth its weight in gold. Not to mention Su-yi's fervent claims of its energy density being 900 times that of gasoline within the same volume. Should this be confirmed as true, it would undoubtedly revolutionize an entire industry. While those on-site appeared composed, the individuals watching via live stream, particularly those within the battery-related sector, could not help but feel a tightening in their chests. Under the astonished gazes of the crowd, Su-yi conducted a small experiment publicly and continued, regarding the safety of the battery, our Tianyu Energy has comprehensive handling protocols in place, so there is no need for excessive concern. Naturally, with such a high energy density, I understand that some clients may wish to explore its applications in other arenas. Fear not, as we have thoughtfully considered this aspect as well. Please direct your attention to the VCR. With a gesture towards the large screen behind him, the scene transitioned to a different perspective. The audience momentarily froze, only to realize that they were viewing the perspective of the nearby power armor. They then witnessed the power armor seize one of the severed batteries from the display and ascend into the sky, swiftly arriving at a deserted seaside. From this first-person viewpoint, the operator of the power armor casually discarded the half battery into the ocean. Boom! Accompanied by the resounding explosion that echoed from the screen. The audience on-site soon heard the distant blast. Returning alongside the sound of the explosion was the power armor, now back from its mission. You see, if one desires, it can be employed as a bomb, Su-yi proclaimed. The principle lies in the battery's internal control system, which continuously monitors its status and determines whether to release energy and in what manner. For the vast majority of mass-produced batteries, we ensure that no backdoors exist, rendering them incapable of explosion. However, certain batteries designated for specialized uses transcend their conventional role. They embody formidable explosives. Of course, these explosive batteries will only be sold through Tianyu Group's military division. Rest assured, there is no possibility of anyone hacking the safety protocols to convert a standard battery into an explosive one. I can assure you that the likelihood of such an occurrence is zero. Should any battery purchase from us detonate and cause damage, Tianyu Group will provide tenfold compensation. In essence, he intends not only to sell batteries, but also to market bombs. After all, Bai Lu had made it abundantly clear when she presented this item to him that metallic hydrogen, with its extraordinarily high energy density, serves as one of its significant applications in the role of explosives. To merely market it as a battery would indeed be a monumental loss. As he spoke, He casually shook the half battery in his hand. The audience, having just witnessed the explosive power of the other half of the battery, instinctively recoiled. Despite the fact that this battery, once severed, had shrunk to the size of a palm, the force of the previous explosion was something that knowledgeable individuals could estimate to require at least several dozen kilograms of TNT to achieve a similar effect. If this had detonated in Su Yi's possession, the repercussions would not have been limited to him alone. An equivalent of several dozen kilograms of TNT meant that the explosion of such a diminutive device would bear little distinction from the detonation of a 155mm howitzer shell. Who wouldn't fear such a prospect? However, Su Yi's audacity to wield such a perilous object as a mere plaything indirectly attested to Tianyu Group's absolute confidence in the safety of their batteries. Otherwise, they would not permit their own CEO to engage in such reckless behavior. Those who had harbored doubts were compelled to acknowledge the reality of the situation. After all, throughout Su Yi's demonstration, both the outrageous energy density he had described and the astonishing safety features had been vividly showcased. The evidence was irrefutable. Disbelief was no longer an option. As for the question of how metallic hydrogen batteries would be sold, Tianyu Group currently offered a singular sales model, by weight. The intrinsic value of metallic hydrogen is fixed, akin to a form of gasoline, while the cost of the containment shell varies depending on the design. In essence, whatever type of battery you desire, we can manufacture it. However, the more intricate and sophisticated the battery casing, the higher the associated costs. I shall refrain from elaborating further on the specifics, but those interested in making a purchase may directly contact Tianyu Energy for inquiries. With that, Su Yi tossed the half battery casually onto a nearby display stand. Simultaneously, the ground on the other side opened up, and a sentinel, one light exoskeleton, was slowly elevated onto the stage. This was another new product that Tianyu Group was preparing to launch. However, before he could speak, a man dressed in rather ordinary attire and with dark skin abruptly stood up and inquired, "Mr. Su, earlier you mentioned that the explosive metallic hydrogen would be made available through Tianyu military industry. Can it now be purchased alongside the metallic hydrogen batteries? Is it possible for anyone to place an order directly?" Su Yi glanced at the man, noting that he had no recollection of him and was unsure of his origin. He promptly replied, "I'm not familiar with this friend. May I ask who you are?" "Apologies, Mr. Su. I was so taken aback by your company's technological prowess that I neglected to introduce myself," the man quickly responded. "I am for the resistance organization HARS in the state of China, Pakistan, serving as a logistics procurement officer. It is an honor to witness the establishment of Tianyu Group's headquarters." China, Pakistan, HARS. Su Yi paused for a moment, then swiftly recalled that this was indeed the region currently embroiled in conflict. The nation of Pakistan has been subjected to the cruel fate of being usurped and subsequently eradicated, a rather lamentable situation indeed. Little did he expect that such a place would attract attendees. Yet, upon further reflection, Su Yi surmised that this was likely the handiwork of Jiuzhou, considering that the quotas were allocated by them. After a brief moment of contemplation, he casually remarked, "As I previously stated, as long as it adheres to the laws and regulations of your region, we certainly do not impose restrictions on purchases." However, before Su Yi could finish his sentence, a sharp voice interrupted him. He turned to see a well-dressed, clean-cut Caucasian man who, without waiting for an inquiry, stated, "Mr. Su, the HAS organization is a globally recognized terrorist group. Is Tianyu Group truly intending to position itself in opposition to the international community through arms trade with them?" Chapter 135. Sentinel 1 Exoskeleton. The castrated version, the individual appeared exceedingly agitated, his face flushed and voice robust as he spoke in a rapid, incoherent stream. Su Yi, equipped with the universal language card, certainly comprehended his words. However, once the man finished, he responded with a disinterested tone, I cannot understand what you are saying. The man was momentarily taken aback, genuinely believing that Su-yi was unable to comprehend him. Yet, upon reflection, he found this notion implausible. Just moments ago, Su-yi had been communicating effortlessly with a procurement officer from the Haas organization, using the same language. Why then could he not grasp the man's words? Suppressing the urge to call upon a nearby translator, the man stood up resolutely and declared, "Mr. Su, I am aware that you can understand me. You must take my suggestions seriously. The Haas organization is an enemy of our divine people. If you openly sell such potent weaponry to them, it is tantamount to declaring hostility against our divine race." Nevertheless, Su-yi paid him no heed, instead turning his attention to the gentleman from the Middle Eastern nation who had previously expressed interest in acquiring the metallic hydrogen battery bomb. Speaking in their native tongue with enthusiasm, he stated, "Our Tianyu Group practices fairness and equity with all clients. You are certainly welcome to procure our metallic hydrogen batteries. However, should you intend to deploy them on the battlefield, I advise against rushing your order. It will be prudent to first attend our upcoming product launch before making a decision, as I will be unveiling products that may pique your interest even further." With that, he took a step back and gestured towards the exoskeleton recently delivered to the exhibition booth, proclaiming, "Behold the Sentinel-1 exoskeleton. This is the latest generation of exoskeletal armor developed by our Tianyu military industry. It employs metallic hydrogen batteries as its power source, boasts a load capacity exceeding 500 kilograms, and can achieve speeds of up to 60 kilometers h. The external armor is crafted from our group's newly developed X76-74 special alloy, with a chest plate thickness of 5 millimeters. However, due to its unique internal design and the properties of the X76-74 alloy, the chest plate can withstand direct fire from a 12.7 millimeters machine gun. Even the most vulnerable sections of the armor can effortlessly withstand fire from all currently available calibers of automatic rifles." Su-yi recited the armor specifications as if reading a menu. It was not that he had memorized the script. Rather, he found it tedious to do so. Tian-shu recited the details through his earpiece, and he merely followed along. The specifications he presented for the Sentinel-1 exoskeleton were significantly inferior to those previously measured by Jiuzhou. This was not a case of false modesty or deliberately underreporting parameters. The version he was offering was indeed the Sentinel-1, but it was a castrated version specifically adjusted by Tian-shu to lower material standards. The version provided to Jiuzhou was the authentic model, and naturally, the parameters could not be compared. Jiuzhou was, after all, his homeland, and while it was essential to extend some favors, doing business with outsiders warranted a more lucrative approach. Most importantly, this exoskeleton armor represents the most fundamental individual equipment from the White Deer faction, characterized by its reliable and robust nature while maintaining average performance. According to White Deer's description, these exoskeletons hold a status equivalent to that of the AK-47 in the realm of Blue Star, and due to the superior materials utilized, they are significantly more durable than the AK-47. Given the intensity of the majority of wars on Blue Star, this exoskeleton could potentially endure until the end of time without succumbing to wear. If a product remains unbroken after purchase, how could Su-yi continue to profit from it? Armaments have never been a one-off transaction. Hence, the concept of a modified version emerged. This is the current data for the truncated Sentinel-1. Once the Tianyu Group deems the market for this exoskeleton sufficiently saturated, they can release a less modified original version of the Sentinel-1 to continue sales. By enhancing its carrying capacity by an additional 100 kilograms, increasing speed by several kilometers per hour, and slightly augmenting armor protection. While reinstating the internal aiming module that was previously modified, they can subsequently rebrand it as Sentinel-1 Plus and later as Sentinel-1 Super Pro Max. Ultra, who would dare claim it is not an entirely new generation of product? What? You assert that you already possess the previous exoskeleton and find it adequate, thus refraining from purchasing the new model? Then I shall ensure your competitors receive the latest version. By initially selling a modified version of the equipment and gradually enhancing its specifications, others will be drawn into an arms race. This is how he, as an arms dealer, can amass significant wealth. Short on funds? Who says resources aren't a form of currency? Su Yi is indifferent to the origins of these resources or the ease of their extraction, as long as someone is willing to provide them. He is eager to acquire them. It is akin to Penglai Island. He cares not for the motivations behind others offering him such items. Once the agreement is signed and the goods delivered, they belong to him. As Su Yi continued his exposition, a previously enraged figure, a man from the divine race who was preparing to have his words translated into the Jiuzhou language to prevent further disregard from Su Yi, found himself momentarily frozen. His eyes filled with bewilderment. The Tianyu group possesses a type of power armor that seems remarkably formidable, a fact that has become somewhat of an open secret among the upper echelons of the Western Alliance. However, despite employing numerous methods, both overt and covert, they have been unable to ascertain the parameters of the power armor. They cannot even gain access to Penglai Island, let alone determine how many of these power armors the Tianyu group possesses. Consequently, after a group of so-called military experts engaged in speculative reasoning based on current technologies and theories, they concluded that the power armor was likely more of a fade. Although it appeared powerful in its few demonstrations, the duration of its deployments was consistently too brief. Therefore, Western military experts generally believe that this armor undoubtedly faced endurance issues. Of course, if they were to guess again now, they would certainly not consider endurance to be a problem. After all, Su Yi had just unveiled the metallic hydrogen battery. There is no need for an integrated miniature cold nuclear fusion reactor. The metallic hydrogen battery suffices as a power source, enabling the powered armor to adequately confront the majority of potential scenarios on Blue Planet. As for the notion of utilizing nuclear fusion as a battery, the mere thought may induce a fainting spell among them. Beyond concerns regarding endurance, numerous questions were raised by Western military experts regarding the powered armor developed by Tianyu Group. Ultimately, the consensus concluded that while this technology indeed boasts impressive advancements, it is, without a doubt, more aesthetically pleasing than practically functional, and its mass production remains exceedingly challenging, failing to pose a significant threat. This realization has led the military forces of Western nations to adopt a more cautious stance, diminishing their previous enthusiasm for the powered armor. Until now, Su Yi presented the available data on the Sentinel-1 exoskeleton, a stripped-down version that clearly pales in comparison to the powered armor. Those present, who considered themselves somewhat knowledgeable about the personal armor from Tianyu Group, were left utterly stunned. Chapter 136. Is it unwise to sell too cheaply? Well, the item in question is roughly as described. Elaborating further may not be of interest to everyone. Su Yi, having reported the parameters, felt little inclination to continue and smoothly transition to the next segment. This prompted the international audience, many of whom had eagerly taken out their notebooks to fervently jot down notes, to involuntarily twitch their lips in anticipation. They yearned to urge him on, expressing their delight in hearing more. Yet before they could voice their thoughts, Su Yi revealed a figure even more astonishing than the parameters of the exoskeleton armor: the price. The Sentinel-1 exoskeleton armor, as proposed by our Tianyu Group, comes at an astonishing price of 1 million Kyushu coins per unit. What? 1 million? And in Kyushu coins? Is it truly this affordable? Did I mishear something? The shocking price sent waves of disbelief through the audience from other nations, who gasped in astonishment, unable to fathom its authenticity. They perceived that while this equipment may not possess the firepower of a tank, its compactness and agility were undeniable advantages. With a load-bearing capacity of 500 kilograms and the potential to mount additional weaponry, it seemed ripe for significant enhancements. The prospect of adding a Gatling gun and an ammunition box appeared entirely feasible, rendering it far superior to armored infantry fighting vehicles that often cost several million, if not tens of millions. Moreover, given the high technological sophistication of this apparatus, they assumed it should command a more premium price. After all, different types of equipment cannot be easily compared in terms of value. This exoskeleton armor is evidently a groundbreaking innovation capable of transforming the current warfare paradigm on Blue Star. Even converting the 1 million Kyushu coins into American dollars would not raise their eyebrows. However, These sentiments reflected the perspective of spectators. Su E and Tianyu Group S decision to set the exoskeleton armor S price at this level was indeed grounded in reason. Firstly, the production costs are remarkably low. In the realm of high-tech products, the pivotal expense is often the research and development cost. This particular design utilized a production line that was essentially acquired at no cost. Thus, the developmental expenditure was virtually non-existent, eliminating concerns regarding cost recovery. When focusing solely on material and manufacturing expenses, the average production cost for each Sentinel, one exoskeleton, is less than 6,000 Kyushu coins. Not only for the lightweight Sentinel 1, but even for the heavier Sentinel 3 variant. The average production cost remains below 10,000 Kyushu coins. Such remarkably low costs are a significant reason for the affordable pricing. Another crucial factor is the exceptional efficiency of the production line provided by Bailu. Its productivity is so extraordinary that even the most efficient assembly lines would bow in defeat. Moreover, it operates in a fully automated mode, provided that the materials are sufficient. The production line can assemble 50,000 exoskeleton armors in a single day. If pushed to maximum capacity, it can reach an impressive output of 80,000 units daily. Even for a nation like Kyushu, with a standing military of 2 to 3 million, a single production line operating at full throttle could arm the entirety of Kyushu's forces within a month. And this does not even consider the capabilities of other nations. Under such production efficiency, this item is undoubtedly intended for mass sales. If priced excessively high, it may prove more pragmatic to adopt a strategy of low margins and high volume. Moreover, even with these slim margins, the profit is nearly 200-fold. Furthermore, at this price point, not only nations or corporations can afford this armor, many individuals can purchase it as well. No restrictions on personal acquisitions. As long as one can buy and take it home, they are free to do so. Consequently, in more liberated regions, daily gunfights may become commonplace. The vast majority of civilian or even police firearms will be ineffective against such gear. To address potential security threats, the demand for exoskeleton armor from Tianyu Group will not be limited to military forces. Public safety departments will also seek procurement. What is this called? It is the art of expanding the market in the absence of it, creating demand where none exists. Of course, most attendees remain oblivious to the underlying intricacies, merely astonished at how inexpensively Tianyu Group offers such high-tech products. Only the elder Lin, well acquainted with both sides and possessing considerable knowledge, begins to suspect something upon realizing the stark differences in specifications and pricing between the exoskeleton armor sold to Jiuzhou and that sold abroad. His gaze towards Su Yi has shifted dramatically. If not for the inappropriateness of the occasion, he would have been unable to restrain himself from exclaiming how unexpectedly shrewd Su Yi is, despite his seemingly innocent appearance. After expressing astonishment at the pricing, the first to sense the anomaly is the representative of the Divine Clan. The more he heard Su Yi announce those extraordinary specifications, the more reassured he felt. Such impressive technology, if it sounds expensive, how could the impoverished HARS organization, which essentially consists of destitute individuals, afford such equipment? Especially given that the oil beneath the middle Pakistan has already been monopolized by the Divine Clan. However, upon hearing the price, he immediately panicked. At 1 million per unit, it seems they might indeed be able to afford it. Not to mention the quantity, could they not manage to acquire 100 units? The Divine Clan's siege on Middle Pakistan has already bogged down into urban warfare, making progress difficult. If these fearless HARS members were to don such exoskeleton armor, suddenly, he found it hard to imagine how this battle could be fought. If mere mortals dare to use bombs against their tanks, what would happen if they obtained such exoskeletons? Would their tanks become nothing more than mobile cans? Realizing the gravity of the situation, the Divine Clan representative abruptly slammed his hand on the table. Mr. Su, can you confirm that this is indeed the final price for the Sentinel 1 exoskeleton armor? This time, he did not wait for Su Yi's disdainful glance and quickly instructed the translator to reiterate his words in Jiuzhou dialect. Yes, this is the final price for the exoskeleton armor. Is there a problem? Su-yi replied with a light chuckle, already anticipating that this group would concoct some scheme. I believe that your company's pricing of this weapon will significantly exacerbate global turmoil, pose security risks, and disrupt peace in numerous regions. The representative of the divine faction spoke with a grave expression. I am earnestly presenting these concerns to you, hoping that you will seriously consider revising the price of the armor. For instance, if the currency behind the 1 million were to be changed to the bald eagle coin, our divine nation could then place a direct order for 1,000 units, thus demonstrating our sincerity. Listening to his words, Su-yi nearly lost his composure, tempted to inquire if he had just awakened from slumber. It is utterly absurd to implore an arms dealer to embrace peace. He could not fathom the source of this individual's confidence. 1,000 units? Even at the price of $1 million, that amounts to merely $1 billion. Is this a beggar's plea? In response to this, Su-yi's answer was equally straightforward. I'm sorry, but this is the most reasonable price determined after serious deliberation by our company, and it cannot be altered. Chapter 137. What morality do you speak of in your kidnapping? In response to Su-yi's remarks, the representative of the divine nation appeared to have anticipated such a reply, revealing no surprise. He promptly stated, since the price cannot be altered, I implore your esteemed company to refrain from selling armor to the notorious terrorist organization, Haas. They are the enemies of humanity, and I believe that any organization or individual with even a shred of conscience should not support such a terror group. How audacious of you to utter the word conscience with such shamelessness. Do you even possess any? Su-yi found himself rendered speechless. He then turned to the representative of the Haas organization, who was evidently growing impatient and preparing to speak. We at Tianyu Group have our own perspective regarding what kind of organization you are. I do not fully endorse your viewpoint. Moreover, did I not mention that our equipment is available for purchase by anyone? If you now demand that I refrain from selling to them, would that not compel me to retract my previous statement? What credibility would Tianyu Group retain then? Who would bear the losses incurred? Furthermore, if you fear that the Haas organization would struggle after acquiring our exoskeletons, you could also purchase them. Surely you. At this point, Yu Ling in the audience coughed twice, seemingly to remind him of something. He instantly adopted an expression of sudden realization. Oh, my apologies, that was my oversight. I momentarily forgot that when the Empire of the White Eagle sanctioned our Tianyu Group, the Divine Nation joined in the sanctions, which later led us to include you on our counter-sanction list. While I stated that anyone could purchase, it is regrettable that organizations on Tianyu Group sanction list are excluded. Official entities and all enterprises from the Empire of the White Eagle and your Divine Nation are prohibited from directly procuring our Sentinel 1 exoskeleton armor. A slight smile graced Su-yi's lips, yet his words were laced with traps. Their national officials could not buy, nor could large enterprises. However, individuals could make purchases. They could send individuals to buy, and your officials could then collect them. At most, it would involve 1 or 2 intermediaries, costing a little more than others. In essence, this merely served to increase their cost of acquiring exoskeleton armor. This approach not only fulfilled the sanctions, but also delivered a sharp rebuke to those who initially sought to undermine him, while still allowing the sale of exoskeletons to them. It was undeniably a win-win situation, well, a double victory for him. No, you cannot do this. Due to a language barrier, the representative of the Divine Nation evidently had not grasped the implications hidden within Su-yi's words and assumed he was resolutely refusing to sell to them, prompting a sense of urgency. With her mouth agape, she spoke incessantly like a rapid-fire cannon. This is a commercial act. Our involvement in the sanctions pertains solely to the commercial products of the Tianyu Group. What you are currently selling are weapons intended for military use, which is an entirely different matter. If you prohibit our divine race from acquiring this exoskeleton armor, I have ample reason to believe you are discriminating against us. During the S2 season, we were ruthlessly targeted by the malevolent head washer. Who would have thought that even in this modern era, organizations like yours and the Tianyu Group would continue to exclude and discriminate against our divine race? Damn, what a smooth retort. Su-yi was astonished, completely taken aback by his unexpected eloquence, as he effortlessly linked back to events from decades past. You may attack others, but when others retaliate, it is deemed inhumane? Spare me your moral high ground. I am a barbarian, devoid of any moral constraints. After a brief moment of disdain, Su-yi was disinclined to continue the debate. Such a hypocritical group was simply lacking in intellect. After all, wielding a holy scripture to shape local contracts is something only they could manage. It is challenging for a rational person to keep pace with their convoluted reasoning, and he feared that prolonged exposure might be infectious. Perhaps unable to tolerate the erratic behavior of his ally any longer, the representative of the White Eagle Empire, who had remained steadfastly silent until now, finally rose to speak. Mr. Su, I am the representative from the White Eagle Empire, currently serving as the Minister of National Security and a 4-star general. You may call me Mike. Very well, Mr. Mike, what is your inquiry? Su-yi asked leisurely, especially in contrast to the Divine Nation's representative, who had been frantically rambling to the point where he didn't even know the man's name. Mike appeared more like a reasonable individual, at least someone capable of coherent discourse. Mr. Su, while the representative of the divine race may have made some extreme statements, certain aspects of his argument hold merit. Have you not considered that such an inexpensive yet highly effective weapon, if proliferated, could exacerbate global unrest and potentially ignite another world war? Trust me, I am not exaggerating. Mike's expression was grave. Su-yi scoffed in response. General Mike believes a game could trigger a world war? While ordinary weapons may not have that capacity, the weapon your company produces significantly amplifies individual power. If too many unrestrained individuals wield it, the global situation will descend into chaos, ultimately leading to a great conflict. Mike replied earnestly. How does General Mike assess the current weapons compared to those from the S1 season? And how do they compare to the S2 season? Su-yi did not directly answer the question, but instead posed another inquiry. Naturally, they are far superior to the weapons of that time. Although he suspected he could anticipate Su-yi's line of reasoning, Mike could hardly deny such a statement and could only respond affirmatively. Thus, would the potential for a great conflict be attributable to the weapons themselves? I think not. Su-yi remarked with a smirk that was neither entirely sincere nor entirely mocking. You ought to ponder why the possession of formidable weapons by other nations and individuals has historically led to world wars. Is it not the case that some individuals have appropriated an excess of wealth that rightfully belongs to others, thereby rendering those others unable to survive? Upon hearing these words, General Mike's countenance turned shade of green. Su-yi was merely a breath away from declaring that their nation, the Bald Eagle, was parasitically draining the world. How could the conversation possibly continue from there? It was untenable. It would be absurd to assert that they were not siphoning resources, suggesting that others willingly bestowed their wealth upon them. Anyone with a modicum of intelligence would not entertain such nonsense. Realizing that Su-yi was unequivocally resolute in his intention to market the exoskeleton armor to the world, Mike hastily organized his thoughts, inhaling deeply before inquiring once more. So, Mr. Su, are you now confirming that during the sanctions, you will not be selling this model of exoskeleton armor to our nation's officials and enterprises? He emphasized the words officials and enterprises, clearly inquiring whether Su-yi was merely prohibiting purchases by their government and businesses, or if he intended to prevent any exoskeleton armor from entering the Bald Eagle Empire altogether. Indeed, Su-yi replied affirmatively. It would be ludicrous to forego such a vast market. The sanctions were merely a means to compel these individuals to pay a steeper price. Thank you for clarifying. Regarding the sanctions, I am a soldier and not well versed in such matters, but I shall communicate with the relevant departments upon my return. Mike remarked politely before resuming his seat. Chapter 138. Progress beyond others suffices. Let us not dwell on trivialities. These individuals have, at the very least, maintained a fade of genteel decorum, even as they audaciously seek to strip the oppressed of their right to procure weapons for resistance. They still uphold this semblance of grace. This perfectly illustrates the notion of a polished exterior concealing a monstrous heart. Regardless of whether their demeanor is feigned, he is, at present, articulating coherent thoughts, and Su-yi, naturally, refrains from any punitive action against him. In contrast, the representative from the divine nation, who attempted to regale Su-yi with tales of the past miseries endured by their race and the respect they purportedly deserve, escalated his volume when met with silence. Consequently, Su-yi ordered his expulsion, citing concerns over the man's mental state, and suggested that the divine nation ensure a more rational envoy is dispatched in future instances. Of course, their absence would not be lamented. He has little tolerance for incessant barking. Now, with that brief interlude concluded and no dissenting voices remaining, let us proceed. As no one dared to pose further inquiries, Su-yi continued to elucidate the process of the exoskeleton. Viewers online, however, witnessed the entire encounter unfold, the atmosphere in the venue having settled, while the tempest on the internet was only just beginning. Since no one has any objections, haha, this is hilarious. Those with dissenting views were promptly ejected. Who would still dare to voice an opinion? You wouldn't believe it. I saw the representative from the Divine Nation turn crimson when he was escorted out. Indeed, he was quite flustered. TSK, how ironic. This Su-yi seems to be the type who disregards any critique. Anyone expressing differing opinions was swiftly dismissed. And he mockingly claims no one has objections. Truly a quintessential character from JoJo. Is it even permissible to reflect here? Spare me the scorn. Can I not reflect as a citizen of JoJo? I'll assist Mr. Su in his reflections. It was high time that man was ejected. The fellow's expulsion was entirely of his own making. Had he spoken reasonably, would he have faced such a fate? Precisely, look at that fellow from the White Eagle. Mike, the Tianyu Group and the White Eagle Empire have mutually blacklisted each other, yet he remains unscathed. To be fair, that chap doesn't he appear to be in high spirits? Is there something troubling him? Indeed, he audaciously attributed the destabilization of the world to the Tianyu Group, only to be publicly admonished by Mr. Su for being the true harbingers of chaos. Naturally, he would be flustered. How could one attain the rank of 4-star general without such audacity? I could never muster such fortitude. Were I in his shoes, I would have likely fled. The hat he attempted to place upon others has been turned back upon him, a veritable boomerang to the face. If we were to discuss boomerangs, I hereby declare the fastest boomerang of the year has been unveiled. Indeed, I recall the White Eagle announcing sanctions against the Tianyu Group, and the latter retaliating with counter-sanctions in less than 2 weeks. Everyone initially dismissed the so-called counter-sanctions as a farce, yet who could have anticipated the swiftness of the boomerang? It has left the White Eagle and his allies thoroughly embarrassed. By the way, is the exoskeleton truly as formidable as they claim? Is purchasing one absolutely necessary? A distinguished expert has already composed an article analyzing this phenomenon, asserting that acquiring it is indeed imperative. Shortly thereafter, an article titled From the Perspective of Former Military Professionals, The Impact of the Sentinel, one exoskeleton on the modern battlefield, surged to the forefront of trending topics across various popular websites in the nation. It was even swiftly translated and uploaded to foreign platforms, garnering considerable attention. The content of the article is remarkably professional, meticulously examining how this extraordinary equipment, capable of significantly enhancing a soldier's strength, speed, and endurance, will transform combat strategies. The opening boldly presents the conclusion that super soldiers may very well become the mainstream on the battlefield. To substantiate this assertion, the author enumerates the currently unveiled power armor, the Sentinel, one exoskeleton, and the distinctly different Sentinel, 3 heavy exoskeleton, which was introduced as a mascot during the press conference. Furthermore, they showcased instances of power armor arriving solo at a yacht, effortlessly subduing the armed security personnel on board and seizing control of the vessel. The evaluations are equally explosive. I believe that not only this ordinary yacht, but even an aircraft carrier bristling with armaments and housing thousands of combat personnel would meet a similar fate if boarded by this power armor, provided its energy supply is sufficient. This is an evident yet previously overlooked aspect by most non-specialists. In a scenario where individual weaponry proves ineffective, the entrance of power armor into a naval environment inevitably leads to catastrophic outcomes. Breaching the defenses is an inevitable result. The article extends its reach to broader battlefields, such as jungle warfare and urban combat, where the advantages of personal exoskeleton armor become overwhelmingly apparent. When considering the terrifying speed of power armor, even aerial combat could find fighter jets at a disadvantage. Moreover, the article meticulously analyzes the currently most comprehensive data on the Sentinel-1 exoskeleton, projecting numerous potential combat scenarios in land warfare. The conclusion posits that even on solid ground, tanks, despite their higher cost, thicker armor, and greater speed, are virtually powerless against the highly agile Sentinel exoskeleton, which possesses strength and defensive capabilities far exceeding those of ordinary infantry. The modified exoskeleton, capable of reaching speeds of 60 km/h, poses a significant challenge on any terrain that offers even minimal cover. Tanks would struggle to target such a fast-moving and diminutive entity. Crucially, if there exists but one such individual, even if the tank's shell fails to strike the soldier directly, shrapnel and explosions from surrounding areas would be sufficient to inflict fatal injuries. However, the exoskeleton's robust defenses mean that unless the explosion occurs at an extremely close range, artillery shells impacting near a soldier clad in exoskeleton armor would likely cause minimal damage. In summary, through this thorough analysis, the three types of personal armor currently revealed by the Chanyu Group have nearly attained an invincible status. The inhabitants of the Blue Planet have developed modern military equipment over an indeterminate span of time, yet when confronted with the astonishingly superior personal armor of the Chanyu Group, they found themselves nearly powerless to retaliate. The conclusion drawn from this experience is that, from the perspective of a former military personnel, it is imperative for the Jojo military to earnestly procure these armors. By leveraging the amicable relations with the Chanyu Group, they might be able to introduce certain technologies, or, at the very least, acquire advanced armors that are unavailable on the market. The rationale is quite straightforward. After all, the Chanyu Group is merely a company. As long as they do not engage in self-destructive behavior, the likelihood of them becoming an adversary of Jojo is minimal. In such circumstances, Jojo does not need technology that surpasses that of the Chanyu Group, but rather technology that is superior to that of other nations. Chapter 139. This is what we call the royal way. This fellow has indeed pinned something rather convincing. Perhaps he is affiliated with the Jojo official circles? Once the press conference concluded, Su-Yi was quick to come across this article. The reason for his immediate attention was the meticulous detail contained within. Without first-hand exposure to the exoskeleton data, and having only heard Su-Yi's remarks during the event, it would be utterly impossible for one to compose such an intricate piece so swiftly. It could only have been prepared in advance. The entire text is rich in data, well-reasoned, and difficult to dismiss as mere conjecture. Remarkably, within less than an hour of its release, it ascended to the trending lists across various platforms, even eclipsing the buzz generated by the launch of two explosive products from the Chanyu Group. Such rapid ascendancy inevitably raises suspicions of Jojo officials orchestrating the hype behind the scenes. What purpose does it serve for officials to extol the merits of our company's products? Yuling handed over a peeled peach to Su-Yi. He took a bite and casually remarked, "How should I put this? Modern nations differ significantly from your magical realm. Many matters must be publicly announced, especially those involving substantial military reforms." He continued, "In Jojo, we have a saying, the nation's crucial affairs lie in warfare and worship. The Jojo military, which has been steadily advancing, is now poised for a monumental overhaul, transitioning from wartime thinking to a comprehensive equipment revolution. The ramifications are extensive, potentially impacting numerous associated interests. For instance, a shift in military strategy could lead to the downsizing of many redundant officers and soldiers who would not be applicable in a new warfare paradigm. Moreover, the transformation of equipment could place certain military factories in a precarious position. Should these matters be mismanaged, or if discontent arises at any stage, significant turmoil could ensue. Thus, it is vital to establish a clear directive from the outset. As Su-Yi discarded the peach pit into the trash, he reached for a napkin to wipe his hands. However, Yuling conjured a magical water orb that floated before him. After a moment of surprise, Su-Yi understood her intention. He submerged his hands in the orb to cleanse them, and upon withdrawing, both the orb and the water stains vanished entirely. Impressed, he exclaimed, "I must admit, this is rather convenient. Such small tricks are inconsequential." What comes next? Yuling inquired with keen curiosity. When a majority, if not all, recognize the necessity for reform, the implementation of any initiative becomes significantly more straightforward. Su-yi replied with a calm demeanor. The officials merely need to ensure that the ordinary individuals whose interests are adversely affected during the transformation are adequately provided for, preventing their lives from descending into chaos. Even if the upper echelons of those interest groups express dissatisfaction, ultimately, they are powerless to effect change. However, that would inevitably harm some ordinary people's interests. What if they oppose from the very beginning? Yuling frowned, still struggling to comprehend the Jojo approach to such matters. Of course, there will be initial opposition. Su-yi acknowledged it. Nonetheless, as long as a suitable fallback is arranged for them, their resistance will not be as formidable. Moreover, the majority of individuals, whose direct interests remain unscathed, would likely concur. When a particular ideology ascends to prominence, it is observed that even those who suffer considerable losses ultimately tend to acknowledge the validity of such a belief. Individuals, when immersed in a collective, tend to lose a degree of what is termed rationality. This trait is often deemed foolish by many who pride themselves on their clarity of thought. Yet this may not necessarily be the case. The trajectory of human societal evolution is one marked by incessant transformation. Throughout this journey, the old beneficiaries of the status quo are invariably supplanted by the new. Were humanity devoid of this crowd mentality, wherein public opinion can, to some extent, mitigate the upheaval brought about by change, and if everyone were to cling fiercely to their own interests without compromise, then any revolutionary shift in history would inevitably culminate in conflict. The crowd mentality is inscribed within the human genome through the process of evolution, coding individuals to yield to the collective. Once a group achieves a shared understanding, even if a few dissenting voices emerge, they cannot impede the momentum of the collective will. Securing a sense of righteousness to garner the endorsement of the vast majority before undertaking reform is the most honorable path. This is indeed the very purpose behind the dissemination of such articles in the realm of the 9 provinces. As Moon listened, enveloped in confusion, her brow suddenly unfurled after a considerable pause, and she remarked, I seem to have suddenly grasped why our moon elves were usurped to the elven throne by the dark elves. How so? Su raised an eyebrow. He was aware that Moon was a princess from a fallen kingdom, yet he possessed little understanding of the bitter enmity and grievances that existed between the moon elves and the dark elves within the magical realm of the elven kingdom. Moon rubbed her temples, appearing somewhat pained, and explained perhaps it dates back to 10 millennia ago when the Dark Elves led a rebellion. At that time, the strength of our Moon Elven royal family far surpassed theirs, and we easily vanquished the Dark Elven tribe. The Elven King had initially intended to disperse this tribe or eradicate them entirely. However, the leader of the Dark Elves surrendered before our forces breached their final city, professing their profound sins and pleading for mercy. Appealing to the Elven King to spare the Dark Elf for the sake of their shared lineage as descendants of the Elven deity. Their voluntary capitulation, invoking the name of the Elven god, made it difficult for the Elven King to enact total annihilation. Thus, he stripped the Dark Elves of their noble titles within the Elven Kingdom, executed the leader of the rebellion, and subsequently spared the Dark Elven race. For the vast majority of the past 10 millennia, the Dark Elves, possessing bloodlines no less noble than our own Moon Elves, have remained at the lowest echelons of the Elven Kingdom. Of course, this status is nominal. In practice, due to their esteemed lineage, very few, apart from a select few royals, would dare to discriminate against or harass them. Yet, the Dark Elven tribe seems genuinely to be atoning for their past insurrection, having adopted an exceedingly humble demeanor ever since, often mingling with those who occupy the lowest rungs of status and lineage within the Elven Kingdom. Other esteemed tribes descended from the Elven divine bloodline, including our Moon Elves, have long held a profound disdain for the Dark Elves, generally regarding them as a stain upon our noble lineage, often using this sentiment as a source of jest. Elven youths from several prominent clans, upon encountering individuals of the Dark Elves, would readily utter disparaging remarks and intentionally provoke them. Yet prior to that moment, they had never exhibited any signs of discontent or resistance. Within the upper echelons of the Elven Kingdom, there existed a prevailing belief that the war from millennia ago had shattered the backbone of the Dark Elf tribes. Despite the noble blood coursing through their veins, they had failed to inherit the lofty spirit of their ancestors. Until that fateful day, Moon sighed, lamenting that nearly all elven factions, save for our Moon Elves and a few other elite tribes, seized their weapons at the Dark Elves' rallying cry and stormed into our royal capital alongside them. Chapter 140. That fool is my father. The structure of the Elven Kingdom had long been elucidated by Yuling. In addition to the Moon Elf tribe, which had historically held royal status, there existed 5 other highly esteemed tribes, one of which was the Dark Elves. Each of these tribes shared a commonality. Their ancestors were the primordial gods of the elf race, direct descendants of the 5 primary elven deities. In a magical realm rife with bloodline supremacy, they were inherently regarded as the most noble entities. From Yuling's revelations, Su-Yi could surmise the causative factors leading to the downfall of the Elven Kingdom. He couldn't help but exclaim in disbelief. In such a world dominated by lineage, should an ordinary tribe rebel, their defeat would typically be met with leniency as a means to exhibit one's magnanimity. After all, these lower-blooded tribes lacked any legitimacy and were deemed incapable of achieving greatness. However, when faced with an adversary of equal legal standing, who harbored ambitions and displayed open defiance, to spare them after their rebellion, especially when they provided such compelling justification, would be nothing short of a defiance of fate. It was akin to a prince in ancient Jojo, upon securing the throne, chose to showcase his mercy by humiliating the defeated rival, only to let the matter rest thereafter. Whether the defeated prince sought to engage with the common folk or cultivate relationships with the middle class was of no consequence. He could pursue whatever he wished. Not only was he indifferent, but he also mocked his opponent, simultaneously deriding the lower classes. The very notion that the Elven Kingdom would not be toppled was utterly absurd. After all, the bloodlines of their rivals were not inferior. They possessed the legal right to usurp. Yet, now that matters had reached this juncture with Yuling, the Moon Elf Princess, being sold off to another world, what more could be said? Other than to lament, there was little else to be done. Fear not, you are not the Elven King. This is solely due to the king's foolishness, and not your fault. Su-Yi reassured her with a gentle pat on her shoulder. The Elven King is my father, Yuling retorted, twisting his side in annoyance. Oh, my father-in-law. Then all is well. Su-Yi's demeanor shifted abruptly. I knew those dark elves were up to no good. They are far too cunning. Meanwhile, on Blue Star, as Su-Yi had just established the headquarters of his conglomerate, flourishing with every development, the situation in the magical realm was quite the opposite. Princess Vivi of the Radiant Sun Palace, who had been trapped in Dream River City for several years, was now beset by a significant headache. In the expansive conference hall, as she listened to her subordinates report on the latest battle conditions, she could not help but rub her temples. Recently, she had been poring over Su-Yi's copy of The Art of War, her mind brimming with ingenious strategies she intended to implement. However, before she could enact her plans, the besieging coalition had launched yet another fierce offensive. This time, their assault was more vigorous than ever, and any misstep could spell disaster for Dream River City. If that were not troubling enough, the real source of her distress stemmed from the mages in the city who had just observed the dire developments outside. Do you mean to say that the Elven Kingdom has recently withdrawn its troops only to return with an even larger army? Indeed, sir, replied a man clad in armor. According to the results observed by the city's mages, the newly arrived forces from the Elven Kingdom are likely no less than 100,000 strong. 100,000 troops. Have these pointy-eared beings lost their minds? Vivi exhaled, her curiosity piqued. Have they sent anyone to communicate their demands? At first, the man was about to say no, but midway through, he hesitated and quickly corrected himself. Your Highness, news has just arrived from the walls. The commander of the Elven army, the daughter of the current Elven King, wishes to speak with you directly. Vivi tapped her fingers on the table, then rose to leave, her expression frosty. Let me see what justification these elves have for their intrusion this time. Shortly thereafter, Vivi ascended the towering city walls, accompanied by a throng of attendants. Below, an endless expanse of tents sprawled out, marking the encampment of the coalition besieging Dream River City. A glance revealed that apart from the elves, the coalition was comprised solely of strikingly handsome men and beautiful women, with the rest being dwarves, orcs, and goblins, none of whom resembled humanoids. Vivi's disdain was palpable as she surveyed the scene. She was acutely aware of the motives of the other factions. Their aim was clear: to breach Dream River City and seize the fertile plains behind it amid the chaos within the empire of the blazing sun, to profit handsomely from the turmoil. These impoverished souls dwelling in the wilds surrounding the empire were always eager to seize such opportunities, and she was far from surprised. The likes of dwarves and goblins inhabited desolate regions and were regarded as the lowest tier within the hierarchy of this world. Humans seldom considered these subhuman races as equals. The elves, however, were a different matter altogether. With their strikingly similar appearance to humans and their enviable longevity, they were always held in high regard. The elven race had never mingled with the likes of goblins or dwarves. It was rare for them to consort with such beings. Moreover, the elven kingdom was situated in a bountiful region, far from any impoverished lands. Thus, Vivi could not fathom the reasoning behind the elves' actions. Previously, their involvement in the siege of Dream River City could be attributed to their desire to retrieve Yuling, whom they had located through special magical means. Although it seemed excessive to mobilize an entire kingdom for a single princess, that rationale was not entirely unfounded, and she reluctantly accepted it. Now that Yuling had been sent to another realm, the return of these elves perplexed Vivi greatly. Taking a deep breath, she sought to calm herself, then gazed indifferently downwards. A female elf, who had been waiting below for some time, finally smiled and addressed her. "Esteemed Princess Vivi of the Blazing Sun, it is a pleasure to see you again after such a long time. In a different setting, I would be delighted to reminisce with you." Vivi spoke softly. "State your purpose, and then take your filthy companions and depart from the borders of Dream River City." The princess's anger was palpable, and she, unfazed, replied with a calm smile. "The daughter of the Sin King from the Elven Kingdom, Yuling, has defected with our kingdom's treasured relics. If your highness would surrender her, we shall immediately withdraw our forces." Upon hearing this, Vivi furrowed her brow, instinctively retorting, "I have already stated that Yuling is not in Dream River City. Your priest has confirmed this." However, she halted mid-sentence as Anshi produced a severed head. It belonged to the elven priest who had previously verified that Yuling was absent from Dream River City, leading to the elven army's retreat. This traitor had betrayed his kin and was executed by our king. Thus, I believe his judgment holds no weight. If your highness insists that Yuling is not within Dream River City, perhaps you could open the city gates and allow our elven forces to search, so that we may resolve this misunderstanding. Chapter 141. Vivi's predicament as she gazed upon the severed heads within the box. Vivi's furrowed brow gradually eased, revealing a look of relief. She had finally comprehended that the elven clan had not ventured forth in search of Yuling, but rather sought to seize a share of the chaos engulfing the empire of the blazing sun. After a brief contemplation, she posed a question. "Who summoned you here? The first prince? Or perhaps the third prince? It cannot be the second prince. My elder brother's own wife hails from the Moon Elven tribe, and thus should bear no connection to you." However, Anshi's expression remained unchanged as he replied calmly, "No one invited us. We have come solely to find Yuling." Such a preposterous claim would hardly be believed even by a child, let alone Vivi, who scoffed at his words. "Are you implying that the Dark Elves?" Suddenly, her eyes widened as a realization struck her. The region inhabited by the Elven Kingdom was not originally a prosperous land. It had been transformed from a desolate wasteland into a paradise solely due to the existence of the Fountain of Life, a divine artifact. Yet, there was a little-known fact that Vivi was aware of. The core of the Fountain of Life had been sealed within the body of the previous High Priestess of the Moon Elven tribe. The Elven Kingdom had previously relied on this artifact to track down Yuling, forcing the formidable 8th-tier warrior, adept in both martial and magical arts, to seek refuge in her Dream River City. Afterward, when Yuling was sent to the Blue Star, the Elven Kingdom lost its ability to locate the core of the Fountain of Life. They had only needed to retrieve the core, and all would have been well. The Elven clan would have continued to live peaceably within their original territory, and it would merely have been a transition of power within their ranks, irrelevant to outsiders. However, now the artifact's core was lost, and they could not even sense its presence. It had entirely vanished from this world. Thus, the Elven clan, under the protection of the Fountain of Life, their once thriving territory had supported a large population, but without the fountain, their lands would gradually revert to their former barren state. Such territory could no longer sustain their growing number of kin. In other words, they were compelled to expand their dominion. This incursion was likely not merely prompted by the promise of a power-hungry prince to partake in the internal strife of the empire, but rather a genuine attempt to carve out a piece of the empire for themselves, ensuring the survival of the Elven clan despite the loss of the Fountain of Life. Vivi then realized the gravity of the situation was far more severe than she had initially perceived. The Elven clan was unlike those myriad races that had long endured hardship in desolate lands. They were one of the preeminent powers among the great empires. In the face of a full-scale assault from the Elven kingdom, even the entire empire of the Blazing Sun would need to take heed. In her diminutive Dream River City, it was manageable to fend off the barbarous intruders, yet to confront the entirety of the Elven kingdom was nothing short of absurd. Previously, her lack of concern stemmed from the understanding that even if the Elven kingdom were to assault Dream River City, they would not exert significant force. Under normal circumstances, they would undoubtedly prefer not to offend the Radiant Sun Empire. However, the situation had now changed. With no land to claim, their very existence was at stake. What say you, Your Highness? Allow our army to enter the city. I assure you, they shall not infringe upon the slightest detail. Should we fail to locate anyone of interest, we shall withdraw at once and compensate you for any damages incurred. The dark priest beneath the wall continued to speak, seemingly oblivious to the futility of his words, given her unwavering refusal to open the gates. With an impassive expression, Vivi retorted, "The Radiant Sun Empire has never permitted foreign entities to inspect its cities. The royal mandate forbids such actions. If the Elven Kingdom insists on waging war against the Radiant Sun Empire, let us settle the matter with blades." Below the wall, the dark priest of the Elven race realized that Vivi had astutely deduced their true intentions, having escalated the localized conflict to a confrontation between the two colossal powers. His previously jovial demeanor gradually transformed into one of solemnity. "It seems that Yuling informed you of that matter before her disappearance," he remarked. Vivi met his gaze, neither confirming nor denying his assertion. The dark priest sighed, "Your Highness, you do not seem to be well received among the Radiant Sun royalty, do you? In truth, you likely share many commonalities with our Dark Elf tribe. There exists ample potential for collaboration, and everything is negotiable." Vivi showed no inclination towards negotiation. With a slight parting of her crimson lips, she uttered a single phrase, "Impossible. At present, no one from the Radiant Sun Empire would come to your aid. Dream River City alone cannot withstand the onslaught. Behind my 100,000 troops, 1,000,000 Elven warriors are gathering. Numerous tribes of goblins, dwarves, and beastmen have already formed alliances with us. This time, it is a genuine coalition. A storm from the northern frontiers of the continent is brewing, and you cannot withstand the tempest." Vivi clenched her fists tightly before slowly relaxing them. "Enough of this banter. If you are truly so confident, then come and attack directly. What purpose does this chatter serve?" With that, she tossed her cloak back and departed from the city wall. The dark priest shook his head and retreated behind his army. In the next moment, accompanied by the thundering of drums, a brutal siege was imminent. The garrison within Dream River City numbered less than 50,000. Yet they faced an adversary whose numbers far exceeded 500,000. Those who had previously been a disorganized rabble would see their combat prowess significantly enhanced with the earnest involvement of the Elven race. Even with the natural fortifications of Dream River City, barring unforeseen events, it seemed likely that the city would soon fall. Upon returning to her estate, Vivi did not issue any orders regarding the defense of the city. Having maintained a dilapidated stronghold for several years, her subordinates were already well aware of their duties. They required no direction from her. After dismissing those around her, she entered the trading space directly. Upon opening the list of trading partners, he found only one individual. Moments later, Su-yi entered the familiar Grand Hall, observing Wei Wei, who appeared markedly diminished compared to her usual proud and confident self. He could not help but inquire, "What happened? Has Dream River City fallen?" Chapter 142. Vivi's Proposal, Seeking Assistance. The defenses had not been breached, but were perilously close to collapse. Leaning against the table, Vivi spoke with a weary tone. "How can this be?" She lamented. "Hadn't we successfully held our ground for years?" Observing her distress, Su-yi probed furtive. Vivi had come seeking help, and she was not one to withhold information. She laid bare the situation, meticulously detailing the origins and developments, emphasizing that the current circumstances were entirely different from before. When the coalition forces besieged Dream River City, previously, they were a disorganized rabble, unwilling to exert themselves and merely wishing to reap the spoils. Hence, their assault had been feeble. Now, with the Elven race leading the charge, the strength of these coalition forces would undoubtedly escalate, and the fall of Dream River City seemed imminent within days. Upon hearing this, Su, unable to suppress a chuckle at her furrowed brow, remarked, "I had thought that Dream River City possessed overwhelming combat prowess, capable of withstanding the siege of hundreds of thousands with ease. It turns out they had hardly put forth any effort." "Enough," Vivi retorted, clearly irked. "The situation is as I have described. See if you can devise a solution. If not, I will wash my hands of this mess and flee the city, returning to the imperial capital to vie for the throne with those incompetent fools. Cannot you request assistance?" Su-yi suggested. "By your account, the strength of the Radiant Sun Empire should render these minor nuisances inconsequential. If you articulate the stakes to the high-ranking officials of the Radiant Sun Empire, surely they would not allow a critical stronghold to fall, nor permit a prosperous region of their northern territory to be permanently seized." Vivi reflected on her royal brother's previous indifference towards Dream River City, understanding that they had perceived the coalition as merely a transient threat. The territory of the Radiant Sun Empire was clear. After the coalition had pillaged, they would not dare to encroach further. Otherwise, once the internal strife subsided, the empire would retaliate. Now, however, she was certain that the Elven Kingdom aimed to carve a significant piece from the Radiant Sun Empire, and it was illogical to believe that the empire's leadership would remain passive. "You do not comprehend," Vivi sighed. "My royal brothers are arrogant and would never believe that the Elven Kingdom would dare to undertake such an act. Even if I were to relay this information back to the imperial capital, they would only conclude that I could not defend Dream River City and would accuse me of fabricating lies to elicit their support. In any case, let us set aside our concerns and focus on your situation. Do you have any strategies for defending the city?" "Strategies?" Su-yi shook his head. "It cannot be said that there are none, but time is likely against us now. Previously, I advised you to withhold the firearms and artillery I provided, intending instead for you to train a competent cadre of users. How many have you managed to train?" "Approximately 20,000 skilled with firearms, and around 3,000 proficient with artillery," Vivi responded without hesitation, clearly having kept a close watch on the training efforts. However, Su-yi shook his head once more. "Still too few. 20,000 individuals proficient in firearms, if equipped with machine guns or heavy artillery, could rapidly learn to operate these weapons, though they are not designed for use by a single person. At most, a few thousand machine guns could be supplied, while the personnel required for artillery operations would be significantly greater. It is estimated that among 3,000 skilled artillery operators, only 300 to 500 could effectively manage the artillery pieces. If the enemy were indeed still entrenched in the era of cold weaponry, with sufficient ammunition, such firepower could easily overwhelm a million-strong army. However, the reality is that they're engaged in a magical warfare, where the lethality of modern firearms and artillery on the battlefield is drastically diminished. A few hundred artillery pieces and several thousand machine guns may have some impact, but they will undoubtedly fail to alter the inevitable outcome of Dream River City's fall. Surely, there must be many capable of operating such weapons on your side." Vivi suddenly interjected. "What do you mean?" He was taken aback. "I have over 200 points, which allows me to purchase a basic group life trading card." "Where did you acquire so many points?" He was genuinely astonished. His two trading partners would exchange regularly, aiming to maximize their transactions. Presently, he had barely accumulated over 200 points. As far as he recalled, Vivi should only have him as a trading partner. After purchasing a basic matching card last time, which failed to yield results, he had not utilized his points again, thus amassing a significant amount. Vivi shrugged and said, "So I will provide the life trading card. But can you ensure a sufficient number of individuals on your end? People are the crux of the matter. In fact, delivering weapons is relatively straightforward. The price of the basic group life trading privilege card is quite modest, yet imposes strict requirements on the strength of the trading subjects. In a magical realm, it roughly translates to individuals above the third tier being ineligible for transactions via the group life trading card. This has been a reason Sue-E has refrained from hastily purchasing this item to bring the Star Mark clansmen to Blue Star. Sending those with insufficient strength holds little significance. However, the situation has changed. If Blue Star individuals are sent to the magical world, the basic group life trading privilege card becomes exceedingly useful, as the criteria there relies solely on physical strength, rendering even ordinary people eligible without any restrictions. The dilemma lies in the fact that Sue-E does not possess an army of thousands adept at operating various weapons. While powered exoskeletons are effective on Blue Star, in the magical world, they may prove less effective than the modern military's diverse range of long-range weaponry. Let me think this over. Sue-E gestured dismissively, not immediately agreeing. The prospect of sending thousands of individuals to an entirely unfamiliar world could not be executed without considerable noise. He could only confront Jiuzhou directly. If he were to negotiate with Jiuzhou regarding the existence of alternate worlds, borrowing a highly skilled force of over 10,000 should not pose a significant issue. Moreover, viewed from another perspective, this matter may indeed prove beneficial for the 9 provinces. The warfare of the magical realm is not a conflict that will cease in the short term. Rather, it is an enduring struggle. Should they choose to engage, the 9 provinces would find themselves in a position where, even if they sought to alter the pricing of military supplies on the Blue Star, they need not diminish their original procurement of weaponry. On the contrary, the manufacturers of these arms could potentially reap even greater profits, which would be exceedingly advantageous for the 9 provinces, who would undoubtedly embrace such an opportunity. The primary concern, however, lies in maintaining secrecy. With Yuling's magical prowess and Tianshu's control over network information, it is plausible that, while only a select few are privy to details regarding the alternate world, exposure in the short term can be avoided. After a moment of contemplation, Sue-E turned to Wei Wei and proclaimed, "Feasible." Chapter 143. Simply bomb TNN, and it's done. After confirming the feasibility of their plan, the two engaged in discussions regarding various details. Ultimately, as they emerged from the trading space, Sue-E and Wei Wei agreed that within 3 days, he would dispatch 10,000 modern soldiers along with an ample supply of accompanying firepower. Their mission was to assist Wei Wei in establishing a formidable heavy defense system for the city and to train operators for various modern weaponry. Wei Wei bore the responsibility of ensuring the utmost safety of these individuals. However, casualties were inevitable on the battlefield, particularly in a world rife with chaotic magic. Sue-Yi's demands were not overly stringent. He simply requested that these personnel avoid direct contact with the enemy forces. Initially, the modern weaponry would likely bewilder their adversaries, but it would not take long for them to realize the necessity of dismantling the constructed firepower positions. In such a scenario, Wei Wei's task would be to withstand this pressure and prevent these ordinary individuals from Blue Star from being overwhelmed by the magical warriors. This was hardly an unreasonable request, and Wei Wei would certainly not refuse. In truth, with an ally like Sue-E capable of providing substantial logistical support and a plethora of modern weaponry, her most pressing need was precisely the skilled operators for these arms. Even without Sue-Yi's prompting, she would prioritize the protection of this contingent. Should they successfully defend the city, she anticipated these individuals would transform into instructors to teach her own forces the use of the weaponry. In this regard, the two quickly reached a consensus. However, Sue-E introduced another stipulation. Should the city be on the brink of collapse and circumstances become dire, Wei Wei would need to enter the trading space to contact him. He would then procure group life trading cards to facilitate their return. If unforeseen circumstances resulted in a reduction of personnel, leaving the 10,000-strong contingent under strength, Wei Wei could also include her trusted confidant among them, thereby ensuring their temporary safety in Blue Star. After all, even if the city fell, she herself would undoubtedly be safe. Such is the nature of noble warfare. The lives of subordinates are expendable, but a top-tier noble like Wei Wei, hailing from a magical realm, would likely face no dire consequences even in defeat. The Elven Kingdom would hesitate to act against her, especially considering her distinction from others like Yuling. At worst, she would be kept under comfortable house arrest. Even if the elves were to go mad and attempt to eliminate her, with the trading space at her disposal, Wei Wei could easily extricate herself, rendering it a minor issue. Seizing the opportunity to send her loyal subordinates to Blue Star would be a prudent strategy to preserve vital forces for future contingencies. Wei Wei expressed no objections to this arrangement. Thus, both parties reached a broad agreement. She still needed to return to oversee the city's defenses and could not linger too long in the trading space. So after finalizing their discussions, she departed. However, upon exiting the trading space, Su Yi faced considerations far more intricate than those discussed within. Chief among these was the challenge of locating individuals. Collaborating with the official channels of the 9 provinces presented the most reliable option, yet such an approach would undoubtedly expose the secrets of his access to other worlds. However, the exposure would not be excessive. The nature of that distant world, and whether the technological advancements of the Tianyu group originated from there, could be concealed for a time. Of course, this secrecy could only be maintained temporarily. Unless he intended for those sent there never to return, the truth would inevitably surface upon their return. In fact, as long as Su Yi could develop himself to a point where he would not fear any threats on Blue Star before their return, the exposure would be inconsequential. Not a significant issue. There were indeed better alternatives. He could seek out an experienced mercenary group, perhaps around 10,000 strong. With Tian Shu's capabilities and the financial resources of the Tianyu group, it would be entirely feasible to execute this endeavor with utmost discretion. They could even ensure that those individuals sent to another realm would remain oblivious to their whereabouts. As for their willingness to engage in battle upon arrival, or their commitment to the cause, that would be beyond their control. Wei Wei had her methods to ensure they complied as mere tools. Furthermore, they would not need to return, thus eliminating any risk of information leakage. However, such an approach felt too inhumane to Su Yi. While he could ruthlessly eliminate entire families of his enemies, there was no animosity between him and these individuals. There was no need for such drastic measures. After a brief contemplation, he decided to negotiate with the Juzhou. Yet, once the issue of recruitment was settled, more questions arose, particularly regarding weaponry. Aircraft and tanks would undoubtedly prove ineffective in that realm. They would struggle against the various exoskeletons currently presented by the Tianyu group, let alone contend with martial artists and spellcasters whose combat prowess surpassed that of the exoskeletons. Weapons with high individual lethality, such as missiles, would also be of little use. Although costly, their long range and precision were moot points, as the other world lacked satellites for accurate guidance, severely limiting the effectiveness of missiles. Furthermore, employing them against low-tier foes offered poor cost-effectiveness, and targeting high-ranking individuals who were akin to scions would be futile. Enhancements for individual protection and advanced weaponry would also yield minimal utility. Consequently, the selection of viable weapons became rather constrained. The options boiled down to large-caliber artillery and rocket launchers. Simply bombard them into submission. It was rumored that Juzhou had some formidable naval cannons on the move, possibly even transporting the 1130s. Such artillery could be effective. Positioning a few on the city walls for Wei Wei would provide an exceptional advantage, provided they were not compromised by magical means. It would be a pure massacre. Additionally, there were various straightforward and brutal weapons available, such as grenades. With hundreds of thousands of these at their disposal, Dream River City, aside from tens of thousands of regular troops, was populated with hundreds of thousands of civilians lacking combat prowess. These weapons were not difficult to operate. In the context of a cold weapon warfare, one could simply hoist them, shut their eyes, and fire indiscriminately at the city below. They were indeed valuable assets. In addition to these, There were numerous other straightforward weapons that required minimal training to use effectively. One could even temporarily modify it, replacing the TNT explosives originally housed within the grenades with the newly developed metallic hydrogen from Tianyu Group. Considering that the physical prowess of individuals from the other world vastly surpasses that of Blue Star, a slight increase in weight would pose no concern, as they would not fear throwing at any distance. Such a minor enhancement would render the power of these grenades incomparable to that of ordinary ones. The critical aspect is that there are no entry barriers to their use, and they can be produced with ease. Even a coalition of foreign races attacking Dream River City, despite their impressive resistance to explosions, would be left utterly disoriented under the overwhelming barrage of firepower, allowing them to truly comprehend the might of industrial capabilities. As the thoughts began to flow, Su-yi, who had previously felt somewhat troubled, suddenly realized that this battle might not be as challenging as he had initially perceived. As long as Vivi could restrain the enemy's elite forces, this would essentially become a massacre devoid of any suspense. Chapter 144. A significant matter. Su-yi felt that his thoughts might not yet be comprehensive enough. He promptly sought out Tian-shu, sharing his decisions along with the current situation and general circumstances of the magical world. As anticipated, after establishing a corresponding model for calculations, Tian-shu offered numerous invaluable suggestions. For instance, he proposed maximizing the efficiency of the Tianyu Group's metallic hydrogen production line, urging immediate and vigorous production of weapons-grade metallic hydrogen. As for batteries, that matter could certainly be postponed. After all, the current purchasers of metallic hydrogen batteries were primarily organizations such as nations or companies, rather than individuals. A delay in delivery would likely not incite any dissatisfaction. Simultaneously, he suggested contacting the military factory in Jiuzhou that produced shells, redesigning the ammunition to replace the explosive materials with metallic hydrogen. Normally, such modifications would require extensive calculations and experimentation, taking at least 10 days to half a month. However, with Tian-shu's assistance, these concerns were rendered unnecessary. A simple adjustment of the shell parameters to substitute conventional explosives with metallic hydrogen was a trivial task for him. In mere seconds, he could devise a flawless modification plan. After coordinating with the Jiuzhou military factory, they could initially procure existing equipment from Jiuzhou for immediate use. As long as they could sustain operations for a day or two, under conditions of fully releasing production capacity, the Tianyu Group and the Jiuzhou military factory would likely be able to manufacture a substantial quantity of metallic hydrogen shells, rockets, and grenades. The personnel sent to the magical world did not need to be primarily combatants, but should focus on logistical support. It sufficed to dispatch individuals knowledgeable in operating these weapons. With personnel numbers fixed and no limits on equipment and funding, Tian-shu directly identified a relatively obscure weapon produced by Jiuzhou, the SH Modular 155mm unmanned turret artillery system. A single vehicle, towed by the cannon, could be operated by just a driver and a gunner. If the need to relocate after firing a few rounds was disregarded, it could even function with a single operator, making it suitable for defensive operations in siege warfare. Moreover, this system was designed as a basic field weapon, requiring no satellite positioning. Transitioning from standard artillery to this fully automated vehicle-mounted cannon would undoubtedly escalate costs. Yet, this was inconsequential. The Tianyu Group possessed ample funds. And compared to the paramount significance of Wei Wei as a trading partner, Su-yi was unperturbed by the expenditure. It could be seen as a revenue boon for the Jiuzhou military enterprises. Based on the general situation in Dream River City of the magical world, Tian-shu swiftly formulated the utmost feasible plan for this support operation in another realm. In addition to the fully automated artillery, there was Jiuzhou's latest rocket artillery, which could be operated by just 3 personnel, a true marvel of firepower coverage, emphasizing quantity and effectiveness. The variety of ammunition types was even more extensive, with armor-piercing shells proving irrelevant in that context. Aside from the innovative high-explosive ordnance utilizing metallic hydrogen, all other types of cloudburst bombs and incendiary devices should be employed. In the realm of magic, there are no stringent regulations. Hence, The use of incendiary devices does not carry the fear of condemnation for inhumanity, allowing for the possibility of unleashing small doses of white phosphorus shells upon otherworldly beings. Furthermore, Tianshu has even suggested that Su-yi could seek assistance from Western nations, such as the United States, to procure chemical weapons like gas bombs. After some contemplation, Su-yi decided against pursuing that path. However, as he perused the extensive list of weaponry compiled by Tianshu, he could not help but swallow hard, feeling a sense of trepidation for the alien races outside Mengchuan City. He had initially believed that modern advanced weaponry would be of little use against adversaries from another world, thus limiting the support that could be provided to Wei Wei. Yet, it now appeared that even without high-precision instruments, they could still deliver a significant blow to the otherworldly foes. Once he had finished discussing matters with Tianshu, Su-yi sought out Old Lin. As the press conference had just concluded, Old Lin was still occupied with his tasks and had intended to find a moment to discuss potential collaboration with Su-yi later. Moreover, the Tianyu group showed no inclination to rush anyone, and aside from the headquarters, all areas of the island were accessible. Thus, he remained on site. When Su-yi approached, he found Old Lin and his grandson, Lin Yilong, fishing at a specially prepared fishing platform beside Penglai Island. Upon nearing them, he overheard Old Lin's impatient remarks. "Honestly, can you even fish? This is not how one goes about it. Grandpa, you are also an Air Force officer. On what grounds do you criticize me?" Lin Yilong retorted. "Hey, if it weren't for my age and the fear of being unable to handle a large catch, I would have outfished you long ago." All right. Lin Yilong had grown accustomed to his grandfather's incessant banter and chose not to argue, simply agreeing. "There must be plenty of activities on the island. Why did you two choose fishing?" Su-yi remarked, glancing at their empty catch with a hint of sarcasm. "Ah, it's Mr. Su." Old Lin turned around, then patted Lin Yilong on the shoulder. "At my age, I couldn't care less about these things. It's mainly this young lad who insisted on fishing and was too timid to come alone, so I agreed to accompany him for a bit of fun. You know how kids are." "Indeed, Mr. Su, I can attest to my grandfather's words," Lin Yilong solemnly affirmed. Su-yi chuckled. "Even if you fish until tomorrow, you won't catch a single fish. It's futile." Old Lin puffed up his cheeks in indignation. "Mr. Su, do not underestimate me. In my youth, this has nothing to do with your skill. It's simply that there are no fish in the waters surrounding this island." Su-yi interjected, suppressing a laugh. "Due to the extensive modifications and expansion of the island, the nearby waters will likely remain devoid of fish for the time being. If you wish to fish, you might need to return after a while. We have created an artificial coral reef in this fishing zone and will regularly release food to attract the fish. It shouldn't be long before the waters are teeming with them." "Oh, I see." Old Lin's face flushed with embarrassment. "I knew this must be a prime spot for fishing. Why can't I catch anything? Ahem. Is Mr. Su here for a particular matter?" He promptly shifted the topic. Su-yi rema incident, yet did not deny that there was indeed a matter at hand. Noticing this, Old Lin quickly grasped the situation and cast a glance at his grandson. The two stared at each other for a considerable time, and Lin Yilong remained oblivious. The old man then kicked him lightly on the backside. "What are you staring at? Go and fetch me a bottle of water." Once his grandson was dispatched, Old Lin turned his attention back to Su-yi, his demeanor becoming notably serious. "Is it something significant? It must be of considerable importance, I presume." Chapter 145. Let us depart. Now, Mr. Lin's enthusiasm for fishing was palpable. Arriving on our island without a fish to catch would certainly be a disservice to our esteemed guest. With that thought, Su-yi glanced at Yiling. The old man was left in a haze. Only moments ago, they were discussing significant matters, and now the conversation had inexplicably shifted back to fishing. Soon, he watched as Yiling gracefully approached the water's edge, murmuring something under her breath. A wisp of azure luminescence slowly materialized in her palm. Ultimately, this ethereal glow, appearing almost tangible, was casually cast into the sea by Yiling. Upon contact with the water's surface, the azure light erupted dramatically, only to vanish without a trace. Mr. Lin found himself even more bewildered. What was happening? Fortunately, this confusion did not linger long. Answers soon emerged. From the once tranquil fishing spot, a small fish gradually surfaced, followed by a second, a third. The number and size of the fish appearing around the fishing pavilion began to multiply. At one moment, Mr. Lin gazed out and beheld an endless expanse of fish beneath the ocean surface. This scene, akin to a miracle, left him breathless. Had his health not been robust, he might have fainted from the sheer astonishment. He turned to Su-yi, utterly astonished. Previously, they could rationalize Yu Ling's display of blooming flowers at the press conference as a mere illusion conjured by the Tianyu group through some technological means. Perhaps a holographic projection. After all, flowers are lifeless and lack dynamic movement. But now, it was different. He was entirely convinced that the fish beneath the surface were genuinely alive. These fish had not only gathered in this particular marine area, but were also exclusively encircling the pavilion. They neither tossed about nor showed any inclination to leave. Remaining tranquil and adjusting their positions gently with the waves, all while facing the pavilion. The spirit summoning technique, a simple little spell. Yu Ling smiled at him before retreating behind Su-yi. Mr. Lin took several deep breaths to regain his composure. His mind was quick to process. He soon recalled the term previously mentioned by the Tianyu group, which they had subsequently disregarded. Is this what you refer to as the source of life? You truly have mastered this substance, not merely for the life water, but to harness this energy to obtain extraordinary powers? The source of life. Su-yi recalled the improvised explanation Yu Ling had provided earlier, a slight smirk gracing his lips as he replied, Your interpretation isn't entirely incorrect. It indeed represents a method of controlling the source of life. However, you've misunderstood the sequence. It was we who first mastered the technique of utilizing the energy of the source of life to acquire special abilities, which subsequently led to the creation of the life water. Su-yi generously offered his explanation. Mr. Lin paused for a moment, then suddenly chuckled in relief. Damn it. I knew that the Zheng family of Jiangsheng and the Tao family of Modu would soon face utter annihilation after crossing you. It simply could not be a coincidence. Those individuals insisted that it was nothing but a coincidence, dismissing any notion of human intervention. How ruthless you are, leaving no survivors. Alas, I am somewhat petty. Su-yi shuruk. So, what is it you wish to convey to the old man? Lin, the elder, likely anticipated that what he was about to hear was of monumental significance, causing him to adopt a grave demeanor. To ensure he did not mishear or misremember due to his failing eyesight, he took out a recording pen in front of Su-yi. I have a significant matter to discuss regarding cooperation with Jiuzhou. Su-yi, not one to procrastinate, succinctly outlined the situation concerning the magical realm and his plans. Lin, the elder, believed he had mentally prepared himself. Yet, upon hearing Su-yi express a desire to dispatch troops to assist another world, he momentarily lost composure. His gaze vacant and expression blank, taking considerable time to regain his senses. It was not until Su-yi nudged him that he snapped back to reality. What do you think? Do you believe my approach is feasible? Lin, the elder, took a moment to reflect on Su-yi's earlier words, ultimately responding. The matter of equipment poses no issues, whatever quantity you require and however you wish to customize it. I can accommodate. However, the request for troops is beyond my purview. As per your description, it is not as simple as selecting a random 10,000. It necessitates meticulous selection. This matter must be reported upwards for their consideration. Should I contact them directly or report back first? Given the gravity of the situation, it would be imprudent to discuss it over the phone. I must return. Please arrange for the airport to prepare a flight path. The transport aircraft can depart at any time. Lin, the elder, did not dilly-dally, preparing to exit. However, just as he turned, Su-yi halted him. Time is of the essence. The aircraft is too slow. We should use this instead. As he spoke, a landing craft gracefully descended onto the sandy shore before them. Lin gazed at this enormous vessel capable of hovering and taking off at will, swallowing hard. During the earlier press conference, Su-yi had emerged aboard this very craft, yet he had never mentioned its nature. One of the critical tasks left for him was to inquire about this marvel, to see if Jiuzhou could potentially procure one for research. Unexpectedly, he found himself presented with the opportunity without even having to ask. Su-yi had brought it directly to him. Let us proceed. This should expedite matters considerably. Once aboard, There will be time for you to contact Jojo. The landing craft's hatch opened, and 2 armored units stepped outside to stand guard as the group boarded. Lin took a deep breath and followed Sue-yi into the vessel. The interior's design instantly captivated him. Upon entering, he was greeted by a clean, orderly space with 4 rows of seating, each containing over 100 seats. To the left of the entrance, a staircase indicated that there was even more space on the upper level. Sue-yi showed no inclination to linger at the entrance. He led Lin to the front and opened another hatch, revealing a space far more exquisite than the one outside. In stark contrast to the enclosed chamber encountered earlier, this space resembled a viewing platform, adorned with sofas and a coffee table, the latter of which was graced with an array of delicacies. Adjacent to this, a glass pane, crafted from an indeterminate material, afforded a glimpse of the world outside. As the elderly gentleman cast a fleeting glance beyond, he realized, to his astonishment, that the spacecraft had already embarked on its journey, unbeknownst to him. What remarkable technology is this from Zenith Star? While the old man was lost in contemplation, he heard Sue-yi gesture towards the nearby sofa, saying, "Please, take a seat. This room is equipped to connect to the global network, so there is no need for concern regarding signal. You can directly reach out to the people above and convey your message. Time is of the essence, and I hope you can understand." Chapter 146. The discussion concluded preparing for deployment as Lin, the old man, boarded the landing craft. He truly grasped the sensation of traversing vast distances in a single day. This contraption was far swifter than an aircraft, to the extent that he managed to establish a telephone connection with the Jeojo region, indicating his urgent need to discuss significant matters with Sue-yi and requesting them to arrange the itinerary. Just as he hung up the phone, he found himself already in Jeojo. At that moment, it was dusk on Penglai Island, while it was the dead of night in Jeojo. The landing craft casually deposited him in an empty stadium located in the heart of the imperial capital. It wasn't until he witnessed the craft gracefully ascend and depart that Lin momentarily lost his composure. So, this was how effortlessly it flew into the imperial capital of Jeojo, and, after landing, departed with such ease? Lin appeared dazed. Wasn't this a matter of how it landed? He exclaimed with indignation. This is the bloody imperial capital. What about the radar? He was well aware of stealth aircraft, but it was common knowledge that even ordinary radar could detect them, let alone advanced ground radar stations. Even the latest generation of early warning aircraft could expose most of Blue Star's so-called stealth fighters. Yet, this landing craft had triggered no radar alarms and had simply plunged into the heart of the imperial capital. The thought sent a shiver down his spine. Sui, however, remained largely unfazed. If a landing craft from an alien interstellar civilization could be detected by Blue Star's radar, that would indeed be a marvel. It was likely that no one had yet been born capable of designing a radar system to detect it. "Come on, let's go," Sue-yi gestured. Lin shook his head in disbelief, too weary to ponder further. The impact of this landing craft's operation was far more profound than witnessing Yu Ling wield magic. After all, magic was something he could no longer comprehend. Amidst his astonishment, he harbored a sense of resignation, realizing it was beyond his grasp. However, this landing craft was different. As a former military man and a retired senior commander who had engaged with the pinnacle of Blue Star's military technology, this craft had fundamentally altered Lin's worldview. Now he understood why Sue-yi wielded such audacity, brazenly humiliating the White Eagle without a hint of deference. It became clear that he was utterly unafraid. "Alas, I'm getting old, unable to keep pace with the times," he lamented. "Don't sigh. Even the younger generation struggles to keep up with the pace of our Tianyu group's development." Sue-yi comforted him. Decisively shifting the topic, Lin observed his surroundings and remarked, "This is the Imperial Capital Stadium, isn't it? I'll make a call for someone to pick us up. I've already made arrangements." Sue-yi replied calmly as he walked toward the stadium's entrance. Before they reached it, the pitch-black stadium suddenly illuminated. Suddenly, the grand door swung open, and a group of impeccably dressed personnel in black suits entered in an orderly manner. Shortly thereafter, a man approached at a brisk pace, stopping before the elder Lin to offer a respectful greeting. "The 4th Internal Affairs Brigade has been assigned to welcome you 3. Please follow us." In no time, Su-yi accompanied the unmarked convoy of the Internal Affairs Department directly into the heart of the power structure of Jojo. Although it was the dead of night, the interior remained brilliantly illuminated. The meeting itself was rather uneventful. The reception for Su-yi was of exceptional caliber. Aside from one individual who was abroad and another engaged in local inspections, the remaining officials were present. After briefly outlining his collaborative intentions, it was evident that, having received prior notification from Elder Lin, the hosts had made suitable preparations. The two parties swiftly reached a consensus on the overarching objectives, with subsequent discussions focusing on the finer details. The primary concern centered on the safety of the 10,000 personnel involved. In peacetime, the abrupt disappearance of such a large contingent would impose significant pressure on the Jojo leadership. Ultimately, it was decided that the 10,000 would accompany Su-yi to another realm, where he would have full authority over their deployment. However, should any unforeseen incidents occur, in addition to the compensation provided by Jojo, the Tianyu Group would also extend a remarkably generous indemnity. To what extent, one might ask? It would amount to over 10 million in compensation, directly transferred to the family's accounts. Furthermore, the families would be granted a lifetime entitlement to the complimentary use of all products offered by Tianyu Medical, a subsidiary of the Tianyu Group. Should children or direct relatives wish to, the Tianyu Group could facilitate their entry into the company as formal employees, allowing them to enjoy the benefits afforded to senior staff. They would not only receive free housing, but in the future, the Tianyu Group would also establish schools, hospitals, and other facilities for employees, all of which they could access at no cost. In essence, even if the soldiers were to perish in the foreign realm, the Tianyu Group would ensure that their families were well taken care of, alleviating any concerns they might harbor. Conversely, if they returned safely to Blue Star without incident, they would be entitled to a base employment fee of 10 million from the Tianyu Group, regardless of whether they chose to continue their service in the Jojo military or retire. Exceptional achievements in the other realm would yield additional rewards, figures that would be unimaginable to the average person. This was merely the gesture of goodwill from Su-yi's side. Given the collaborative nature of the endeavor, Jojo was equally generous. In the unfortunate event of a soldier's demise in the foreign world, Jojo would provide compensation while ensuring that the parents and family members would receive special attention from local authorities, including support during holidays and assistance in securing employment for those without jobs. Direct descendants would also enjoy priority admission to certain prestigious institutions, as well as the highest preference during official examinations and interviews. While the initial arrangements were commendable, the promise of preferential treatment held immense appeal for many Jojo citizens, making it an attractive proposition for the warriors destined for the foreign realm. Regarding the selection of candidates, it is not mandatory. It is crucial to communicate in advance that this is a perilous mission, followed by a clear explanation of the rewards and compensations associated with the task, allowing the warriors the autonomy to decide whether to participate. Those who decline will face no repercussions, merely required to sign a confidentiality agreement. In practice, however, it is rare for anyone to refuse. The warriors of Jojo possess no fear of death. They are wholly committed to upholding the interests of Jojo and adhere strictly to the directives of their superiors. As for the commander of this operation, after careful consideration, it so happens that an old acquaintance of Su-yi has been chosen, Lin Yilong, the grandson of the elder Lin. Indeed, he is still present on Penglai Island. Chapter 147. Conditions of cooperation. Although the negotiations were successfully concluded and personnel adjustments were straightforward, the mobilization of various weaponry and logistical supplies required considerable time for preparation. Thus, while 3 days may seem brief, it is indeed a tight timeline for such significant matters. The final arrangement involved placing the equipment at several distinct bases, from which Su-yi would personally retrieve it via a landing craft once everything was ready. The specifics of how he would accomplish this were of no concern to anyone else. Apart from the subsequent preparations and the urgency of redesigning and producing new weaponry, the initial batch of arms dispatch consisted primarily of stockpiles from military warehouses. After all, The forces of JoJo each had their own responsibilities and could not afford to withdraw active equipment en masse without risking severe consequences in the event of an unforeseen incident. Furthermore, the stored equipment did not equate to outdated or secondhand supplies. While some items had been previously utilized and then retired, the majority were, in fact, brand new, strategically stored in anticipation of potential conflicts to ensure logistical support during times of sudden warfare. This situation represented an unexpected event for JoJo, one that could even influence the course of the nation. The crux of the matter lay in the considerable concessions made by Sue-E. Foremost among these was the procurement rights for the Sentinel-2 medium exoskeleton. Although JoJo's Sentinel-1 was superior in performance compared to the modified overseas version sold by the Tianyu Group, the fundamental architecture of this exoskeleton armor remained unchanged, lacking any generational leap. The Sentinel-2, however, was a different story. The advantages of a medium exoskeleton over a light one extended beyond mere data improvements, offering significant enhancements through an array of internal assistive devices and additional external interfaces, thereby providing a vast potential for expansion that directly bolstered combat effectiveness. Moreover, the Sentinel-2 was equipped with an integrated combat assistance AI, markedly distinct from the auxiliary targeting modules found in the Sentinel-1. This was a genuine intelligent AI, not comparable to the systems in Tianxian or powered armor. It possessed formidable capabilities. For the JoJo military, the most enticing aspect was the AI's ability to control drones, fully autonomous. It could direct drones to engage targets as indicated by the operator, managing up to 3,000 drones simultaneously. When deployed on the battlefield, this technology could effectively create the illusion of a swarm, transforming a single individual into an army without exaggeration. Prior to this, the JoJo military had already expressed interest in procuring the Sentinel-2 and Sentinel-3 upon learning of their existence. Oldland's attendance at the Tianyu Group's launch event was partly to explore the possibility of discussing this procurement. He had initially intended to sell them the Sentinel-2, but fortuitously, before they could raise the matter, he approached them. This serendipitously became one of the conditions for seeking JoJo's assistance. Another stipulation pertained to the Water of Life, although not the version that extends lifespan, but rather the most fundamental variant that alleviates suffering from ailments. Kyushu hopes that Sue-E can provide a more stable supply, rather than the sporadic releases of hundreds of thousands of units by Tianyu Medical on their official website, as has been the case previously. If feasible, they wish to facilitate communication between the insurance department and Tianyu Medical to discuss the possibility of including this remarkably effective medication in the insurance coverage. Kyushu does not impose a specific price threshold. They intend to have a professional team negotiate with Tianyu Medical. Many matters, after all, are half won simply by having the opportunity to discuss them. Previously, Kyushu's medical department had raised this issue with Tianyu Medical, but the matter was handled by the Tianshu, which believed that such an arrangement would not maximize the group's interests, hence it was not agreed upon. In truth, Sue-E himself is not particularly concerned about the trivial gains at this point. Since Kyushu has officially included this as part of their conditions, he naturally acquiesced. It is merely a matter of slightly reduced profit per unit. Once included in insurance, sales will likely increase, leading to greater overall profits. As for raw materials, that is no longer an issue. Weiwei's hometown is nearly under control, and she has ample life essence to acquire without difficulty. Next is the final condition that may have significant implications. Kyushu wishes to collaborate with Tianyu Group's ecological farm located in Jiangcheng, allowing a renowned agricultural university from Jiangcheng to conduct research on those plants. At first glance, this condition may seem somewhat absurd. Can such a trivial matter even be discussed in such a setting? However, it reveals Kyushu's millennia-old political acumen. Aware of the existence of life essence, yet unable to fully comprehend it, they recognize that the personnel at Tianyu Group not only can harness this energy to create life essence, but also produce beneficially mutated plants, and even grant humans extraordinary abilities. To claim that Kyushu has no interest in investigating this would be disingenuous. Yet, Tianyu Group has always been vague about the so-called life essence. clearly reluctant to engage in collaborative research. Previously, for Kyushu's sake, they had no intention of making a fool of themselves. However, the situation has changed. He has not only informed Old Lin about the existence of other worlds, but has also allowed Yuling to personally demonstrate magic. Naturally, Kyushu's higher-ups interpret this as a signal from Yi that negotiations on this matter are indeed possible. If discussions can take place, the path forward becomes much clearer. However, it is crucial to exercise caution in this regard. To demand that Yi publicly disclose the secrets of life essence or to seek access to the extraordinary technologies from the other world immediately upon collaboration would be utterly unrealistic. Hence, they opted for a more modest approach. They do not seek the latest extraordinary technological advancements from the other world, but rather aim to keep pace with the technologies that Tianyu Group has already brought to Blue Star. While other nations remain entirely in the dark regarding life essence, Kyushu is already capable of delivering magically enhanced crops that bolster human vitality to the tables of its citizens. This represents a monumental advancement. The high-ranking officials of Jiuzhou have always understood one fundamental truth. Neither the Tianyu Group nor Yi poses any threat, let alone a rivalry, to Jiuzhou. Since the inception of the Tianyu Group and Yi's emergence, there's been no conflict with the Jiuzhou authorities, nor have they engaged in any actions that jeopardize Jiuzhou's interests. Even now, as they occupy Penglai Island, leaving the White Eagles in a state of bewilderment, they could easily establish a nation and declare themselves emperors if they so desired. Yet, they choose not to, instead continuing to identify themselves as citizens of Jiuzhou. In light of this shared understanding, the trivial matters of whether one needs a passport to travel to Penglai Island, whether such travel constitutes illegal immigration, or the classification of Penglai Island's territorial status are of little concern to the Jiuzhou leadership. Ultimately, Jiuzhou does not aspire to outshine the Tianyu Group in these domains. It merely seeks to be more advanced than other nations. Chapter 148. An Unexpected Incident. A Test. Having successfully negotiated the terms, the remaining tasks could naturally be entrusted entirely to Tian Shu. He found himself at leisure. He had originally intended to take advantage of the recent renovations on Penglai Island to indulge in a brief holiday. However, fate had other plans. Scarcely had he settled on the island when Tian Shu delivered some rather disconcerting news. Sir, we have encountered some difficulties. An international cargo ship, having just entered the Honghai waters and laden with the supplies we require, was procured through negotiations with the trading parties behind the merchant vessel, utilizing a premium purchase strategy. The procurement went smoothly, yet the vessel is now facing complications. What sort of complications? Yi inquired, momentarily setting aside his fishing gear, his curiosity piqued. The very fact that Tian Shu sought him out indicated the gravity of the situation. Pirates, to be precise, the notorious pirates of Suwa country. 6 hours after I finalized the payment for the cargo and shipping fees with the trading parties, the ship, while en route to Penglai Island, traversed the waters of Suwa country and was subsequently seized by pirates. The vessel belongs to Jiuzhou Shipping, and it was transporting industrial semi-finished products sold to the Ozhou Alliance. For Suwa country, which lacks an industrial foundation, these goods hold no intrinsic value. Under normal circumstances, the pirates would typically demand a ransom rather than target such a large ocean-going freighter, which they would usually seize only for the crew. However, upon commandeering the merchant vessel, they not only refrained from immediately demanding a ransom from Jiuzhou Shipping Group, but also transported the freighter to a port within Suwa country after taking the crew hostage. The actions they have taken are decidedly unusual, and coupled with the timing, I suspect their motives extend beyond mere robbery. It is highly probable that there is someone orchestrating this behind the scenes. Yi furrowed his brow. Can you trace any signs of external influence through the network? Unfortunately, sir, Tian Shu replied promptly. Previous attempts to manipulate public opinion online may have attracted the attention of certain forces. This time, they have left virtually no trace on the internet, suggesting that everything is being orchestrated through offline actions. The nations and powers capable of remotely controlling these pirates in such a manner are few and far between. The pool of suspects had suddenly narrowed. Have they made any ransom demands yet? Not as of now. Jiuzhou Shipping Group is already in contact with them, but the prospects are not encouraging. Let it be for now. Allow Jiuzhou to handle the communications. Su Yi gestured dismissively. This is not the first time Jiuzhou's officials have faced such situations. Their experience in handling these matters far exceeds mine. It is best to leave professional tasks to those who are professionals. I surmise their true target is Tianyu Group, and if Jiuzhou intervenes, it is unlikely to yield a favorable outcome. Tianshu reminded, moreover, the supplies aboard this vessel are urgently needed for the expansion of the industrial zone on Penglai Island. Should it fail to reach the port of Penglai Island within 3 days, the scheduled military aid plan for the magical realm may be significantly delayed. Of course, there exists an alternative solution. It would require you, sir, to personally make the journey and use your spatial capabilities to transport the materials from their origin. Upon hearing this, Su Yi's gaze sharpened, and after a moment of contemplation, he suddenly let out a derisive laugh. It appears that those white-skinned individuals remain unrepentant in their thievery. The numerous clues intertwined seamlessly, revealing that the masterminds behind this operation were none other than the White Eagle and the members of the North Atlantic Treaty. In such a brief span of time, without resorting to digital means, only these traditional Western powers could command those pirates. As for their intentions, they were all too apparent. Their aim was to incite these pirates to provoke the Tianyu Group into becoming scapegoats, thereby forcing them to resort to military action to reclaim their goods and rescue the kidnapped crew members. After all, although the state of Suwa has been in a state of anarchy for decades, it still nominally exists as a sovereign entity. Even if they reject all conditions proposed by Jiuzhou, Jiuzhou cannot simply disregard international repercussions and dispatch warships across the seas to violently confront pirates. Ultimately, if the Tianyu Group wishes to resolve this matter swiftly, they must take action themselves. Once they do, they will be able to assess the combat capabilities of their powered armors and exoskeletons. Given the current momentum of the Tianyu Group's development, should these Western nations ascertain that the powered armor and exoskeletons can indeed be addressed, they would undoubtedly launch an all-out war against Penglai Island without hesitation. They possess myriad justifications for war. Their reluctance to fully sever ties stems from uncertainty regarding the true strength of the Tianyu Group, leading to a cautious approach. Having pieced together these crucial insights, Su Yi promptly instructed Tianshu utilize various social media channels to inform those pirates. Within 3 hours, should this ship not set sail again, they will bear the consequences. Understood, sir. Tianshu did not elaborate further and immediately published the news of the merchant ships hijacking via Tianyu Group's official accounts across all major social platforms. Under its orchestrated dissemination, the news rapidly spread across the globe within an hour, creating substantial waves. The act of pirates seizing a merchant vessel, while not uncommon, typically did not garner much attention. In past occurrences, whether from official government channels or the affected shipping companies, there was a tendency to downplay such events, avoiding extensive publicity. Nevertheless, pirates from the state of Suwa are infamously notorious worldwide, and nearly everyone is familiar with their reputation. This time, however, the announcement of the hijacking and the audacious demand for the pirates to allow the vessel to set sail again within 3 hours, rather than merely releasing the hostages, was unprecedentedly brazen. This blatant disregard for the pirates drew a wave of astonishment. After all, regardless of the circumstances, the nation in question is, in name, a sovereign state. They have reclaimed their possessions upon their own territory. One cannot simply refuse to pay the ransom, nor would it be feasible to dispatch troops directly. Such an act would transcend the mere confrontation with pirates and would amount to an invasion. This predicament elucidates why, for many years, nations have been beleaguered by these marauders, yet remain unable to devise a lasting solution. Engaging with pirates is entirely distinct from encroaching upon the territory of a sovereign state. Chapter 149. Wait for me, I'm coming. Youthful exuberance often blinds one to the realities of life. In circumstances such as these, it is prudent to pay and move on. What if they refuse to heed your words? Shall we truly resort to sending troops? The naivety of the young is quite amusing. One claims to be the owner of the Tianyu Group. If I were in charge, I assure you, this matter would be resolved with utmost finesse. How could one falter on such trivialities? Old Deng is quite the talker. If you are so formidable, why are you not the head of the Tianyu group? Well, they have backing, you see. It is only natural that those in the know understand, while the youth remain oblivious. To be frank, I too find this approach unsettling. There was potential for negotiation. A private discussion could have led to a financial settlement to avert calamity. However, this current situation merely exacerbates tensions on both sides. Indeed, if the pirates comply and return both the captives and the cargo, how will they operate in the future? If they attempt to seize another vessel, will those affected adopt the same public stance as the Tianyu group? They cannot simply let their captives go. Should they refuse to release them, the pressure will inevitably shift to the Tianyu group. If they dismiss your words with disdain, what will you do? Resort to violence to reclaim what is yours. Does Su Yi possess such strength? You may be surprised, but he indeed has the means. Just look at those exoskeletons and powered armor. Surely, you do not believe a band of pirates could contend with such technology? What exoskeletons and powered armor? Those are merely empty promotions that have never seen real combat. Only a fool would believe such claims. Whether you believe it or not is inconsequential. I am aware that numerous nations have already placed orders for the Sentinel, one exoskeleton. They desire even more advanced exoskeletons and powered armor, but the Tianyu group refuses to sell. Let's wait and see. I even have a feeling that the Tianyu group might genuinely resolve the pirate issue plaguing Suo country. Are you serious? That is a pipe dream. It is unfeasible, given the nation's circumstances. Indeed, the rampant piracy of Suo country is a foregone conclusion. In the chairman's office atop the headquarters building, Su Yi is enlightening Yu Ling about the origins of these pirates. Their location is strategically advantageous, controlling the entrance of Honghai and the vital trade routes between east and west. Yet, they remain impoverished. Before them lies a golden waterway connecting the world, yet they languish in destitution. What other choice do they have but to raid? With such a prime location, surely normal business operations should yield prosperity? Yu Ling inquired, gazing at the map with confusion. The internal strife is chaotic, a perpetual battleground. Although it is termed a nation, it resembles an anarchic region in disarray. It is no wonder they are impoverished. Earlier, you mentioned that most wars and turmoil in this world bear the shadow of the eagle. Does this mean the plight of Suo country is also a result of their meddling? In Yu Ling's mind, the Blue Star's Eagle Empire has taken on the role of a secondary antagonist, embodying unmitigated malevolence. Naturally, such discussions are bound to arise. While there is indeed a connection, it is not the fundamental cause. Su Yi chuckled, remarking that the bald eagle had shown benevolence only once in its lifetime, devoid of any ulterior motives. And that was right here. And then, what followed? The black eagle fell, of course. We could watch the film together sometime. It was quite well made. The chaos in this region likely traces back to a much earlier time, when the dominant force in global order was not the bald eagle, but rather John Bull over there. As colonizers, these individuals arbitrarily delineated boundaries across the world, leaving behind a plethora of contentious territories, which have resulted in ongoing conflicts among numerous small nations to this day. The kingdom of Sogwo, once a minor tyrant in the Black State, found itself embroiled in border disputes with its neighbors, ultimately leading to mutual destruction, the collapse of its official government, and the current state of anarchy. The entire saga is steeped in dark humor. That disputed area was originally a desolate expanse, of no concern to either party, until one day a resource company from Ojo claimed there was oil, sparking a confrontation. Su Yi shrugged, bemused by the abstract nature of the Black State. Truly, determining who bears responsibility for Sogwo's current plight is no easy task, ultimately leading back to John Bull's reckless boundary-making. Yu Ling blinked, somewhat perplexed by the mindset of the inhabitants of Blue Star. After a moment's contemplation, she decided to shift the subject. So, how do you plan to resolve this? Do you need my assistance? That won't be necessary, Su Yi replied. A nation with so many